In the depths of a slum, at the most secluded corner, lies a humble rented room. Do pies really fall from the sky? Any wish can be fulfilled without cost. Chun-Chi gazes intently at the bronze dice suspended before him, indifferent to the raindrops cascading down upon him. Before the torrential rain descended, he was merely an ordinary laborer. Yet, as he trudged home through the downpour, falling into the inky mud, this miraculous die appeared before him. Roll the corresponding number to realize 3 wishes without charge. This was the sudden information that flashed in his mind upon picking up the die. Excitement, disbelief, euphoria. Chun-Chi only remembers glancing around frantically before sprinting back to his rented abode as if possessed. However, once he regained his composure, hesitation took hold. Could this be an insidious trap? Can one truly reap without sowing? His past, a life of numbness and mediocrity, bound him tightly in this moment. Within the room, the bronze die continued to hover silently. That it was a standard D20, marked with numbers from 1 to 20. In addition, each face bore some indistinct patterns and designs, but it seemed not to be a matter of wear and tear rather. Chun-Chi lacked the strength to discern them clearly. More intriguingly, certain faces were inscribed with text. Chun-Chi counted them. 1, 14, 15, 17, 19, 20. These faces all bore inscriptions. The handwriting was entirely different, employing a script he had never encountered before. Strangely enough, despite his unfamiliarity with the characters, he was able to comprehend the message on one. Roll the corresponding number to realize 3 wishes without cost. Note: each individual has only 3 opportunities to roll, and the magnitude of the wish is determined by the number rolled. Ding ding, ding ding. The communicator suddenly blared, jolting Chun-Chi from his reverie. The rent for next month is due early. You have 3 days. Moreover, the rent will increase by 200. Do not attempt to haggle with me. This is the protection fee for the Black Dragon Hall. The landlord's coarse, grating voice echoed like a wolf's growl. Yet, Chun-Chi possessed no means of resistance, for his meager salary could scarcely afford this place. Oh, but he was mistaken. He could no longer afford it. Today, he had lost his job, which was precisely why he could return home before nightfall. Before he could even muster a struggle, the landlord abruptly ended the call. With that, all of Chun-Chi's prior hesitation shattered. In his current life, there was nothing left to lose. Gods of antiquity, great ancestors of humanity, and the venerable forebears of the Chun family, bestow upon me boundless fortune. After washing his face and hands, donning his finest attire, Chun-Chi lit 3 incense sticks and earnestly prayed. This was the most mystical method he could conceive to enhance his luck in such a short span. Ordinary dice might allow for cheating, but such a miraculous die should rely solely on fate. As the incense burned out, Chun-Chi grasped the die in his hand, gravely casting forth his fate. At the moment of the throw, the bronze die radiated a spectrum of colors, manifesting into the tangible world. The die that had previously hovered in the air seemed to exist solely within Chun-Chi's perception, completely disengaged from the surrounding reality. Except for Chun-Chi, who could feel and touch it, it could penetrate anything. Yet after the die materialized in the real world, Chun-Chi found himself unable to make contact, helplessly watching it tumble to the ground, rolling a few times before coming to rest. Point 4. An agonizingly poignant number appeared before Chun-Chi's eyes, causing all his fantasies to evaporate in an instant. The die resumed its levitation, and now, Chun-Chi merely needed to vocalize his wish for it to be realized. What wish can be fulfilled with 4 points? Reassessing his position as an ordinary individual, not a child of fortune, Chun-Chi attempted to communicate with the bronze die. Yet, there was no response. Undeterred, Chun-Chi began to propose wishes one by one, reasoning that unless he articulated them, they would not trigger. Furthermore, there was no time limit on wishing. He simply could not roll again until the first wish was fulfilled. I wish for immortality. Insufficient points. I wish to gain superpowers. Insufficient points. To his astonishment, his attempts yielded feedback, igniting his curiosity, prompting him to experiment further. Half an hour later, Chun-Chi felt his mind overtaxed, his thoughts a blank slate. However, he finally discerned the extent of wishes possible with 4 points. Win a 30 million jackpot. Possible physically mature again. Possible completely heal a cancer patient. Possible master 10 foreign languages in a day. Possible become the police chief within a year. Possible instantly recover from a severe bone fracture. Possible. What a wondrous yet fearsome power to achieve such feats with merely 4 points, that if one had 17 or 18 points, could they truly attain immortality? At this moment, Qin, having shed his previous despondency, brimmed with desire and ambition. Even with just 4 points, it was enough to catapult him to success, radically altering his life. Yet, what wish to articulate became a dilemma for him. 4 points restricts the upper limit of wishes, preventing my transcendence from mortality. The desires of mortals boil down to power, wealth, and health. My health is intact. If I choose 30 million, like a child parading gold through the streets, it would surely invite trouble. If pressed, I fear I might have to wish immediately. With only 3 chances to wish, I must use them wisely for long-term gain. Opting for power would take too long, with too many variables in between. Ultimately, my low social standing renders me unable to bear significant risk, yet I refuse to compromise with only 3 chances to change my fate. They must be maximized. After much contemplation, Qin finally resolved. Since his social status was insufficient, he would elevate it. Reflecting on the unjust dismissal he had suffered today, filled with indignation, he considered whether he could become the chairman of the conglomerate. Yet, incredulously, it was indeed possible. The position he sought was that of chairman of the Cross Group, a private enterprise with a fortune of at least 180 million, clearly beyond specification. Even more astonishing was that this transformation would require only 2 days. However, to become the general manager of a subsidiary company, namely the one where he had previously worked, would take an entire month. This peculiar circumstance undoubtedly concealed certain mechanisms of the wish-granting process. Since there are risks involved, let us aim high. I wish to become the chairman of the Cross Group within 2 days. Qin resolutely declared his wish to the bronze die. Chapter 2, The 7 of Hearts, November 23, 2247, Alley Number 7, Tianxiao Road, South District, Tallinn. After Qin made his wish, a series of detailed times and locations manifested in his mind, accompanied by a precise map. Is this all? Qin appeared bewildered. He had anticipated that the die would wield great power. Just this. Yet, given the die's previous mystique, Qin was convinced that there must be deeper secrets at play. November 23, tomorrow, aligns perfectly with the stipulation of within 2 days. All that remained was to wait in silence. The autumn rain persisted for a day and night. During this time, Qin remained dutifully within his rented room. Seeking to avoid any unforeseen accidents, 1935 on the 23 RD, the falling rain finally ceased, and Qin ventured out toward his destination, WY 2230. He arrived at a small restaurant just 500 meters from his goal. Although it was not quite a slum, it had certainly become a haven for gang members. Drunken thugs and bikers were frequently seen. How peculiar! Why would it be in such a place? Qin found it difficult to associate this dirty and chaotic environment with becoming a billionaire. Nevertheless, adhering to his faith in the bronze die, Qin pressed on toward his destination, T2240. Qin reached alley number 6 suddenly. Gunshots rang out from afar, growing increasingly frequent and distinct that a flicker of panic surged within Qin. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He could not afford to retreat any longer. Damn it, where did that brat run off to? Chase him, keep chasing. After killing so many of us and even taking off our boss's nose. He thinks he can escape? A group of gang members, armed and reeking of blood, passed ominously close to Qin. Crouched in the dim corner of the wall, he dared not even breathe. What a curse. How did he end up in such a predicament? Was all his effort about to go to waste? Qin was merely 20 meters away from these thugs. Had it not been for the absence of moonlight and the profound darkness of the alley, the individuals across from him would have spotted him at a glance. Should these men scatter to search, evasion would be impossible. Fortunately, Qin soon discerned that their bravado was just bluster. They dared not enter the dark alley. Clearly, the individual they had offended must possess considerable clout. Qin deduced. Indeed, the group quickly departed, heading toward the brightly lit main street at T2246. Qin finally arrived at the designated location. However, it was utterly devoid of life. Not a single person, not even a stray cat. 20, 19, 18. Qin's anxiety peaked as he counted down the seconds. Bang, at 22:47, with the last beat of Qin's heart, a figure suddenly crashed down at the alley's entrance. It was him, Jamoya Chris. Perhaps due to lingering too long, his eyes had adjusted to the darkness. and despite the distance, Chin-Chi recognized the figure immediately. Jamoya Chris, 32, had established the Chris Group in a mere 5 years. An outstanding entrepreneurial youth in Tallinn and a notorious playboy. Over the past 2 days, Chin-Chi had nearly memorized his profile. But why would this billionaire appear here, and in such a grievous state? No way could it be that I am to save his life, and in gratitude, he would bestow his company upon me? Unconsciously, a thought flickered in Chin-Chi's mind. Cough. Help me, take me to the hospital. And I can give you 3 million. That Jamoya Chris struggled for breath, speaking with great difficulty. Today had been incredibly unfortunate for him. He had merely sought to punish those who dared to offend him, only to find himself shot in the heart. Yet fate still smiled upon him, just as it had before. The passerby, now paralyzed with fear in the alley, was his hope for survival. 3 million. Chin-Chi paused for a moment. This situation seemed to diverge from his initial assumptions that if you fear trouble, merely help me staunch the bleeding, and I will summon someone to save myself. As a reward, the Opal Star diamond watch I wear is worth 5 million. You may take it. Should I die here, the evidence left behind will undoubtedly lead the police to you. Trust me, my status is sufficient for them to consider you a scapegoat. Seeing that Chin-Chi remained motionless, Jamoya immediately raised the stakes that he believed he had considered everything for Chin-Chi. Whether out of altruism or greed, it would be impossible to refuse. Indeed, Chin-Chi was momentarily swayed, instinctively lifting one foot. Yet in the next instant, that foot returned to its place. Huffed. Chin-Chi's action sent Jamoya's emotions spiraling from hope to despair. The wound in his heart burst open anew, and the last ounce of strength he had vanished. Jamoya's gaze turned venomous as he glared at Chin-Chi, suspecting him of deliberately toying with him. That's not what you think. I have no intention of murder or robbery. I simply need to clarify a logical issue. Chin-Chi spoke gravely to Jamoya, who was shocked to find that Chin-Chi was indeed speaking the truth. What in the world is this? I made a wish. The bronze die is responsible for its fulfillment, and it has only provided a location. This means that as long as I appear here at the designated time, my wish will come true. If I were to assist Jamoya, not to mention that he currently has no intention of giving me his company. Even if he promised, the fulfillment would entirely depend on him. Wouldn't that mean Jamoya determines whether my wish is realized? This clearly conflicts with the bronze die's intention. Thus, the truth is evident. Jamoya is of no consequence. My assent to the chairman of the group is unrelated to him. Though this conclusion seems peculiar, I am convinced it is the answer. The fog in Chin-Chi's mind lifted. Henceforth, regardless of Jamoya's threats or temptations, he stood resolutely in place, unyielding. Why? If you merely moved half a step, just 10 centimeters, I could claim your heart that I refuse to accept this. This was Jamoya's final utterance, his eyes filled with questions in the last moments of his life. Just as he breathed his last, a swirl of purple light detached from his body. As the light separated, Jamoya's corpse underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into another individual. The original Jamoya, with his golden hair, handsome visage, and towering frame, was now replaced by a diminutive, disheveled middle-aged man, resembling a street vagrant. What on earth is happening? The transformation of the corpse left Chin-Chi utterly astonished, challenging his imagination. Yet, the more bizarre change was the purple light. It coalesced into a playing card, spinning continuously above Jamoya's body. The moment the card appeared, Chin-Chi instinctively knew that his wish had been granted. Thus, he stepped forward, approaching the hovering card. The card spun incessantly, its front displaying the 7 of hearts, while the back bore the name, Jamoya. Just as it flickered dramatically, on the verge of vanishing, Chin-Chi grasped it tightly. Chapter 3. The King's Game. New player detected. Do you wish to enter the King's Game? At the instant Chin-Chi caught the playing card, a message projected into his mind. This. Chin-Chi stood frozen for a good 10 seconds, utterly questioning his existence. What in the world is happening? First, a die capable of effortlessly fulfilling human wishes appeared, and now a King's Game emerges. Only a fool would fail to recognize the strangeness of this game. How utterly abysmal had his previously mundane 23 years been that he remained oblivious to the true nature of the world. Yes, no. The information continuously flickered, awaiting Chin-Chi's decision. Even if it's a trap, I can only leap in. The name, Jamoya, on the back of the playing card compelled Chin-Chi to make his choice. Yes, in that fleeting moment of choice, the playing card transformed into a beam of purple light, enveloping Chen-Chi's left hand. The image of the Seven of Hearts materialized on the back of his left hand. Create new game character or inherit existing game character, a new choice appeared. And Chen-Chi instantly understood how the bronze die facilitated the realization of his wish. The moment he selected inherit existing game character, the Seven of Hearts radiated purple light, enveloping him entirely. Chen-Chi felt as though he were engulfed in a furnace, undergoing a process of rebirth that in the next instant, the purple light dissipated, and Chen-Chi vanished, reappearing as Jamoya Chris. This truly is a new life. Experiencing a body both entirely foreign and familiar, Chen-Chi felt a tumult of emotions. He had indeed transformed into Jamoya Chris, that if this is the price of altering fate, it seems he had no reason to refuse. Player Jamoya Chris, Chen-Chi. Life level 4 note. Average value for ordinary humans is 2. Equipment, Heart of Spades 7 skills, body manipulation, Court of Execution note. Effective range 10 meters. Psycho points 30. This is the gaming data of Chen-Chi. After reviewing the effective range of the skills, Chen-Chi was struck with a cold sweat. The location indicated by the bronze die was exactly 10 meters away from Xiaomoya. Had Xiaomoya not been severely injured, or had Chen-Chi taken just one step further, he would have been met with body manipulation. Even in his last moments, Xiaomoya was fixated on Chen-Chi's heart, clearly not uttering mere deathbed delirium. By heavens, what a narrow escape! Chen-Chi glared at the corpse with a burning fury, wishing to dismember it completely. However, reason prevailed, and he quickly calmed himself. He needed to handle the aftermath of this body meticulously. There was no way he could allow anyone to associate the corpse with Xiaomoya Chris. Chen-Chi first removed its communicator and watch, then meticulously searched the body, perhaps due to the necessity for combat tonight. The items on the corpse were quite sparse, and Chen-Chi soon found himself empty-handed. Now, the corpse bore little distinction from a homeless person, save for its expensive attire. Yet, the question of how to dispose of the body left Chen-Chi in a quandary. As he had no experience in such matters, disposing of it without care would leave the gunshot wound on the chest far too conspicuous. Given the stakes concerning his own secrets, Chen-Chi was unwilling to leave any trace. A low, mournful whimper accompanied by the autumn wind swept through the air. Chen-Chi's hair stood on end, and he became acutely alert that he sensed a vague feeling of threat. A unique life form was lurking in the darkness. This perception, unlike anything experienced before, was a primal instinct awakened by reaching life level 4. What on earth is that? A massive black dog, the size of a calf, with a spiraled horn protruding from its head, slowly emerged from the shadows. Its eyes glowed with a dark green luminescence, akin to a flickering flame. The stench of decay and death emanated from this creature. Could urban legends truly be real? The Hound of Death genuinely exists. In the slums, tales of the Death Hound have circulated for years. Regardless of whether one perished from illness, starvation, or gang violence, if a body was left unattended, it would be devoured by a large black dog with a horn. Chen-Chi had always thought this was merely a fabrication by the slum's inhabitants to frighten outsiders. Yet here it stood, real and fearsome. But isn't this dog only supposed to eat corpses? Why is it baring its teeth and drooling at me? A deep, guttural growl, wholly unlike a dog's bark, emanated from the creature's MAW. As Chen-Chi raised his left hand, preparing to test his skill. The dog surprisingly retreated. Yet it still guarded the corpse, wary of Chen-Chi's intentions. You better clean that up well, or next time, I'll break your legs. Chen-Chi spat a threatening remark before vanishing into the night. Perhaps this was the best way to handle the body. Beneath the night sky, Xiaomoya Chris moved nimbly and swiftly through the alleyways. Perhaps due to the transformation by the purple light, this body possessed far greater strength than before. The gang members who had once aggressively pursued him had long since disappeared, allowing Chen-Chi to leave the district with ease. How peculiar. It felt as though remnants of Xiaomoya Chris' instincts lingered within this body, despite it being undeniably his own. After deftly unlocking the watch and instinctively inputting the password to activate the communicator, Chen-Chi sensed something was amiss. Even more astonishingly, he discovered he could navigate to a luxury sedan parked 2 kilometers away with an uncanny familiarity. As the car began to move, Chen-Chi instinctively steered it towards home. That is this acting? Outside the car window, the buildings grew increasingly opulent, indicating that this home was far from the dilapidated lodgings of the slums. Of course, from the moment he departed, Chenchi had no intention of returning, but he had tidied up everything back there, and no one would care about his disappearance. Soon, a grand villa appeared ahead. Chenchi instinctively prepared to park, yet forcibly resisted that impulse and continued onward. According to the sensational news he had perused, this villa served as Xiaomoya Chris' clandestine retreat, but he was merely acting on instinct, without the original owner's memories, and thus had no intention of mingling with any of those women. The vehicle pressed on, stopping minutes later in front of another villa. Chenchi casually manipulated the communicator, and the gate swung open slowly. As the robotic guard retracted its electric baton that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This was Xiaomoya Chris' other secret lair. The villa was devoid of inhabitants. Chenchi navigated through it with ease, as if he had lived there for ages, feeling no unfamiliarity. After enjoying a late-night snack prepared by the robotic chef, Chenchi luxuriated in a bathtub, beginning to read a diary he had just retrieved from the safe. I am Xiaomoya Chris, that by the time you read this diary, I am surely dead. The first entry, dated July 17th, 17643, was from 5 years prior. Chapter 4. The Muggle Diary. Could it be that these were the notes left by Xiaomoya Chris? Chenchi's previously casual demeanor immediately shifted, for he was now Xiaomoya Chris. Why? Why am I a Muggle unable to awaken magical powers? Damn that Tomoya Magic Academy for attempting to expel me. The first entry of the diary invigorated Chun Q. It seemed he could access a world he had never encountered before through these pages. Muggle, magical powers, Tomoya Magic Academy. Chenchi silently marked these terms, committing them to memory. My first ancestor followed the great pirate king, causing many small nations to tremble beneath our family's crest. My seventh ancestor conquered the 073 continent, his achievements etched in the annals of human history. Cursed the 13th ancestor for losing the family's magical legacy. Yet despite this, the Chris family has thrived for centuries. But why, in my generation, can I not even awaken magical powers? I refuse to accept this. I will not submit. Xiaomoya utilized the universally recognized language designated by the world government, and Chenchi encountered no barriers in comprehension. Thus, he easily grasped the resentment and fury interwoven in Xiaomoya's words and even felt a faint resonance with them. Indeed, he was not alone in his dissatisfaction with fate. The subsequent entries largely served as a catharsis for Xiaomoya's inner turmoil, until one day, 3 months later, the diary's tone shifted once more. Ha! Heaven does not forsake the desperate. Today, I uncovered a secret from the dark world, that a powerful demon has established a king's game at the cost of a small nation, according to the information I received. As long as one becomes a player, they can obtain extraordinary power, and by slaying the king to end the game, they can share in the demon's might. This is my opportunity to defy fate, and the glory of my family shall once again flourish in my hands. Xiaomoya's words transformed from previous resentment to fantasies and optimism. Chenchi, however, gleaned from this account the origins of the king's game. So it was a demon that created the king's game. Chenchi found the world increasingly fantastical. A demon, a legendary being that feeds on human souls and is synonymous with malevolence, was indeed present. The small nation that served as the price must be Lanyu country. Yet what puzzled Chenchi was that Lanyu country was not isolated from the world. Its people did not suffer greatly. In fact, within the small nation, Lanyu country could be considered one of the happiest places that so what, then, was the price? Even more perplexing to Chenchi was the demon's motive. Was this fiend merely a jester? The tales of heroes battling demons seemed absurd in reality. Demons are so foolish. Instinctively, Chenchi harbored doubts about Xiaomoya's second-hand narrative, but this did not impede his desire to continue reading. It was always beneficial to know more. Humph. All of them are frogs at the bottom of the well, nothing but stumbling blocks in my path. They dare say I was deceived, and that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Otherwise, it must be a trap, and they even fantasized about reporting me to the school. Such friends are better off discarded, but if that is the case, then do not blame me for being rude. Following this entry, Xiaomoya's diary ceased for half a year, indicating some significant upheaval must have transpired. Haha, my decision was indeed correct. So what if I am wanted by the Magic Academy? After all, the Chris family has but me remaining. I have sold all the family assets in exchange for a source mineral. Upon arriving in Lanyu country, I uncovered an unbelievable secret. Humanity is truly terrifying. At this point, Qinshi frowned. He had not discovered any minerals during the earlier raid. That as for that secret, Qiao Moya had written nothing at all. Indeed, who would be foolish enough to document all their secrets in a diary? Qinshi glanced at the date in the diary. The year 17644, February. This marked the initial establishment of the Chris trading company. It appeared that Qiao Moya had made ample preparations. Ah, how peculiar. As Qinshi continued to flip through the diary, he found that the subsequent entries were written in an unfamiliar script, rendering them utterly incomprehensible to him. After turning through a dozen pages, another unfamiliar handwriting suddenly appeared, inscribing a passage in the common tongue on one page. Damn it, I have always despised studying in my life. Qiao Moya Chris, your death is utterly unjust. I worked hard to study, yet nearly fell victim to your schemes. This brother, who had little affection for learning, had even circled a passage from Qiao Moya's diary. Clearly, that was the great pitfall. Regrettably, Qinshi could not decipher the meaning of that particular entry. Nonetheless, he had a fair inkling of this brother's identity. The subsequent entries continued in a codebook format, right until the final page of Qiao Moya's diary. That page, stained with blood, revealed Qiao Moya's last moments, where he once again employed the common script. How I loathe this. It turns out I have held a death warrant all along, but I refuse to accept this. There must be an opportunity for a turnaround. I, Qiao Moya Chris, vow that even in death I shall take that person's life. The honor of the Chris family shall not be tarnished. To the player who inherits this card, I hope you will preserve the character of Qiao Moya Chris in this game. As a reward, you shall gain the knowledge I brought from the Taimoya Magic Academy. This is the key to your survival. As for the Chris group, consider it a gift that if you wish to survive, strive to learn. Ha! Qiao Moya Chris, June 7, 17648. Qiao Moya Chris, deceased 5 months prior. A death warrant? Qinshi's heart tightened. It seemed his new life might be quite spectacular, but perhaps not lasting. However, confident that he still had 2 wishes remaining, he did not succumb to despair. That on this blood-stained testament, that brother who detested studying made another appearance. Qiao Moya Chris, I have granted your request. Thank you for the gift of the Chris group. Wealth is truly wonderful. In return, I initially intended to bury your corpse deeper, but as a wanderer, I have not had enough to eat for days, so I could only make hasty arrangements. Note, I have inherited your identity, and I am overjoyed. Thus I plan to dig you up for cremation once more, but it seems a dog has already beaten me to it. Upon reading this, Qinshi felt a deep sympathy for Qiao Moya. If he was not mistaken, that black dog must be quite stout. Qinshi flipped the page, expecting the end, only to discover an unexpected delight. That I am Alan Zoff. I was once a wanderer, but fate has granted me rebirth. Thus, it is now my turn to write in the diary. Chapter 5. The Life of a Tycoon. Alan Zoff. Qinshi's spirits lifted. This must be the individual who had perished before him that very night. Filled with anticipation, he turned to the next page, only to find it blank. Undeterred, Qinshi leafed through the entire notebook, but it contained no entries whatsoever. Could it be that Alan had never kept a diary at all? Or perhaps his diary was simply not in this villa. Qinshi's intuition suggested that the latter was the truth. In a vague sense, he even guessed where the diary might be located. The game character he inherited, Qiao Moya Chris, though devoid of specific memories, always seemed to provide a guiding instinct. This world was indeed becoming increasingly strange. Yet I shall never regret casting that die. The bronze die was summoned once more by Qinshi. Perhaps due to having fulfilled a wish, he felt a deeper connection to it. After this peculiar, wishing experience, Qinshi formed a hypothesis regarding the die's wish-granting mechanism. The points determined the magnitude of power the bronze die projected into reality. Perhaps, in the die's judgment, predicting a lottery number and stating someone's date of death were not vastly different. The extent to which it could influence reality depended entirely on the wishmaker's intent. Of course, this was merely Qinshi's conjecture. Perhaps during his next wish, he would uncover new revelations. What is the experience of a wealthy life? In the past, Qinshi, a mere laborer, could only imagine it. Now he could casually indulge in it all. After a night's rest, Qinshi's most profound realization was that beds could be so comfortable, homes so warm, and food so delectable. after enjoying a sumptuous breakfast. Chun-Chi donned the high-end attire he had previously only admired from afar, preparing to embrace the challenges of the day. The new Xiaomoya Chris was officially in action. "Good day, Chairman. How wonderful to see you here so early. You truly are working hard." Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Chris Group, Chun-Chi's car had barely come to a stop when he was met with high-level reception in the past. He had only been able to hide among the throngs, serving as a backdrop to amplify the atmosphere. It turns out that standing straight does not place one in the center of the crowd. Rather, it is because when you stand in the center, others bow and nod in deference. Chun-Chi calmly relished the adulation of those around him, feeling no discomfort or anxiety. Everything proceeded so smoothly. He portrayed Xiaomoya Chris flawlessly. Initially, Chun-Chi had worried that others would uncover his fade, yet he quickly recognized the astonishing nature of the king's game. Those surrounding him possessed no suspicions regarding Xiaomoya Chris's identity. Even when he daringly ventured a few actions that deviated from the chairman's persona, all that others speculated was whether the chairman had some deeper meaning behind his actions. They would never doubt that the individual before them was an imposter. No wonder Alan Zoff, a mere wanderer, could successfully inherit the Chris Group. Previously, he had intended to exercise caution and disguise himself to avoid arousing suspicion, but now he felt free to alter his plans. Upon confirming that his identity as Xiaomoya would not raise any issues, Chun-Chi resolved to liberate himself, that if this new life continued to be as timid and restrained as before, he might as well return to his rented room. He instructed the Glit manager of the subsidiary company to meet him in his office within 20 minutes. "Yes, boss, you will see him shortly." The secretary hurriedly departed, and Chun-Chi was taken aback to find that Alan Zoff had employed a male secretary. This was rather unexpected. One would assume that a wanderer suddenly becoming affluent would be more inclined to let loose. However, Chun-Chi soon realized he had underestimated Alan. Upon discovering the Alan's diary within the office safe, he finally understood what a life of indulgence truly entailed. Everything is so effortlessly easy. No one suspects my identity. This company is mine now. This was Alan's first diary entry, clearly reflecting the experiences Chun-Chi had just endured. Luxurious cars, nightclubs, beautiful women, and lavish spending. The following month's diary entries unveiled a world of excess and debauchery. Chun-Chi surmised that the purpose of Alan's diary was to boast in secret. Yet humans are insatiable creatures, especially after acquiring powers that elevate them above others. Body manipulation. Conjuring 10 invisible puppet threads to manipulate living beings. One could only imagine the unscrupulous deeds Alan committed after gaining such an ability. What left Chun-Chi utterly speechless was Alan's brazen use of his power on himself, boasting in his writing that he had toiled in bed for 3 days and nights. However, Alan was not entirely worthless. Despite his disdain for learning, he displayed remarkable talent in mastering magical knowledge. Within just 2 months, he had completely deciphered Xiaomoya Chris's diary, mocking Xiaomoya as a fool within its pages by the 3rd month. Due to his extravagant spending, the Chris Group faced a cash flow crisis, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Alan, of course, lacked the acumen for managing a company and was utterly disinterested in the endeavor. Yet, he could not possibly return to poverty. Regarding the company's crisis, he had his own solution in his diary. Alan smugly noted that with the ability to generate money, only a fool would toil away for it. Thus, he utilized his body manipulation ability to forcibly secure loans from banks and devoured several competitors. However, unforeseen consequences soon arose. How unfortunate. Today I encountered other players. How many enemies does that fool Xiaomoya have? How many people has he offended? Fortunately, I confessed and was leniently treated, successfully flattering 10 of diamonds, thus preserving my life. It turns out this game has 2 factions, order keepers and betrayers. It seems I must restrain my reckless behavior from now on. Otherwise, even if I manage to mingle with the order keepers, I shall not escape the final king's judgment. From that point onward, Alan drastically altered his approach. Aside from his personal life, he no longer dared to misuse his superpowers. Until 3 days ago, this individual had clashed with Huan Hai, the leader of the Firefox gang, due to his antics in nightclubs. Consequently, he conceived the notion of punishing the mundane for the outcome. It was a spectacular failure. At this moment, Chun-Chi finally unraveled all the connections related to the game character he inherited. Although there remain many unknown intricacies, it suffices as guidance for a novice. Chapter 6. Acting recklessly in front of the Glitter Group building, Glitter suppressed his inner excitement and stepped into the edifice. Just 15 minutes prior, he had received a call from the chairman's secretary. The chairman himself wished to summon him. Was this a sign of promotion and a raise? An entrance into the Group's headquarters? Haha, it must be due to my outstanding performance at work. As he walked, everyone in the group greeted him with smiles. Clearly, they had guessed he was about to be elevated. Had time not been of the essence, Glitter would have paused to graciously accept their congratulations. Chairman Manager Glitter has arrived, the secretary, Sam, reported cautiously to Qin-Chi, who had just finished reading Aylin's diary. Let him in, Qin-Chi said without lifting his head, engrossed in organizing a pile of study materials on his desk. These were also obtained from the safe, consisting of textbooks from the Tomoya Magic Academy. Celestial star geomancy, the relationship between celestial phenomena and magnetic fields, geological structure, the tripartite resonance theory of humanity. Stars and geomancy, unsolved mysteries of human civilization, comprehensive knowledge of ancient civilizations, a total of 17 volumes. Notably, the book Comprehensive Knowledge of Ancient Civilizations was an impressive 15 centimeters thick, a veritable tome. Upon Glitter's entrance, he was greeted by the sight of the chairman deeply engrossed in study, evoking a sense of admiration within him. He was astonished that such a successful and wealthy chairman still dedicated himself to learning. A true role model. However, half an hour passed, and the chairman, lost in his studies, showed no sign of acknowledging his presence. Did the chairman not realize I had arrived? Yet Glitter dared not make a sound, having heard tales of the chairman's unpredictable temperament. Should he disturb him, his prospects for advancement might very well vanish. Alas, the 200-plus-pound Glitter, with sheer willpower, stood for 45 minutes. Just as he felt he might faint from the strain, the chairman finally turned his gaze towards him indeed. Fortunes ebb and flow. Qin-Chi gazed at the familiar figure before him, a mixture of emotions swirling within. Yet joy prevailed. Endless overtime, salary deductions, and bearing the brunt of blame, he recalled how this individual had tormented him on the day of his unemployment. Chairman, you seeing that the chairman finally acknowledged him, Glitter immediately prepared to unleash his flattery, eager to extol praises that he had long heard that the chairman relished compliments. Today, it was his turn to shine. Congratulations, Glitter. Qin-Chi spoke with utmost gravity in that instant, Glitter felt his toes tingle with excitement. You are fired. You can pack your bags and leave immediately. The familiar words echoed in Glitter's ears, phrases he often directed at his subordinates. He reveled in witnessing their despair and frustration. Yet this time, it was his turn to face the music. Chairman, I caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Glitter was utterly stunned. However, Qin-Chi had no intention of listening to his pleas or explanations. He held no fondness for witnessing others' despair, but he simply sought to avenge his former self. Nothing more. Security, escort this individual out. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Qin-Chi sent Glitter, whose life was unraveling. On his way, Glitter traversed the corridor. He once again felt the gaze of all within the group upon him, but this time it was rife with mockery and schadenfreude. Having concluded this trifling matter, Qin-Chi turned his attention to Aylin's girlfriends that he faced numerous challenges ahead, notably Huan Hai of the Firefox gang, leaving no room for distraction. Qin-Chi's task was simple, to send out mass breakup texts and prepare some compensation. Though Xiaomoya was tall and handsome, Aylin's poor conduct had evidently diminished his girlfriend's affections for him. Some even harbored a deep-seated animosity. After an hour of verbal sparring, Qin-Chi expended a small sum of money, successfully resolving this lingering issue. Moving forward, he began to leverage the full might of the group that he undertook two primary actions. First, he pressured the police department to take action against the Firefox gang. Qin-Chi understood the limited efficacy of this approach, yet he sought to preemptively create some trouble for them, lest they target the company. Subsequently, he contacted a highly capable private investigator. After generously compensating him, the investigator assured him he would provide all information regarding Huan Hai before dinner. The power of money proved indeed to be omnipotent, as Qin-Chi merely skimmed through the study materials. The reputedly formidable private investigator arrived at his door, Mr. Xiaomoya. Here is the complete dossier on Huan Hai that you requested. Tarino Jike placed a hefty stack of documents on Qin-Chi's desk. which included not only Huan Hai's life history, but also photographs from various stages of his life. Tio put it bluntly, even Huan Hai himself might not possess such comprehensive knowledge of his own background. After a cursory review, Chen Qi confirmed certain suspicions and casually tossed the documents aside. This is your reward. Feeling that the investigator's intelligence capabilities might prove useful in the future, Chen Qi generously wrote a check for 100,000 for him. It was merely a trifling amount. Thank you for your generosity. While investigating Huan Hai, I also came across this. You might find it intriguing. Tarino displayed no overt excitement at the additional reward. After manipulating his smart communicator, Chen Qi received a video file that he exchanged a meaningful glance with Tarino before opening the video. The footage revealed a private club teeming with gang members. Xiaomoy Chris wielded a gleaming blade, cutting a swath through the crowd, blood and flesh flying in all directions. Chen Qi found it hard to believe that this was merely a coincidence. The rumors circulating within the dark web were not without foundation. If the truth aligned with his suspicions, then Gu Tafu had ascended to kingship 43 years ago. This would imply that the king's game had likely been in operation for a staggering 43 years. How truly horrifying, Your Excellency. The reason I seek to ally with you is to gain your protection. You are well aware that my current profession inevitably offends certain individuals, particularly since my involvement with the dark web. I consider myself somewhat gifted in intelligence gathering and believe I could provide you with a modicum of assistance. Talano spoke with evident trepidation. This was the most significant gamble of his life. Upon deducing Chen Qi's role as an executor and realizing that the latter had yet to cultivate his own intelligence network, Talano recognized his opportunity had arrived, but he did not wish to remain a private detective for eternity. I must say, you are quite astute, and I have always held a fondness for intelligent individuals, particularly those who dare to seize opportunities. Here is a check for 1 million. Assist me in dealing with Huan Hai. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Qi resolved to accept Talano's allegiance. What he currently lacked most was diverse information, and Talano's arrival was perfectly timed. Should he succeed in this trial, Chen Qi would further amplify his support. Chen Qi did not believe that other players lacked their own intelligence-gathering capabilities. In this regard, he could not afford any shortcomings. Rest assured, Your Excellency, within 3 days, Huan Hai will completely vanish from this world. Talano eagerly accepted the check, knowing he had bet wisely for how to deal with Huan Hai. Money was never an issue. There were plenty of assassins in the dark world. Chen Qi was quite pleased with Talano's performance. Indeed, a clever man, in stark contrast. The vagabond-born Ayland was both foolish and reckless. Despite already being a billionaire, he still jostled for favor with a gang leader. Even more foolishly, he personally engaged in real-life combat. Wouldn't it be more effective to simply outspend the opponent? After all, even if Chen Qi had acquired superpowers, he had no desire to charge into enemy territory and eliminate Huan Hai himself. After bidding farewell to Talano, Chen Qi immersed himself once more in the ocean of knowledge. Currently, he was desperate to decode all of Qiao Mo's diary entries to uncover more secrets behind the king's game. Otherwise, he might clumsily fall victim to other players. The wealth and status he possessed were merely beautiful bubbles. Enjoyable, yes, but he must not become entranced like Ayland. The magic, or rather the magic of the Taimoya Magic Academy, was entirely different from what Chen Qi believed it to be. There were no meditations as depicted in novels or anime, nor any magical strings or crystals. The book Introduction to Magic states that mortals wishing to master magic require spiritual awakening. Following this awakening, one must utilize the unique resonance between heaven, earth, and humanity to construct a magic circle, summon the Book of 4 Symbols, and enter into a contract with the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water to gain magical power and enact spells. The texts Chen Qi had previously found, such as Heavenly Star Feng Shui and Geomorphology, served as foundational knowledge for constructing magic circles. Thus he need not rush to learn them. What Chen Qi required now was spiritual awakening. However, the method of spiritual awakening described in the book was rather awkward, or perhaps tinged with resentment and bitterness. Such sentiments appearing in a textbook genuinely surprised Chen Qi. In the year 14533, the world government, under the aegis of V5, enacted its first human covenant, namely the Human Spiritual Awakening Act. From that point onward, all other methods vanished, and humanity was left with but one means of awakening. The glory of magic had faded. Upon reading this, Qin was utterly bewildered. Was magic no longer viable? He was well aware of the world government, and V5. V5 referred to the 5 super empires. While the world government was the coalition of V5 and all human nations, forming the Human Alliance as of now, the member states of the world government had reached 7,000, adjudicating all disputes within the human realm. However, the Human Spiritual Awakening Act was beyond Qin knowledge, and this was perhaps the tragedy of living in a smaller nation like the Blue Yam country. The grandeur of human civilization seldom manifested here. Chapter 8. The Declaration of the Spirit World. 18 years prior, a meteorite fell from the heavens onto the Blue Yam country, striking a moving train and causing a massive explosion. The 100-meter crater formed by the meteorite's detonation remains on the Carlos Plain to this day. At that time, Qin was merely 5 years old, fortunate to survive the explosion, yet he lost both parents. Thankfully, the aftermath efforts by the Blue Yam country were commendable. Qin grew up smoothly, eventually graduating from an ordinary university and entering society. Qin had thought that once he left school, he would never again need to grind through textbooks. However, fate is peculiar. Spiritual awakening required mastery of 15 ancient civilization scripts. Only then could one comprehend the declaration of the spirit world. And as long as one understood the declaration of the spirit world, they would successfully awaken their own spirit. This had been validated by countless individuals over the past 3 millennia. Such tadpole-like characters, and one could understand them only after mastering 15 ancient scripts. The final page of comprehensive knowledge of ancient civilizations contained the declaration of the spirit world. Yet in Qin eyes, it was merely a jumble of squiggly lines. Staring for too long even conjured illusions, making him perceive those characters swimming across the page. This was starkly inconsistent with his previous worldview, yet undeniably magical and esoteric. Reflecting on Xiao Moya's final words, he truly had to apply himself diligently, because that person's encrypted diary utilized ancient scripts and employed as many as 7 different types. Thus, Qin clutched comprehensive knowledge of ancient civilizations and began his arduous study. This book merely provided an overview of the lost ancient civilizations in its first half, while the latter half served as a dictionary. Qin calculated that it corresponded precisely with the 15 ancient scripts. Time passed day by day as Qin toiled in his studies, spending his days in the office and his nights at home, burning the midnight oil, initially confident in his learning abilities. He found himself nearly crushed by self-doubt within merely 2 days. Were these lost ancient scripts truly invented by humanity? This was Qin sole realization regarding his studies, for these ancient characters were exceptionally peculiar. Every hour, he would forget 2/3 of the ancient scripts he had previously learned. That it wasn't that he couldn't recall them. Rather, his mind would go blank, utterly devoid of recollection. That it was as if his brain rejected their acceptance. Erasing them completely, Qin felt that even if he devoted himself entirely, he might not master a single ancient script within a month. This was still after his life level had reached 4, significantly enhancing his memory beyond that of ordinary individuals. Qin suspected that Alan had definitely been exaggerating. How could he possibly decipher Xiao Moya's diary in 3 months? If true, that individual must possess extraordinary talent, indeed deserving of mocking Xiao Moya as a fool. Qin initially intended to seek out any study notes from the two, hoping to learn from their methods. However, he found none. He seemed left with no choice but to persevere. Though he did not locate Alan's ancient script study notes, he stumbled upon something else. Alan's superpower experiment records. Alan's profound affection for the skill of physical manipulation was evident, as he had conducted over a dozen experiments on himself. Qin, naturally, accepted this without hesitation, and after his futile struggle with ancient scripts, he began to devote significant time to skill training. To Qin's surprise, his innate talent for skill manipulation seemed to surpass that of Alan. This finally alleviated some of the gloom within him. In a high-end hospital room at 4th Hospital of Talon City, a man with his head wrapped like a dumpling was seething in silence. It was not that Huanhai did not wish to roar at the top of his lungs. Rather, his nose was gone, leaving him utterly incapable of speaking loudly. Useless, useless. 2 days have passed, and you still haven't burned that brat's company down. Do you even regard me as your leader? The pent-up frustration and fury within Huanhai were beyond expression. Was it merely for a woman? Did it warrant such a bloody rampage? What terrified him more was Xiao Moya's formidable abilities. That bastard was definitely not an ordinary person. He had shot himself in the heart, yet remained alive. However, he had sustained severe injuries. Otherwise, he would not have fled. This indicated that the individual was not invincible and had weaknesses, which prevented him from succumbing to fear. Yet Huan Hai was acutely aware that this matter was far from over. One of them would surely perish. Boss, we truly have no way. The police are closely monitoring us. Who could have imagined that Brat was a billionaire? Why don't we send a message through someone and negotiate? Peace is paramount. The deputy leader, Lin Tianming, lamented while persuading, stating that it wasn't that the brothers did not wish to avenge you, but that there was simply no opportunity. Humph. Negotiate? Wouldn't that mean my nose was sacrificed for nothing? Huan Hai glared at Lin Tianming, knowing that this fellow had a rebellious streak. Lin Tianming had initially intended to suggest the use of bionic substitutes. But upon seeing the dangerous glint in his boss's eyes, he promptly shut his mouth. Forget it. You handle the police. As for that brat, I've already hired a killer. Huan Hai was intent on revenge. Believing he had discerned Xiao Mo Ya's weakness, so he had engaged a professional assassin, got a large-caliber sniper rifle, armor-piercing bullets. Let's see if you survive. Boss, be cautious. That brat is a wealthy man. Killing him will bring us significant trouble. Lin Tianming believed he was genuinely considering the interests of the gang, yet Huan Hai's murderous glare sent a chill down his spine. However, before he could offer an explanation, a loud bang echoed as Huan Hai's head suddenly exploded. Flesh and blood splattering over a distance of several meters. The boss was actually dead. Indeed, splendidly executed. The final payment will be transferred to you shortly. Within the detective agency, Torino received a video from the assassin. To ensure a guaranteed kill, he had contacted the #1 sharpshooter in the underworld of Lanyu, armed with a high-caliber sniper rifle and armor-piercing rounds. Even if Huan Hai donned a bulletproof vest, he would be blown into 2 pieces. Now it seemed the expenditure was well justified. Executor, the task has been successfully completed. Torino promptly reported the situation to Qinshi, presenting the kill video. Well done. You have proven your worth, came Qinshi's satisfied voice from the other end of the communicator. Executor, I have some intelligence to share. Huan Hai had previously contacted the top-ranked sniper with the intent to eliminate you. But he could not match my payment, so the assassin opted to work for us instead. However, I cannot guarantee he hasn't contacted another assassin. This requires time to verify. This piece of information was a bonus from the assassin, which was also why Torino felt the expense was justified. After all, it allowed him to showcase his abilities before the executor. I understand, but you needn't confirm further. The assassin has already set his sights on me. Now, focus on your task. That fellow seems poised to fire. I will handle it. Torino only heard a deafening noise from the communicator. It seemed something truly was amiss on the executor's end. Chapter 9. Mastery of the Body, when Torino called. Qinshi was preparing to meet a lady that he had thought that after dismissing his group of girlfriends, no troubles would come knocking at his door. Yet, he had evidently underestimated Iran, for earlier that morning, a striking lady had called him. Qinshi gazed at the caller ID marked Target 013, feeling a surge of dread. However, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he ultimately acquiesced to the meeting request. Iran's dealings with this lady had piqued his interest. Is someone watching me? Just as he exited the Chris building, Qinshi's uncanny intuition provided him a warning. After reaching life level 4, he had conducted tests. Aside from possessing significantly greater strength and speed than an average person, the most remarkable change was that of his intuition, that he named it danger perception, a phenomenon seemingly arising from the integration of information gathered through his senses, often granting direct warnings before his brain could make a judgment. That moment, Qinshi felt as though a thorn were penetrating his brow, that it was a sniper rifle. Coincidentally, as Torino reported that Huan Hai might have hired an assassin, Qinshi instantly understood that the crisis loomed. Qinshi activated the supernatural abilities bestowed upon him by the 7 of Hearts. Behold, a burst of purple light erupted from the back of his left hand, and 10 strands of invisible puppet strings unfurled from his fingers. The moment the puppet strings emerged, they swiftly penetrated Qinshi's body, in the next instant. The warning from his danger perception peaked as an armor-piercing round shot from the rifle at 3 times the speed of sound, hurtling toward Qinshi's head. 0.1 seconds. This was the final moment granted to Qinshi by the assassin, Black Hawk, that he didn't believe the target would be able to react. After all, Not even a seasoned veteran could evade such a shot. The physiological reaction limit of humans is merely 100 milliseconds, equivalent to zero point 0.1 seconds, determined by the transmission method of human nerve signals, unless the target is not human. However, something incredible unfolded in Black Hawk's eyes. The bullet passed through the target's body, demolishing the vehicle behind him. Yet astonishingly, the target remained unscathed, not reduced to a pile of debris. Black Hawk was confident he had not missed. The only conclusion was that the target had miraculously evaded the bullet. Retreat. In every assassination, Black Hawk would only fire a single bullet. Regardless of success or failure, he would immediately withdraw. This was the reason he had survived so long in the world of assassins. However, he resolved that before his next attempt, he must contact the employer. The intelligence was erroneous. The target was not an ordinary person, and the payment needed to be increased. Is this why Iran is so fascinated by mastery of the body? At that moment, the puppet strings connected to Chun Chi's neural network, allowing his body to respond instantaneously to any decision made by his brain, with almost no perceivable delay, according to the experimental data provided by Iran. In this state, the human reaction time can reach 30 milliseconds, precisely 10 times that of a normal human. This was the reason Chun Chi could dodge bullets, and due to his speed exceeding the threshold of human visual persistence, 0.1 to 0.14 seconds, Black Hawk could not discern whether he had moved at all. This state was named divine speed by Iran, and it was merely a trivial manifestation of the ability known as mastery of the body. In the next moment, two puppet strings penetrated Chun Chi's eyes. His pupils contracted and expanded dramatically, and as they adjusted, his eyes transformed into high-definition telescopes, capable of clearly seeing an ant over 100 meters away. Following the trajectory of the bullet, Chun Chi immediately pinpointed the assassin's location. That it was a 30-story upscale office building, over 150 meters away, with the assassin positioned on the rooftop terrace. Could that fellow see me? How is that possible? Having packed his weapons, Black Hawk was preparing to leave when he noticed the target looking in his direction. Although he was confident that the target could not detect him, he still loaded his handgun with bullets and gripped it tightly. Ding! 3 seconds later, Black Hawk appeared before the elevator doors, which had been rigged in advance to facilitate a quick escape. Once inside the elevator, he descended without stopping. After a failed assassination, the target was undoubtedly not an ordinary person. He needed more detailed intelligence. Additional payment was required. During this brief interlude, Black Hawk sent a message to his employer. However, the employer did not respond, and unbeknownst to Black Hawk, Huan Hai's corpse had yet to grow cold. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Black Hawk exited the elevator and stepped into the hallway, but he was not going to the 1st floor directly. If he happened to be ambushed, he would have no means of escape in the cramped elevator. Black Hawk concealed his handgun in his sleeve and carried a rather large black briefcase. Disguising himself as an ordinary office worker, as he walked, he noticed no signs of danger, leading him to believe he had been overly cautious. Yet in the next moment, he was horrified to find that his hands and feet seemed to have developed a will of their own, slipping beyond his control. Separated by a thick floor, in the lobby corner of the 1st floor, Chun Chi withdrew his foot that had just stepped onto the stairs. There was no longer a need to continue upward. His puppet strings had penetrated the reinforced concrete, capturing the target's location. The puppet strings carried Chun Chi's perception, and even though it had been over 100 meters away and only a fleeting glance, he had firmly etched the assassin's appearance into his memory. He could even discern the wrinkles on the assassin's face with clarity. Truly, he was an elite among assassins, utilizing the puppet strings to control his thigh muscles. He arrived here in just 10 seconds. This fellow was already about to slip away. To maintain his image as chairman, Chun Chi refrained from sprinting, but instead walked briskly. Little did he expect that this assassin was quite professional, albeit just a tad unfortunate. What is happening? Black Hawk's face was etched with terror as his limbs lost control. Yet no matter how hard he struggled, his feet were firmly anchored to the ground as if nailed. Even more unbearable was that his left hand slowly raised the handgun to his own temple. No, please, I don't want to die. He wished to plead for mercy, but found his vocal cords had lost all function, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound. He was now merely a puppet controlled by another. It is time to end this. Chun Chi would naturally show no mercy to those who sought to kill him. This was the only lesson he had learned in the slums. Bang! In a state of endless fear and despair, Black Hawk slowly squeezed the trigger. Today, the police station would be adding another suicide case to its records. In the lobby of the first floor, Chen Qi sighed and turned to leave that if he did not hurry to his appointment, he would be late. Chapter 10. The Red Falcon Gate Player. Xiaomaya Chris. Chen Qi. Life level. For equipment. 7 of heart skills. Mastery of the body LV1. String strangulation LV1 psychic points. 23. Since Chen Qi first experimented with his skills, their levels had reached LV1, signifying that he could successfully unleash them. Each time a skill was utilized, it would consume 1 psychic point, and every day, 1 psychic point would automatically replenish. Therefore, unless skills were released in rapid succession, the player's psychic points remained ample. However, the player sought not just to unleash skills, but to develop even more powerful abilities. For example, the divine speed and eagle-eye states that Chen Qi previously exhibited were developed by Erond at the cost of 15 psychic points. In contrast, Chen Qi mastered them with only 3 psychic points. From the perspective of skill development, Erond had indeed left Chen Qi a substantial legacy. After resolving the matter concerning the assassin, Chen Qi proceeded to the agreed-upon location. During the journey, he made several phone calls to completely mitigate the repercussions of the earlier attack. Simultaneously, he dispatched new orders to Tolunuo, instructing him to keep a close watch on the Firefox gang. Although he surmised that the situation would stabilize following Hu Wanhai's demise, he pondered the possibility that the newly appointed leader might possess a strong sense of loyalty. The public library in Tallinn is the repository of the city's most extensive collection of books. On the second floor of the library, there are dozens of paid private reading rooms at precisely 2:30 p.m. Chen Qi arrived at reading room number 9, where he encountered the waiting Mu Wanqing. With her long hair cascading down to her waist, she possessed a slender and graceful figure, complemented by a delicate and alluring visage that exuded an air of tranquility. The ineffable quality of her beauty far surpassed that of Aylin's girlfriends, which undoubtedly made her a target of pursuit. Had her arrival not coincided with Aylin's reformation, which rendered him hesitant to act recklessly, Chen Qi believed she would have fallen prey long ago. Nevertheless, Aylin had not given up. Regrettably, he had only just cast his net when his life was abruptly extinguished. Mr. Xiaomoya, after deliberation, we have decided to accept your proposal, as long as you can heal the master of the library. We shall impart the sacred techniques of the Red Falcon sect to you. However, you must join the Red Falcon sect. Mu Wanqing scrutinized the figure of Xiaomoya Chris before her, sensing a subtle difference. It seemed that his gaze was no longer as contemptuous in response to her steady gaze. Chen Qi remained unfazed, unconcerned about her discerning that he was an impostor. The King's game will take care of everything. Miss Mu, I intend to modify the terms of our agreement. Your master has suffered damage to his nervous system, and as is well known, nerve cells are incapable of regeneration. Thus, the difficulty of repair is exceedingly high. At least among the neighboring small nations, there exists no such technology. Even if I possess certain unique abilities, achieving the desired outcome would require a significant cost and an inordinate amount of time. Therefore, it would be more prudent for you to first impart the sacred techniques to me as a gesture of goodwill. In return, I can assist your Red Falcon sect in establishing a foothold in Tallinn and provide funding for the reconstruction of your martial arts school. Chen Qi was calculating his own interests. He had little interest in Mu Wanqing, but was quite intrigued by the Red Falcon sect. The Red Falcon sect hails from Tianwu Kingdom, a rather peculiar small nation. Whether due to genetic mutations or other reasons, the citizens of Tianwu possess extraordinary physical prowess. Consequently, various martial arts flourish within the nation, with some schools of combat having been passed down for millennia. This would not ordinarily be noteworthy, especially in today's era, where martial arts are primarily seen as a means of physical fitness. However, Tianwu Kingdom has unfortunately encountered a malevolent neighbor 3 centuries ago. The once ordinary small nation, known as the Black Blood Federation, rose to prominence, becoming a regional power 50 years ago. Unwilling to languish at the bottom of the ranks of medium powers, the Black Blood Federation secretly implemented a super soldier program. They stealthily captured the martial artists of Tianwu Kingdom to study the secrets behind their formidable physiques. Through the scientists' meticulous research, they discovered that the nervous systems of Tianwu citizens are extraordinarily developed, allowing for a more refined control of their muscle fibers, compared to the average human's reaction time of 300 milliseconds. Even a child from Tianwu Kingdom could achieve a response time of 200 milliseconds. The AS for the generations of martial artists who have honed their skills over a prolonged period, they have surpassed the human limit of 0.1 seconds in reaction time. This is merely in terms of speed. The efficiency with which martial artists utilize their muscle is frighteningly powerful. Humans possess 639 muscles and 6 billion muscle fibers. The average human's efficiency in muscle usage is a mere 10. In contrast, martial artists typically exceed this by a factor of 2, achieving 20. This grants them the strength to lift tremendous weights and the agility of galloping horses. The most elite martial artists can reach 30, earning them the title of human Tyrannosaurus. The Black Blood Federation's Super Soldier program targeted the muscle control capabilities of these martial artists. They aim to implant smart chips into the human body and, using big data algorithms, establish a new system for human control, effectively taking over the neural networks of humanity. They firmly believe that if the muscle efficiency of humans could reach 80, they would be capable of dismantling mechs with bare hands. Thus, the martial artists of Tianwu Kingdom, as experimental subjects, found themselves in dire straits. The disparity between a small nation and a medium power left them in despair. Chen Qi's knowledge of these events stemmed from the revelation that occurred a decade ago when the Black Blood Federation became embroiled in international disputes, exposing the situation. Given that Tianwu Kingdom is not too far away, the citizens of Lanyu Kingdom were particularly eager to follow the unfolding drama. Happiness is often a matter of comparison. To be honest, had it not been for his awareness of the king's game, Chen Qi would have shared the general sentiment that Lanyu Kingdom was stable and peaceful, an ideal place to reside. As for the eventual outcome of this affair, the Black Blood Federation was taken to the international court by the president of Tianwu Kingdom, resulting in astronomical reparations. Furthermore, the Black Blood Federation faced investigations by the world government for their unauthorized human experimentation. Although it remains unclear what price they paid to escape repercussions, they subsequently fell into a state of disarray. Engulfed in internal strife, many of the martial artists who were test subjects, even those rescued by the investigative team, were left paralyzed and rendered incapacitated. The current master of the Red Falcon sect, Yu Hong, according to Tolino's analysis, the Firefox gang seems to be on the verge of capitulation. Chen Qi is currently preoccupied with numerous matters and, naturally, does not have the time to engage with a gang leader. However, he is also reluctant to become further entangled with the Firefox gang, and thus appoints the newly acquired Talino to take full charge of this issue. Upon receiving the order, Talino is utterly thrilled. The prospect of negotiating with the leader of the Firefox gang is something he never dared to imagine. It appears that his previous choices were indeed correct. Is this what it feels like to be a person of significance? Observing Talino, who has been invigorated and filled with fervor, Chen Qi experiences for the first time the sensation of wielding influence over others, and what empowers him is strength. What Chen Qi must focus on now is the continuous enhancement of the power he possesses, until no one can ever threaten him again. Fortunately, Chen Qi has discovered a shortcut, the lost ancient civilization and the forgotten archaic script, how he yearns to unravel the secrets concealed within. The bronze die is summoned once more by Chen Qi. Quietly hovering above his head, he peruses the comprehensive guide to ancient civilizations. He schemes through the pages at an astonishing pace, his reading speed significantly heightened. Yet astonishingly, his mind retains and comprehends all that it encounters. At this moment, Chen Qi's brain feels like an insatiable abyss, greedily yearning for the knowledge contained within the texts. The catalyst for this remarkable transformation is the bronze die, an extraordinary phenomenon he stumbled upon that has amplified his learning efficiency beyond measure, ensuring he will never forget. Logically speaking, as long as I do not make a wish, the die cannot interfere with the real world. Thus, the change is not occurring within my mind, but rather with these ancient scripts. Could it be that their very existence possesses some form of power? Is that why the human brain finds it so difficult to memorize and comprehend them, even without projecting its power into reality? The bronze die can suppress their strength. This conclusion, derived from extensive contemplation, is what Chen Qi deems the most logical explanation. Once the ancient scripts lose their power, they transform into a form of nourishment beneficial to the human brain, which explains why the brain actively consumes them. The myriad changes must conceal certain mysteries. Perhaps once Qin comprehends the Spirit Realm Manifesto, everything will become clear that in just half a month, I will master 7 forms of ancient scripts and successfully decipher the Qiaomoya diary. Even now, Qin has grasped several entries within it. On January 1, 17646, I finally awaited my opportunity. The 8th round of shuffling is complete, and the 9th game commences. I have received an initial card, a 7 of hearts. It is truly unbelievable that such a formidable individual met their demise during the shuffle. Now it is December 3, 17648, which means the new round of the game is just 28 days shy of completing 3 years. Yet, how much longer until the next shuffle? Chapter 12. Dynamic Copy. The King's game has already completed 8 rounds. I wonder if this so-called shuffle is related to the King's judgment mentioned in the Aelin diary. Qin realizes that the more he learns, the greater his confusion becomes. However, he firmly believes he will uncover the truth. The ultimate victor of this King's game will certainly be him. After all, he has the ability to cheat. Yet Qin does not intend to place all his hopes on wishes, for the points are unpredictable. What if he rolls a 2 next time? One must rely on oneself. As time passes amid Qin's efforts, the day he agreed to meet Mu Wanqing arrives. This is the manual for the Red Falcon Fist. Allow me to demonstrate it for you first. In a training area converted from a small basketball gym, Mu Wanqing hands a thick, bound book to Qin. She then watches as he flips through the Qiaomoya with astonishing speed, akin to a bank teller counting money. Mu Wanqing furrows her brow, feeling quite displeased with this behavior, but she tolerates it for the sake of the payment. All right, I have memorized the manual. You may begin your practice now. 3 minutes later. Qin closes the manual and turns his gaze towards Mu Wanqing. This moment, Mu Wanqing, clad in a martial arts uniform, exudes an aura of both grace and vigor. If Aelin were present, he would surely be captivated. Were you truly studying the manual just now? Mu Wanqing does not believe Qin's claim of having memorized the manual. Even a copy machine wouldn't dare boast so brazenly. Typical of men. She has seen such tactics often. Despite Mu Wanqing's blatant disbelief, Qin remains unfazed that if he were in her position, he too would doubt anyone's ability to memorize a manual in such a short time. Yet, regardless of how implausible it seems, it is indeed the truth. Not only has Qin firmly lodged the entire manual in his mind, but he has also achieved complete understanding, as if he has been pondering over it for decades. This extraordinary capacity for learning is the fruit of his efforts over the past few days. That as he masters more ancient scripts, it feels as though his brain undergoes an evolution, with his intellect surging exponentially. Qin is uncertain whether other apprentices undergo such a metamorphosis, but he has indeed realized a transformation in his cognitive abilities. The term apprentice is one he has newly interpreted from the Qiaomoya diary. At the Taimoya Magic Academy, humanity is categorized into 3 tiers based on their abilities: magic apprentices, awakeners, and apostles. Qiaomoya Chris is the most elite of magic apprentices, yet he has yet to achieve spiritual awakening. Watch closely. With a thud, Mu Wanqing pays no mind to whether Qin is boasting. She simply fulfills her obligations. Dressed in a white martial arts uniform, Mu Wanqing strikes forward, instantly shattering the air before her, creating a resounding shockwave. However, this is merely her way of greeting Qin. The next moment, piercing shrieks echo through the air as white figures dart across the training ground, akin to a white falcon swooping down to hunt. Is this the Red Falcon Fist? Truly, it is a martial arts style renowned for its speed. With the ability of physical manipulation silently activated, Qin's eyes, adjusted by the puppet's threads, undergo a series of transformations, finally capturing Mu Wanqing's silhouette. Dynamic vision. This is the 3rd ability developed by Aelin. However, Aelin's development stops here. He can only capture fast-moving objects. Qin, however, is unwilling to settle for such limitations. With his brain's evolution, he can achieve even more impressive feats. The puppet's threads connect his eyes with the neural pathways in his brain. Qin's capacity for dynamic capture and recognition begins to grow exponentially. Supported by the formidable computational power of his mind, every movement Mu Wanqing makes is analyzed and frozen in time. In a moment of clarity, Qin feels as though he is watching a martial arts film, able to adjust the frame rate at will. Yet, merely doing this would only make him akin to a high-speed camera. However, with the terrifying understanding and learning ability of his brain, Chen Qi feels as though he has learned instantaneously. With the manual to guide him and Mu Wanqing demonstrating in person, he can achieve perfect copy the moment she executes a movement. Yet such powerful execution is not without its costs. The physical manipulation that was supposed to last for 10 minutes only endures for 5. Fortunately, Mu Wanqing has also completed her demonstration. Did you see clearly? This is the martial art of our Red Falcon sect. Of course, my muscle utilization rate was merely 15, slightly above the average person. Yet it is sufficient for me to overpower 10 ordinary individuals. Such high-intensity movement leaves Mu Wanqing breathing evenly. Evidently, 15 is merely her warm-up. The manual states that combat techniques have 5 levels. Entry: Proficient, Expert, Master, and Grandmaster. Achieving the Grandmaster level would allow me to utilize 30 of my muscles effectively. Witnessing Mu Wanqing's demonstration of combat techniques, Chen Qi finally comprehends why the Black Blood Federation has its sights set on fighters. If 15 is already this formidable, then at 35, combined with advanced technology, a single squad could likely annihilate a small nation that a small country like Lanyu, with only 30,000 troops, would surely be unable to withstand a super soldier. One must not aim too high. Your most pressing concern is to master the basics. The essence of combat techniques lies in the martial spirit. Muscle utilization is merely superficial. Clearly, Mu Wanqing, or rather the entire Red Falcon sect, harbors strong reservations about the so-called muscle utilization rate. Naturally, Chen Qi is equally skeptical of their so-called martial spirit. However, he has no intention of immediately demonstrating a proficient level of the Red Falcon fist to vehemently contradict Mu Wanqing. His plan is to buy time, so he will not hastily master the Red Falcon fist. Thus, the learning process proceeds harmoniously with Chen Qi's cooperation. Mu Wanqing realizes that Chen Qi is indeed quite gifted, a rare talent that appears once in a decade. Perhaps she should attempt to recruit him once more. Unfortunately, Chen Qi does not exhibit the kind of extraordinary talent that would prompt Mu Wanqing to consider employing her feminine wiles. The morning's academic endeavors swiftly passed, and as the chairman of the Chris Group and a freshly minted apprentice in the arcane arts, Chen Qi certainly could not afford to squander all his time on martial training alone. There were numerous matters demanding his attention. For instance, the negotiations with Tarleno and the Firefox gang had reached their final stage, requiring his decisive input. However, to Chen Qi's surprise, just as he was preparing to meet Tarleno, he received an unexpected communication request from an unfamiliar source. The communicator's note boldly displayed, Meihua 10, Chapter 13, Bloodthirsty Mode Spade 7. Your induction into the Enforcer Squad has been approved by the Prime Minister's office. Following a thorough review, it has been determined that the previous hunts on Spade 6, Diamond 9, and Club 2 were the actions of Chamoy Chris and have no bearing on you. Welcome back to the ranks of the Order Keepers. Upon connecting, a melodious female voice resonated from the other end, vibrant and full of life, reminiscent of the chirping of a vibrant bird. Chen Qi instantly recalled the entries in Aylin's diary concerning Meihua 10. It seemed there had been a conflict between them, after which Aylin had groveled to escape unscathed. Unexpectedly, Aylin had leveraged this incident to join the Enforcer Squad, truly a remarkable talent. Although Chen Qi was yet unaware of the precise nature of the Enforcer Squad, the necessity for approval from the Prime Minister's office suggested it was undoubtedly a formidable organization. Rest assured, I shall henceforth be a steadfast guardian of order. Chen Qi carefully mimicked Aylin's tone in his response. The other party appeared oblivious to the fact that Spade 7 had changed hands, expressing satisfaction with Chen Qi's declaration. Your awareness is commendable. Since that encounter, your reckless use of superpowers has significantly diminished, and you have not further disrupted the societal order, all of which we have observed. However, your lecherous tendencies must be rectified. Your jealousy has thrown the entire underworld of Talon City into chaos. Even I, your guarantor, am left blushing. Meihua 10 continued to enumerate Aylin's various indiscretions. Chen Qi was taken aback, realizing that his identity had been under scrutiny all along. Yet considering that the Enforcer Squad was derived from the Prime Minister's office, it made sense. Rest assured, I have already reached an agreement with the Firefox gang. Furthermore, I have amicably parted ways with my girlfriends. Chen Qi felt an urge to commend himself. Fortunately, he had not let his newfound power inflate his ego, or he might have faced dire consequences. You are indeed on the right path. The King's Game grants us not merely power, but also responsibility. Our mission as Order Keepers is to uphold the stable functioning of the Blue Taro Nation. Those traitors are not our kind. They are merely self-destructive clowns. You must remain vigilant and avoid the pitfalls that ensnared your predecessor. Mei Hua-ten did not strike Chen-Shi as a cunning fox. Rather, she seemed more akin to a naive young woman that if the King's Game were truly orchestrated by demons, it could not possibly be as benevolent as she described. Yet Chen-Shi was not one to nitpick. The more she divulged, the more insights he gained regarding this game. Having joined the Order Keepers, you are now eligible to attend the meeting on January 1 SD. A welcoming ceremony will be held to introduce you to everyone. This meeting is of utmost importance, pertaining to the safety of all, and your presence is imperative. Upon mentioning serious matters, Mei Hua-ten's tone became markedly more solemn. Chen-Shi bore no aversion to joining the Order Keepers, and naturally intended to attend the meeting. However, curiosity compelled him to inquire further. There's something significant about to transpire? Oh, I almost forgot. You are still a novice. The King's Game operates on a 5-year cycle, and on the last day of the 5th year, all players must pay homage to His Majesty the King. The King shall judge the actions of all. Unlike us Order Keepers, who maintain the kingdom's order, some individuals, upon gaining power, become utterly lost. They may act recklessly or resort to slaying their comrades for power. Seizing cards, such individuals cannot escape the King's judgment. Mei Hua-ten seemed to genuinely view Chen-Shi as a newly appointed subordinate, elaborating on the intricacies of the game. Chen-Shi finally grasped the distinction between Order Keepers and traitors. The pivotal factor was whether one resorted to killing other players or seizing cards. Traitors would inevitably fail to pass the King's judgment. Conversely, Order Keepers who acted recklessly and disrupted the kingdom's normal functioning would also face the King's scrutiny. This was the primary reason behind Aylin's newfound compliance. Faced with the King's judgment, traitors would not remain passive. The final 2 years of each game round were their desperate struggles, marked by rampant assaults on other players. Thus, Order Keepers convened on January 1st to devise strategies. Rest assured, I will certainly be there on time. After reaffirming his stance, Chen-Shi concluded the call with Mei Hua-ten that he did not wholly trust the information she revealed. There were undoubtedly deeper secrets within this game. Otherwise, Xiao Moya would not have penned in his diary about acquiring a card of certain doom. Thus, the card labeled, "The King," must indeed be in the possession of Good of Fu. Mei Hua-ten, while refraining from directly naming the King, provided enough context for one familiar with the history of the Blue Taro Nation to deduce the truth. The game had already completed 8 rounds, supplemented by 3 years of the 9th round. This implied that the game had been in operation for a total of 43 years. Good of Fu had transitioned from a presidential system to a monarchy precisely 43 years ago. Chen-Shi could not help but ponder whether the moment the game commenced coincided with Good of Fu's coronation as king. Contemplating this, he began searching online for Good of Fu's detailed biography. Before the age of 40, he had been an ordinary merchant, but thereafter he rose sharply to become the nation's wealthiest individual. By the age of 50, he had entered politics, ascending from a legislator to president in just 3 years. He subsequently won re-election 3 times, amassing immense power. At 68, he abolished the presidential system and crowned himself king of the Blue Taro Nation. As of today, he had lived to the remarkable age of 111. Truly, he was a legendary figure. Chen-Shi observed Good of Fu's life history, finally gaining insight into what it meant to be a winner in life. He could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Albeit a slight one. If Chen-Shi wished, he could easily ascend to the presidency with a mere roll of 7. Though his biography was indeed extraordinary, he remained a mere mortal. Had it not been for the knowledge of the King's Game, it would have been difficult to associate Good of Fu with demons. Demons truly exist, and what connection do they share with Good of Fu? The existing information was insufficient for Chen-Shi to form a judgment. After pondering for a while, he ultimately decided to abandon the inquiry. His intended meeting with Tarleno was also cancelled. Chen-Shi had initially planned to provide financial support to the Firefox gang to help them recover from their recent setbacks, then seamlessly absorb them to consolidate all underground forces. However, after joining the Enforcer Squad and learning that the game was about to enter its bloodthirsty mode, he resolved not to remain confined to the Child's Play in Talon City. The Enforcer Squad, backed by the Prime Minister's office, evidently warranted more of his attention and efforts. Consequently, Tarleno received an unexpected notification. The boss had unexpectedly shown mercy and spared the Firefox gang. He could no longer wield his influence with impunity. Nonetheless, there was cause for celebration, as the boss had granted him a substantial sum to fully support the establishment of an intelligence-gathering organization. His opportunity to showcase his talents had finally arrived. Chapter 14. The Demon Extermination Society. What? That individual has agreed to reconcile? Very well, thank you, Mr. Tarleno. The Firefox gang will henceforth keep a respectful distance from the Chris group. In a luxurious hall, Li Tianming, awaiting this meeting, received news that sent him into a frenzy of joy. The powder keg, which had triggered a series of upheavals within the Firefox gang, had inexplicably vanished. Since his ascension to the position of leader, the Firefox gang's circumstances had grown increasingly dire. As for the instigator of their revenge, he dared not even contemplate it that if he were to provoke Chiao Moya once more. This affluent individual could effortlessly showcase his financial prowess, funding a few nearby wolves who would undoubtedly shred the Firefox gang to pieces. Thus, during this meeting, he genuinely harbored intentions of surrendering, and under Tarleno's persuasion. He even contemplated allegiance, in light of the current outcome, it was quite a favorable result. No one relished being relegated to the role of a DOG, for avenging Huan Hai. The culprits were obviously the several underground factions besieging the Firefox gang. None of this bore any relation to the Chris group in the days that followed. Chenchi's life was marked by harmony and stability. Apart from attending a few gatherings among the affluent of Talon City, he devoted all his time to studying ancient scripts, martial arts, and skill development. His industrious demeanor astonished countless tabloid reporters who relied on the exploits of wealthy playboys for their livelihood. The reputation of Chiao Moya Chris underwent a remarkable transformation in Talon City. The wealthy had reformed, and it was astonishingly easy for the public to accept such change that on December 18th, Chenchi estimated that he would complete his studies of 7 ancient civilizational scripts. However, he ultimately underestimated the formidable nature of the bronze dice. With its assistance, he exceeded his goal, mastering 8 ancient scripts as dusk descended. Chenchi once again returned to his opulent villa, retrieving the diary of Chiao Moya. This very night, he resolved to unravel the enigma surrounding Chiao Moya completely. How astonishing it was that this 7 of Hearts possessed the extraordinary ability of body manipulation. The puppet threads it conjured were undoubtedly a remarkable form of energy, transcending the barriers of any tangible reality. This marked the first diary entry translated by Chenchi, detailing the myriad experiments conducted by Chiao Moya following his acquisition of the 7 of Hearts. Chiao Moya was utterly astounded by the capabilities of the card, for within the entire Taimoya Academy of Magic, there were scarcely a dozen magical artifacts, let alone those that could be wielded by ordinary individuals. The notion that a mere commoner could utilize magical equipment surpassed Chiao Moya's understanding of magic. Thus, Chiao Moya firmly believed that the 7 of Hearts was far more than a mere tool. His subsequent audacious experiment would corroborate this belief. How could it be? This card was alive, awakened by the sorcerer. When recounting this episode, it was unclear whether Chiao Moya was more shocked or terrified, as his hands trembled, and his writing became unexpectedly hasty. From this experiment, Chenchi gleaned the significance of the source Oregon. This was a metal imbued with a soul, or rather, a living metal. They existed solely in the outer ring of the human survival sphere. Each piece worth a fortune. For mages, the source was the cornerstone for constructing magical arrays and summoning the Book of 4 Symbols. Moreover, with sufficient source one could even create a small magic well to obtain a continuous flow of magical energy. In Chiao Moya's experiment, the sentience of the source awakened the 7 of Hearts, which like a famished beast upon awakening, instantly devoured a third of the source Oregon. Had Chiao Moya not acted swiftly, his precious would have been consumed entirely. Even so, the ore's vitality waned drastically, forcing Chiao Moya to place it in a vein to recuperate. The skill of string strangulation possessed by the 7 of Hearts was an evolution born from its consumption of the source Oregon. More precisely, after devouring the source, the puppet threads gained the ability to transform between the tangible and intangible. Thus, it could be said that the initial card possessed but a singular superpower. Subsequent diary entries by Chiao Moya confirmed this assertion. The Black Spade 6 and the Club 2 he hunted, each possessed only one ability. The reason behind Chiao Moya's pursuit of them stemmed from his discovery of a secret. The cards could consume one another, resulting in even more formidable powers. Driven by an insatiable thirst for power, Xiaomoya unabashedly conducted his experiments, thereby becoming a trader, but he even proudly inscribed in his diary that the consumption and evolution among cards was the sole path to victory in the game. This incited ire in Alland, who left annotations in disbelief. Labeling Xiaomoya as a fool, it was evident that when confronted with the Club 10, Alland, having been misled by the diary, foolishly sought to hunt it down. The outcome was predictable. Had he not been subservient, his life would have surely been lost. Was it true? The cards were indeed alive. Was this the fundamental reason behind the predatory slaughter of those traitors? Chunqi gazed at the 7 of hearts emblazoned on the back of his left hand, a pattern invisible to ordinary people, and even to fellow players, who could not discern it without activating their abilities. The cards only manifested when the player deployed their powers, in the final moments of Xiaomoya's life. There existed an encrypted diary that stated, "Never let others know your card number." It was evident that this was a revelation born from some catastrophic event, perhaps even costing him his life. How infuriating that he neglected to specify the reason. His demise was indeed unwarranted. The hidden secret within may well explain why Xiaomoya deemed the 7 of hearts a card of certain death. In hindsight, Xiaomoya's farewell written in common script resembled a trap. Inheriting Xiaomoya's game character would inadvertently expose the 7 of hearts. What more could be concealed? In truth, the diary concealed secrets beyond this single revelation. Chunqi also discovered within its pages the mysterious organization Demon Extermination Society, comprised of traitors. They fervently believed that King Gutaf was a demon, and their actions were just. Xiaomoya initially intended to join their ranks, but tragically, he perished before he could participate in the membership examination. Moreover, the Demon Extermination Society was not the most formidable faction among the traitors. Those who had endured the king's judgment and survived multiple purges were the true elite. Upon completing the diary entries, Chunqi found himself unusually melancholic. This wretched game offered no quarter to novice players. Without hacks, how could one possibly emerge victorious? Xiaomoya and Alland were prime examples. Chapter 15. Fadil mining deciphering Xiaomoya's diary consumed an entire night for Chunqi. Fortunately, he had now liberated himself from the shackles of labor. Free from the worry of tardiness, he slept until noon, and after savoring a sumptuous meal prepared by the intelligent chef, he was poised to embark on a new learning endeavor when a call from his secretary. Sam interrupted him. "Chairman, there's been an incident at our subsidiary, Fadil Mining." This marked the third occurrence of disturbances within the week. That Sam's tone was laced with urgency. It was evident that Fadil Mining faced a major crisis. Fadil Mining. Henty had already ceased operations and been closed. Upon hearing of the troubles at Fadil Mining, a sense of foreboding washed over Chunqi. Fadil Mining was not a large enterprise. It was merely a medium-sized iron ore company. Xiaomoya's interest in acquiring it stemmed from its mineral deposits, the severely diminished source, or had been placed within the iron ore mine. To allow the source or to recuperate, Xiaomoya had even halted the operations of this lucrative company, leaving many merchants astounded. Now, Fadil Mining lay abandoned, a desolate wasteland. What could possibly go wrong? It was the mine shafts. The 3 main shafts had suffered a collapse. Just days prior, several smaller shafts had also experienced collapses. Initially, the personnel believed it to be a safety incident, but traces of explosives were discovered in the collapsed main shaft. A competent secretary. Sam was acutely aware of the chairman's vested interest in Fadil Mining. The closure was not due to the depletion of iron or resources, but rather an insistence from the chairman himself. Periodically, the chairman would personally visit the site. Thus, upon noticing anomalies at Fadil Mining, Sam immediately reported the situation. Explosives? That indicated foul play. Sam, you've done well. There is no need for you to follow up on this matter. I will assign it to someone else. Chunqi expressed his satisfaction with Sam's performance, perhaps a reason why Alland continued to employ him as a secretary. However, the situation at Fadil Mining appeared to be aimed directly at him. Chunqi felt a vague sense of suspicion. Yet remaining cautious, he called Taluno, instructing him to investigate the movements of the Firefox gang and other underground factions. What if they were involved? Boss, I've conducted my investigation. The Firefox gang is currently engaged in territorial skirmishes with other factions. They would never dare to offend you. Even companies that compete with you would not target a mining company that has already fallen into disrepair. I reviewed all surveillance records surrounding the mining company over the past month and discovered that a mercenary squad had been active in the vicinity. This is quite abnormal. Toluno's intelligence prowess was indeed no exaggeration. In just half a month, he had established an intelligence network encompassing the entirety of Terran City. While he could not claim that every whisper and rustle escaped his notice, he certainly had not overlooked the presence of mercenary squads emerging from the dark web. Soon, Qinshi received the complete dossier on the mercenary squad. How intriguing. Were they attempting to lure me to the mine? The mercenaries' intentions were clearly not to demolish the mine. Otherwise, they would not have commenced with the smaller shafts. Their aim was likely to draw Qinshi into their trap. However, as Qinshi remained unresponsive, they escalated their actions to attract attention. It seems this mastermind is well acquainted with Xiaomoya Chris, knowing precisely where the source resides. These mercenaries were clearly pawns, yet one could not deny that the mastermind had achieved their goal. Even if Qinshi was not Xiaomoya, he could not idly stand by while the mine was annihilated. The significance of the source was paramount. Fortunately, the source had been integrated into the mine in a rather unique manner by Xiaomoya Chris, unless one possessed awakened sentience and the unlock code. It could not be extracted. Toluno, accompany me to Fadil Mining. Afterwards, you will assemble a team dedicated to guarding the mine. Qinshi certainly did not regard a mere mercenary squad as a significant threat, even if the dossier depicted the leader as extraordinarily formidable. Nonetheless, this incident served as a wake-up call for Qinshi. The security at Fadil Mining warranted enhancement, but at the very least, he needed to be immediately informed of any external interest in the source necessitating Toluno's intelligence support. Terinuo was exceedingly thrilled to embark on a mission alongside his employer. It seemed he was destined to become a trusted confidant. In an effort to maintain a low profile, or perhaps to avoid alerting others, Qinshi chose not to drive his own vehicle, but rather to ride in Terinuo's car en route to the mine, situated over 20 kilometers from Tallinn. Half an hour later, it was finally within sight. However, unbeknownst to Qinshi, a mercenary squad had already received information shortly after he left the city. "Damn it, that playboy has finally emerged," grumbled a burly man, who was hefting heavy weaponry, amidst complaints of the dreariness of their desolate surroundings with not a woman in sight. "Enough with the whining, that if we can eliminate that kid, we'll pocket 5 million. The machine gunner replied, his face brimming with excitement as he began to fantasize about how he would spend the money. Soon, the 4 members of the squad were engaged in lively conversation, while their leader, Flight, remained unusually calm. Fully aware of the true identity of their target, Flight glanced at his 4 teammates, lost in their daydreams, yet chose not to shatter their illusions that if things went awry, dying in such a manner could be considered a form of happiness. That on the winding, narrow road, a vehicle bounced along, despite Terinuo's flawless driving skills failing to provide a comfortable ride. Fortunately, the boss was quite understanding and didn't seem to mind. According to the navigation, they were only 5 minutes away from their destination. Just then, Qinshi, who was seated in the back, spoke up. How unrefined, resorting to an ambush. Before Terinuo could process his words, he felt himself being lifted effortlessly. In the next instant, the car door was violently flung open, and Terinuo was propelled out, landing several meters away. Boom! The already damaged vehicle was struck by something, erupting into a brilliant fireball. Chapter 16, Alloy Solution. They actually used a rocket launcher, Terinuo exclaimed, maintaining an unexpected composure in the face of danger. This only heightened Qinshi's expectations of him. Ever since they had entered this road, Qinshi's sense of danger had been warning him. He could hardly fathom the explosive finale that awaited them. Although firearms were not prohibited in the Blue Taro Nation, only those desperate fugitives entrenched in the dark web would dare to wield rocket launchers. What the hell is our target, Superman? He tore through the car door and fled. Mackenzie nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief from hundreds of meters away, while the other 3 comrades, who had begun to celebrate, were equally bewildered. What sort of creature were they hunting? All thoughts aside, they readied themselves for battle, that if they did not fight for their lives, they would surely perish flight side, understanding that the situation would not resolve easily. He could only hope that their target's abilities were not as formidable as the intelligence suggested. Bang! Bang bang! The heavy machine gun roared, occasionally accompanied by armor-piercing rounds, just as Qinshi and Terinuo had narrowly escaped. They found themselves caught in a hailstorm of bullets. Terinuo initially believed he was doomed, But to his astonishment, his boss effortlessly guided him away from the onslaught of bullets. "Stay low. I'll take care of these pesky foes," Chun-Chi instructed, tossing Trinuo into a nearby hollow in the hillside, where they were shielded from enemy fire. As for Chun-Chi, he was determined to charge forward. Red Falcon Fist. Shadow Sweep. Thump, thump, thump. Chun-Chi's heart pounded like a giant drum, quickening its tempo. The next moment, he vanished as if he were a supercharged race car. The wind howled around him as he darted forward at 30 meters per second, a testament to the mastery he had achieved with the Red Falcon Fist. His muscle efficiency had now reached 20%. Remarkably, Chun-Chi relied solely on his physical strength, without utilizing body manipulation. "What the hell is this monster?" Mackenzie shouted. "Quick, use tracking rounds. Cover fire." The mercenary squad was thoroughly intimidated by Chun-Chi, who was clocked at an astonishing speed of 30 meters per second, twice that of a cheetah. Was this speed even attainable by a human? The bullets rained down like a torrential storm, creating a deadly barrage that threatened to block Chun-Chi's every path. The squad no longer sought accuracy. They merely aimed to obstruct the monstrous advance, and buy themselves precious seconds. There could be no pause. They needed swift resolution. Chun-Chi perceived the mercenaries' intentions through the trajectory of the bullets. Although he was unaware of their precise plan, he knew he could not fall into their rhythm. Body manipulation activated, and 5 puppet threads of violet light extended from his left hand, penetrating his body. In an instant, his Red Falcon Fist surged to a new echelon, reaching mastery level. A piercing shriek suddenly sliced through the valley. And amidst the cacophony of gunfire, everyone felt the intensity of that cry. Red Falcon Fist. Glimmering light. At that moment, Chun-Chi's muscle efficiency soared to 25%. His 629 muscles operated like meticulously forged components, functioning efficiently and in harmony. Dynamic capture. Chun-Chi extended 2 puppet threads from his right hand, inserting them into his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the world around him transformed. The bullets, which had been tearing through the air, seemed to freeze mid-flight, subsequently moving as sluggishly as snails through a viscous gel-like atmosphere. Just 0.002 seconds. Chun-Chi's mind formulated the optimal path for advancement. The next moment, he vanished from his original position at a speed of 50 meters per second. Where did he go? The mercenaries, engaged in gunfire, merely glimpsed a fleeting shadow. Their astonishment caused their shooting to falter momentarily. Yet before they could recover, it was too late. Boom! A dark figure swept past, the resulting shockwave scattering the squad in all directions. Indeed, they were torn asunder, as if dismembered. As the air cleared, a thick mist of blood enveloped the area, saturating a radius of dozens of meters. That was certainly perilous. This rocket must have been equipped with biological thermal tracking capabilities. Chun-Chi stood amidst the blood mist, his gaze fixed on the rocket launcher in Mackenzie's grip. Just half a second remained before it could be fired. Chun-Chi was not entirely confident he could withstand it. After all, his metal strings were only 10 meters long. If he failed to dismantle the rocket within that distance, he would likely be obliterated. "Flight, your team is dead. Why do you not join them?" Chun-Chi taunted, 3 fingers of his right hand dancing as his metal strings flickered. It was these very strings that had dismembered the other 4 members of the squad. The ability to simultaneously employ body manipulation and string strangulation was the latest result of Chun-Chi's skill development. However, he did not anticipate that when the metal strings grazed Flight's neck, they would produce a shower of sparks. Utilized the Type 3 alloy solution for human modification. It is a failed experiment from a small nation's efforts to enhance human capabilities. The original goal was to transform humans into beings of iron and steel, but they clearly overestimated their scientific prowess. The end product was merely a metallic coating, the only effect of which is rendering one impervious to blades and bullets. It is akin to a biological version of an impenetrable barrier. Flight touched the scratch on his neck, momentarily believing he would meet his demise. Fortunately, the intelligence had proven accurate. Incredible. Such a thing actually exists. Flight mused, realizing he had been confined to a narrow perspective after spending too long in the Blue Taro Nation. Chun-Chi's fingers twitched, and the metal strings once again coursed over Flight's body. Still producing sparks, it seemed that his level 1 metal strings could not breach this defense. Flight remained calm in response to Chun-Chi's probing. He was merely testing his own defenses. confident that as long as his vulnerabilities were protected, he could withstand the metal strings. That it appears you possess a profound understanding of my abilities. Might you enlighten me as to which old friend sent you? After experiencing the might of advanced technology, Chen-Chi's gaze bore into flight. As he had surmised, the puppet master behind this operation was well acquainted with Xiaomoya Chris' capabilities, Sir Executor. It is not that I do not wish to divulge information. Rather, I am simply unaware. For someone of your stature, manipulating the fates of mere mortals is all too easy. I am left with no choice. Despite facing an adversary who had annihilated his team, Flight maintained an air of respect. It was a display of humanity's humility before extraordinary power. Yet in Flight's eyes, Chen-Chi discerned a burning ambition. Since you are so well informed regarding my abilities, allow me to witness the true courage that allows you to stand before me. Chen-Chi's left hand grasped the air, 5 invisible puppet strings penetrating Flight's body. His seemingly invulnerable skin presented no hindrance whatsoever. Chapter 17. Extreme Path Chip. This what the intelligence referred to as body manipulation ability. Truly terrifying. Even though he had anticipated the outcome, as his body lost control, Flight was overtaken by an uncontrollable fear. However, this is merely a manifestation of primal instinct. Having long been prepared, he is far from reaching a state of desperation. Perhaps his selection by a certain individual hinges upon his innate capacity for struggle. Flat, it appears you are on the brink of demise. The battle unfolds with remarkable ease, yet Chen-Chi's demeanor remains notably serene. With a flick of his right hand, 2 metallic strings transform into lethal blades, aimed directly at Flat's head. In a state where his body is beyond his control, Flat finds himself unable to even close his eyelids. Perhaps in the next heartbeat, the metallic strings will pierce through his eyeballs and invade his brain. Chip, activate. Yet just as despair looms, Flat finally unveils his trump card. With his brainwaves issuing commands, the chip implanted in the back of his head suddenly unleashes an electromagnetic pulse. The extreme path, tiger form, intelligent chip seizes control of his neural network, and he abruptly regains control from the chaos. Success! I have triumphed. Flat's heart swells with exhilaration. In the next instant, his palm shields his face, intercepting Chen-Chi's assault. You are a super soldier of the Black Blood Federation. The moment the chip activates, Chen-Chi perceives its entirety through the sensory feedback of the puppet strings. The large emblem of the Black Blood Federation is distinctly visible. Flat's final defense against Chen-Chi's onslaught bears unmistakable traces of the martial arts of the Heavenly Martial Kingdom. It seems the esteemed executor has gleaned much from the remnants of the Red Falcon sect. However, your strength pales in comparison to what I have gleaned from the intelligence reports. Prior to this, I was merely a pawn sent to test you. But now that your power is so diminished, I must consider usurping your position. Flat's eyes are awash with unmasked greed and excitement. The very ability that once instilled despair within him, the body control, has been dismantled by the chip within him. This is truly astonishing. According to the information he received, Xiaomoya Chris had previously utilized this ability to eliminate several executives. Yet now he has liberated himself, signifying that the opponent's strength has waned. Is this the reason why that esteemed individual dispatched me to test you? He recalls the words of that esteemed figure, who once stated that though this endeavor might be fraught with peril, should he miraculously eliminate Xiaomoya, he would gain his superpowers. Flat could also ascend to the rank of executor. Ah, you have seen through me. Chen-Chi sighed, yet his expression remained unperturbed. The LV1 level of body control is still too feeble. While it can influence biological neural systems, it is far too gentle in comparison to the chip's brutal control point. One side employs inducement, while the other resorts to coercion. Naturally, Chen-Chi's abilities falter. However, this does not indicate that the body control ability is inherently weak, but rather that the skill level is too low. According to Chen-Chi's calculations, should the skill reach LV2, he would not be beset by these troubles. Now, it is my turn to attack. Executor, your martial arts are truly mediocre. Crackle, crackle, electric charges flicker across Flat's form. Boom, 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 accompanied by the violent beating of his heart. All 639 muscles in his body swell. Thoroughly awakened, this moment, a golden sunlight cascades down, and Flat, bare-chested, resembles a statue of a mighty god enshrined in a temple. The contours and lines of his muscles are intricately detailed, akin to a circuit diagram. Esteemed executor, it is my honor to introduce myself, that I am Flat Loren, captain of the 3rd Special Squad of the Black Blood Federation. The chip embedded within me is derived from the martial arts sect, Divine Tiger Gate. Ever since the investigative team entered the Federation, I have known that we super soldiers were forsaken. Thus I seized the opportunity amidst the internal strife of the Federation to escape. Initially, I believed I would forever remain a mercenary, merely adding blood to the blade. But now, a new destiny unfolds before me. Therefore, I must bid you farewell. Tiger roar. Boom. The air is pierced as Flat strikes with a velocity of 70 meters per second, crashing heavily into Qin-Shi. Faced with such a rapid and explosive attack, Qin-Shi seems to have been caught off guard, sent flying several meters away to no, something feels amiss, after delivering a punch that sent his opponent reeling. Flat gazes at his fist in confusion, that he is certain he made contact, yet the feedback from his punch does not carry the sensation of his foe's disintegration. This implies that the opponent had indeed blocked his attack. But due to their inferior strength, they were still propelled backwards. Cough, cough. Qin-Shi struggles to rise from the ground, the power and speed unleashed by Flat exceeding his initial estimations. The mastery-level martial arts allow for a muscle efficiency of 30, which is Flat's state upon activating the chip. Qin-Shi's ability to withstand Flat's assault stems from his utilization of dynamic capture to ascertain the trajectory of Flat's attack, subsequently shielding his chest with his hands and weaving a layer of metallic netting from the metallic strings. Flat's fist had, in fact, struck the metallic netting. Yet, even so, Qin-Shi is still propelled backwards by the force so that's how it is. At this moment, Flat comprehends why his attack failed, yet it matters not. A change in tactics is in order. The next time he strikes with his hand, it shall not only tear through that metallic net, but also cleave, Chiao Moya in twain. Tiger/Flat's form bends like a bow, his thighs resembling ancient, entwined vines that end the next instant. The air is cleaved like flowing water, and Flat's figure vanishes in an instant. Boom! The vanished Flat reappears, a powerful gust erupting before him. However, his target stands unscathed to the side, untouched. Ha! Esteemed executor, how pitifully inept you are! Though his second attack bears no fruit, Flat remains elated. He, a mere mortal, has managed to dominate an executor with superpowers. To his astonishment, his capacity has escalated from 25 to an impressive 28. Yet it is futile. Even if the Red Falcon Fist excels in speed, how many times can you evade? Flat indulges in his exhilaration, his very blood boiling in sync with his heightened fighting spirit. Who says I am limited to the Red Falcon Fist? The time is ripe. Qin-Shi's focus reaches unprecedented heights, as if he is striving to sense something. In the next instant, boom, boom, boom. His muscles explode outward, causing his entire physique to swell. Yet this is not bulk. The 639 muscles of Qin-Shi's body harmoniously interlock, forming a magnificent mosaic of human strength. Should a sculptor be present to analyze the muscle contours of both combatants, they would find them identical, as if crafted from the same mold. Chapter 18. The Tiger of Death with the Corpse. How is this possible? How could you possibly wield the Divine Tiger Fist? Flat feels as though he is gazing into a mirror. The method by which his opponent mobilizes their muscles unmistakably mirrors the techniques of the Divine Tiger Gate. Even more astonishing is the realization that his adversary has reached the same mastery level. What could be impossible about this? Martial arts can be grasped after a single observation. Qin-Shi speaks nonchalantly. Yet Flat remains unconvinced. Even he, after loading the chip, spent 6 months before mastering it completely. Whether it is true or false, a trial will reveal all. Tiger Fury, Flat launches another assault, but unlike the previous attempts, his opponent retaliates. Boom! The clash of their hand blades sparks a cascade of flames that at this moment. Qin-Shi's hands are entirely enveloped in metallic strings, weaving a pair of golden gloves. This is to counter Flat's assault. After all, this fellow is impervious to blades and bullets that end the next instant. Their palms collide, producing a thunderous crack in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of meters away, Talino stares agog at the clash between the two. In his eyes, this is no longer a 1v1 battle, but rather a chaotic melee involving dozens of phantoms. Can they still be considered human? Impossible, impossible. The howling winds roar, waves of air surge, and the battlefield is pockmarked with shallow craters, as if a colossal beast has trampled through. Even if Flat finds it hard to believe, the fact remains that his opponent has also mastered the mastery-level Divine Tiger Fist. What baffles him further is the opponent's uncanny ability to predict his attacks, effortlessly blocking them. Could it be that this individual possesses some form of precognition? Flat's doubts arise from Qin-Chi's persistent closure of his eyes during the battle, which incites a sense of humiliation within him. He irrationally believes Qin-Chi is mocking him, prompting him to unleash even more violent assaults, neglecting defense entirely. However, Qin-Chi harbors no intentions of humiliation. He closes his eyes solely to concentrate, enhancing his ability to capture signals. Unbeknownst to Flat, an invisible puppet thread resides within him, intricately linked to the neural network controlled by the chip. The chip's commands are easily intercepted by the puppet thread from the neural network and transmitted outward. Through his unique connection with the puppet thread, Qin-Chi can instantly acquire this information. This is the reason he can swiftly learn the techniques of the Divine Tiger Gate and anticipate Flat's every move. For Flat, his true adversary has always been himself. However, such actions are not devoid of risk. Should another player take the stage, they could effortlessly sever the puppet thread that it would be akin to losing a finger among 10. As a consequence, the Seven of Hearts would suffer severe damage, and Qin-Chi would be stripped of all abilities for 10 days. All this data is derived from the Qiao Moya diary, which details countless experiments conducted on cards, numbering in the hundreds. Alas, Fright remains but a mere mortal, unable to perceive the existence of the puppet thread. Whoosh! After the tempest, Fright, realizing the futility of his assault, finally calmed himself and ceased all movements. You mimicked me? Though Fright was unaware of how his opponent had accomplished this feat, after much contemplation, he concluded this must be the answer. Qin-Chi remained noncommittal, evidently unwilling to enlighten his foe. I admit, I was indeed arrogant just now. But if you think the Dark Blood Federation's extreme Dao chip is merely this, you underestimate human ingenuity. Regaining his composure, Fright seemed to exude an even more formidable presence than before. Fright, the rumors outside suggest that the Dark Blood Federation's chip has only been developed to 30. With such confidence, have they possibly cracked the secret technique? Qin-Chi's expression remained as placid as ever, yet Fright's words piqued his interest. Haha, among the rumors circulating outside, a few hold truth. Our Dark Blood Federation has certainly succeeded, even in tumultuous times, fleeing from place to place. Fright still harbored pride in the Dark Blood Federation. Do you know what a true master martial artist is? Are you aware why fighters believe that the will of martial arts is fundamental? I am indeed curious whether you can replicate a secret technique imbued with the will of martial arts. Fright's expression turned unusually grave. Each time he employed a secret technique, it cost him his vitality. For the techniques loaded onto the chip are cursed. The birth of each chip requires the sacrifice of a master-level martial artist. Fright was oblivious to the reasons behind this, only aware of its connection to the so-called martial will. The Death Tiger holds the corpse. This is the secret technique of the Divine Tiger sect. As the chip began to load, Fright's once Herculean physique underwent another transformation, that he grew taller, stronger, and more fearsome. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heart pounding echoed for hundreds of meters. The Fright's meticulously arranged muscles began to twist and shift. Gradually, a black, Death Tiger holding the corpse image emerged on Fright's back, and a grotesque, terrifying face coalesced at the center of his chest. What in the world is this? At the moment Fright activated the secret technique, Qin-Chi realized he could no longer decipher it in real time. As the changes deepened, he could no longer recognize the neural network signals he had intercepted. Furthermore, even more astonishingly, as the Death Tiger holding the corpse image materialized, particularly with the appearance of the ghastly face, the puppet thread that had latched onto Fright sensed the birth of something. Even the Seven of Hearts design on Qin-Chi's left hand began to flicker, as if awakening. Was this an urge to feast? The unusual movement of the Seven of Hearts left Qin-Chi contemplative. Unfortunately, the entity birthed within Fright appeared too feeble to awaken the Seven of Hearts. Ha! It seems you cannot replicate it. I have one. Seeing Qin-Chi remain utterly unmoved, Fright was ecstatic, envisioning himself as the executor, endowed with extraordinary powers. Nay, it is I who have triumphed. In truth, from the moment the battle commenced, you were already defeated. Although the unfolding events were intriguing, they had strayed from Qin-Chi's plan that he merely wished to witness the Dark Blood Federation's chip, not to risk a catastrophic downfall. This moment, Fright posed a credible threat to his life. Thus, it was time to conclude this. A sudden spray of blood erupted from Fright's mouth, mingled with fragments of his own viscera. Fright, in terror, discovered a metallic thread had inexplicably appeared within him, slicing him apart like a meat grinder. In the next instant, his internal organs were obliterated, his brain reduced to pulp. Fright did not have the opportunity to utter any final words before departing this world. What a pity, witnessing his opponent's demise. Chen-Chi felt a pang of regret, having been deprived of witnessing the full display of the secret technique. With Fright's death, the metallic thread, akin to an iron wire worm, returned to Chen-Chi's hand. Clutching a chip, strangely, it seemed to have transformed into a living entity, unwilling to revert to the Seven of Hearts. This was the price of thoroughly releasing the puppet thread. Chen-Chi even suspected that this metallic thread was a part of the Seven of Hearts. The relationship between Chen-Chi and this metallic thread resembled that of a master and pet. While he could control it remotely, he could no longer manipulate it at will. This was also why the puppet thread could achieve virtual real transformation and transmute into the metallic thread. For the essence of virtual real transformation was an innate ability of the puppet thread itself. Chen-Chi merely issued the command. Unless he could fully merge body control with thread strangulation into a singular skill, he would forever be incapable of achieving virtual real transformation. That if he could do so now, he would have already strangled Fright with the metallic thread the moment the puppet thread had ensnared him. Chapter 19. The Seven of Spades has the battle concluded. Observing from a distance, Talonneau became utterly agitated upon seeing the mercenary leader Fright sprawled in a pool of blood. Indeed, Your Excellency the Executor is formidable. In such moments, Talonneau felt compelled to rush over, eager to pledge his loyalty. Boss, it was my intelligence work that fell short. These detestable mercenaries had long set a trap to ambush us. At this juncture, Chen-Chi stood amidst the blood, his gaze oscillating between clarity and tumult. Believing his boss to be incensed, Talonneau hurriedly offered a self-dash reproach. "It no matter. Their intention was to lure me out. You handle the aftermath here. I will go inspect the mine." Chen-Chi's right wrist was encircled by writhing metallic threads. This independent puppet thread resisted approaching Chen-Chi's left hand. The reason for Chen-Chi's fluctuating expression lay in his contemplation of how to resolve this predicament. He did not believe that ignoring it was a prudent option. A pet that gains wildness can become a threat. Only that which is controlled by oneself can truly be one's own strength. Rest assured, boss, I will ensure the traces of battle here are thoroughly eradicated. Observing that his boss still required his assistance, Talonneau felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having witnessed inhuman strength, Talonneau increasingly understood the importance of aligning oneself with a powerful ally. After Chen-Chi conveyed his instructions, he departed immediately. His figure flickered several times before vanishing from Talonneau's sight. However, contrary to what he had professed, Chen-Chi did not head toward the mine. Instead, he paused in a secluded area, quietly waiting for something. Unfortunately, all remained tranquil and nothing transpired. Strange, I should not have misjudged. During the earlier battle, there had undoubtedly been someone lurking in the shadows, observing us. After waiting for a while longer, the observer remained inactive. It seemed that individual had no intention of revealing themselves, or perhaps their purpose was merely to observe the fight. In light of this, Chen-Chi chose to disregard it and began advancing toward the mine. Indeed, he had been discovered. Several kilometers away, a middle-aged man with scars on his face retracted his high-definition binoculars that he had just been spying on Chen-Chi's battle with Fright. Although he had not discerned the specific details of the fight, or perhaps he simply did not comprehend how Fright had been defeated, it mattered not. The previous battle footage had already been recorded, sufficient to report back to that esteemed individual. This was also why he had refrained from taking any action. He was merely an observer. Soon, the video data reached the hands of the figure behind the scenes. "Ha ha, Chiao Moya Chris, you have indeed perished." In Tongyu City, Chi Tianming received the intelligence delivered by his subordinates. After viewing the video, his expression turned extraordinarily complex, torn between schadenfreude and the sorrow of a fellow creature. Chi Tianming found it difficult to articulate his emotions. The rumors had proven true. The number 7 was indeed a card of certain death. Had one remained obedient and compliant, they might have survived until the day of judgment. However, should one act recklessly like Chiao Moya, they would be eliminated prematurely. Chi Tianming murmured to himself, a black 7 of spades quietly suspended in his palm. His trump card that he too was a novice player, having officially entered the game in the 9th round. However, he was far more discreet than Xiao Mo Ya Chris and had not become a traitor. Similarly, he had not joined the ranks of the orderlies. In truth, there were not many freelance players like them. Surviving in the cracks was the most challenging, and they would undoubtedly be the first to be dealt with. Yet, Qi Tianming had his own schemes and had found a new patron. This land of Feng Shui in the Blue Yam Kingdom possessed extraordinary powers not solely attributed to players. Patience that my current strength is insufficient. I cannot rush into harvesting. For now, let the 7 of Hearts roam freely. After all, the ultimate opponent would most likely be a high-level player who had evaded the day of judgment. Xiao Moya had indeed set a poor example for me. A card of certain death? It remains uncertain whose hands the deer shall fall into. No one would resign themselves to a fate of assured demise, and Qi Tianming was no exception. The mine lay deep within the hills, having been abandoned for a year or two, with the pathways now overgrown with weeds. Yet, these obstacles posed no hindrance to Chen Qi's stride. In merely 15 minutes, he traversed 3 mountain peaks and reached his destination. However, as he approached the mine entrance, the metallic cord encircling his right hand began to stir restlessly. Indeed, it detected something excellent. Even as the metal grazed his wrist, leaving behind a trail of wounds, Chen Qi felt an exhilarating joy. The method recorded in Xiao Mo Ya's diary for recovering the metallic cord proved to be effective. As he entered the main cavern of the mine, the cord reacted with increasing intensity. Trembling violently, it was evident that a portion of the cord's power derived from the source organ. A complete 7 of Hearts could consume the source or his sustenance, but a mere fragment would be devoured by it instead. As Chen Qi delved deeper, the metallic cord could no longer withstand the pressure and transformed into puppet threads, merging with the 7 of Hearts. In that instant, Chen Qi felt his abilities reach their zenith. He paused, knowing better than to venture further into the mine. Should it collapse, due to the machinations of ill-intentioned individuals, he would be trapped beneath. Nevertheless, even without advancing deeper, he sensed a certain presence. Yet that sensation permeated the entire cavern, as if the entire vein had come to life. Chen Qi understood that this was impossible. A single source or lacked such power. Was this what one might call spirituality? After leaving the mine, Chen Qi found himself pondering. Perhaps his greatest gain today was not the chip, but rather that unique sensation he had just experienced. He felt akin to a blind man who had never seen the light, suddenly perceiving a blurred world. Even in its vagueness, he had gained a rudimentary understanding of this realm. That moment, he realized that although he had previously acknowledged the 7 of Hearts as a living entity, he had been unable to grasp its essence. Yet now, he truly felt the distinction, a transformation in his understanding. More precisely, he had sensed the spirituality of the 7 of Hearts, just as he perceived the card's spirituality. 2 originally unconnected, differently colored parallel lines suddenly intersected. They began to influence one another, with unfortunate timing placing Chen Qi at a disadvantage. In the tangible world, the pattern on the back of his left hand began to spread, extending along his arm. Was this a sign that his skill was about to advance to level 2? Chen Qi remained unperturbed. This scene had been meticulously documented in Xiao Mo Ya's diary. The study of ancient civilization texts was in itself a refinement of one's spirituality. Upon reaching a certain level, one could vaguely sense the spirituality of external entities, particularly those closely related to oneself. Once one sensed the spirituality of the 7 of Hearts, it was inevitable to be consumed by it. However, this consumption would soon cease. Achieving a new equilibrium. In return, the card's host would experience a leveling up of their skills. This was the pathway to advancing skills to level 2. Chapter 20. Yuhan Wu. Achieving this new balance would require 3 days. During this period, it was best not to recklessly utilize one's abilities, lest one lose control. It must be said that the Xiao Mo Ya diary held significant value. Chen Qi's arduous efforts in deciphering it were not in vain. For which skill to enhance. Chen Qi had long since devised a plan in his mind. Naturally, it was the control of the body. In truth, this dilemma was likely one he bore alone. Others possessed only one ability with their initial cards, leaving no room for choice. Fortunately, once one ability was enhanced, the improvement of another became considerably simpler. He was grateful for the path forged by Xiao Mo Ya, lamenting the fate of that individual who had been devoured by dogs. Otherwise, Chun-Chi would undoubtedly have paid his respects. The concluding tasks in Taluno were proceeding smoothly. He had now established himself as a formidable force within the underground factions of Tailing City. The next step involved setting up various surveillance equipment within the mine and forming patrol teams. Matters which required no concern from Chen-Q. At this moment, Chen-Chi had returned to Tailing City, but instead of heading home, he made his way to the Red Falcon Martial Arts School. His recent battle with Flight, particularly the secret techniques employed at the last moment, revealed to Chen-Chi that his understanding of martial arts was not as profound as he had believed. UV killed someone? Upon their first meeting, Mu Wanqing immediately sensed the scent of blood emanating from Chen-Chi. This was not unfamiliar to those who frequently fought to the death that I eliminated a few bothersome pests. However, one of them was indeed quite troublesome. Chen-Chi downplayed the matter, but Mu Wanqing scrutinized him closely, leaving Chen-Chi bewildered. So you have indeed mastered the Red Falcon Fist to a master level. You were merely pretending before, didn't know. You also utilized another form of boxing, enhancing muscular efficiency by 30. You truly are remarkable. Under such immense strain, you still managed to survive. Mu Wanqing's words left Chen-Chi astonished. She had effortlessly discerned the details of their previous encounter, and he had indeed underestimated martial artists. As for the strain inflicted by master-level martial arts, Chen-Chi's life level of 4 barely sustained him. This should be familiar, right? A blood-red chip was pinched between Chen-Chi's fingers, waving it in front of Mu Wanqing. How could the extreme path chip of the Black Blood Federation end up in your possession? Mu Wanqing was genuinely taken aback. The chip's appearance quickened her breath and reddened her eyes. That I acquired it after killing a man named Flight Loren. This chip not only contains the master-level Divine Tiger Fist, but also the secret technique Devouring Tiger. With each word Chen-Chi spoke, Mu Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically. Clearly, she was well aware of both Flight and the Divine Tiger sect. Speak. What exactly do you want here? Surely, you didn't come merely to boast about your achievements. Mu Wanqing's gaze turned icy as she fixed her stare on Chen-Chi, clearly suspecting him of having ulterior motives. Calm down, calm down. I'm a reasonable person. Since we've embarked on this transaction, we are friends. That I am merely curious about the principles behind the secret technique and wish to seek your counsel. Chen-Chi elaborated on the peculiar changes he had observed when Flight employed the secret technique, only to find Mu Wanqing glaring at him with irritation. Do you think a master-level martial artist like me would know about secret techniques, which are considered rare even among masters? Perhaps her emotions had been too tumultuous that day. Mu Wanqing finally displayed a lack of composure in Chen-Chi's presence that I thought this was common knowledge among martial artists. Chen-Chi spoke in confusion, only to see Mu Wanqing's gaze sharpen. Regarding secret techniques, only the sect leader is privy to that information. If you can cure him, then you may learn everything. That Mu Wanqing spoke the truth. In any sect, secret techniques were highly confidential. Very well, I have already grasped most of the Red Falcon Fist. In a few days, I will be able to fulfill our transaction. Right now, I will examine the sect leader's condition. He should be able to speak without issue. In no more than 3 days. Chen-Chi's control of the body would reach level 2. Although he had already obtained a chip containing the secret technique Devouring Tiger, his interest in secret techniques had grown even greater. If he was not mistaken, the existence that manifested within Flight when he utilized the secret technique must also possess some form of spirituality. Martial arts, or perhaps the martial way, seemed to be far more profound than he had previously imagined. He had come to the Red Falcon sect to discover the origins of martial arts. Upon Chen-Chi's voluntary offer of treatment, Mu Wanqing naturally did not refuse. Under her guidance, he entered a bedroom where he encountered the seemingly lifeless Yu Hongwu. The man appeared to be in his 50s, unremarkable in appearance, and though he should have been quite robust, he now looked exceptionally frail and haggard. Within the room, Chen-Chi also observed a few other disciples of the martial arts school. There were not many, only 7, and these were the last remaining disciples of the Red Falcon sect. One could say that the Red Falcon sect now teetered on the brink of extinction. It was no wonder they had agreed to Chen-Chi's transaction. Otherwise, given the martial arts sect's reverence for their traditions, they would never have divulged secret techniques even in the face of annihilation. Perhaps all of this was due, in no small part, to the Black Blood Federation's brutal oppression of martial arts, which had robbed them of their pride and glory. Is this the playboy who dares to pursue Senior Sister Mu? I've heard he's a billionaire. To get close to Senior Sister Mu, He even took up martial arts. A group of people chattered, their comments leaving Chen Qi somewhat speechless. When had he ever declared an intention to pursue Mu Wanqing? Enough idle talk. You're of no use here. Hurry up and practice your martial arts. A hint of awkwardness flashed across Mu Wanqing's face. As the eldest disciple, her words naturally commanded respect. Soon, the room fell silent. Sect leader, I need to examine your condition. Yu Hongwu's eyes could not blink, rendering him unable to respond to Chen Qi. Chen Qi paid no mind. He concentrated his left index finger, conjuring a puppet thread that pierced Yu Hongwu's body. Although Chen Qi's current state was somewhat unstable, it was still feasible to manipulate 2 or 3 puppet threads for exploration. This was Chen Qi's first encounter with a genuine master-level martial artist, and he harbored great curiosity about Yu Hongwu's physique. However, to his disappointment, there were no unusual organs present within Yu Hongwu's body that a master-level fighter remains an ordinary individual, possessing merely a slightly enhanced musculature and bone density compared to the average person. Of course, there are not entirely absent anomalies. Chen Qi discovered that his puppet threads were subjected to a peculiar interference within Yu Hongwu's body, causing an unusually sluggish spread that was as if an invisible force was repelling the existence of the puppet threads. Unfortunately, this force was too scattered and feeble, merely slowing the puppet threads without impeding Chen Qi's control over Yu Hongwu's body. Under Chen Qi's manipulation, the puppet threads replaced the damaged neurons, temporarily restoring some of Yu Hongwu's bodily functions. You are not the previous Qiao Moya. That fellow is already dead, isn't he? This was the first sentence Yu Hongwu uttered upon regaining his ability to speak, marking the moment Chen Qi was unmasked by a non-player. P.S. I wonder how many people are reading this. Wishing everyone a happy new year, and may everything go smoothly, that I kindly request some votes. Chapter 21. Cognitive bias. You mean to say you have not been affected by the king's game? Upon realizing his identity had been exposed, Chen Qi did not feel panic that he was no longer the novice he once was when he first acquired the card. What astonished him was Yu Hongwu's ability to discern the truth, indicating that the king's game did not wield absolute power to king's game. Is that the game created at the expense of the entire Blue Taro Kingdom? He was taken aback to learn that the rumors were indeed true. It truly existed. Yu Hongwu's expression was complex, as the Tianwu Kingdom was not far from the Blue Taro Kingdom, and he was naturally aware of the rumors surrounding its demonic rule. Initially, he believed the Blue Taro Kingdom was enduring a dire existence, only to discover that it was his own Tianwu Kingdom that had nearly become a hell on earth. How ironic. Yet, how could one expect to benefit from the power of demons without paying a price? The primary reason I could unmask your identity is that we have only just arrived in the Blue Taro Kingdom, and the influence has been minimal. Nevertheless, even so, Wanqing and the others have still fallen under the game's cognitive influence, setting up cognitive barriers. As for myself, it is because I once manifested a martial will, granting me a degree of resistance. Yu Hongwu spoke candidly, clearly aware of the precarious situation of the Red Falcon sect and fully understanding Chen Qi's significance to them. What? You are a false Qiao Moya. No wonder I sensed something was off about you. It makes sense now. You were affected by the king's game's cognitive influence, that why Yu Hongwu's words sent a shiver down Mu Wanqing's spine. And she suddenly realized as though the answer had been right before her eyes all along, only now coming to light. You have managed to free yourself from its influence. It seems the power of the king's game indeed has its limits. Chen Qi witnessed Mu Wanqing's transformation firsthand, and, combined with the information provided by Yu Hongwu, he began to speculate about certain mechanisms of the king's game, or rather, the price paid by the citizens of the Blue Taro Kingdom. According to Chen Qi's conjecture, anyone entering the Blue Taro Kingdom would be influenced by the king's game, resulting in cognitive distortions. The longer one remained, the greater the impact, suggesting a gradual process. However, considering that the king's game had been running for 43 years, it was indeed a chilling thought. Who exactly are you? Do you possess the ability to heal the curator? Realizing she had been deceived by an impostor, Mu Wanqing's gaze toward Chen Qi turned hostile. If it weren't for the fact that this individual could still wield supernatural abilities, she would have considered him a mere fraud. Rest assured, Miss Mu, I shall fulfill the promises I made. Compared to the previous Qiao Moya, collaborating with me is indeed your fortune, particularly for you. Chen Qi's words hinted at something deeper, causing Mu Wanqing to recall the disdainful gaze of the prior individual. Finding this impostor, somewhat more agreeable. Very well. Wanqing, please step outside for a moment. I need to discuss some matters in depth with this young friend. The Yu Hongwu interjected, uninterested in the true identity of Qiao Mo, yet as long as the other possessed the identity of a player. He was the collaborator they required. Mu Wanqing seemed to have something to say, but under Yu Hongwu's stern gaze, she ultimately left. Curator Yu certainly has confidence in me, noting that the other party was unconcerned with his authenticity. Chun Shi regarded Yu Hongwu with newfound respect. After all, he was the leader of a martial sect with a history spanning millennia. Even in a weakened state, he should not be underestimated. Young man, do you wish to learn the secret techniques of our Red Falcon sect? Do you know what these techniques truly entail? Though Yu Hongwu was immobile, he was acutely aware of everything occurring within the martial hall. As for the secret techniques, my knowledge is limited. However, I have witnessed the secret techniques of the Divine Tiger sect. Chun Shi recounted his encounter with Flat and presented the blood-red chip to Yu Hongwu. Upon seeing the chip, Yu Hongwu momentarily appeared dazed before exhaling deeply. I never expected they would actually achieve this. I can sense the martial will of the Divine Tiger sect's leader, Su Jinting. Within this chip, it seems he ultimately could not escape that Yu Hongwu's expression grew increasingly grim. Had Chun Shi not been closely monitoring his physical condition, he might have feared for the curator's life. Curator Yu, I have come to inquire about the origins of martial arts. I am also very interested in the truth behind the secret techniques. If there is a price to be paid, please speak candidly. Chun Shi expressed his sincerity, demonstrating respect for a martial sect that had persisted for a millennium. Youth, everything regarding the secret techniques is a closely guarded secret of our Red Falcon sect, known only to the leader. Since you do not intend to join our Red Falcon sect, I cannot reveal it to you. Our transaction involves only the methods of cultivating the secret techniques. Whether you succeed depends entirely on your fortune. However, in light of your assistance in the reconstruction of the Red Falcon sect, I can share some research conclusions of the Black Blood Federation regarding the secret techniques. Yu Hongwu's words did not displease Chun Shi. The nature of their transaction was voluntary, that he did not wish to become entangled in the Red Falcon sect's affairs, and thus could not expect to gain everything. The fact that Yu Hongwu was willing to share insights from the Black Blood Federation was already a gesture of goodwill. Perhaps for Chun Shi, the conclusions drawn by the Black Blood Federation would be more fitting, especially since he already possessed a chip. Please enlighten me, Curator Yu. If the Red Falcon sect encounters any business troubles in Talon City, feel free to seek my assistance. Chun Shi was not a petty individual. His promise was merely to assist with business matters. Considering the Red Falcon sect was new to the area, Yu Hongwu was quite satisfied with Chun Shi's declaration. That was sufficient. Regarding the secret techniques, the Black Blood Federation had its own research conclusions. Once muscle efficiency reached 30, researchers discovered that no adjustments to the human neural network could yield further improvements. After numerous hypotheses, they ultimately attributed the limitation to the obstruction posed by the will of human cells. From a microscopic perspective, each cell in the human body is an independent life form with its own vitality. Though they all serve the human organism as a whole, it does not mean they lack their own thoughts. Much like cancer cells, the scientists of the Black Blood Federation once made an analogy, likening the human body to a kingdom, with the brain as the ruler and muscle cells as countless subjects. The monarch may establish various regulations to enhance the efficiency of the subject's work, yet there exists an inherent limit. Should this limit be exceeded, the subjects will revolt, as it threatens their very survival. In a similar vein, once human muscle utilization exceeds 30, the cells will resist further exploitation. The way fighters overcome this barrier is through the cultivation of martial will. According to the researchers' discourse, fighters employ a specific neural signal to repeatedly brainwash the cells within their bodies. After countless repetitions, they fully integrate the scattered will of the cells. Thus, the martial will that transcends limits is born out of course. These are merely the Black Blood Federation's interpretations of martial arts. However, since their chip was successful, I cannot claim their path is erroneous. Yu Hongwu spoke eloquently, as if he were not a mere experimental subject, but rather a researcher who had participated in the entire experiment. Chun Shi instinctively sensed an oddity, but before he could ponder further, he was drawn to Yu Hongwu's next words. Regarding the origins of martial arts, have you heard of the 3 major acts promulgated by the world government? Chapter 22. The 3 major acts of the inner world. Chen Qi's expression was one of confusion, as this topic delved into his knowledge gap. The inner world is a term encompassing the realm of human activities wielding extraordinary powers. For instance, you are a member of the inner world, but Wei Yuhongwu was more than willing to elaborate for Chen Qi, as the Red Falcon sect needed to extend its goodwill, that he understood clearly that if they wished to survive long-term in the Blue Taro Kingdom, they could not bypass the players. Compared to engaging with other unfamiliar players, the present Qiao Moya left a favorable impression on him, making him a more suitable ally. So I have already become a member of the inner world. Chen Qi's emotions were somewhat complex. He had not anticipated that his past 23 years of life had merely been spent in the surface world of humanity. Did the three major acts issued by the world government include the Human Spiritual Awakening Act? Not understanding, he inquired as Chen Qi sought to obtain more information. Perhaps for others, information is merely information. Yet for Chen Qi, endowed with the ability to wish, there lies the potential to transform it into reality. Indeed, the three major statutes encompass the Human Spiritual Awakening Act, which stands as the first covenant established by the world government. Approximately 2 centuries after the announcement of this initial covenant, the V5-led world government enacted the Alien Purge Act, constituting the second covenant binding all member nations. As for the third covenant, the Human Purification Act, it emerged 5 centuries subsequent to the Alien Purge Act. These 3 statutes fundamentally established the foundation for human existence. It is worth noting that prior to the advent of V5, human civilization experienced tumultuous fluctuations, having perished numerous times. According to Yu Hongwu's accounts, the stable existence of human civilization is merely an illusion following the emergence of V5. Destruction wrought by natural disasters, man-made calamities, and bizarre entities has been the norm. Archaeological excavations by anthropologists reveal that the earliest humans appeared around 300,000 years ago. Throughout this protracted timeline, humanity has endured at least 13 cataclysmic extinctions, resulting in over 6,000 civilizations, of which only a fraction remains in the form of archaeological remnants. In earlier epochs, even a single earthquake or tsunami could obliterate a budding civilization. The instigating factors behind such cataclysms might have simply been some entity passing through the human realm. In more grotesque accounts, a mere glance from a certain existence towards humanity has led to the annihilation of entire continents. However, all of this transformed with the arrival of V5, at least for the past 3 millennia. There have been no reports of large-scale human extinctions. Of course, many believe that V5 merely enjoyed a stroke of luck, coinciding with a favorable era. History is replete with instances of civilizations flourishing for millennia, only to vanish inexplicably thereafter. The 15 scripts cataloged in Comprehensive Knowledge of Ancient Civilizations are derived from these mysteriously extinguished powerful cultures that I never fathomed that human civilization could be so precarious. How vast is the world, truly. Chen Qi was profoundly shaken by Yu Hongwu's narrative of human civilization's demise. In his previous understanding, the notion of human extinction was utterly foreign. How vast is the world? Perhaps only V5 possesses the answer. As for us smaller nations, we merely reside in the greenhouse of the human survival sphere's inner ring. Chen Qi gleaned the term human survival sphere from Yu Hongwu's discourse. If he recalled correctly, source or originates from the outer ring of the human survival sphere. Soon, Yu Hongwu confirmed Chen Qi's conjecture. The world inhabited by humanity is indeed divided into inner and outer rings. The inner ring predominantly houses smaller nations and ordinary middle powers, with only the most elite among the middle powers qualifying to mingle with the great powers in the outer ring. As for V5, the 5 super empires encircle and blockade the entirety of the human world. Only they possess the knowledge to escape from the human realm. The origins of martial arts, or rather the martial arts of Tianwu Kingdom, are connected to the first 2 statutes among the 3 major acts. During the days when V5 swept through the entire inner world, a wooden raft carrying a Taoist washed ashore in Tianwu Kingdom. At that time, Tianwu Kingdom was merely a sparsely populated, desolate island, or a haven for pirates. The pirates killed the gravely injured Taoist, discovering a stone book and a gourd of elixir on his person. The unique constitution of the Tianwu people stems from the pirates consuming the elixir. The stone book, known as the primordial martial canon, has long been under the stewardship of the Divine Tao Palace. Regrettably, the Black Blood Federation obliterated the Divine Tao Palace, yet did not uncover the primordial martial canon. Yu Hongwu recounted this tale. His expression turned melancholic, and his eyes brimmed with righteous indignation, seemingly harboring a deep-seated hatred for the Black Blood Federation. After all, the Divine Tao Palace is the sacred ground of martial arts for all fighters. The actions of the Black Blood Federation are akin to desecrating ancestral graves. However, he was oblivious to the fact that he could articulate these words because Chun-Chi was manipulating his body. The information gleaned from neural signals indicated that Yu Hongwu's heart remained tranquil, devoid of any tumult. Yet, Chun-Chi had no intention of exposing this. Whatever lay hidden within was of no concern to him. From Yu Hongwu's narration, Chun-Chi gleaned a crucial insight. If the martial arts of Tianwu Kingdom were traced back further, they might resemble the extraordinary powers of Tomoya magic. What is the pinnacle of martial arts in Tianwu Kingdom? Out of curiosity, at the conclusion of their conversation, Chun-Chi posed this question. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Hongwu provided an answer. Beyond the realm of masters lies the Grand Master, who can commune with the divine. Only upon reaching such a level can martial arts transcend into the realm of true martialism. Martialism is naturally a path of progression. When Yu Hongwu spoke of martialism, his face radiated with longing and aspiration. This time, Chun-Chi could attest that Yu Hongwu's emotions were sincere, rather than mere theatrics. Regardless of Yu's character, their conversation was amicable. At the meeting's conclusion, Chun-Chi agreed to return in 5 days to complete Yu Hongwu's treatment, while Yu Hongwu promised to present the secret technique of the Red Hawk sect, Heavenward Tower, along with some of his own training insights. Both parties departed in high spirits, and Chun-Chi left satisfied. Martialism communing with the divine. It felt rather peculiar. On his way home, Chun-Chi repeatedly reflected on his dialogue with Yu Hongwu, increasingly sensing its oddity. The existence born from the secret technique could not possibly be what is referred to as God, could it? Alas, the Red Hawk sect, particularly Yu Hongwu, seemed rather sinister. It appeared he ought to limit his visits in the future. Chun-Chi silently resolved. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, Yu Hongwu, who should have been lifeless in bed, blinked his eyes. Unfortunately, when he attempted to speak, he failed once again. Chapter 23. Military Rations Pill. When Chun-Chi returned to the villa, it was already time for dinner, but he felt utterly exhausted from the day's events. Whether it was his superpowers or master-level combat skills, employing these abilities came at a cost. Chun-Chi now found himself both famished and in pain. Every pore felt as if pricked by needles, not to mention the strain on his 639 muscles and muscle fibers. The events of the day had indeed pushed his body beyond its limits. Judging by his calculations, it would take him at least a week to fully recover. The medicinal dietary plan and the vitality enhancement pill. Before parting, Yu Hongwu had generously offered these gifts. Clearly, that old fellow had perceived Chun-Chi's true condition. Chun-Chi suspected that the old man was merely concerned about him not recovering adequately, and thus delaying his treatment. However, he had no intention of accepting such goodwill. He did not trust Yu Hongwu in the slightest, and could not possibly consume anything offered by him. Casually discarding the items into the trash bin, Chun-Chi entered his bedroom and retrieved a box of capsules from the safe. This was a treasure he had fortuitously acquired during a recent gathering of the wealthy. The military rations pill from the Dark Star Empire. At that event, several tycoons involved in import-export trade were present. One of them had forged connections with the Dark Star Empire, securing sales rights for various rare resources. The military rations pill was among the products he emphasized promoting at the gathering. Its effects are straightforward. It rapidly replenishes bodily energy, allowing one to maintain high vitality for extended periods. Some of its special ingredients are reputed to cure all ailments, alleviating various negative states within the human body. It is said that the Dark Star Empire once conducted human trials, wherein a single capsule enabled ordinary soldiers to sustain 3 days and nights of intense combat, with recovery achieved after just a night's sleep. This exemplifies the technological prowess of a top-tier middle power. Of course, just 6 months prior, the Dark Star Kingdom claimed to have mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology and produced the first solar furnace, propelling itself into the ranks of major powers and becoming the Dark Star Empire. The various goods from the Dark Star Empire rapidly gained popularity worldwide, riding the coattails of this momentum. The merchant named Weston Kuda capitalized on this opportunity. While other products were showcased at the gathering, none sold as well as the military rations pill. After all, not all tycoons could endure 3 days and nights of fervor like Eland. The unique effects of the military rations pill perfectly catered to the indulgences of the wealthy. As for Chen Qi, his purchase of the military rations pill stemmed solely from his trust in the technology of great nations. Now was the perfect time to put it to use. Gulp. Chen Qi swallowed a capsule with water, and soon felt as though a small furnace ignited within him, continuously releasing warmth. Countless streams of soothing heat began to circulate throughout his body, as if he were undergoing a high-end steam treatment. Indeed, it was remarkable, visibly. Chen Qi sensed his condition improving. The warm flow persisted for a full half-hour, and when it finally subsided, Chen Qi felt entirely rejuvenated. However, this was accompanied by an overwhelming sense of drowsiness. Sleep is indeed the best way to restore the body, and Chen Qi naturally welcomed it, swiftly drifting into slumber. The technology of great nations is truly worthy of trust. The following morning, Chen Qi awoke brimming with energy. Although his physical condition had not yet returned to its peak, another capsule would likely suffice. That it appears essential to maintain a good relationship with that individual from the Westin. According to his account, the Dark Star Empire has lifted restrictions on numerous banned export resources in order to construct a spaceborne aircraft carrier. How tantalizing! A spaceborne aircraft carrier is a staple for great powers. Even the most ordinary model stretches to 3,000 meters in length, with a displacement of 10 million tons, necessitating the installation of 3 solar furnaces. The pinnacle model, the Tianxiu, exceeds 10,000 meters in length, with a staggering displacement of 10 million tons, requiring the installation of 9 solar furnaces. Only the top 10 great powers possess the technological capability to manufacture such vessels. This represents humanity's might in traversing the outer rim, asserting dominance over land, sea, and air. Good morning, Chairman. After enjoying breakfast, Chen Qi arrived punctually at the Chris Tower. Upon entering his office, he promptly summoned Sam. Sam, the matters concerning Fadil mining have been entrusted to Tarano. You are responsible for the liaison. Bring me the list of all subsidiary enterprises, particularly those related to the computer industry. Tarano has already begun assembling a security team, and Chen Qi certainly would not overlook the financial expenditures involved. Sam is indeed a competent choice. As for that list, it is Chen Qi's desire to unearth talents capable of deciphering the blood chip among his subsidiaries, but he did not possess the courage to have it directly installed on himself. According to Yu Hongwu, the chip harbors Su Jinting's martial will, which is, to say the least, peculiar. Before long, Sam delivered the list. Chen Qi swiftly reviewed it, discovering that aside from the 7 directly subordinate enterprises of the Chris Group, there were also investments in a dozen projects. However, the sole enterprise related to computers was a 5-person game development studio. What astonished Chen Qi even more was that the investment decision had been made by Qiao Mo Chris a year prior. How strange! What interest could this fellow have in games? The Blue Yam Nation is a small country, and its gaming market is desolate, hardly a lucrative industry. Could there be ulterior motives? Intriguingly, Chen Qi's thoughts drifted to Fadil mining, which exists solely for the source Oregon. Had the decision been made by Alanzoff, Chen Qi would not have indulged in such speculation. One must admit, Sam is indeed dedicated. After the list, Chen Qi found detailed information regarding these enterprises. The name of the game studio is Dream Studio. The founder and technical core, Yu Dongcheng, was originally from the Blue Yam Nation, but later studied in a moderately powerful nation, the Great Qin Dynasty, focusing on game development. Interestingly, he seems to have distanced himself from the influence of the King's game. Due to certain mineral resources and a competent government, the Blue Yam Nation has consistently been a model among small countries for decades. The living standards of its people are adequate, making it quite suitable for a laid-back lifestyle. Thus, very few from the Blue Yam Nation choose to study abroad. Of course, it is more likely that the citizens have been influenced by the King's game and have grown accustomed to remaining in their homeland. This makes Yu Dongcheng's case all the more pronounced. Even more perplexing to Chen Qi is that this individual has returned. Chen Qi circled the major of Yu Dongcheng's field of study. Immersive virtual reality development, a profession with no job prospects in the Blue Yam Nation. The country has prohibited virtual gaming for decades, classifying it as a dangerous substance that damages the brain. Now, piecing together all the clues, Chen Qi felt that even without the blood chip, it was necessary to pay a visit to this game studio. Chapter 24. Battlefield of Dreams in the Southern District of Talon City. A dilapidated office building bore the sign of Dream Studio, fluttering precariously in the wind. This seemed to foreshadow the studio's fate, which was teetering on the brink of closure. Boss, we are down to our last few $1,000s. The 3 million investment we previously secured has already been completely consumed, that if things continue like this, we might not even have food to eat, that if all else fails, you might have to speak with that playboy again. Inside the studio, four team members sighed in despair, lamenting that if this persisted, they would soon find themselves unable to afford a meal. That let's hang in there a little longer. Surely, a solution will present itself. Yu Dongcheng wore a worried expression. It was not that he was unwilling to approach his previous benefactor for funds, but the latter seemed preoccupied with revelry, showing little interest in his company. Perhaps the disappointment stemming from their inability to produce a finished product had disheartened the investor. However, what Yu Dongcheng was unaware of was that the last person he had met was Alan Zoff, who had little interest in game development, especially when it appeared to be a losing venture. With that kind of money, one might as well head to a nightclub. Yet a turning point for Yu Dongcheng soon arrived. As the game studio received a phone call from the Chris Group, the chairman was coming for an inspection. This place is indeed quite secluded. 20 minutes later, Chen Qi's convoy arrived at the office building. Before he even alighted from the vehicle, he was met by 5 individuals who approached with palpable enthusiasm. Mr. Qiao Moya, you finally remembered us. We assure you that success will come swiftly this time. Your investment will absolutely bear fruit. Upon exiting the vehicle, Chen Qi savored a treatment befitting a father figure. His gaze inadvertently swept over Yu Dongcheng, yet he sensed nothing particularly remarkable about him. Thus, Chen Qi wasted no time and commenced his tour of the studio. Boss, here is our semi-finished product, which has already achieved basic functionality. As you know, the Blue Yam Nation currently prohibits virtual gaming, including imports of various components that we have only managed to smuggle in development equipment with great difficulty to mass-produce and launch our product. We can only rely on your success in persuading the cabinet to lift the ban on virtual gaming. Yu Dongcheng placed a helmet-style game console before Chen Qi and began to elaborate on his development progress in detail. Chen Qi feigned interest while internally critiquing Qiao Moya Chris. This fellow is truly skilled in the art of persuasion to attract Yu Dongcheng, a SA trader. He should consider himself fortunate not to be hunted down, let alone have the audacity to lobby the cabinet. Moreover, Chen Qi had already begun to suspect the reason behind the kingdom's prohibition of virtual gaming, that it undoubtedly related to the King S game. Could it be that virtual gaming threatens the operation of the King S game? This was the primary motivation behind Chen Qi's decision to visit the game studio, that he believed that Qiao Moya Chris's relentless efforts to retain Yu Dongcheng were also tied to this reason. No one would willingly accept fate, and no gamer could tolerate discovering glitches within a game, enabling cheating. Your persistence left a profound impression on me after our last exchange. Therefore, I intend to continue funding your dream. Because of you, I have developed an interest in immersive virtual reality technology and hope to learn about its history of development here. Chen Qi, of course, was oblivious to what Yu Dongcheng's dream entailed. But the sign hanging at the entrance, Dream Studio, certainly suggested a connection to aspirations. Otherwise, only a fool would forsake the advantages of the outside world to venture into the virtual gaming desert of the Blue Yam Nation. As for extracting information from others, Chen Qi had become quite adept and professional. To Mr. Qiao Moya, you truly understand me, as you always have. Everyone believes I am mad for seeking a dream that does not exist. But my dream is undeniably real, that I have witnessed the gods in battle. The moment the conversation turned to dreams, Yu Dongcheng became exceedingly animated, launching into a passionate recount of his experiences, nearly impossible to interrupt. Chen Qi occasionally chimed in, and the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. To Yu Dongcheng's narrative, he revealed that he had been tormented by a peculiar dream since childhood, beginning at the age of 7. He frequently dreamt of divine beings engulfed in flames battling formidable entities. They soared through the skies and traversed the earth, employing abilities that existed solely in the realm of fantasy. When Yu Dongcheng shared this dream with others, none believed him. Chen Qi initially did not pay much attention, but one of Yu Dongcheng's statements caused his demeanor to shift dramatically. To Mr. Qiao Moya, I truly have found the battlefield of the divine conflict. The 100-meter crater on the Carlos Plain was not formed by a meteor from the heavens, but was instead the result of a cataclysmic explosion from a divine battle. The train affected by the explosion was also destroyed by the divine beings engulfed in flames. At this point in his tale, Yu Dongcheng's expression had become almost frenzied, as if the visions from his dream were vividly re-emerging in his mind. Chen Qi hastily offered reassurance, managing to calm him down. I believe what you say. We will surely uncover the truth, that I will fully support your endeavor to create a device capable of accessing deep memories. Qin made a heartfelt promise to Yu Dongqing, even going so far as to issue a check for 3 million on the spot, which sent Yu Dongqing and his team into a state of ecstatic jubilation. The ensuing conversation proceeded effortlessly, allowing Qin to effortlessly glean more information. The Yu Dongqing's decision to study abroad and pursue immersive virtual reality technology was driven by a desire to recreate the scenes from his dreams. His return to the Blue Yam Nation was predicated on the notion that only here could he vividly relive that dream. Once he left the Blue Yam Nation, the dream would gradually fade, and he might not dream again for a long time. In truth, Yu Dongqing himself was uncertain why he had abandoned a superior lifestyle and career to impulsively return to the Blue Yam Nation. Often he found himself regretting his choice, yet he remained unwilling to leave. Qin was acutely aware of the underlying reasons. Undoubtedly, it was the influence of the King's game, based on the timeline, barring unforeseen circumstances. The grand battle that Yu Dongqing witnessed must have been the 5th round of the game's major reshuffling. He was likely present near the battlefield, a first-hand observer of the ensuing events. Perhaps there were many others like him, but they had subsequently forgotten due to the power of the King's game. Conversely, Yu Dongqing, for reasons unknown, had regained this fragment of memory, yet he merely regarded it as a dream. The subsequent narrative unfolds as Yu Dongqing, facing financial constraints, encountered Xiao Moya, or rather, Xiao Moya proactively sought him out. For Yu Dongqing, developing virtual games was not his ultimate ambition, that he aspired to leverage his technical expertise to fabricate a device capable of accessing deep human memories, projecting his dreams into the virtual realm. Due to various reasons, such devices were under stringent surveillance, making them difficult to procure. Thus, he resorted to imitation. This was also why the game studio had expended so much capital without producing a tangible outcome. Chapter 25. The Six-Dimensional Cult, Mr. Xiao Moya. Rest assured, with this funding of 3 million, we will undoubtedly complete all plans within 6 months. By then, not only will we create the first virtual game, but we will also develop the first R-type login device. Although the investor displayed remarkable generosity and enthusiasm, the cautionary tales from the recent past loomed large to prevent this dandy from changing his mind again. Yu Dongqing established a binding agreement. Qin felt a surge of satisfaction witnessing such diligence from a worker. Even if all investments were to go awry, simply uncovering the truth from 18 years ago would render Qin's journey worthwhile. If Yu Dongqing could indeed create an R-type device capable of accessing deep memories, it would be even more advantageous. Qin could then personally witness a significant reshuffling among players, gaining a wealth of intelligence. More importantly, he could identify the culprit and exact vengeance for his parents and all the victims on the train. Regrettably, despite scouring all his memories, he could only recall being knocked unconscious by a force and awakening in a hospital. Now, with Yu Dongqing as a lead, even 30 million would not make him bat an eye. Despite the unexpected windfall, Qin remained focused on his original purpose, that he continued to inquire about the history of virtual technology and the reasons various nations prohibited virtual games. Mr. Xiao Moya, virtual reality technology is undoubtedly one of humanity's greatest inventions. It is regrettable that numerous countries have banned virtual games. Otherwise, humanity could have established a unified virtual realm. The greatest error of smaller nations like the Blue Taro Kingdom is their refusal to join the Second World Project. As he spoke of his expertise and the prohibition of virtual games, Yu Dongqing became increasingly animated, to the extent that, in a certain sense, he was actively confiding. It was likely that no one in the Blue Taro Kingdom would engage him in such discussions. For Qin, this was an opportune moment. The origins of virtual reality technology trace back 700 years, not to a specific nation, but to the Six-Dimensional Cult. The Six-Dimensional Cult is a clandestine sect, rumored to have originated from a prominent wealthy foundation. Their doctrine divides the world, or rather, humanity's perception of the world, into 6 dimensions. The world perceived by smell, the world touched by touch, the world glimpsed by sight, the world heard by hearing, and the world tasted by taste. Additionally, there exists a dimension of spiritual perception, which is the world sensed by the soul. It is said they possess a remarkable ritual capable of collapsing the 5-dimensional world formed by the 5 senses. Achieving a leap into spiritual perception, thus communicating with dimensions that exist beyond the realm of understanding. In that dimension, causality can be reversed, time can flow backward, and even the future can be foretold. Of course, these are merely the fabrications of charlatans, concocted for the purposes of proselytization and profit. The truth is that the six-dimensional cult has garnered a significant number of scientists and archaeologists who excavated and deciphered the remnants of ancient human civilizations, acquiring a technique known as brain jailbreak. This technology allows individuals to transcend the barriers of the brain, receiving an abundance of information that should not be accessible. The immersive virtual reality technology evolved from this foundation. Many countries prohibit virtual games due to the technologies involved, which pertain to the input and retrieval of memory information from the brain, even commandeering its computational power. Although it only pertains to surface memories, posing no substantial threat to humanity, it nonetheless raises concerns among certain individuals. The Yu Dongqing spoke at length about these topics, seemingly oblivious to their extraordinary implications. At least within the confines of the Blue Taro Kingdom, this was not merely virtual reality technology, it was in essence a form of brain hacking. Qinshi began to comprehend why the Blue Taro Kingdom forbade virtual games. The sustained operation of the King's Game over the years relied on altering the public's perception. Should virtual games infiltrate and exploit numerous vulnerabilities in the brain? Who could predict the ensuing chain reactions? Although the virtual games currently circulating possess only a 60 realism, engaging only with surface memories, they already encroach upon human privacy. Many nations deem such prohibitions reasonable. As for the R-type login device, which achieves a realism of 90 and involves deep brain memories. Such authenticity could be lethal. It is no wonder that stringent monitoring is in place. It appears that Yu Dongqing's so-called imitation is merely a patchwork of inferior products. Qinshi did not believe this individual could conjure such advanced technology with mere millions. To his surprise, this man with thick brows and bright eyes had also learned to embellish grand visions for his investor. Nevertheless, it mattered not. The knowledge he had just imparted was worth the price of admission. Could you assist me in examining this item? Is it decipherable? Despite already feeling fulfilled, Qinshi greedily produced the blood-red chip. Pondering if Yu Dongqing might be able to decode this a chip from the Black Blood Federation, Yu Dongqing immediately recognized the prominent logo on the chip. Rather than answering Qinshi directly, he took the chip for an intricate inspection. After confirming that it bore no physical damage, he placed it into a colossal machine to initiate reading. Curiously, based on the model, this should be a chip dedicated to the military of the Black Blood Federation. Yet, astonishingly, it was neither encrypted nor equipped with self-destruction safeguards. Could it be that this chip had not been finalized, having leaked from a laboratory? Yu Dongqing murmured to himself, and Qinshi instantly perceived that this individual possessed considerable capability. This chip had just been developed when the Black Blood Federation fell into internal strife, a genuine laboratory product. The source code employed an ancient civilization script, but regrettably, I cannot comprehend it, thus unable to assist you in its deciphering. However, given that it utilized ancient scripts, the chip's value should be considerable, potentially representing some top-tier military technology. The development of virtual reality similarly necessitates the use of ancient scripts. Textbooks assert that such scripts possess unique properties, enabling a connection with humanity. The virtual technology employs a form known as cloud patterns, resembling clouds floating in the sky. The reason Yu Dongqing secured an opportunity to study abroad was his remarkable aptitude for learning cloud patterns. This is Do Mu Luo script, a particularly challenging ancient script. As someone who had already mastered 8 ancient scripts and was diligently studying further, Qinshi instantly recognized the script used in the code. Do Mu Luo script is composed of lines and strokes, resembling human fingerprints. The untrained eye, they appear as mere circles, and staring too long may even induce dizziness. Its learning difficulty ranks first among the 15 ancient scripts detailed in the Compendium of Ancient Civilizations. Even Qinshi could barely recognize a few characters, still not having integrated it into his study plan. Chapter 26. The blood-soaked head. Please extract all the source code for me. I will research it myself. Given that the source code was composed in the notoriously difficult Do Mu Luo script, Qinshi knew he had to place his hopes solely in himself. Yu Dongqing hesitated for a moment but complied. In his mind, the dandy known as Qiao Mo would soon lose interest. In truth, the revelation that Qinshi was familiar with ancient scripts nearly left him speechless. The display screen was inundated with a torrent of code flashing incessantly. However, to an ordinary observer, it would merely appear as an array of bizarre fingerprints. Those fingerprints twisted and contorted, resembling the claw marks left by malevolent spirits. Wow! Out of curiosity, several members of the studio also fixated on the screen. Yet, as the chip was decoded to a certain threshold, the displayed code abruptly transformed into garbled text. More bizarrely, these garbled characters began to assemble and coalesce into a blood-soaked head that was the severed head of a stern-looking middle-aged man, seemingly torn from its body with great force, fresh blood dripping from the shattered neck. Zizizizi. Seemingly aware of being scrutinized, the head's expression suddenly morphed into a grotesque and contorted visage. Its lips moved, as if uttering curses and howls, leading to even more astonishing occurrences. All the playback devices in the studio simultaneously emitted eerie, indecipherable shrieks. Upon hearing this sound, everyone felt a tremor at the core of their being. No, it was not merely their souls. Every single cell in their bodies quaked in terror. Thankfully, in the next instant, Chen-Chi swiftly yanked out the chip, causing the blood-soaked head to vanish instantly. Alas, how astonishingly advanced technology is. Chen-Chi muttered a curse, startled just moments ago. Perhaps his feelings ran deeper than those of everyone else present. The instant the blood-red head appeared, he once again sensed the kind of existence that had once emerged from flat. According to Yu Hongwu's explanation, it was the martial will of Su Jinting, the leader of the Divine Tiger sect. However, he never expected that it would manifest in such a ghastly form on the screen. Even more unexpected for Chen-Chi was that terrifying roar. Although its meaning was obscure, it struck him with a chilling dread, as if he had encountered some formidable nemesis. Remain calm. Remain calm. Do not fear. It is merely a piece of virus software. Without waiting for Dong Chung and the others to speak, Chen-Chi immediately provided an explanation. After all, he was the big boss, and whether they believed it or not was up to them. Except for Yu Dongcheng, the others were inclined to trust this explanation, as it aligned most closely with their worldview. Although Yu Dongcheng harbored doubts, seeing that Xiao Mo Ye did not wish to elaborate, he dared not press further. Overall, he was satisfied with this inspection that I have resolved the funding issues for you. The next step is for you to put in the effort. The equipment here in Yu Dongcheng's possession would certainly be incapable of deciphering the martial will. With that in mind, after giving himself a pep talk, Chen-Chi decided to take his leave, that Yu Dongcheng and the others promptly assured him that they would complete the plan on time, even if it meant working around the clock. Chen-Chi remained non-committal regarding this, simply hoping they might surprise him. Upon his departure, Chen-Chi not only took away the extracted source code, but also requested a complete set of virtual technology learning materials from Yu Dongcheng. Knowledge is power, a belief that Chen-Chi held firmly. What a peculiar individual. After the convoy had moved far away, Yu Dongcheng quietly grumbled to himself. For some reason, he felt as though he had suffered a loss today. However, at least he could continue his endeavors. Assign a team to ensure the protection of Yu Dongcheng and the others. Report any anomalies promptly. On the return journey, Chen-Chi issued new orders to Terunuo. He was not concerned that Yu Dongcheng might abscond with the money. Rather, he feared they would attract the attention of other players. The meat in his own bowl must not be devoured by others. Upon receiving the command, Terunuo sprang into action, fortunate to have recently recruited quite a few individuals. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled to manage the series of tasks assigned by his boss. The disappearance of the mercenary squad did not stir any ripples in Tailing City. Even in the dark web, it barely caused a stir. The shadowy figure that Chen-Chi had speculated about made no further moves. This left him somewhat perplexed. Yet, regardless of the adversary's intentions, Chen-Chi did not intend to follow their rhythm. His foremost task remained learning that in addition to continuing his studies of ancient civilizational scripts, Chen-Chi also embarked on self-learning virtual technology. Perhaps accustomed to the hellish difficulty of ancient texts, he discovered that the learning materials on virtual technology were easily comprehensible to him. Akin to a university student mastering elementary school subjects, my brain has developed to such an extent. In the following days, Chen-Chi consumed a military ration pill daily. This was not due to physical weakness, but rather because the Peach 7 had drained too much of his energy. Fortunately, this state only lasted 3 days. Otherwise, he would have exhausted the military ration pills, valued at 1 million a box. Player: Xiao Mo Ye Chris, Chen-Chi, life level, 5 equipment, Peach 7 skills, Body manipulation LV2, string strangulation LV1 psyche points. 30. This was Chun Chi's current data. Besides the body manipulation skill having progressed to LV2 as planned, his life level had also risen to 5. That this was an unexpected delight. Chun Chi surmised that this was likely related to his relentless study and honing of his spiritual essence, especially since he had mastered another ancient script during these past few days. Of course, the skill enhancement had its effects as well, including the learning of the Red Falcon Fist. The only regret Chun Chi felt was that he had not anticipated that the skill upgrade, psyche points, would automatically replenish. Darn it, Chow and Mo, yeah, how could such a vital matter not be recorded in the diary? Soon, 2 days passed, and it was time to treat Yu Hongwu. However, unexpectedly, on his way to the martial arts hall, he received a call from Plum Blossom 10. Chun Chi glanced at the calendar. There were still several days until January 1st, certainly not the day of the gathering. The Blue Yam Kingdom was not large. It only took a day to travel from south to north by train, so there was no need to worry about being late. Although somewhat hesitant, Chun Chi pressed the answer button. The gathering has been postponed. With the specific date yet to be determined, there has been a great upheaval in the capital. The Prime Minister nearly fell victim to the traitor. Although he has narrowly escaped with his life, he will not recover in less than half a month. Everyone is currently pursuing the assassin, so you must exercise caution. Chaos is approaching. Plum Blossom 10 indeed dropped a bombshell. Chun Chi immediately checked online with his smart communicator, and everything appeared calm. Why did those traitors attempt to assassinate the Prime Minister? Chun Chi asked curiously. Didn't I tell you? The Prime Minister is also a player, and he holds a little king card. Moreover, the Prime Minister has undergone 4 reshuffles. Did you not notice he has been in charge of the cabinet for over 20 years? Plum Blossom 10's voice, slightly awkward, came through the communicator. It seemed she had indeed forgotten to mention this significant detail to her newly recruited subordinate. Chapter 27, Neural Network. The Prime Minister is also a player. Chun Chi was quite astonished internally, were it not for the fact that it did not align with the character set established by Ayland. He would have truly liked to criticize Plum Blossom 10 for her oversight. How could you forget to mention such a crucial matter? It is different. Although the Prime Minister possesses a little king card, he is not a combat player. That card lacks any combat power. The traitors have never targeted him before. Plum Blossom 10 hurriedly explained that the Prime Minister is inconsequential to them as players. He is responsible for the overall social and economic operations of the kingdom. Combat players, non-combat players, is there such a distinction in the king's game? Chun Chi's interest was immediately piqued. He placed great importance on everything related to the king's game. How should I put it? In fact, there is only the Prime Minister among the non-combat players. Ahem, although I am at headquarters and know a bit more than you, it is not much. Plum Blossom 10 felt somewhat embarrassed, as it was rather humiliating for her. After careful consideration, she added a few more words that it is said. Ahem, this is a piece of gossip I overheard inadvertently, and I cannot guarantee its truth. The initial King's game was actually a national management game, not the current combat mode at all. However, what changes transpired later to evolve the game into its current form remains unknown. Our ultimate goal, as Order Keepers, is to restore the game's order completely, reverting it to a management game. Only then can the entire Blue Yam Kingdom achieve stability, and we can escape our precarious situation. Plum Blossom 10's words truly astonished Chun Chi. The original version of the King's game was indeed a leisure management game. This inevitably led him to recall the rumors surrounding the demon's creation of the King's game. Chun Chi had always believed that the demon could not be so foolish as to create a game for heroes to conquer, while simultaneously taking on the role of the final boss. Yet, if it were a management game, such a possibility was not entirely out of the question. However, the purpose behind creating this game remained unclear. For now, everything was mere gossip, and no one could prove that demons truly existed. Nonetheless, Chun Chi felt himself inching closer to the truth of the game that he pondered at what round the mutation occurred. This crucial question was posed by Chun Chi, but Plum Blossom 10 admitted she did not know either. Eventually, she seemed to grow weary of his inquiries, stating that she had important matters to attend to and hastily terminated the call. Chun Chi felt somewhat disappointed. Shouldn't players communicate more frequently? How strange. How could the Prime Minister, who had never encountered trouble before, be assassinated? After ending the call, Chun Chi could not shake the feeling that there was something concealed within this information. However, upon reflection, It seemed unrelated to his current situation that in fact, from a certain perspective, the Prime Minister's assassination had inadvertently aided Qinshi. Following an unwarranted probe, Qinshi instinctively wished to avoid engaging with too many players while still in a vulnerable phase. Yet the gathering was set for January 1 SD. He could not simply not attend. Now, however, it was at least postponed for a month, providing him with ample time for a buffer to attempt his awakening. Once he successfully awakened, he could potentially elevate his skills to LV3. That would represent a qualitative leap, sufficient for him to escape the novice stage. 20 minutes after concluding the call, Qinshi arrived once more at the Red Falcon Martial Arts Hall. Mu Wanqing and the disciples of the Red Falcon sect had been waiting there for quite some time. Mr. Qiao Moya, I wonder if you now possess sufficient confidence to heal the Hall Master. Since discovering that Qiao Moya was a counterfeit, Mu Wanqing had been filled with concern. Yet the current predicament of the Red Falcon sect left them with no other options. Rest assured, I will deliver on my promises. Qinshi responded with unwavering confidence. With the evolution of body manipulation to LV2, the puppet threads he now conjured possessed a new corrosive quality. Should he encounter Flat again, his extreme path chip would be ineffective. Amidst the expectant gazes of all, Qinshi entered the martial arts hall and once again faced the bedridden Yu Hongwu. This moment, Yu Hongwu appeared as emaciated and haggard as ever, showing little change from before. You may stay, but it would be best for the others to leave. Although Qinshi did not mind utilizing his abilities in front of the crowd, it was prudent to minimize the number of onlookers. Considering the cognitive corrections associated with the King's game, this decision was undoubtedly made with their best interests at heart. Mu Wanqing seemed to grasp this notion as well and hurriedly instructed her junior disciples to depart. Once the onlookers had vacated the premises, Qinshi activated body manipulation, and 10 invisible threads coalesced into being. It was at that precise moment of activation that Yu Hongwu's heartbeat faltered, as if he sensed something amiss. Rest assured, Master Yu, you will soon recover. The 10 puppet threads penetrated Yu Hongwu's body, embedding themselves within the damaged neural network. Qinshi's perception, tethered to the threads, began to amplify exponentially. In no time, he found himself traversing a luminous pathway. It spanned a width of 100 meters, extending infinitely, with resplendent symbols of light flowing within. How wondrous it was! My perspective has indeed reached the microscopic level. The human nerve fibers, with diameters ranging from a fraction of a micron to 100 microns, vary in length from mere microns to an impressive meter. The pathway upon which Qinshi's consciousness lingered was merely a trivial segment of nerve fiber. The brilliant flowing symbols represented neural signals. With a mere thought, Qinshi could link his consciousness to the pathway, enabling him not only to intercept and interpret those symbols, but also to exert influence over them. This was the true nature of body manipulation at level 1. Previously, Qinshi had been unable to project his consciousness clearly into this realm. The human neural network was indeed vast and magnificent. Qinshi stood in awe, extending his perception infinitely, and he beheld a spectacle akin to the cosmic Milky Way. Countless luminous pathways intertwined, weaving an intricate web that enveloped the universe. Billions of light symbols flowed, resembling a constellation of stars illuminating the dark cosmos of the human body. However, amidst the dazzling brilliance, several gaps appeared quite abruptly. These were crucial transit hubs within the pathways, now utterly severed. This was the very reason for Yu Hongwu's paralysis. Immediate action was imperative for this microcosm of the human body. Or rather, Yu Hongwu's physical being was resisting his consciousness's intrusion in the blink of an eye. Qinshi felt his consciousness under duress, and the intricate web of light began to fade slowly from his view. Without hesitation, he pinpointed the gaps and extended the puppet threads toward them. From the vantage point of the entire human microcosm, one would observe new pathways emerging from the depths of darkness, linking to a black hole. Yet within these new pathways, the flowing light symbols emanated a faint purple glow. As the purple symbols infused the black hole, a moment later, it erupted in a supernova explosion, illuminating the entire cosmic backdrop. However, the brilliance lasted but an instant. After the radiance, darkness once again enveloped the human microcosm. Yet, that particular gap had vanished, the dark starry expanse once more shrouded in the intricate web of light. Restored to clarity, of course, this was merely a perception of the consciousness level. In the real world, Qinshi had utilized the corruptive ability of the puppet threads to forcibly induce the intact nerve cells to undergo division and reorganization, reconnecting the severed nerve fibers. Although the method was somewhat crude, Yu Hongwu's master-level physique afforded Qinshi ample margin for error. Qinshi was not solely intent on treating Yu Hongwu. He was also experimenting with his newfound abilities. Chapter 28. The initial martial cannon. So it was at level 2 of body manipulation, I could inject my will into Yu Hongwu's cells. After infusing my will into the cells, their vitality surged exponentially, breaking free from the bodily constraints, transforming them into cancerous cells. This enabled them to infinitely divide under my command, re-establishing the severed nerve fibers. Furthermore, once I retracted my ability and reclaimed the infused will, the vitality of these cells would return to normal, allowing them to be reintegrated into the body. As Qinshi continued the treatment, he persistently summarized and researched his findings. His brain operated at high speed, flashes of insight illuminating his thoughts, and he finally glimpsed the essence of his ability. After half an hour, Qinshi wiped the sweat from his brow, concluding the treatment. The Yu Hongwu appeared somewhat weaker. Yet a smile graced his face, a feat that had previously seemed impossible. Incredible, truly miraculous. I have regained sensation in my body. Is this the power that players possess? Yu Hongwu trembled as he raised his hands. Though still somewhat uncoordinated, this was merely temporary. With a period of recuperation, he would achieve full recovery. It was fortunate that Master Yu possessed a robust physique. Otherwise, achieving such immediate results would have been quite challenging. Qinshi did not feign humility. After all, this was his first experiment, and he had made dozens of mistakes along the way. If an ordinary person had undergone such reckless treatment, even if they temporarily regained some function, they would likely be left with paralysis. Yu Hongwu was indeed resilient. However, during the treatment, Qinshi noticed something peculiar. He had initially believed Yu Hongwu's nerve damage was the result of the Black Blood Federation's experiments. Yet upon deeper engagement, particularly after infusing his own will into the damaged cells, Qinshi uncovered the truth. The true culprit behind Yu Hongwu's nerve damage was astonishingly the martial will. The residual special resonance within the severed nerve fibers was unmistakable to Qinshi. Yet, this martial will did not seem to stem from external sources. Rather, it appeared to emanate from Yu Hongwu himself. Could it be that this individual had become so consumed by his practice that he rendered himself paralyzed? Though curiosity stirred within him, Qinshi restrained himself from probing further. Thank you, Mr. Qiao Moya. Since you have cured me, the tome Chaotian shall belong to you. Chaotian is a closely guarded secret of our Hongshuan sect. So, I hope you will keep it confidential. After several attempts, Yu Hongwu was finally able to stand and walk. That he received a handwritten manuscript from Mu Wanqing and handed it to Qinshi. Unconcerned with whether the two cared, Qinshi opened it to examine. The first page of the manuscript featured a vividly depicted red falcon taking flight. The artistry was remarkably lifelike, and Qinshi discerned from the brushwork that it had been created by a woman. Given the freshness of the handwriting, it was evident that Mu Wanqing had been the artist, likely crafting this manuscript in haste after Qinchi's last departure. The red falcon was annotated with hundreds of notes, but no further peculiarities were present. Turning to the second page, it detailed a secret method known as concentration resonance. The third page elucidated the cultivation process of the secret technique, which involved using concentration resonance to pinpoint hundreds of nodes within the body, corresponding to the red falcon. Subsequently, by continuously visualizing the red falcon, one could refine their martial will. The following dozen pages contained Yu Hongwu's personal insights into his cultivation. That Mr. Qiao Moya, I assure you on the honor of the Hongshuan sect that this is indeed the authentic Chaotian. I would never betray my word. The future development of the Hongshuan sect will rely heavily on the Chris group. Yu Hongwu swore an oath to the heavens, and Qinshi nodded, seemingly convinced by his words. In truth, after witnessing the peculiarities of the blood-red chip, Qinshi had abandoned the notion of studying the secret technique, that he intended only to research it. He had no desire to recklessly practice. As for Yu Hongwu's words, they were simply to be taken with a grain of salt. If he truly wished to impart the entire secret technique, wouldn't it be better to present the original? This manuscript undoubtedly held omissions and was likely a ploy to retain some advantage. However, that was of little concern. The experiments conducted on the old man today had already yielded returns. Moreover, Chen-Chi had personally engaged with the residual martial will left within Yu Hongwu at the cellular level. Did he genuinely believe he could obscure a hand and prevent Chen-Chi from learning? How naive. Once the transaction was complete and both parties were satisfied, Chen-Chi casually inquired about a few cultivation-related matters before departing contentedly. Master, do you think that fellow will discover the tricks we've employed? Though I meticulously replicated the Red Falcon, it still lacks its spirit. Did you not say that without the guiding spirit, one cannot successfully cultivate the secret technique? Mu Wanqing expressed a hint of concern. The other party was not to be trifled with, that if he discovered that he was unable to cultivate, would he not come seeking trouble? Haha, our proposed cultivation method is flawless. If he fails, it will be his own shortcoming. Moreover, in my view, he does not seem to regard martial arts highly. He may not even pursue cultivation. Even if he returns seeking vengeance, so what? Just give me a bit more time, and I shall attain the level of a grandmaster. I have already glimpsed the path to divine enlightenment in martial arts. At this moment, Yu Hongwu's eyes brimmed with desire and ambition, no longer resembling an old man, but rather a middle-aged man filled with grand aspirations. Master, have you truly found the path to divine enlightenment? Splendid. Mu Wanqing's face lit up with excitement. The Hongshuan sect was currently in dire straits, and if her master could achieve the status of a grandmaster, they would no longer need to wander aimlessly. Though she was unaware of what enemies her master was evading, she had faith in the power of a grandmaster. Haha, indeed, there will be no need to hide any longer. Should they dare to come, I shall settle the matter decisively. The murderous intent radiated from Yu Hongwu's eyes. The backlash of the martial had left him in despair. Yet, since heaven had granted him another chance, he would certainly not squander this opportunity. The initial martial cannon would be his. After bidding farewell to all the congratulatory disciples, Yu Hongwu cautiously retrieved an inkstone. With a forceful press of his fingertip, the base of the inkstone detached, transforming into a stone page. Had Mu Wanqing witnessed this, she would undoubtedly have been astounded. Due to her previous transcription of Coyote ink, she utilized this very inkstone. The stone pages bore no words or images, merely a chaotic array of lines, though Yu Hongwu touched them repeatedly, yet remained utterly perplexed. Alas, after a considerable time, he sighed deeply and put away the pages. This was but a solitary page from the Zhe Chuwu Dian, and it was laughable that after enduring countless hardships and narrowly escaping death, he found himself unable to comprehend it. Point 1, can only imagine that those who had previously allied with him were equally in the dark. This group had colluded with the Black Blood Federation to obliterate the Xindao Palace, and those hypocritical individuals monopolized the Zue Chuwu Dian, forbidding other martial arts sects from viewing it, deserving of their demise. Following the destruction of the Xindao Palace, the Zhe Chuwu Dian fell into the hands of the Black Blood Federation, although the Federation did not hoard its knowledge. They required cooperation for various experiments as a condition for access. This was hardly a delightful experience, for the Black Blood Federation had exerted considerable effort to rapidly develop their chips. Fortunately, their overreach into the disputes of major powers allowed them to escape their confines and seize the opportunity to steal the Zue Chuwu Dian. The Zue Chuwu Dian was divided into 18 parts, and Yu Hongwu had only acquired one page. That it was lamentable that in his moment of obsession, he forced himself to comprehend it, only to be met with a backlash of martial will, rendering him a lost soul. Yet, from disaster comes fortune. Through destruction, he glimpsed the path to becoming a grandmaster. He could only hope for a smooth journey ahead, enabling him to achieve grand mastery and peace. Although the Lanyu kingdom was tranquil and harmonious, being labeled a land of demons, it would be wise to depart sooner rather than later. With his regained powers, Yu Hongwu found himself harboring thoughts starkly different from before. Once the martial way connected with the divine, he too could step into the inner world. Chapter 29, The Death Dog, the Red Falcon. A small avian species residing in the Tianwu Kingdom is renowned for its exceptional speed. Its flying velocity can easily surpass the speed of sound, making it nearly impossible for other birds to prey upon it. Ancient pirates recognized this trait, domesticating them for maritime communication. Initially, these red falcons sported only a hint of red upon their wings, but after millennia of breeding and selective cultivation, they have transformed into creatures of a blood jade hue. Their flight speed now reaching twice that of sound. That on the return journey, Qinshi perused Yu Hongwu's cultivation insights while simultaneously researching information about the Red Falcon online. According to the writings of Yu Hongwu, the inception of the Red Falcon Fist was inspired by the ancestors' observations of the Red Falcon. The secret technique Kaodiank was conceived by the founder of the Red Falcon Fist upon witnessing a royal red falcon soar into the sky. Although he had no intention of practicing it, Qinshi was nonetheless intrigued by the principles and knowledge encapsulated within. Before long, he had gathered numerous videos concerning red falcons from the internet. These birds, measuring only the size of a palm, feature long and narrow wings, as well as elongated tails, flying as if they were bolts of red lightning. One particular video captured the predatory prowess of the Red Falcon King, whose speed astonishingly surpassed 3 times the speed of sound. Indeed, it resembled a flash of lightning, with the prey's head vanishing in an instant. That I in the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible. According to the secret technique, mastering Kaodiank would enable one to attain unparalleled velocity. The speed of the masters of the Red Falcon Fist throughout the ages approached 100 meters per second. This places them among the fastest of all combat masters. Over the past millennium, only 3 individuals from the Red Falcon sect have attained the status of Grandmaster, claiming the title of unparalleled speed within the martial world. Having witnessed the speed of the Red Falcon King, Qinshi found himself somewhat tempted that a slight increase in speed could hardly be deemed a disadvantage. Nevertheless, he had no intention of altering his current plans. Compared to the enigmatic concepts of martial will and divine connection, he found the V5 Spirit Realm Declaration far more trustworthy. Thus, the following days saw Qinshi immersing himself in rigorous study once more. The 4 ancient writing systems, cloud patterns, clay script, bronze inscriptions, and divination script, were successively conquered by him within 10 days. At this point, Qinshi had mastered 13 ancient scripts, leaving only the rope script and Dumu spiral script. These, alongside the divination script, were regarded as the 3 most challenging ancient scripts to learn, presenting a formidable barrier for all magic apprentices. In truth, among these 3 ancient writing systems, there was no disparity in difficulty. The ease of learning them depended solely on one's innate talent. For instance, the original Qiao Mo Yakris exhibited a natural aptitude for rope script, but struggled with divination script. Conversely, AI Lan Dezwafu excelled in Dumu spiral script while being utterly baffled by rope script. Qinshi, even with the dice suppressing him, encountered challenges while learning these 3 ancient scripts. That he easily grasped divination script, and rope script posed no obstacle, yet Dumu spiral script felt ominous, suggesting it would require considerably more time. Hence, he previously ranked the difficulty of learning Dumu spiral script as the highest. These 3 ancient writing systems were on an entirely different level compared to others. Could it be that the civilizations that invented these scripts possessed unparalleled strength? Though this remained merely Qinshi's conjecture, his instincts suggested it was the most logical conclusion. As his studies deepened, Qinshi discovered that this process was not solely about honing his spiritual acuity. After mastering these ancient scripts, it seemed he had gained something more. Initially subtle, it became evident after learning divination script that his intuition had sharpened significantly. For example, after mastering virtual technology, he casually coded several small programs. While earlier runs had revealed no issues, after acquiring divination script, bugs emerged as if sprouting like mushrooms after rain, easily detected by him. The stark contrast between the 2 experiences undeniably indicated the benefits of learning divination script. One could only wonder if mastering the other 2 ancient scripts would yield additional abilities. However, Qinshi's instincts warned him that it would be challenging. His talent had facilitated his understanding of divination script, which merely enhanced his innate abilities rather than bestowing them upon him from nothing. Sometimes, such intuition could be quite disheartening. Boss, I have located the whereabouts of that dog. Truly, I was unaware until now that it has lived for over 30 years. I will send you all the information immediately. During his study breaks, Qinshi occasionally engaged in biological experiments to further develop physical manipulation. Having achieved so much at level 1, it seemed unreasonable for level 2 to languish idly. However, with increased abilities came greater unpredictability, and Qinshi no longer dared to use himself as a test subject. Thus, he opted for genuine white mice instead. Yet, as soon as he infused his will into the cells of the white mouse, before he could even contemplate how to enhance its body, the mouse mutated to be precise. It developed cancer. Following the infusion of Qinshi's will, the white mouse's cells exhibited horrifying corrosive properties, visibly beginning to consume other cells. Even when Chun-Chi retracted his ability and withdrew his will, this trend did not reverse. The white mouse's body could no longer assimilate the mutated cancerous cells that in a mere day, the white mouse perished. Undeterred, Chun-Chi conducted several more experiments. However, whether with insects, birds, or livestock, all exhibited symptoms akin to those of the white mouse. Their bodies simply could not withstand it. Out of a final sense of caution, Chun-Chi forcibly curtailed his research, refraining from reckless human experimentation. The Yu Hongwu was merely an exception. Who could say if an ordinary person could endure it? After all, many succumbed to cancer. Nonetheless, these failed experiments unveiled the terrifying nature of the Red Seven. He would not arrogantly assume that the death of those animals was solely due to his will. What, after all, was the essence of this card? Gazing at the Red Seven on the back of his hand, Chun-Chi's intuition told him it was something of great importance. The most perilous aspect of the king's game was not the players, but the game itself. Thus, adhering to an unwavering spirit of persistence, Chun-Chi continued his exploration of his abilities. This time, he chose as his subject the urban legend of the death dog. This creature, seemingly a dog, yet as large as a calf, possessed horns and was undeniably resilient. Most importantly, this beast was known to consume the corpses of players. Chun-Chi speculated that it may have once been an ordinary stray dog, mutated by feasting upon the remains of players. After all, players themselves were subjected to the erosion of the cards, leaving behind remnants of power within their corpses, a notion entirely plausible. Consequently, Tolunuo received directives from the boss to investigate the history and movements of this dog. Chapter 30. The Ancestor Gene Investigation Subject. Death Dog Biological Classification. Dog. Urban legend. Whenever the impoverished in the slums succumb to poverty and crime, their unburied corpses are said to be devoured by the death dog. It is rumored that the souls of the deceased are also consumed, doomed to eternal unrest. Origin time. 30 years ago, legend coverage, surrounding the city of Tarlins, within a radius of 300 kilometers. Across 15 cities of varying sizes. Suspicion 1. It appears only in the slums, exhibiting a predictable range of activity. There is a high suspicion that this creature possesses intelligence far surpassing that of ordinary canines. Suspicion 2. The creature's appearance has undergone continuous changes over the past 30 years, having transcended the classification of a dog, with a lifespan exceeding that of typical canines, 15 to 20 years. This constitutes Tolunuo's investigative report, which also includes numerous photographs of the death dog published in various tabloids. From these photographs, one can distinctly observe the transformation of a dog. Initially, it was a black dog, its eyes glimmering with a greenish hue. But later it grew tall and robust, seemingly expanding in size. The emergence of its spiral horn, however, dates back a decade. The most recent photograph was fortuitously captured by an investigative journalist 3 years ago. At that point, the black dog resembled precisely the one encountered by Chun Q. It appears that my meeting with this dog was indeed not a mere coincidence. Chun-Chi vividly recalls the events of that night, initially believing himself fortunate to have a dog assist in disposing of a body. Little did he know that the dog was specifically drawn to the corpse of Alinda. Poor Alinda ultimately met the same fate as Xiaomoy, ending up in the dog's belly. Does this insinuate an intelligence that surpasses that of typical canines? Chun-Chi encircled this analysis, reflecting on his various encounters with the dog, and found himself in strong agreement with this conclusion. The latest sighting report originated from 150 kilometers away in Saran City. Excellent. Tolunuo, prepare your gear and accompany me to Saran City. After issuing commands to Tolunuo to arrange for their expedition, Chun-Chi casually opened Unsolved Mysteries of Humanity to pass the time. Chun-Chi's current level of study has reached a point of precise focus. Even with the suppression of the bronze dice, his mind cannot ravenously consume Shunwen, but rather requires careful contemplation and gradual absorption. Furthermore, the daily intake has its limits. Consequently, he finds himself with a considerable amount of leisure time outside of studying ancient scripts. Naturally, he does not squander this time, and thus he re-engages with textbooks such as Heavenly Star Divination and Geological Structure. Treating them as extracurricular reading, it must be said that Chun-Chi's intellect is indeed sharp. What once seemed mundane and esoteric in metaphysics now captivates him, particularly with Unsolved Mysteries of Humanity. It has utterly bewildered Chun-Chi's worldview. For instance, this book dedicates 1/10 of its content to exploring the studies of ancient anthropologists regarding the origins of humanity. There have persistently been two contrasting perspectives within the academic community concerning human origins, especially regarding the progenitors of humankind. The first viewpoint posits that humanity evolved from primitive apes. These ancient apes are the closest living beings to humans, both in appearance and genetics. Archaeological discovery suggests that approximately 300,000 years ago, a particular group of ancient apes experienced the awakening and attained intelligence. Thus, the era of wise humanity commenced, setting humans and ancient apes on divergent paths. Perhaps the trajectory of human civilization has been fraught with adversity. Yet it is the ancient apes currently confined within zoo enclosures for public display, not humans. The most compelling evidence supporting this perspective lies in the discovery of a 300,000-year-old ancient human fossil, named the Awakening, currently housed in the National Museum of the Awakening Empire. Given that the Awakening Empire ranks as the third most powerful nation, this viewpoint remains prevalent and can be considered mainstream. As for the second viewpoint, while somewhat unconventional, it possesses irrefutable evidence. Scholars of this camp assert that humanity evolved from insects, more precisely, from butterflies. Initially, Chin-Chi found this notion ludicrous. How could such an advanced intelligent species as humans possibly relate to butterflies? Nevertheless, these scholars have identified a segment of progenitor genes within human genetic sequencing. This gene is exceptionally unique, existing solely within humans among all known life forms, until archaeologists unearthed an ancient biological fossil from some site, a butterfly encased in amber. Adorned in stark black and white, its colors sharply defined yet harmoniously balanced, perfectly embodying the golden ratio of mathematics. Remarkably, from this seemingly ordinary butterfly, humanity detected the progenitor gene, that in fact, the progenitor gene, found within the black and white butterfly, is more primitive and complete than that of humans. Hence, this butterfly was designated as progenitor butterfly, and scientists proposed an alternative pathway for human evolution. Insects emerging from cocoons, transforming into butterflies, and butterflies subsequently evolving into humans. Although the proponents of this theory are few, they have established the metamorphosis divine court, generating considerable momentum internationally. With the progenitor gene being indisputable, the metamorphosis divine court has found its footing, even as the awakening empire derides them as heretics. Unable to take action against them, in truth, the entity best positioned to comment on human origins should be V5. However, neither V5 nor the world government it leads has provided a definitive stance on this matter. This has only intensified the ongoing debate, rendering it one of humanity's unsolved mysteries. The joy of reading is fleeting. Just as Chin-Chi completed another enigma, Terunuo had already arrived at the base of the Chris building. Accompanying him was a 5-member team. Given the dog's peculiarities, capturing it may necessitate Chun-Chi's intervention, but the task of locating it certainly requires assistance. Boss, I have brought the most advanced intelligent drone from the Blue Taro Nation, equipped with cutting-edge biological radar. Not even a bird shall escape our pursuit. With enthusiasm, Terunuo opened the car door for his boss, detailing the preparations he had undertaken while introducing the 5-member team. Greetings, boss. We are the Hummingbird Mercenary Corps, specializing in intelligence analysis and covert tracking. The mercenary captain, Retley, was a burly man resembling a black bear, yet possessing a calm demeanor and steady character, creating a striking contrast. The other 4 members, 3 men and 1 woman, wore no heavy gear, and their faint scent of blood suggested they were not skilled in combat. However, Chin-Chi harbored no dissatisfaction. This was precisely the type of talent he required. Should they resort to the brutish tactics of Flint and his crew, employing rocket launchers to blast off a dog's leg, he would be left with fur for experimentation. After the introductions, the convoy set off, comprising 3 vehicles heading into the distance. Chin-Chi shared a vehicle with Terunuo, as they had confidential matters to discuss. Chapter 31. The Crimson Coup. Boss, I have uncovered another matter you requested. The Prime Minister has indeed not made any public appearances recently. The Capital Times reported that he has gone abroad for a vacation. However, there are whispers circulating in certain circles suggesting that the Prime Minister is gravely ill, in the moving vehicle. Only Terunuo and Chin-Chi were present. This was a deliberate arrangement by Terunuo, given the sensitive nature of the information he needed to report. Has it really been almost half a month, and he still hasn't recovered? Chin-Chi regarded Terunuo's anxious demeanor with indifference. They were all players, and the other party was merely a weakling. What was there to be concerned about? He wouldn't even want that card if it were offered to him. Torinuo gazed at his boss with admiration. Was this what it meant to be among the elite of the kingdom, to be privy to such secrets about the Prime Minister's situation? Let's discuss the Prime Minister's profile, as well as those of his predecessors. Chen Qi's interest extended beyond the current Prime Minister to include all previous ones that if the Ten of Diamonds had not lied, then in the Blue Taro Nation, only by obtaining the Little King card could one ascend to the role of Prime Minister. The position of Prime Minister is a fixed profession within the game's NPC framework. The current Prime Minister, Krozer Gick, has been in office since he was 50, making it a total of 23 years now. It must be said that his capabilities are impressive. Under his leadership, the Blue Taro Nation has consistently risen in rankings without succumbing to turmoil. This is why he has been re-elected repeatedly. However, in the past year, while the kingdom's political and economic situations have remained stable, the approval ratings for the ruling party have steadily declined, with the opposition gaining momentum. Polls indicate that the ruling party's waning support is due to the Prime Minister's lengthy tenure, leading the populace to seek novelty. Thus, a prevailing sentiment suggests that regardless of the outcome of the next election, the Prime Minister will step down. If, as you suggest, the Prime Minister has been the target of an assassination attempt, could this not be a self-directed ploy to garner public sympathy? Torinuo fully unleashed his imagination as a private investigator. Conspiracy theories never go out of fashion in his line of work. Haha, things are not so simple. I do not know the specifics, but it is certainly unrelated to the kingdom's politics. Chen Qi did not believe that the so-called elections could jeopardize the Prime Minister's position. Although the Blue Taro Nation appears to function as a normal country, it fundamentally operates as a king's game. Only King Gutaf possesses the power to dictate everything. The notion of elections, when juxtaposed with a game capable of subtly guiding public perception, becomes a farce. The fluctuations in the ruling party's approval ratings can only point to one conclusion. King Gutaf is dissatisfied with Krozer. This serves as a warning from Gutaf to Krozer. What could Krozer have possibly done to provoke the king? Chen Qi instinctively suspected that this involved certain changes within the game. Prior to Krozer, 3 other prime ministers had held office, regrettably meeting their untimely ends due to assassination. According to the official investigation results, the assassins were rebels opposing Gutaf's kingship, resorting to violent means. However, as the monarchy solidified, they could no longer garner public support and gradually faded into obscurity, rumored to have been completely eradicated. Torinuo presented the profiles of the other 3 prime ministers, and Chen Qi perused them, uncovering no apparent red flags. That he was not at all surprised by this, that if Gutafu wished to conceal anything, one would undoubtedly find no information through the kingdom's public channels. After 9 rounds of gameplay over the span of 43 years, the king's game has virtually become fully integrated with the entire Blue Taro kingdom. How chilling is that? Yet such a frenzied act is brazenly conducted in the open. Chen Qi could hardly fathom how the notorious demon had not yet been vanquished by humanity. Where are the heroes? Teleno, if the intelligence you've gathered amounts to merely this, I cannot be satisfied. These trivialities could easily be narrated by any minor reporter I might encounter. Chen Qi tossed the documents aside. He had already invested 5 million in this endeavor. And this was not the outcome he sought. Should Teleno prove inadequate for the task of intelligence gathering, Chen Qi would not hesitate to consider a more suitable replacement. Boss, there is certainly more than just this. I have also received a private manuscript from a former minister of the Department of Commerce via the dark web, which contains some rather peculiar revelations. I intended to present it to you sooner, but in the midst of my busyness, I inadvertently overlooked it. Under Chen Qi's scrutinizing gaze, Teleno appeared as if struck by a thunderbolt, instantly jolted back to reality, that he disregarded the cold sweat pouring from him and hurriedly retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase. No second chances. Chen Qi spoke with a frigid demeanor, casually accepting the stack of documents. Teleno, relieved that his boss had not completely lost his temper, could not fathom how he had forgotten such a critical matter. Was it due to his recent complacency? Indeed, the game has responded. It seems Teleno has genuinely unearthed crucial intelligence that at the moment he accepted the documents. Chen Qi felt the red 7 tremble slightly, as though disturbed by something. Yet, nothing transpired. The red 7 remained dormant. Chen Qi's instinct instinctively assessed the sudden anomaly. It must have been some mechanism within the king's game that was stirred, yet upon recognizing his identity as a player, the subsequent mechanisms did not activate. Otherwise, Chen-Chi feared he might, like Teleno, gradually forget the existence of the documents. This is the terror of the king's game. Fortunately, the game's influence remains subtle and not coercive. Were it to directly erase related memories, Teleno would no longer be able to recall anything. Haha, King Gutafu remains as wise as ever. My support for his ascension was not in vain. Today marks my first day in the Department of Commerce. The front of the documents contains official materials issued by the department, while casual notes are scribbled on the back, seemingly penned during a moment of idleness at work. Moreover, it appears that thereafter, this anonymous individual developed a penchant for jotting down casual thoughts, indicating the leisurely nature of his work. Today, Prime Minister Morich is conducting an inspection. This fellow has truly struck gold, thanks to his contributions. He ascended directly from Interior Minister to Prime Minister, serving 2 consecutive terms. When will I rise to such heights? Morich is the first Prime Minister following Gu Tafu's ascension, rumored to have played a significant role in his elevation. My goodness, I was nearly frightened to death. Has Morich gone mad, launching yet another coup? Astonishingly, the participants in this coup are all former loyalists of Gu Tafu. Even more incredulous is that the coup has failed impossible. Gu Tafu is already a solitary figure. This time, it seems the author of the notes recognized the impropriety, hastily scribbling over the text in an attempt to obscure it. Yet, for reasons unknown, he did not completely destroy this manuscript. Alas, the kingdom can function without anyone. I have been promoted. Following the bloody coup, King Gu Tafu did not instigate a large-scale purge, truly merciful. The subsequent notes reflect a barrage of grievances from an overworked individual, who seems to have grown accustomed to prior idleness, regrettably transforming into a mere workhorse. Oddly, I sense something amiss, yet cannot pinpoint the cause that I feel as though I have forgotten something. I confided this matter to a friend overseas. This audacious individual managed to procure an R-type virtual game login device, claiming it could assist me in recovering lost deep memories. I used it and I deeply regret it. Not only I, but it seems all of us have forgotten the bloody coup. Familiar figures from the kingdom's past have also been obscured from memory. After much contemplation, I resolved to investigate further. This is the entirety of the manuscript, yet on the final page, there is an additional hand-drawn emblem. It is the national emblem from the time when the Blue Taro Kingdom was still under a presidential system, before Gu Tafu's likeness adorned it. Chapter 32. The Eerie Feast. How intriguing. If I am not mistaken, the emergence of the kingdom's insurgents may very well stem from this manuscript. I even dare to speculate that the leader of the insurgents could be this individual with a penchant for casual writing. Since Gu Tafu's ascension, the various ceremonial practices of the Blue Taro Kingdom have undergone a complete transformation. Not only has the national emblem and flag changed, but even the currency now bears Gu Tafu's visage. Only those insurgents would dare to brazenly utilize the symbols of the previous regime. Although the manuscript does not record the final investigative findings, the emergence of insurgents in the kingdom thereafter speaks volumes. The prohibition of virtual gaming in the Blue Taro Kingdom has also found its roots. Curiously, was it not stated that the insurgents had been utterly eradicated? Could they possibly have resurfaced? The reappearance of this manuscript compels Chen-Chi to ponder deeply. However, after a moment's reflection, he entirely dismissed this possibility that if this were in another country, a resurgence might not be implausible. But here in the Blue Taro Kingdom, where the king's game has been operational for 40 years, permeating human consciousness, the notion of rebellion could not possibly resurface. Chen-Chi was utterly convinced that the disappearance of the insurgents was orchestrated by the king's game. This must represent a crucial juncture within its operation, signifying that the king's game has fully enveloped the perceptions of all citizens in the Blue Taro Kingdom. If it is not a resurgence of the insurgents, then the emergence of this manuscript warrants careful consideration. Chen-Chi does not believe that the dark web holds only this single manuscript in his possession. Without a doubt, someone is deliberately disseminating it. While he remains uncertain of the identity of this individual, Chen-Chi surmises that they must be a player. Only they could unearth secrets long buried within the annals of history. What could this individual possibly aim to achieve? Is it merely for amusement? The motives of the shadowy figure are indeed worthy of contemplation. Surely, they do not intend to share these insider revelations with the general populace, nor could they achieve such a feat thus. Their target must be the players. For players, the most significant information contained within this manuscript is solely the bloody coup, that if, all along, The Little King cards have been held by the Prime Minister. Chinchi cannot help but entertain a bold hypothesis. Might those who rallied behind Morich, the first and second holders of the Little King cards, be none other than the original players? And what could have precipitated this upheaval? Chinchi's intuition suggests that if he can ascertain the answer to this query, he will uncover the secrets Guta Fu has hidden away. Alas, so much time has elapsed that any prior clues may have been thoroughly excavated by other players. How unfortunate for novice players. The journey was silent, the convoy speeding along as the scenery rapidly retreated. Approximately an hour later, Chinchi and his companions arrived at their destination. Saran City, a medium-sized metropolis with a population rivaling that of Talon City. Approximately 2.5 million. Among them, around 300,000 reside in slums. The Death Hound was sighted 3 nights ago by a homeless man. In recent years, there have been numerous sightings of the Death Hound, even growing increasingly frequent. Clearly, this creature has grown bolder, no longer fearing humanity. As a result, such occurrences have become commonplace. Only the tabloids write a few lines when they lack material, were it not for Teleno's recent expansion of the intelligence network. This latest sighting of the Death Hound would have gone unnoticed. Boss, based on our research, that dog only appears at night. Moreover, it is quite clever, knowing that weapons in affluent areas can harm it. Thus, it only ventures into the slums. Of course, this is also related to the significant number of deaths occurring daily in the slums. Our primary focus for this hunt is the XC district of Saran City. As local gangs, they are currently embroiled in conflict. Retlead held a detailed map of Saran City, explaining their operational plan to Chinchi. Chinchi trusted the professionals and thus fully delegated authority to them. Although the journey was brief, it still left him somewhat fatigued. Chinchi retired to the city's most luxurious hotel for a refreshing sleep. As for other matters, he naturally left them to his subordinates. January 13, 22:30. The winter had already set in, and the cold wind had turned merciless. It swept through the XC district of Saran City, inadvertently tainted with a hint of crimson, rendering it even more ruthless. Bang, kill him, cut him down. In the XC district of Saran City, 2 rival gangs are embroiled in a bloody clash. With one side facing defeat, a massive pursuit and a chaotic retreat unfolded simultaneously, making the entire XC district even more lively. Occasionally, an unfortunate soul, in a state of panic, wanders into a dead end, only to be swiftly dispatched by the pursuing assassin. In such moments, naturally, no one cares about the disposal of the corpse. After all, by dawn, everything will vanish. As the local tyrants of the slums, the various gangs are well aware of the existence of the death dog. Yet its presence actually helps them eliminate numerous subsequent troubles. Thus, there exists a tacit understanding among them. None shall disturb the death dog. Tap, tap, tap. In the frigid night, a black dog, the size of a calf, lazily appears before a corpse. At this moment, the corpse seems to cling to its last breath. And the death dog, with commendable professionalism, waits patiently at the side. Ultimately, the corpse breathes its last. The death dog, alert, raises its ears and scans the surroundings. Upon detecting no anomalies, it begins its meal. Today, this black dog appears even fatter and more robust than before. At an altitude of 500 meters, a maglev drone meticulously captures footage of the large black dog below. Chinchi sits in a vehicle a kilometer away, curiously observing how the death dog consumes its meal. He had anticipated that this creature would shred the corpse and devour it ravenously. However, reality served him a stark contrast. The dog's method of feeding is imbued with a sense of ritual. First, it opens its wide mouth and bites down hard on the corpse. Then it prostrates itself before the black dog's blood surprisingly possessed a terrifying corrosive ability. This time, the canine did not put on an act. It finally grasped the gravity of the situation and the significance of its own life. Thus, it tucked its tail and fled, diving straight into the sewer. Chapter 34. The life magnetic field. Could this dog's blood be concentrated sulfuric acid? No, even concentrated sulfuric acid could not corrode specialized alloy wires. The dog's miraculous escape left all members of the Hummingbird team exchanging bewildered glances. This creature had transcended their understanding of what a dog could be. Activate the biological radar and lock onto its position. Pursue. Retrier clenched his teeth as he issued the command. Fortunately, they had made ample preparations beforehand. Otherwise, they would have surely faced disaster today. The drone ascended, emitting a special frequency that penetrated the ground, reaching a depth of 30 meters. Soon, the screen filled with countless luminous dots, each representing a living entity. Liat casually manipulated the controls, causing the number of life signals to plummet. One particularly large, rapidly moving light point captured everyone's attention. "Boss, that's the dog." The life radar detected the magnetic field emitted by living beings. Generally speaking, the stronger the life force, the more intense the magnetic field's response. The life signal of this large black dog even exceeded that of an average human, reaching level 4. Despite numerous setbacks, Retrier remained confident. Noticing Chen-Chi's curiosity about the life radar, he provided a detailed explanation. "Interesting, the biological magnetic field of an ordinary human is actually classified as level 2. Chen-Chi was astonished to discover that the level classification of the biological radar corresponded with the life levels in the King-S game. In that game, the life level of an ordinary person was similarly designated as level 2 to further validate his hypothesis. Chen-Chi curiously inquired about his own level on the life radar. "Boss, your life level has reached 5. Retrier spoke with a slight tremor, while the other 4 members of the team stared in shock that a human with a life level of 5. Was this still a person? Such a terrifying existence had been right beside them all along. Who was this patron truly? Among them, only Toronto remained composed. The boss is a distinguished executive. A life level of 5 is nothing to be astonished by. Can it really be measured? Chen-Chi was somewhat surprised, as he seemed to have uncovered a vulnerability that he appeared just like an ordinary person, hidden among the crowd, yet within the perception of the life radar. He was an unquenchable torch in the darkness, far too glaring that he had indeed exposed himself thoroughly. Chen-Chi had previously wondered how Flight and the others could accurately track his movements and ambush him. Now it all made sense that I am indeed just a novice. Boss, as long as a living being exists, it will generate a life magnetic field. The stronger the life force, the more powerful the magnetic field, and the greater the interference with the surrounding natural domain. The life radar circulating in small countries is merely the most basic model, detecting only the changes in the surrounding natural domain. In medium-strength nations, there are specialized devices capable of shielding one's life magnetic field. Even certain powerful assassin organizations possess secret techniques to conceal their life magnetic fields from external interference. Noticing Chen-Chi's doubts about the life radar, Retrier hurriedly explained. After realizing the extent of Chen-Chi's power, he had no choice but to exercise extra caution. Meanwhile, another thought continuously surfaced in his mind. Toronto's previous proposal to recruit them now seemed worth considering. Is there truly a secret method to conceal one's life magnetic field? Keep an eye out for anyone in the dark web selling such techniques. Chen-Chi was immensely intrigued by this secret method and wondered if the Hongxuan Gate possessed such skills. Though he certainly had not learned any. Rest assured, boss, we will do our utmost to find it. Retrier pounded his chest, full of conviction, while Toronto inexplicably felt his job was at stake to know, I am the most capable subordinate of the boss. This hummingbird mercenary team must be recruited. Within the life radar, the light point representing the large black dog continued to move, its route remarkably complex. Clearly, this dog was afraid of being tracked. Unfortunately, it was ultimately just a dog and did not comprehend the true strength of humanity. Under the surveillance of the life radar, it had nowhere to hide. After a frantic half-hour of escape, the dog finally came to a halt, due to the life radar's monitoring range being limited to 500 meters. Chen-Chi's convoy had been accompanying the dog on its escapade. Impressive stamina. However, it would ultimately not escape my grasp. This time, Chen-Chi did not allow the hummingbird team to take action at that moment. The large black dog was concealed in a subterranean passage 20 meters deep. Such a complex environment would only lead the mercenary team to their demise. Their expertise should be preserved for greater value. Toronto, can the boss really handle that black dog? Chen-Chi's decision naturally elicited no objections from Retrier and the others. However, they were not overly credulous about Chen-Chi's abilities that a high life level did not necessarily equate to combat prowess. Rest assured, in front of the boss, this is merely an ordinary pup. Having witnessed Chen-Chi's extraordinary battle against Flight, Toronto held the utmost reverence for the boss. Yet, the unfolding events did not transpire as Toronto had imagined. He observed Chen-Chi grasping toward the underground, as if seizing something intangible, then furrowing his brow, seemingly encountering a dilemma. The 5 members of Retry's team were utterly confused, unable to comprehend what the boss was doing. Toronto, however, surmised that the boss must have employed some special ability. Strange, it can actually resist my LV2 body manipulation. No, this creature has something peculiar about its body. 5 puppet threads extended from Chen-Chi's left hand, burrowing 20 meters underground and piercing the body of the large black dog. With the skill level having reached LV2, Chen-Chi's puppet threads could now extend to 30 meters. ASA cost. The energy points consumed by LV2 had reached 2, that although it appeared that the skill had reached LV2, Chen-Chi was aware that it was not yet perfected. The string strangulation technique remained at LV1, with an effective range of only 10 meters. Chen-Chi had previously been at a loss regarding how to enhance the string strangulation technique, but a spark of inspiration had just emerged. However, there was no rush. First, he needed to capture that dog. Woof woof. Within the sewer, the large black dog yelped in fright. Its body seemed to lose control, as if a force sought to manipulate it. The resultant effect was a near explosion of its body. So that was it. Using the puppet threads, Chen-Chi's consciousness struggled to penetrate the black dog's life magnetic field and entered its body. This attempt to use his skill on the large black dog confirmed a fact. The life magnetic field of living beings indeed obstructed the puppet threads. However, the life magnetic field of ordinary beings was too feeble. Like a soap bubble, easily pierced. The life magnetic field of the large black dog, however, was akin to craft paper, presenting a minor challenge. Inside this dog were 2 conflicting forces, barely maintaining a balance. My interference disrupted these 2 forces, while I was also hindered by them. The result was that the black dog's body spiraled into chaos and paralysis, and I was unable to control it. Due to distance constraints, my perception was quite vague, allowing me only to deduce this much. Chen-Chi had originally intended to compel the large black dog to dig its way out, yet he now had to devise another plan. The next moment, Toronto and the other 6, who had been intently watching the boss, witnessed an astonishing spectacle that a rapidly spinning silver vortex suddenly enveloped Chen-Chi, shimmering coldly under the moonlight, as if the moonlight itself had been shattered. With the protection of the silver vortex, Chen-Chi continuously descended, disappearing beneath the surface. Chapter 35. The origin of the game. Swish, swish, swish. 5 metallic strings whirled swiftly, slicing the earth into dust, which gradually sank downward. Soon, a circular pit appeared on the street, as Chen-Chi opened a passage to the underground. Though he was reluctant to descend into the sewer, for the sake of caution, Chen-Chi had no choice but to take matters into his own hands and drag the large black dog out. Perhaps due to having been away from the slums for too long, upon re-encountering that familiar atmosphere, Chen-Chi found himself somewhat struggling to adapt. Splash, splash. Navigating through the sewer, Chen-Chi swiftly located the large black dog, sprawled on the ground. Woof woof. The large black dog stared at Chen-Chi in terror, seemingly recognizing his identity. Go ahead, bark until your throat is raw. No one will come to your rescue. In a shameless display, Chen-Chi tugged at the dog's horn, discovering it to be genuine. The large black dog's eyes were filled with rage. Yet aside from its head, its body remained utterly immobile. We are old acquaintances. No need for pleasantries. If you obediently cooperate with my experiments, I shall release you. As Chen-Chi teased the dog, he attentively sensed the changes in the puppet threads. Though the large black dog did not comprehend the human's words, it was not hindered from sensing the unmasked malice. In a moment of crisis, it instinctively attempted to reconcile the 2 conflicting forces within. Just as the 2 forces were on the verge of achieving balance once more, that detestable source of interference re-emerged. Under Chen-Chi's control, the dog began to spew blood, utterly debilitated. One can hardly expect a mere dog to understand the strategy of self-sacrifice. Chen-Chi contentedly retracted the puppet strings, aware that the turmoil within the dog would not settle for at least 4 or 5 days. At this juncture, it resembled a dog on a chopping block, merely a step away from its fate. Whimper. The large black dog's eyes brimmed with pleading. Yet alas, Chen-Chi remained oblivious to its silent cries. He had not forgotten their initial encounter, when the dog had fixated on him, saliva dripping from its mouth. Had it not been for the consideration that dog blood was toxic, Chen-Chi might have contemplated severing one of its legs to sample it. Retreat. You can drag the dog down now. With the dog having utterly lost its capacity to resist, Chen-Chi did not wish to bear it out himself. after instructing the few individuals on the ground. He scanned his surroundings out of sheer boredom. Although the passage was shrouded in darkness, a mere adjustment of his pupil focus rendered the world around him illuminated that moment. Chen-Chi had mastered the Red Falcon Fist to a level of expertise. The observational techniques possessed by martial masters had been adapted by Chen-Chi into a unique ability. Even without invoking his physical manipulation capability, he could effortlessly adjust his own field of vision, achieving both long-distance sight and dark vision. Regrettably, his dynamic tracking ability required greater control of the eye muscles, which could only be attained upon upgrading the Red Falcon Fist to the Grandmaster level. Could this be the dog's lair? The sewer was unexpectedly clean, and not far off, Chen-Chi discovered a dog bed. Constructed from discarded human clothing and a sofa, it was evident that the dog had crafted this from its artistic sensibilities. Chen-Chi unceremoniously pilfered the dog bed, yet found no unexpected treasures. This dog was far too nonchalant, unwilling even to carry a bone back to its nest. Besides a few stray hairs, there was nothing of value. Oh! Chen-Chi's gaze swept over the wall beside the dog bed, where he noticed some scratches. This seemed to be where the dog had sharpened its claws, yet Chen-Chi astutely discerned human markings among the scratches. This instantly piqued his interest. Hatred. Such hatred. That scoundrel Gutaf has deceived us. The inscription appeared to have been etched into the wall with a finger, the words saturated with animosity, interspersed with dark, crimson stains. Intriguing, truly a delightful surprise. The markings utilized a common human language. Upon recognizing the name Gutaf, Chen-Chi realized he had struck gold today. Why? Why is this so different from what was promised when the game launched? They indeed gained positions and talents, yet at the cost of their lifespans. Why are we aging so rapidly, while that scoundrel Gutaf regains his youth? Everything, as Morich had foretold, was indeed a trap. Gutaf attained immortality. While they became mere pawns, why can't we kill him? May the heavens curse the Blue Taro Kingdom. As the inscription continued, remnants of bone fragments could faintly be seen, revealing the profound hatred of the person who had written their last words. Though Chen-Chi did not know who they were, it was reasonable to assume they were among those who supported Gutaf's rise to power, likely a first-generation player of the King's Game. This information was easily surmised, especially after Chen-Chi had obtained that dossier. The individual in the sewer had likely survived the bloody coup, though the reasons for their eventual demise remained a mystery. The bloody coup occurred a decade after Gutaf ascended the throne, which was precisely over 30 years ago, aligning with the emergence of the Death Dog. Chen-Chi could easily conclude that the large black dog had devoured this first-generation player, resulting in its mutation that he had uncovered the very source of the Death Dog's origin. However, Chen-Chi's most significant gain was not merely unearthing the Black Dog's secrets, but rather discovering the truth behind the bloody coup. Through the last words of this first-generation player, he could derive two conclusions. First, prior to the inception of the King's Game, or prior to Gutaf's ascension, he was merely a mortal. Otherwise, he would not have needed to rally the support of others. The leverage he wielded to garner loyalty from his subordinates, aside from power and wealth, likely included player qualifications. That if the rumors obtained from Meihua 10 were true, the King's Game initially functioned as a business simulation game, suggesting that the talents possessed by the first-generation players were probably some form of occupational enhancement. For instance, the Prime Minister, Card, possessed the talent of adeptly coordinating various affairs. Chen-Chi had received confirmation of this from Meihua 10, and it was precisely due to his excessive inquiries that he had nearly incurred her ire. Thus, it was evident that before the King's Game evolved into a combat-based game, players possessed no superpowers. This aligned with another of Chen-Chi's hypotheses. The game's operation required energy. The primary source of this energy was most likely derived from the players themselves. Hence, the first-generation players had their lifespans extracted, endowing them with only talents rather than superpowers. This was because the initial King's Game was still relatively weak, necessitating vassals to serve the king. This might have been the hidden rule of the game that Gutaf had failed to disclose to the first-generation players. Once the game stabilized and spread throughout the Blue Taro Kingdom, the energy required to maintain its operation became a burden on the entire populace. By then, the game had grown immensely powerful. Hence the emergence of superpowers. That as for Chen-Chi's second conclusion, it was rather shocking. The individual who left the last words believed that Gutaf had attained immortality, while Chen-Chi had deduced how Gutaf achieved it. Gutaf had bound the king's game to the Blue Taro Kingdom, tying the king to himself that as long as the monarchical Blue Taro Kingdom did not perish, the king's game would continue to operate indefinitely, and the king would forever remain Gutaf. Thus, Gutaf could potentially live on for 100, 200, 300, or even 500 years. This was perhaps the true intention behind the 68-year-old Gutaf's creation of the game. While Qinshi was uncertain how he accomplished this, he was now convinced that the creator of the king's game could only be human. Demonic entities, as depicted in myth and legend, would not covet a mere few hundred years of life. Chapter 36. The Lost One. I can only hope my conjectures are not true. Otherwise, the difficulty of clearing the king's game may exceed my imagination. Qinshi sighed deeply, casually erasing the inscriptions on the wall. Retriel and the others, fully armed, entered the scene. And such secrets were not meant for their ears, boss. You actually managed to handle this large black dog. This fellow must weigh at least a ton. Right. Taluno cautiously patted the dog's head, marveling at the day as extraordinary events that no need to be anxious. This creature is paralyzed. Lifted back and transported to the laboratory. For a wealthy individual, establishing a personal laboratory was entirely reasonable. As Qinshi's strength grew, the scale of the laboratory would likely expand as well. Fortunately, the funds from the Chris Group were barely sufficient. Upon learning that the large black dog had been incapacitated, Retriel and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were not as foolishly bold as Taluno. In response, Taluno declared, I simply have faith in my boss. You all are destined to be my subordinates. The concluding tasks proceeded smoothly, and by the time the sun rose, Qinshi and his companions had returned to Talon City. During their journey home, Retriel and the others expressed their desire to serve the Chris Group long-term. Qinshi naturally welcomed this notion, subsequently delegating the specifics of collaboration to Taluno. Thus far, Qinshi was quite satisfied with Taluno as the head of intelligence. Upon returning to Talon City, Qinshi did not hastily plunge into the laboratory. Uncharacteristically, he reached out to Mei Hua-ten, first extending sincere greetings before inquiring about the Prime Minister's condition and when the gathering would be held. No rush. Why the hurry? We are still in pursuit of that traitor. That fellow is from the Demon Slayer Society, truly a tangled web of complications. Mei Hua-ten's tone was laced with irritation as she vented her frustrations. Qinshi's arrival evidently provided her with a channel for release, prompting her to complain incessantly. The seniors are utterly unprofessional, all show without substance. Without their support, we newcomers are utterly helpless against the opposition. The coordination among everyone is problematic as well. The traitor, after fusing cards, possesses more than one ability, making it rare for us to stand a chance one-on-one. Being a guardian is exceedingly challenging. Qinshi proved to be a most competent listener, even meticulously analyzing Mei Hua-ten's words to extract as much information as possible. For instance, he confirmed from her that the diary of Qiaomoya contained records regarding fused cards. After card fusion, one can acquire the other superpowers. It was no wonder the traitor had appeared. Who could resist such temptation? The Prime Minister is nearly recovered and will make an appearance in a few days. Although the Guardians are not as formidable as I had imagined, it is still better than being a lone wolf. During this upheaval, neither of the two major factions suffered any losses, yet the lone wolves bore the brunt, with several perishing. Mei Hua-ten had evidently experienced the harshness of reality. The elder players, who had previously treated the newcomers with courtesy, were now openly dismissive and commanding. Qinshi was not surprised by Mei Hua-ten's complaints. The Guardians were merely hounds trained by King Gutaf, maintaining stability in the kingdom and ensuring the smooth operation of the game. However, when it comes to the shuffling phase, thoughts become chaotic, consumed only by the urge to survive. Under such immense pressure, the slogans that were once used merely for show lose all significance. You should be grateful that I recommended you to join the orderly faction. Otherwise, you would have been killed long ago. After uttering these words, Mei Hua-ten abruptly ended the call. Qinshi contemplated for a moment. There seemed to be some truth in what the other party said. His current ability to remain uninvolved likely stemmed from the reluctance of the two major factions to engage in immediate conflict. Yet he remained perplexed as to why the traitors would attempt to assassinate the Prime Minister. Sensing that there was some hidden agenda at play, Qinshi initially intended to inquire with Mei Hua-ten about why the Seven of Hearts was a doomed card, but it seemed that the other party might not be privy to that information. Those seasoned players who had experienced the shuffle were far ahead of them. Such significant secrets could hardly be divulged to novice players. Well, we shall see. Qin continued to pursue his goals. Realizing he needed to act swiftly, ensuring he could achieve spiritual awakening before the impending upheaval. As time passed, despite Qin diligent efforts, his progress in corded script and Duma script remained stagnant. As these required innate talent, his learning pace had plateaued. Were it not for his immense self-control, he would have attempted to throw the dice several times. Yet, having learned more about the insidious nature of the king's game, Qin understood that greater despair awaited him. One must never exhaust hope, nor should one harbor false optimism. These were the principles he set for himself. Since the first wish, Qin had come to appreciate the terrifying nature of the bronze dice. It initially assailed humanity's value system, allowing one to receive without any effort, thus completely unleashing human desire that if one cannot restrain oneself, after 3 wishes, the bronze dice would vanish, leaving only the shell of desire behind. Once one has tasted the benefits of the free, who would still be willing to pay for their own life? In Qin perspective, if life were likened to a turbulent sea, the bronze dice would be a gust of wind from beyond. This external wind might indeed propel one swiftly toward a stable destination, or perhaps help one escape the whirlpool and return to a normal course in life. Yet, ultimately, the most crucial aspect of crossing the sea is the vessel and its helmsman. Should the wind lead one astray, the outcome is all too evident. Qin believed many had lost their way. The bronze dice appeared to be an ancient artifact. Having witnessed countless wishers, he would not be foolish enough to think himself the only user. The inscriptions on the dice alone bore 6 distinct forms. When he initially conducted his wish experiments, he had attempted to leave a message on the dice, only to be met with the response of insufficient points. Qin acknowledged that he had barely scratched the surface of the bronze dice's secrets, equivalent to picking a single grain of rice from the vast sea. Fortunately, while his learning pace remained unchanged, his experiments in developing abilities yielded fruitful results. Within just a week, he uncovered the sources of the 2 powers within the Great Black Dog and utilized their conflict to complete various cellular transformation experiments. However, this was not Qin greatest gain. He had always felt that the Great Black Dog's horn was peculiar, as if it concealed something extraordinary. To his astonishment, this spiral horn could bring him immense surprises, even bordering on terror. Chapter 37. Flesh Rebirth in the Laboratory. Qin activated his 2 primary skills and commenced the cellular interference experiment. Cold light flickered as metallic threads traversed the Great Black Dog's body, extracting a small amount of substance. This was the stem cells from within the Great Black Dog. Qin placed the stem cells into a culture dish and, manipulating the puppet threads, infused his will into them. In the next moment, the stem cells seemed to undergo a transformation, rapidly increasing and differentiating. Through the sensory feedback from the puppet threads, Qin witnessed a miraculous event of life. Under the continuous erosion and inducement of his will, the ordinary stem cells underwent constant metamorphosis, ultimately elevating into universal stem cells. Universal stem cells are capable of differentiating into various tissues and organs. They can self-renew and transform into any type of cell. They possess the potential to form a complete individual. Thus, as long as my abilities are sufficient, this small quantity of universal stem cells can infinitely proliferate and differentiate into over 200 types of cells throughout the body, even further forming all the tissues and organs of the organism. Qin, filled with ambition, aimed to utilize the universal stem cells to create a sub-body clone of the Great Black Dog. The initial progress of the experiment indeed unfolded as he had envisioned, with the universal stem cells proliferating endlessly: muscle, bone, fat, neurons, heart. Qin felt as though he had mastered biological 3D printing technology, witnessing the formation of a flesh-and-blood pup devoid of fur, visibly taking shape. However, the pup was somewhat diminutive, only the size of a fist. Just as the brain was about to take shape, an unexpected incident occurred. The neural network of the miniature dog's brain suddenly overloaded and self-destructed. This scene resembled a freshly assembled computer that, upon pressing the power button, had its CPU burn out. Was it due to my will interference? A gut feeling led Qin to identify the root of the issue. It must be that his will had influenced the emergence of the pup's self-awareness. Yet this problem was beyond Qin's capacity to resolve. The infinite proliferation and differentiation of the stem cells depended on his will interference. Consequently, the experiment ended in utter failure. validating that this path was unviable. Yet Chen-Chi bore no signs of disappointment on his face. Sometimes, failed experiments hold great value, especially when concerning the brain, one of biology's most enigmatic organs. Moreover, the experiment was not a complete failure. At the very least, Chen-Chi had learned how to utilize stem cells to induce the growth of various organs. Should he inadvertently lose a kidney, he would now possess the capability to create a replacement. Chen-Chi named this ability organ regeneration, combining it with his previous skills of cell stitching and flesh proliferation, forming a low-tier version of immortality. Thus, Chen-Chi's LV2 body manipulation ability had reached its limits. Initially, he intended to undertake upgrades to his brain to enhance his intelligence, but upon witnessing the pitiable condition of the miniature dog, he promptly abandoned that notion. Crack, crack, crack. Chen-Chi's bones shifted, muscles reorganized, and in the blink of an eye, the golden-haired Qiaomo vanished, restoring Chen-Chi to his original appearance. Yet 5 minutes later, as his body manipulation ability faded, Chen-Chi disappeared, and Qiaomo reappeared. He still could not revert the game character, returning to my true form. This meant that my control over the Seven of Hearts was still woefully inadequate. The self-satisfaction that had welled up within Chen-Chi dissipated significantly. He turned his gaze toward the remnants of flesh in the culture dish, commencing another analysis. After a lengthy pause, Chen-Chi let out a disappointed sigh. Indeed, it was futile. The reason Chen-Chi sought to recreate a pup was to hope that the miniature dog could inherit the two powers from within the great black dog. This way, he would possess a continuous supply of experimental subjects, thereby unraveling the mysteries of those two powers. However, that heap of flesh was merely ordinary tissue, devoid of any lingering power. Without experimental subjects, Chen-Chi's plans regarding those two powers could not proceed. As for why he did not use the great black dog for the experiment, the answer was simply impossible. Upon the forehead of the great black dog, the black spiral horn emitted a faint glow. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the source of that light was a series of continuously shifting, mysterious characters. This was the surprise that the spiral horn had bestowed upon Chen-Chi. The horn had been subjected to a curse. Initially, Chen-Chi did not recognize what it was, mistaking it for the natural patterns on the horn. However, when he attempted to penetrate with the puppet threads, the frantic warning from his instinct made him suddenly realize what it was. This was a curse described in the Qiaomoya diary, one that could only be wielded by awakened ones. The curse contained the will of the caster. Should Chen-Chi trigger it, he would undoubtedly draw the attention of the caster, an actual, awakened one, capable of defeating the current Chen-Chi countless times over. At that moment, Chen-Chi felt a cold sweat break out. Fortunately, this curse seemed to have another purpose, specifically targeting the spiral horn. Despite Chen-Chi having subjected the pup to considerable torment, no incidents had occurred. According to Chen-Chi's calculations, as long as the pup remained alive, or if it were to inadvertently destroy the spiral horn, the caster would not be alerted. This was also the reason Chen-Chi dared not delve into the two powers within the pup. It was simply because those two powers had been intertwined for too long. A slight misstep could result in a violent conflict, and if luck were to run out, the pup might well perish. Currently, Chen-Chi had no confidence in withstanding the retaliation of an awakened one. Moreover, it was highly likely that this awakened one was also a player. What a pity, truly a pity, based on my deductions. The first source of power within the pup stemmed from the king's game, while the other arose from its own bloodline. Regardless of which one could be deciphered, it would be a significant boon for me. Chen-Chi had mostly unraveled the process of the dog's mutation. IT should have consumed the corpse of the original player 30 years ago. Logically speaking, even if the king's game was weak at that time, the residual power would not be something an ordinary creature could withstand. The great black dog should have perished during the corruption. Yet fate is indeed peculiar. At the brink of death, this dog awakened its bloodline power, counteracting the power of the king's game. The awakening of the great black dog should not be considered a typical awakening. Rather, it embodies a form of loss of control. Hence, it necessitates periodically devouring the corpses of players to maintain a balance between two opposing forces. Furthermore, should it become tainted by an excess of power from the king's game, the great black dog would consume corpses in a peculiar manner, augmenting the strength derived from its bloodline. Its survival until now is attributable to a combination of fortune and an intelligence that far surpasses that of ordinary canines. As Chen-Chi gazed at it with fervor, the great black dog nearly soiled itself in fear. immediately resorting to a display of cuteness in a plea for mercy, after enduring days of torment at Chen-Chi's hands. It yearned to escape, vowing to evade this formidable demon in its next life. "Fear not. I have no intention of taking your life. My interest lies solely in the spell adorning your horn. Its value far exceeds that of your canine existence." After days of scheming, Chen-Chi finally resolved to take action regarding this spell that, of course, his intention was merely to analyze and decipher it. Chapter 38. The structure of the spell root. A spell, or incantation, is not merely a collection of letters. It is composed of roots formed by the deformation of 3 ancient civilization scripts. These roots possess a remarkable stability, capable of bearing the will and spirit of an awakened one. The 3 ancient scripts employed in the construction of a spell exclude divination script, rope script, and Domu spiral script. Any 3 of the remaining 12 ancient scripts can be selected and deformed to create a spell. However, at this stage, the spell is merely a root. Only when an awakened one infuses it with their own spirit and will does the root come to life, transforming into a genuine incantation. The efficacy of this spell hinges upon the will of its user. Chen-Chi coveted the spell upon the spiral horn of the great black dog, not out of a desire to decipher its precise function, but rather to understand how it undergoes deformation. The degree of perfection in the amalgamation and deformation of the 3 ancient scripts directly determines its capacity and stability. This knowledge was sourced from the Compendium of Ancient Civilizations and the Journal of Xiaomoya. As for the specific methodology of constructing this spell root, how to deform it, and how to infuse it with spirit and will, Chen-Chi was utterly oblivious. Such knowledge was beyond the reach of even Xiaomoya, let alone Chen-Chi. This was precisely why Chen-Chi was willing to take risks to glimpse the incantation upon the great black dog's spiral horn, should he decipher its deformation patterns. He could acquire a method for constructing a spell root. This knowledge was a closely guarded secret, and in the land of Lanyu, Chen-Chi had no means to learn it on the experimental platform. The great black dog trembled in fear. Chen-Chi, exasperated, knocked it unconscious with a single punch, finally ceasing its quivering. Upon the spiral horn, 37 luminescent lines danced and shifted ceaselessly, morphing into various patterns reminiscent of a miniature kaleidoscope. Chen-Chi fixated on this phenomenon, even activating dynamic capture in an attempt to freeze each transformation. Yet he quickly realized this was futile. The spell continued to transform at a constant pace before his eyes, showing no signs of slowing. His dynamic capture had failed. Could it be that perceiving this spell requires not only sight but also an innate spirit? After pondering for a moment, Chen-Chi concluded that this answer seemed the most logical. To verify this hypothesis, he summoned the entire hummingbird squad, instructing them to gaze intently at the spiral horn. The result was catastrophic. Aside from Retriel, everyone else lost control of their senses the moment they beheld the spell, teetering on the brink of collapse. According to Leah's account, they only perceived a vortex spinning endlessly, and the world around them dissolved into chaos. She felt her eyes seeing scents, her ears hearing colors, and her tongue tasting music. With their senses in disarray, the entire world became foreign and bizarre. Had Chen-Chi not interrupted their gaze, Leah and the others would have surely succumbed to madness. As for Retriel, he fared slightly better, yet after merely 1 second of observation, he too began to feel unwell. Collapsing to the ground, he described seeing an overwhelming multitude of lines, a quantity that would suffocate even the most stoic of individuals. These lines twisted and writhed as if alive, and Retriel swore he saw them burrowing into his brain. After they penetrated his mind, he experienced a nauseating turmoil, which caused him to faint. Was it perhaps due to the low spirit of ordinary individuals that they could not directly confront the spell? Retriel's spirit was likely superior to that of the other 4, allowing him to glimpse the intricate web of lines, bringing him closer to the truth that as for Chen-Chi, his spirit was vastly more powerful, enabling him to perceive all the lines that constituted the spell. This realization struck him as the answer. Simultaneously, another thought emerged. If one spirit were sufficiently potent, it might even overpower an awakened one. Would it then be possible for those endowed with such strength to discern the very structure of the spell? This inspired Chen-Chi. If the bronze die could suppress ancient civilizational scripts, could it not also quell the roots formed from them? Without hesitation, Chen-Chi summoned the bronze die, suspending it above the spiral horn. His hypothesis proved correct. The speed of the spell, as transformations indeed slowed. Akin to an ox pulling a cart, in comparison, it had decelerated by at least 100-fold. What could be the underlying principle? Throughout, Qinshi had found it perplexing how the bronze die could suppress ancient scripts. According to his analysis, unless a wish was made, the bronze die should have no influence on the reality. Yet the ancient scripts were an exception. After eliminating numerous conjectures, Qinshi managed to formulate a few plausible explanations. Number 1. The bronze die's ability to suppress or interfere with ancient scripts must be related to the 6 scripts inscribed upon it. The direct contact with the scripts on the bronze die rendered the need for a medium obsolete. Number 2. It is possible that the scripts on the bronze die are of a higher order, thus exerting dominance over other scripts. Hence, it is the 6 peculiar scripts, rather than the bronze die itself, that suppress the ancient scripts. 0.3. Alternatively, those ancient scripts may have an inherent connection to the bronze die, perhaps originating from the same source. Which of these explanations holds true remains a mystery to Qinshi. Perhaps once he comprehends those scripts, clarity will dawn upon him. Upon the spiral horn, 37 lines moved slowly, in a fleeting moment, several lines intertwined, forming a character that was strikingly familiar to Qinshi. It was the character from the cloud pattern script. Thus, one of the 3 ancient scripts constituting the spell was indeed from the cloud pattern. This discovery filled Qinshi with hope, prompting him to embark on a lengthy observation journey. 3 hours later, he identified the 2nd ancient script, which was the character from the flame script. An hour after that, the great black dog regained consciousness, only for Qinshi to knock it out again, subsequently acquiring the character from the mud script. With this, all 3 ancient scripts forming the spell had been deciphered by Qinshi. Yet this was merely the beginning. Qinshi sought the methods and patterns of how these 3 ancient scripts intertwined and deformed. Initially, he believed the next phase would progress smoothly, as recognizing the 3 characters had altered his perception of the spell. It was no longer a mere collection of 37 erratic lines, but transformed into 3 characters colliding and combining perpetually. However, reality swiftly delivered a lesson. To his astonishment, were these characters encrypted? As the 3 characters collided and combined, Qinshi uncovered a staggering 138 variations. This meant he had obtained 138 similar roots. Yet which one was the original remained shrouded in mystery. In truth, had the master of the spell witnessed Qinshi's endeavors, it would likely have terrified them to death. Among those of the same tier, only 5 could discern which 3 types of ancient scripts were employed when confronting a spell, and a mere 0.02 could recognize specific characters. As for uncovering all variations of the roots, no one had ever achieved such a feat. Qinshi's accomplishments were truly remarkable. For as long as he became an awakened one and infused his spirit and will into it, the root with the greatest carrying capacity would be the original. Moreover, by reverse engineering the encryption patterns, Qinshi could potentially acquire even more knowledge. Perhaps there was a genuine opportunity to obtain a complete methodology for constructing roots. Although limited to cloud pattern, flame script, and mud script, and not necessarily the most perfect method, it at least resolves certain issues. Chapter 39. Nodding and recording. It seems this is where I must draw the line. Qinshi transcribed the 138 roots into his personal notebook. Though it was merely 138 roots, an hour had passed by the time Qinshi finished writing. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his gaze dimmed, revealing a profound fatigue. The act of inscribing ancient scripts was inherently exhausting, and the difficulty of writing roots had been amplified tenfold. Even with Qinshi's current strength, he had narrowly avoided disaster. The unconscious dog stirred once more, glancing at Qinshi with a fawning expression. "Rest assured, I honor my word. I shall release you now." Qinshi waved his hand impatiently, causing the dog to tremble in fright. It was indeed remarkable. Although this dog could not comprehend human writing, it surprisingly understood human speech. Should it ever learn to speak human language, it would truly become a clever canine spirit. Qinshi had initially intended to perform a craniotomy to investigate why the dog had grown so intelligent. Who would have imagined that this wretched creature was entangled with an awakened one, thus leaving no choice but to abandon it this moment. Having completed the research on the spell, the large black dog held no further value for him. Even if the dog wished to stay, Qinshi would not permit it. "Remember to keep your distance from me in the future. Otherwise, our next encounter will see your skull shattered." Qinshi admonished the large black dog before releasing it from its bindings. The dog, as if granted a reprieve, barked once and dashed out of the laboratory. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, Chinchi couldn't shake the feeling that the dog had muttered something derogatory about him. Surely that could not be the case. After all, I am magnanimous enough to spare its life. It wouldn't be so ungrateful, would it? As for whether the large black dog would return with vengeance, that was a far-fetched notion. Although Chinchi had not fully comprehended the function of the spell, he had gathered enough insights. This large black dog was merely a test subject that had been allowed to roam free. Others must have conducted similar experiments on it. Chinchi even suspected that killing the dog would not pose any significant problem, as long as he did not claim the spiral unicorn for himself. However, such speculation was evidently insufficient to warrant taking risks. This was likely the reason the dog had never been killed by anyone. That to offend an awakened player over a mere dog was simply not worth it. After the experiment concluded, Chinchi resumed his tranquil scholarly pursuits. Yet surprises often arrive unannounced. That my learning speed has increased. Could it be that my research on word roots has influenced my brain in some manner? Before Chinchi, the once tangled rope script suddenly became clear, unraveling on its own. This had been utterly impossible before. The rope script is a remarkably unique form of writing, its origins traceable to an ancient civilization, likely derived from knot-based record-keeping. The knots of the rope script existed in a black box state, with the contents entirely unknown. Only by untying the knots could one gradually uncover their meanings. Previously, Chinchi's learning process was fraught with difficulties, often taking over half an hour to decipher a single byte. Now, however, he felt his learning speed had surged tenfold. That in just 3 days, I shall master the rope script. Then, studying the Demu spiral script will surely yield twice the results with half the effort. With each ancient script he mastered, Chinchi's spiritual acuity significantly enhanced, proving immensely beneficial for his subsequent studies. This process of spiritual accumulation is a rite of passage for all magical apprentices. As long as sufficient time is invested, even those with a modicum of aptitude for ancient scripts can master 12 other types. Aside from rope script, divination script, and Demu spiral script, though this sufficient time may span several decades that as expected, events unfolded just as Chinchi had anticipated. 3 days later, he indeed mastered all forms of rope script. At that moment, he felt as if he had savored an exquisite delicacy, with every cell in his body radiating excitement. This is not an exaggeration. It is simply the truth that in Chinchi's laboratory. An additional device, a biological radar, now stood. The image displayed on the radar screen was that of a glowing human figure. This biological radar had been procured by Chinchi on the very day he retrieved the dog. Over the past few days, he had recorded all his transformations using the radar. Compared to before mastering the rope script, he truly appeared much brighter. Boss, the Prime Minister has finally made an appearance. Yet everything seemed normal. There were no signs of weakness whatsoever. Just as Chinchi was about to embark on his studies of the Demu spiral script, he received a call from Torreno. Curiously, he activated the projector in the laboratory and beheld Crozer Gick delivering a televised address. Although the Prime Minister was already 73 years old, he spoke with vigor, showing no signs of aging. Now that is a true cinematic hero. The Prime Minister on television appeared just as before, delivering a State of the Nation address, with no hint of the assassination attempt he had endured. After observing for a while and finding no abnormalities, Chinchi turned off the television. That he decided to contact previous channels to procure additional biological radars. If there were better models available, that would be even more splendid. Chinchi assigned a new task to Torreno, who, though bewildered, vowed to complete it. Biological radars were not civilian products. Purchasing them could only be done through the dark web. Unfortunately, the Blue Taro Nation was too small, and the models circulating in the dark web were obsolete and exorbitantly priced. Nevertheless, Chinchi believed that financial power could work miracles, and he hoped to receive some delightful surprises for Chinchi at present. Making money was not a daunting challenge. Merely 2 days prior, he had once again participated in an auction held across several nearby cities. Although nothing particularly caught his eye, he had forged a closer relationship with Weston Kuda. This individual, having monopolized the import and export business of the Dark Star Empire, had offended quite a few people. After the auction concluded, an assassin shot at him 4 times, one bullet piercing directly through his heart. Just as Weston was experiencing a moment of clarity while struggling to utter his last words, Chinchi mercifully saved him, mending his shattered heart. That in truth, Qinshi had noticed the assassin long before. He could have caught the bullet with his bare hands. Yet he chose this method as it yielded the best results, revived and reborn. Weston regarded Qinshi with utmost reverence, declaring his intention to donate half of his fortune. It is worth noting that this man had earned a staggering 100 million within 3 months since monopolizing trade in the Dark Star Empire. However, Qinshi did not save him for monetary gain. After reluctantly accepting a plethora of gifts from the Dark Star Empire, the two became genuine friends and partners. Weston, or rather the connection to the Dark Star Empire, represented the only significant power Qinshi could access. Even if he could only acquire trivial items, they would still considerably enhance his security. For instance, the special model of the biological radar that Qinshi desired was precisely the kind of item banned for sale by medium-strength nations. Accessible only through Weston. The reason Qinshi focused on the biological radar was due to his upgrade of the string strangulation skill, which had reached the conceptual stage. However, before proceeding, Qinshi needed to thoroughly master the Demu spiral script to elevate his state to its utmost potential. The corrosion during skill enhancement could not be taken lightly. Chapter 40. The Sect of Life. The Demu spiral script stands as the most challenging form of writing within the comprehensive knowledge of ancient civilizations. At least in Qinshi's experience, for a long time, he had been curious about the divination script, rope script, and Demu spiral script. Why did they differ so drastically from other ancient scripts? The divination script, according to research by ancient script experts, is believed to have originated from divination rituals, rumored to possess a mysterious connection with human consciousness. The rope script, while stemming from knot-based record-keeping, often symbolizes the manipulation of heaven and earth's operations in excavated relics. Knots, within the realm of energy, symbolize a state of stability, immutable. As for the Demu spiral script, its origins are somewhat enigmatic. Resembling human fingerprints, many ancient script scholars speculate that it was a form of writing created by ancient humanity emulating their own fingerprints. In mysticism, the Demu spiral script is generally associated with the physical body and contracts. Yet some ancient script scholars hold a starkly different perspective. They believe that the creation of the Demu spiral script was inspired by the divine artifact, mother spiral of all things. The human fingerprint is merely the imprint left by the ancient progenitor wielding the mother spiral of all things that in the era before the advent of V5, various sects dominated the human world. The mother spiral of all things, as the sacrificial vessel of the Sect of Life, naturally became the source of the Demu spiral script. Thus, the Demu spiral script evolved into the exclusive writing of the Sect of Life. However, in contemporary times, as the Sect of Life faded from existence, the former perspective gained prominence. This knowledge has transcended the realm of basic understanding, certainly not originating from the comprehensive knowledge of ancient civilizations, but rather an unexpected gain for Qinshi. Previously, Qinshi had instructed Retlay to acquire secret techniques capable of concealing life's magnetic fields from the dark web, but the outcome was far from satisfactory. No one responded. Nevertheless, this endeavor attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Consequently, someone offered Retlay a mystical notebook, which he promptly purchased at great expense after consulting Qinshi. The knowledge regarding the origins of the 3 ancient scripts came from this notebook. The notebook's owner claimed to be a scholar specializing in research on ancient civilizations. The entire notebook gave Qinshi the impression of being an elaborate boast. For instance, regarding the profession of scholar, the owner exaggerated to the point of suggesting that they were the beacon of humanity. All ancient scripts deciphered by humanity were the work of the scholars. All alien scripts mastered by humanity were also deciphered by scholars. The divine revelations conveyed by ancient deities were likewise translated by scholars. This was no mere scholar. It was a self-proclaimed prophet of humanity. Unfortunately, the notebook's owner was not as magnificent as he boasted. This individual was still poring over the comprehensive knowledge of ancient civilizations, and even lagged behind Qinshi's progress. The most valuable aspect of the entire notebook was the account of the origins of the 3 ancient scripts, which was rather lackluster, explaining why it ended up on the black market. However, this incident made Qinshi aware of a crucial issue, since even the unfortunate Xiaomoya Chris was aware of the king's game. The number of apprentices drawn in by this allure must be considerable. Yet with only 54 game cards in existence, what became of those unfortunate souls who were unable to obtain qualifications for the game? Should they inadvertently fall victim to the calamity of the pool fish and perish here, would it not be the case that some items would be left behind? The owner of the notes is likely such an unfortunate soul. This inevitably stirred thoughts within Qin, prompting him to consider the possibility of acquiring a few relics or exchanging knowledge with the surviving apprentices. Of course, this could not be undertaken at present. Otherwise, he would merely become an NPC, delivered to his doom. Qin intended to explore the kingdom of Lanyu thoroughly after he became an awakened one, with less than 2 years remaining until the next Judgment Day. He had little time to spare. The study of Dumaluo and indeed became considerably simpler after Qin mastered Xingwen, although those characters still appeared as perpetually swirling and transforming fingerprints. With the aid of the bronze dice, Qin activated his super learning mode, in merely 7 days. He conquered the ancient script that had previously vexed him, the moment he fully grasped 15 ancient scripts. He felt as though he had transformed into a light bulb, radiating brilliance from every pore. Strangely, his hair crackled with electric sparks, as if an electrostatic field had been triggered. Even merely approaching nearby, electronic devices would disrupt their signals, rendering him a veritable walking electromagnetic field. Fortunately, this phenomenon lasted only a fleeting moment, with the affected devices swiftly returning to normalcy. His life level had undoubtedly approached infinity, nearly reaching level 6, regrettably, without becoming an awakened one. He could never cross that threshold. The events that transpired did not incite panic within Qin. It was merely a manifestation of his potent life magnetic field, which had slightly disturbed the surrounding natural domain. More accurately, everything that had occurred was entirely within Qin's expectations. It was only through this that he could enhance his skill, Xianji Jiaosha, at level 1. This skill possessed merely sharp cutting capabilities. Far from rivaling body manipulation, in truth, the origin of this skill was an accident. It was a momentary lapse while Xiao Moya was studying the Red Heart 7, nearly causing it to consume the source. However, reality had unfolded as it did, and Qin lacked the ability to erase this skill. Thus, he could only strive to enhance its potential. The sharp cutting ability offered limited assistance in future battles, and he struggled to conceive a method for improvement. Should he continue to devour the remaining source, or that would be an extravagant waste, and currently he could not extract it. The metallic string itself was the embodiment of puppet threads. Given this, it would be prudent to develop it in the direction of puppet threads. While the metallic string could not manipulate flesh, it could certainly transmit electromagnetic signals and control machinery. This was Qin's development plan, with the experimental target being the biological radar. This device was the most suitable artificial creation for his ability development that Qin had encountered, that he was bound to face numerous enemies ahead and could not afford to falter in reconnaissance. Now everything was in place, and only the final experiment remained. Inside the laboratory, 7 old models of biological radar were neatly arranged in a row. For the first time, Qin's monetary ability had failed. The biological radar comprised 5 models, with only Model E accessible to small nations. Many of these were even the most outdated versions of Model E. Most available on the black market were similarly subpar, often secondhand. According to Tolunuo's investigation, the entire kingdom of Lanyu possessed only one D model, discarded by another nation, held by the military to obtain a model beyond. Qin could only rely on his good friend, Wei Ting. Fortunately, these outdated models were sufficient to support Qin's current ability development. Chapter 41. The Essence of Spirituality Research and Argumentation on the Essence of Spirituality. Within the laboratory, the 7 biological radar devices encircled Qin, enveloping him at the center. Holding a compendium of ancient civilizations, Qin sat quietly in meditation at the center. Before commencing the experiment, out of curiosity, he opened the declaration of the spirit world. After all the diligent study, could mastering 15 ancient scripts enable him to comprehend those tadpole characters? However, upon casting his eyes upon the text, Qin found himself unable to look away, for the opening was, astonishingly, a research paper on the essence of spirituality, which was precisely the knowledge Qin lacked. This instant captured all of Qin's attention. Strangely, those characters, which he had previously found utterly incomprehensible, now rushed to introduce themselves to him. This was utterly unimaginable for Qin before completing his study of the 15 ancient scripts that he had previously attempted to use the bronze dice, hoping to leverage its suppression capability for a shortcut. Regrettably, the tadpole characters had remained lethargic, and he still could not decipher them. Yet at this moment, it felt as though a condition had been met. He no longer needed to understand them, for the tadpole characters were introducing themselves instead. Could it be that these characters also possessed a form of life? Chen Qi's mind raced with possibilities. Yet there was no one to answer his questions that in this world, there existed only two forms of existence, life and non-life. According to the teachings of the life sect, any entity possessing spirituality could be regarded as life. Correspondingly, any form of life must inherently possess spirituality. Thus, from the smallest bacteria and viruses to the grandest beasts like bears, lions, tigers, and leopards, all known life forms possess spirituality. Likewise, any entity that possesses spirituality, be it gold, silver, copper, iron, or artificial constructs, would transform into life. Upon reaching this point, Chen Qi naturally associated this with the source Ori.it turned out that substance was a form of metallic life. Throughout history, numerous hypotheses have been proposed regarding the essence of spirituality, many of which are self-consistent. In my view, the essence of spirituality is cognition. When an individual can distinguish itself from the external world, it possesses spirituality. For instance, among iron atoms, when one iron atom becomes aware of its existence, it creates a distinction from the surrounding iron atoms, thereby acquiring spirituality. Of course, regarding how spirituality arises and whether it is bestowed from the external world, the subsequent content appeared blank. Clearly, this paper had been edited, seemingly only intending to provide the apprentices with some fundamental knowledge. The most primitive form of life exists solely in self-awareness, which is the most rudimentary form of spirituality. As life becomes more complex, its awareness of the external world also grows stronger. Consequently, their spirituality becomes more robust. Multicellular organisms undoubtedly possess greater spirituality than unicellular ones, and crawling life forms surpass crustaceans in terms of spirituality. When spirituality reaches a certain level, the potential for wisdom and the proportions of self-awareness versus external awareness. This segment of content was again erased, leaving Chen Qi frustrated to the brink of bloodshed. He could not fathom who had committed such a treacherous act, surely earning their fair share of scorn, that if, according to my definition, the essence of spirituality is cognition, then it should belong to the realm of idealism. Logically, this would not directly impact the real world. Yet astonishingly, spirituality in the real world had manifested as real power. The most typical example of this is the life magnetic field, according to the research of the deep space cult. Any existing material emits a field that an iron atom possessing spirituality should fundamentally still be an iron atom, as the material structure comprising it remains unchanged. Thus, the field it emits should be akin to that of other iron atoms. However, the reality is that the fields they emit exhibit essential differences, hence the definition of the life magnetic field. The only possible cause of this distinction is spirituality. This implies that spirituality can alter the material field, transforming it into another existence, which evidently contradicts the definition of idealism, that I must have overlooked something. Perhaps the critical portion was once more omitted. Yet since this paper had come to Chen Qi's attention, it at least demonstrated that V5 acknowledged the essence of spirituality is cognition as a valid conclusion. However, the deeper truths were clearly something the world government did not wish to disclose to these apprentices. Chen Qi's expression darkened, not due to the omission of key content, but because of the mention of the deep space cult. All along, he had resisted recalling his childhood, for while it represented one of the most beautiful periods of his life, it did not equate to happiness or joy. Chen Qi had been able to remember since the age of 2, thus retaining memories of many of his parents' affairs. Although he did not understand them at the time, this did not prevent him from comprehending them as he grew, particularly during his time in the orphanage. For a long time, even before encountering Yu Dongcheng, Chen Qi believed his parents had perished due to a curse. The appearance of the meteorite from the heavens was entirely a consequence of the curse's power. All those people on the train were merely collateral damage. His understanding stemmed from many conversations his parents had during his childhood. Deep Space Cult, Extraterrestrial Civilization Exploration Association. These were the two phrases Chen Qi had heard most frequently back then. According to the recollections he organized during his time in the orphanage, his parents were likely members of the Extraterrestrial Civilization Exploration Association, which originated from the disbanded Deep Space Cult and could even be described as traitors to. However, perhaps his memories were muddled, as he recalled his father referring to those individuals as traitors. Regardless of who the true traitors were, Chen Qi's parents had fallen victim to a curse due to their research. Violating taboos. Chen Qi could only recall that his family had never settled in one place for long. They moved almost every year to avoid various unforeseen calamities. That train journey was also intended to leave the land of Lanyu. Yet, regrettably, they could not escape. As he attempted to shove those dreadful memories back into the recesses of his mind, Qinshi was about to resume watching Spirit Realm Declaration, only to find that the cryptic script eluded him. It was at that moment he realized his brain was exceedingly hot, as if magma were surging within. Moreover, the biological radar that had formed around him was damaged, with 3 devices ruined. Then am I truly at my limit? This state was familiar to Qinshi. It was a sign of overexertion in his studies that he had only watched 1/3 of Spirit Realm Declaration. Yet to complete his awakening, he needed at least 2 more viewings. However, my current condition feels splendid, almost as if my spiritual essence is overflowing. Every cell in Qinshi's body radiated light and warmth. With an understanding of what spiritual essence entailed, and even the secrets of the source, Qinshi felt increasingly confident in his experiments that if not now, then when. Chapter 42. Mastery of Metal Skill. String Strangulation. The back of Qinshi's left hand glowed with a radiant purple light, as 10 metallic strings extended from his fingertips, transforming into glimmering blades slicing through the air. What an astonishing ability! Though he had grown accustomed to it, the more he learned, the more he could appreciate the terrifying power of the Heart of Spades. This was far beyond the magical artifacts described in the diary of Qiao Moya. They were on entirely different levels. This only deepened Qinshi's curiosity about how Gu Tafu had created the King's game. Was this truly something a mere mortal could achieve? Based on my conjectures, the so-called corrosiveness of the Heart of Spades manifests primarily in its consumption of spiritual essence. It resembles a ravenous beast, forced to slumber until it encounters delectable prey, at which point it pounces. Thus, it devoured the source, possessed spiritual essence. Its encroachment upon me is, in essence, a demand for my spiritual essence. Qinshi glanced at his left hand. The once vibrant purple markings that had spread to his shoulder had dimmed somewhat. Clearly, the overwhelming spiritual essence emanating from him had countered some of the corrosion. Yet Qinshi understood that this was merely a fade. The Heart of Spades held a deeper connection with him, or else he would not be able to harness its power. That expedition into the mine had afforded him a fleeting intersection of his spiritual essence with the Heart of Spades. This was an essential pathway for skill advancement. Therefore, if I wish to elevate my skills, I must actively engage with the spiritual essence of the Heart of Spades. Qinshi concentrated his mind, meticulously perceiving, and once again sensed that enigmatic existence. This time, however, it was clearer than before, a testament to the strength of his own spiritual essence. 2 parallel lines intertwined once more, and the rendering phenomenon reemerged. Yet this time, Qinshi did not find himself at a disadvantage. Rather, he navigated the experience with ease, while being consumed by the Heart of Spades. He delved his awareness deep into the metallic strings. What he beheld was a wondrous sight. It was a microscopic world at the atomic level, a colossal planet entirely composed of metal elements. Spinning quietly, the planet rotated. Its dark side came into Qinshi's perception, revealing a menacing purple maw that gnawed viciously at the planet's surface. This maw was so immense that it nearly engulfed half the planet. Qinshi immediately recognized this as the Heart of Spades devouring the source organ despite the source ore's minimal resistance. It was not easily digestible. 3 years had elapsed, and the purple maw had only managed to gnaw through half of it. As he surveyed the microscopic world, countless metallic planets met a similar fate, scattered throughout the void. Since my development primarily revolves around puppet strings, my task is to disrupt the balance between the two, aiding the purple maw in its endeavor. Though Qinshi had only begun to sense his spiritual essence and could not exert precise control, he knew how to unleash it, with his spiritual essence no longer restrained. He poured his abundant essence into the Heart of Spades without reservation. The Heart of Spades abruptly halted, seemingly choked, that my suspicions were indeed correct. The Heart of Spades' devouring ability was restricted by the game. The King's game would not permit it to consume a player in one gulp. Otherwise, achieving balance during the first encroachment would have been far more challenging. The influx of his spiritual essence exceeded the Heart of Spades' digestion rate, allowing his essence to permeate the metallic strings that in the microscopic realm. This manifested as a colossal luminous giant overshadowing the planet. The giant's form was unmistakably that of Qin Shi himself. This was his consciousness, accompanied by his spiritual essence, descending into the microscopic world that I am truly powerful. Qin Shi surveyed the planet below, feeling as though he had become a deity, whether it was merely an illusion or not. He sensed that in this microscopic world, his spiritual essence surpassed that of the source O-R-E-S for the purple maw. It remained formidable, yet it did not seem overly fearful. The answer surely lay in that paper. Though it had likely been deleted, with a deep sigh, Qin Shi felt the entire microscopic world tremble. That is the life magnetic field. In this divine state, Qin Shi perceived two forces clashing and reorganizing. One was purple, and the other was black, belonging respectively to the purple maw and the source Oregon. Meanwhile, Qin Shi, now divine, radiated his own life magnetic field. Externally, this manifested as the colossal luminous giant surrounded by a vibrant, colorful energy aura. Compared to the black light of the source and the purple light of the maw, Qin Shi felt resplendent. Time was running short, although Qin Shi longed to linger in this profound state. His intuition sensed an impending threat in the macroscopic world. Within a mere 0.005 seconds, the spiritual essence he had poured in would be entirely consumed by the heart of spades, that if he could not withdraw his consciousness before that, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences, potentially becoming a vegetable. Let me test whether my previous sensations were mere illusions. If my spiritual essence truly exceeds that of the source, I should be able to shatter it. The luminous giant's hand descended, enveloped in resplendent radiance, as it came crashing down upon the planet. Whether it was an illusion or not, Qin Shi felt the purple maw quiver at the moment he struck. Yet his true target was not it. Boom! In the void, the metallic planet was obliterated by a single blow, and the life magnetic field that had enveloped it disintegrated instantaneously. However, the shattered remnants of the planet had no chance to escape, as they were immediately captured by the life magnetic field of the purple maw. The next instant, the maw gaped wide, devouring the fragments whole. Qin Shi's strike had triggered a chain reaction among the celestial bodies. The billions of metallic planets however, his splendid plans were abruptly disrupted by urgent intelligence from Teleno. What? Crozer Gik is dead. Chapter 43. The camp's packed. In the televised broadcast, the kingdom's chief spokesperson was addressing inquiries from reporters. Just moments ago, the news of Prime Minister Crozer Gik's assassination had been officially announced. At this point, only 3 hours had elapsed since Crozer's demise. How could he have died? Shot dead, and it seems the assailant was not a player? Qin Shi felt a bit dazed. According to the public reports and the insider information he received from Teleno, Crozer had been shot at his residence. This was rather peculiar. Beep, beep, the communicator buzzed as Mei Hua-Ten sent a communication request. For reasons unknown, Qin Shi was overwhelmed by an ominous premonition. With Crozer's unfortunate fate, he should be disconnected from any repercussions, right? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer the call. You must have seen the news. That old fellow Crozer has finally met his end. He was the longest living player I knew. Mei Hua-Ten's tone was somewhat glum, yet it seemed only a matter of kinship with the deceased. Devoid of any true sorrow. Who could have been responsible? Wasn't this fellow just recently assassinated? How could he have faltered again? The fact that he was the longest living player caught Qin Shi's attention. After confirming with Mei Hua-Ten, he finally unearthed a fact. Among the 17 players of the Order camp, the longest lived had only experienced 3 rounds of the game. This situation was rather odd. But Qin Shi could only tuck it away for now. What he was most concerned about was identifying the murderer, that if it truly was the Demon Slayer Society striking again, the ensuing chaos would be uncontrollable. Rest assured, it's not as you might think. It's somewhat embarrassing to admit, but the one who killed Crozer was one of our own. That bastard Major Buffon has truly lost his mind. Mei Hua-Ten's words brimmed with fury, while Qin Shi felt somewhat bewildered. One of our own. Could that fellow also be an Order member? As the realization dawned on him, Qin Shi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What on earth had transpired with the Prime Minister that he had managed to offend both the righteous and the wicked? Oh, wait, he also angered His Majesty the King. Otherwise, his approval ratings wouldn't have plummeted so drastically. You guessed correctly, Najer is also an Order member, having joined at the same time as me. This fellow, usually so neurotic and weak in battle, who would have imagined he would commit such a treacherous act? Mei Hua-Ten was genuinely perplexed. In past games, players from either side would never intentionally target the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister was responsible for the game's normal operation, which aligned with the interests of all players. If a significant upheaval occurred in the Blue Yam Kingdom, the King's game would undoubtedly be affected, and the players would not escape unscathed. Therefore, even if many traitors acted recklessly, they would only wreak havoc upon a city at most. Should they go too far, not even the Order camp, but even the traitors themselves would stab him in the back. That Crozer's death was undeniably sinister. Have they caught the murderer? Upon hearing that the killer was one of their own, and a weakling at that, Chen Shi felt all tension dissipate, that as long as no grand battle erupted now, things would be fine to know. That fellow escaped. Moreover, he fled with the Little King card. While it was a bit difficult to comprehend, it seemed that his motive for killing Crozer was indeed to possess the Little King card. Mei Hua Ten's voice was laced with confusion, while Chen Shi felt utterly speechless. They couldn't even capture a weakling. And could the order still be relied upon? Of course, he could only grumble silently within. The matter is not so simple. Mei Hua Ten seemed to have guessed Chen Shi's thoughts. Major Buffon's ability is perception of fortune and misfortune. If he wishes to flee, ordinary individuals simply cannot catch him. And we, the Order members, due to our signed pact, cannot harm one another. Hence, even if someone could apprehend him, the existence of the pact would render them helpless. Joining the Order requires one to register their abilities for future cooperation. After all, the traitors possess more than one ability, and the Order members often rely on collective efforts. Naturally, these are merely the overt reasons. Chen Shi would not be easily deceived. Fortunately, it was only registered as LV1, which most could barely accept. This was all Mei Hua Ten had previously informed Chen Shi. Little did he expect there was an additional pact. The inability to harm one another is a necessary condition for maintaining the camp's stability. Without this clause, the Order would be utterly powerless against the traitors. The Prime Minister is not one of our members and has not signed the pact. We never anticipated that someone within the Order would dare to strike against the Prime Minister. Mei Hua Ten elaborated on the pact's contents to Chen Shi. Besides the prohibition against attacking comrades, it also forbids disclosing any information about allies to the traitors. There are only these two stipulations, as the one possessing the pact ability is only at LV2, that the penalty for breaching the pact is skill downgrade. This presents a formidable constraint for players who primarily rely on their skills. That it turns out that not all players' abilities are suited for direct combat. Regarding the abilities of other players, Chen Shi had gleaned some insights from the Jaimoya diary. After all, this individual had slain 3 players. However, Jaimoya Chris had hunted down only combat-oriented players. Abilities such as perception of fortune and misfortune and pact were entirely new encounters for Chen Shi. Based on his assessment, players with the pact ability are undoubtedly prime targets for the traitors, because should they be eliminated, the Order camp would descend into chaos. Let us not beat around the bush. You didn't contact me this time just to have me sit idle, did you? Upon uncovering the truth about the pact, Chen Shi surmised Mei Hua Ten's intentions for reaching out to him. This a mere peripheral individual who had merely passed the application for membership without signing the pact. He was the most suitable candidate. Since you've already guessed, I'll be straightforward. This mission to capture Nager is your test. Nager possesses hardly any combat ability, posing no danger to you, even if you encounter other troubles. Your primary target this time is merely Nager. You need not concern yourself with the Little King card. Mei Hua Ten confirmed Chen Shi's suspicion. Her reason for contacting him was indeed to assign a task. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Shi agreed. Those wishing to join the Demon Slayer Society must undergo assessments. Infiltrating the Order for a task isn't too much of a burden. Of course, the main reason was that the task was of low difficulty. Had Mei Hua Ten insisted on retrieving the Little King card, Chen Shi would have to reconsider. Given the enormity of the situation, players, unless they were fools, would inevitably connect the dots regarding the Little King card. Perhaps this very card was the cause of Crozer's demise, that in both overt and covert ways, countless individuals might be coveting this card. Chen Shi silently resolved that this mission would not become entangled in unforeseen complications. Even if the Little King card lay at his feet, he would not stoop to retrieve it. Chapter 44. Divining Fate. How will the mission proceed? I have no means of tracking Nager Buffon. Taleno's intelligence network has only recently expanded to a few cities surrounding Talon. Without the support of Headquarters Intelligence, Chen Shi had no confidence in completing the mission. That if Nager Buffon wished to conceal himself, it would be quite challenging for them to locate him in the short term. However, his greed had led him to take the Little King card. This card is rather unique. It His Majesty the King can trace its general location. But this is only true if it hasn't been fused. If nature merges with it, finding him in the short term will be impossible. Therefore, you only have 48 hours. Mei Hua Ten's words left Chen Qi momentarily stunned. The timeline for this mission was rather tight, that he had originally planned to capture someone after becoming an awakened, adhering to a principle of caution. Yet, given the current circumstances, he seemed compelled to act hastily. Fortunately, his opponent was a mere weakling, relying on a gun for murder. Truly pathetic that as for the reasoning behind the 48-hour limit, it pertains to the card's absorption and fusion process, which requires at least 2 days. This detail was meticulously documented in Jaimoya's notes. Naturally, this refers to the simplest form of absorption. Should one wish to achieve the integration of abilities, the time required becomes unpredictable, but it would take at least a month. Since time was of the essence, Chen Qi had no choice but to modify his previous plans and set out immediately. Fortunately, the Blue Yam Kingdom is not vast, and only a few hours had passed since the assassination. Nature couldn't have traveled far. Most importantly, as a player, Nature could not possibly leave the Blue Yam Kingdom. Thus, in the remaining 40-plus hours, Chen Qi had ample time to catch up to him, of course. This was contingent upon having accurate whereabouts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an old sedan meandered along a secluded road. Nature Buffon drove leisurely, not appearing to be the desperate fugitive one might envision. As a player who had betrayed the order and was now a wanted murderer, Nature exhibited an extraordinary calmness. This was not due to a lack of fear regarding pursuit. He fully understood that once discovered, his fate would be sealed. Nature was acutely aware of the predicament he faced, and thus, he recognized that mere flight would bear no significance. Even if he drives his vehicle at breakneck speed, he cannot escape the confines of the land of Blue Yam. This is the limitation imposed upon him as a player. The moment a player attempts to depart from Blue Yam, the card will revive completely and consume them utterly. This was the very first revelation he encountered after joining the Order Keepers. To the left, a fork in the road emerged, and Nature utilized his abilities to ascertain the forthcoming route. That was through such methods that he leisurely escaped the royal capital, eluding countless military and police pursuits. However, he realized that if he continued in this manner, he would inevitably be discovered by other players. The power of the cards is not omnipotent. The cards of other players may very well possess capabilities directed specifically at Nature. To evade the relentless pursuit of players, Nature must seek out a sanctuary of absolute safety that he sensed a vague lock on his position, stemming from the Little King card in his grasp. At that moment, 2 orbs of purple light were colliding and merging on his left hand, a phenomenon that had persisted for 6 hours. Nature clearly understood that this devouring would continue for a considerable duration. This also indicated that he would remain pinpointed in location during this time. Yet, relinquishing the Little King card was out of the question that he had taken such immense risks, nearly severing his own path to survival. All for the sake of acquiring it. How could he ever consider abandoning it? It is worth it. Everything I have done is worthwhile. The Order Keeper's camp may appear secure, but that is only prior to the outbreak of a grand conflict. Once war is declared against the Demon Extermination Association, my ability to sense fortune and misfortune will undoubtedly make me the prime target for extermination. Those traitors have long since set their sights on me. One must rely on oneself. Only by becoming formidable can one continue to survive. Does not the Prime Minister think the same? Hence, he discreetly concealed his actions from everyone, completing the evolution of his card. Nature quietly recalled his past madness. It was indeed a formidable decision. After his ability ascended to LV2, his capacity to perceive fortune and misfortune intensified, allowing him to develop an alternative application of perception of fortune and misfortune. Dubbed Gaze of Qi. If something would benefit him, it would emit white light. Conversely, if it posed harm, it would radiate black light. One day, Nature observed a golden light emanating from the Prime Minister. Based on his accumulated experiences with the Gaze of Qi, it was evident that the Prime Minister possessed something that could bestow him boundless benefits. The golden hue was a color he had never encountered before. Should he let this opportunity slip, he would never forgive himself throughout his life. After conducting numerous investigations and tests, he ultimately identified his target, the Little King card. Although he was initially unaware of the reasons, after much struggle, he resolved to take lethal action. The final impetus for his decision stemmed from an assassination attempt by the Demon Extermination Association. Najer believed that the association had uncovered certain secrets of the Prime Minister. Seeking to seize his opportunity, time was of the essence. Najer was certainly unwilling to relinquish his chance to anyone else. So he seized the opportunity during a visit. I am an intelligence officer in the royal capital and have inadvertently acquired this information. Fong Jingxing finds Block 6's behavior perplexing, yet he ultimately does not wish to betray the Demon Slayer Society. So he answers the other party's question. Do you still remember the first admonition from our president when we joined the Demon Slayer Society? Upon hearing Fong Jingxing's response, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Block's eyes. The president's first admonition, betrayers of the Demon Slayer Society shall meet their demise. Fong Jingxing declared resolutely, which is also the reason he did not want to completely sever ties with Block 6. Our Demon Slayer Society emphasizes mutual assistance and benefit, but there is no such rule. As long as one does not oppose the Demon Slayer Society, departing will not result in persecution. Foolish one. The president's first admonition is to stay away from the royal capital until one has achieved the status of an apostle. Hong Tao Q. Previously, we only had suspicions, but now I am certain that you have indeed succumbed to the devil's temptation. Block 6 had nearly pieced together the sequence of events. How could ordinary humans possibly obtain information about the evolution of the Little King card version? Even players like them have also been deceived by crows. The only one capable of discerning all of this is King Guthalf, the Prime Minister, responsible for managing card games, naturally would not permit crows to upgrade it into a combat card, as it would severely undermine the long-term operation of the game. Thus, he frequently warned crows. A decline in support signifies his stance. However, for reasons unknown, Crows was evidently obstinate and single-minded. Ultimately, Guthalf had no choice but to take drastic measures, sending someone to assassinate Crows. As for why he targeted the betrayers, it is precisely because they possess greater strength than ordinary individuals and order followers, making them more susceptible to temptation. Though it seems incredulous, the demon Guthalf finds it challenging to directly influence ordinary people. His ability to entice players without fused cards is significantly diminished. Conversely, the betrayers are the most vulnerable. That fool Fong Jingxing has no actual intelligence personnel. His contact is none other than King Guthalf. The moment he succumbed to greed, he had already been tempted. Entering the royal capital thereafter was tantamount to courting death, placing himself firmly within the grasp of the devil. This is the true nature of Crow's assassination. Chapter 46. The City of Chaos. Impossible. I have absolutely not succumbed to the devil's temptation. Every decision I have made is predicated upon my own interests, even if I enter the royal capital. It is merely to expose myself before Guthalf that we betrayers may be easily swayed, but it is merely a matter of probability that as long as I will remain steadfast and I do not come into close contact with demons, there should be no issue. Fong Jingxing was consumed with rage at Block 6's insinuation that he had been bewitched by a demon. This is a blatant slander. His mind is quite clear, and his logical reasoning is intact that I only suggested you were tempted by the demon. I did not imply you were rendered foolish by it. Initially, it merely caused you to overlook certain matters while fixating on others. Once you fall under its control, it can alter portions of your memory. Ultimately, it can completely distort your perception, transforming you into a puppet under its command. Do you truly believe that any decision you make is based on your own thoughts, when such thoughts could very well be imposed upon you by another? Block 6 gazed at Fong Jingxing with a look of pity. Reasoning with him would undoubtedly be futile, as he had already begun to entrench himself in his own stubbornness. Mere words without evidence hold no weight. You are well aware of the events that transpired. If you truly believe I have been bewitched by a demon, I can resign. Fong Jingxing entered a heightened state of alert. The Demon Slayer Society shows no mercy towards those tainted by demons. The matter is no longer under your control. To speak plainly, the moment the assassination incident erupted, the president had already suspected you of being tainted by demons. The reason I have engaged with you for this long is to confirm this point. Now that it is confirmed, it simplifies matters, at least for you. Block's words left Fong Jingxing somewhat bewildered. Being tainted by demons is a good thing. How could this be possible? You currently have two choices. Either obediently return to headquarters with me, where the president will naturally assist you in resolving your demon taint. Or if you resist, I can only bring back your corpse. The murderous intent emanating from Block 6 grew increasingly intense. He was evidently not jesting. Why? To my knowledge, we have previously shown no mercy towards those tainted by demons. Fong Jinxing, recognizing that he might not be a match for Block 6, knew this fellow was exercising restraint, that if given the choice, he certainly would not choose to engage in combat. Yet he found it difficult to believe that the Demon Slayer Society would show him any mercy. To be honest, why the President would show you leniency, I do not know. In my estimation, it is likely because he wishes to confirm certain matters from you. The one most entangled in this situation is none other than Guthalf. In truth, ever since learning the truth behind Crow's death, Block 6 had begun to vaguely suspect certain things. Crows was an unwavering confidant of King Guthalf. Otherwise, he would not have served as Prime Minister for 20 years. Yet he chose to betray, indicating that something must have transpired, and it originated from Guthalf. Fong Jinxing's greatest value lies in the fact that he once interacted with the current Guthalf. Very well. I shall return with you. It is lamentable that I have unwittingly prepared a wedding dress for another, benefiting Nature. After careful consideration, Fong Jinxing opted for the first path, that if the Demon Slayer Society intended to kill him, there would be no escape, and there was no need to deceive himself. Nevertheless, even at this moment, his thoughts lingered on the little king card that he certainly had no opportunity to contend for it. Nor did he know who would ultimately benefit from it. Soon, the silhouettes of the two vanished into the night. Boss, I have verified the materials you provided with the Hummingbird team. There are no issues whatsoever. Retlay and the others have previously entered the City of Chaos. I had them compile the information into a report, which I will now send to you. Although I am unaware of your intentions. Retlay asked me to remind you that the city is quite sinister 30 meters above the ground, within the shimmering magnetic levitation car. Chenchi conversed with Tarleno while reviewing the data on the onboard computer. 10 kilometers away, a brilliantly lit city lay in quiet ambush, resembling a colossal beast hunting in the night. The City of Chaos is merely a moniker for the city ahead, while its original name, Turin City, has largely been disregarded throughout the Blue Taro Kingdom. According to the intelligence provided by the Ten of Diamonds, Nature Buffon is hiding within and has yet to depart. Sinister? Haha, that is undoubtedly true. Otherwise, Nature would not be hiding there. The magnetic levitation car is indeed swift. Within just 3 hours, Chenchi caught up. However, as he approached Turin City, he halted, having no intention of storming and unannounced. His intuition told him that the city ahead was anything but ordinary. Chenchi understood that his intuition was not a form of foresight, but rather a synthesis of various information sensed by his body. Something was undoubtedly amiss, something his body had perceived, but his mind had yet to acknowledge. Thus, he requested all available data on Turin City from the Ten of Diamonds and asked Harleno to confirm it. To his surprise, the Hummingbird team had actually entered Turin City, which was an unexpected boon. Turin City boasts a history of over 300 years. Originally a rather ordinary medium-sized city in the Blue Taro Kingdom, it had a population of approximately 2 million. However, starting 30 years ago, the public order began to deteriorate sharply, with gang members emerging like mushrooms after rain. Unlike other cities where they were suppressed, here the gangs took the initiative, thriving as if in their natural habitat. Thus, Turin City became a so-called free city in the eyes of criminals, attracting rogues from all over the nation and transforming it into a veritable crime metropolis. That, of course, this is merely the surface information about Turin City. The intelligence provided by the Ten of Diamonds reveals the deeper reasons behind its transformation into a criminal haven. During the bloody coup, Turin City openly opposed King Guthalf, thus facing retribution and becoming a prison for numerous rebels. For at least a decade, Turin City remained a city of imprisonment. It was not until Crows became prime minister that some changes were implemented. However, rebellion and violence seem to have taken root in this city. After its normalization, the authority of the municipal government plummeted, allowing gangs and criminal organizations to rise to power. This place became a sanctuary for violent criminals. The crime rates in other cities significantly dropped. Consequently, with the support of certain legislators, the chaos here was tacitly approved. Thus, Turin City faded into obscurity and City of Chaos became its new appellation. However, if it were merely this, it would not suffice to deter Chenchi. The latest intelligence from headquarters indicates that after the commencement of the 9th round of the game, a mysterious player emerged here, who may have become the true master of the City of Chaos. Chapter 47. Artistic Graffiti. Strange, if there is indeed a player within the City of Chaos, does Nature not fear being double-crossed? This is the aspect that perplexes Chun-Chi the most. Major Buffon possesses the ability to sense fortune and misfortune, and he would certainly not seek his own demise. Yet his abilities were lamentably inadequate. Despite any peculiarities that card labeled Little King might possess, he had yet to complete its fusion. What could possibly instill such confidence in him that he would not meet his demise at the hands of the mysterious players in the city? After a moment of contemplation, Chun-Chi ultimately resolved not to venture into the city of chaos. Just why in his perception, this brilliantly illuminated city seemed to come alive in the darkness, quietly awaiting its prey, that he certainly would not be the first to offer himself up. After all, his mission target was merely Major Buffon. There was no hurry, even if someone else were to get there first. As long as he could locate Major's corpse, he could still deem the mission accomplished. After departing from Terran City, Chun-Chi sensed that he was being followed. It dawned upon him that the reason he had received the mission was precisely because he had not signed a contract, rendering him a locator, that by divulging his whereabouts, he could assist those with ulterior motives in tracking down Major Buffon. Thus, his task was relatively straightforward and did not require him to recover the Little King card. Indeed, as Chun-Chi had surmised while he hesitated, for players had already arrived near the City of Chaos. The target had inexplicably ceased to move. Could it be that Major had taken refuge within the City of Chaos? Ah, what a coward! Woon Ti, entering to investigate, revealed the truth. The four players each had their own intentions, two of whom slipped into the brilliantly lit city of Turuan under the cover of night. Meanwhile, the other two players exhibited a greater patience, remaining still as Chun-Chi did, leisurely enjoying the breeze and the moonlight. Bang, boom! Shortly after the two players entered, the once resplendent city plunged into darkness. In the next moment, gunfire erupted, and the cacophony of human voices filled the air. The previously tranquil city instantaneously transformed into a battlefield. Above the city, several armed helicopters appeared. The commotion was quite lively. Ah, indeed, other players had caught up. Is this the City of Chaos's way of welcoming newcomers? Inside a magnetic levitation sports car, Chun-Chi sipped his drink while observing the unfolding drama. With his eyes adjusted to low-light telescopic mode, he could faintly see two unfortunate souls being pursued and fired upon by the armed helicopters. However, Chun-Chi did not revel in their misfortune, as he understood that with such firepower alone, it was impossible to eliminate those two players. The players present were all vying for the Little King card and undoubtedly possessed formidable combat skills that AS expected. The course of the conflict progressed as Chun-Chi had anticipated. One player suddenly soared into the sky, instantly obliterating the pursuing helicopters with a mastery of the winds. Though the distance was great, Chun-Chi could vaguely discern the swirling vortex surrounding the player, unfortunately, after dispatching the closest pursuers. This player vanished completely into the night. Similarly, the other players successfully escaped from the City of Chaos. This was not due to their inability to vanquish their foes, but rather that both players were acutely aware that their true enemies were the other players lurking in the shadows. Watching the spectacle unfold, none of them were fools. This city certainly possesses character, Chun-Chi silently remarked, then began to close his eyes and rest. The intense study of recent days had been rather exhausting, and it was a perfect opportunity to unwind. Chun-Chi's slumber was deep and sweet. He could not help but acknowledge that the four players surrounding him exhibited remarkable decorum, showing no intention of disturbing his rest. Clearly, before Major Buffon made his appearance, camaraderie could still exist among them. That as the sun rose, the distant retaliatory team delivered Terran City's specialty delicacies to Chun-Chi, given that the residents of the City of Chaos might not be particularly friendly. Chun-Chi feared that his beloved vehicle might have its wheels removed, so he decided against bringing it inside. Instead, he summoned a retaliatory team specifically to guard the car. Of course, this was merely an ancillary task. The true purpose of the Hummingbird team was to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. While they may not necessarily be called upon, what if Chun-Chi needed support? Based on last night's events, the troubles he faced extended beyond merely other players. After breakfast, Chun-Chi strolled leisurely into the City of Chaos. Not long after his entry, the other four players also made their way into the city to be day. The City of Chaos was surprisingly bustling and vibrant. Chun-Chi had expected to be met with a hail of bullets. Instead, the gang members adorned with tattoos paid him no heed whatsoever. He ambled casually along the streets, admiring the urban landscape of the City of Chaos. It was a somewhat dilapidated city where one could occasionally spot bullet holes in the pockmarked walls. Yet those who lived here seemed entirely unfazed by this. They busily tended to their own affairs and lives, displaying no signs of fear. Although a few gang members could be seen collecting protection fees, Chinchi observed a sense of order and discipline among them. Truly, it was a paradise for gangsters, attracting the nation's elite. Compared to the rustic denizens of Terran City, the gang forces here exhibited a higher caliber. Drawing from his long experience in impoverished neighborhoods, Chinchi made an authoritative assessment. No wonder these individuals had pursued so aggressively last night. Ordinary gangsters would never dare provoke players. Oddly, the sensation from last night had dissipated, or perhaps merely weakened. While there was an air of peculiarity here, it did not differ substantially from other cities. After leisurely wandering for half an hour, Chinchi detected no particular dangers. His intuition offered no strong warnings. Naturally, the city of chaos was ultimately distinct from other cities. Perhaps due to the multitude of talents gathered here, the graffiti art flourished in an unprecedented manner. On street corners, guardrails, and even billboards, vibrant and bizarre artistic graffiti adorned the landscape. It was no exaggeration to say that graffiti covered 70% of the city's surface area. As Chinchi casually strolled down a street, he could see violent artists expressing their creativity amidst the cacophony of music. Avant-garde, postmodern, abstract, and nonsensical. An array of peculiar patterns were brought into the world by these anarchists, venting their chaotic and tempestuous emotions. The graffiti was so infectious that after gazing for a while, Chinchi felt his own emotions stir. Something about this graffiti seemed amiss. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged gaze. Or perhaps it was some innate talent Chinchi possessed. In his eyes, the abstract and distorted graffiti began to shimmer and shift, reconfiguring itself, clearly crafted by different violent artists and showcasing entirely distinct artistic styles. These seemingly chaotic markings harmoniously intertwined to form a series of words that appeared strikingly familiar to Chinchi. It was astonishingly the dream script following morphing, but how could these gang members possibly be proficient in ancient scripts, especially one that everyone would understand? Dream script is one of the 15 ancient scripts outlined in the complete compendium of ancient civilizations. Its learning difficulty ranks just below that of Oracle script and 3 other ancient scripts. It is said to have been created by ancient humanity in dreams, thus imbued with absurdity and abstraction. Ordinary magic apprentices often find themselves lost in slumber while learning it, or rather, they learn this script in dreams. However, how much they can recall upon waking remains uncertain. Consequently, while the learning of this script is not determined by innate talent, it is equally fraught with unpredictability, thanks to the prowess of the bronze dice. Chinchi did not undergo the dream learning process. His experience with dream script was no different from learning any other script. Thus, upon encountering the morphing dream script for the first time, Chinchi momentarily failed to react. Chapter 48. The azure-headed demon dragon. Realizing that something was amiss with the graffiti, Chinchi attempted to decipher the hidden meanings within. However, peculiarly, the series of dream script appeared to be haphazardly assembled, devoid of coherent sentences. Could it be that encryption had taken place? Chinchi believed that the mastermind would not engage in fruitless labor, so he began documenting more graffiti in an effort to uncover any underlying patterns. Soon, Chinchi made a new discovery, but it was not concerning dream script, rather about the origins of graffiti. The great azure-headed demon dragon is about to descend. Burdened by sin, let us offer our most sincere art to the demon dragon. The demon dragon descends, judging humanity. Pain is art. Sin is art. The demon dragon cleanses all. In a corner of the street, several drunken artists, clutching machetes, were fervently painting. However, the ink they used was not black. It was the blood flowing from their wounds. Their consciousness had fallen into a state of intoxication, rendering the pain from their injuries bearable, transforming it instead into the source of their creativity. The walls were already plastered with graffiti, layered upon layers, creating an eerie beauty from this once concrete creation. Yet perhaps due to the ravages of wind and sun, the colors of the graffiti had faded significantly, and much of its vibrancy had dissipated. These inebriated artists were repeatedly attempting to replicate and enhance the already weathered artistic pieces with their own blood, and no wonder the Hummingbird team deemed this city so sinister. These scarred individuals had even begun to dabble in art. Qinshi quietly observed the redemption of these artists. They seemed to believe that by doing so, they could absolve themselves of their sins. As he traversed this path, Qinshi had already encountered numerous similar scenes. Unlike the gangsters of other cities, the violent individuals in the City of Chaos seemed to be burdened by an excessive sense of quality, leading them to harbor sentiments that ought not to exist within them. For instance, they genuinely perceive their actions as wrong, as a violation of human nature. Yet the possibility of change remains elusive, leaving them to place their hopes in the Dragon of Redemption, that at some point, a legend began to circulate in the City of Chaos. Every full moon night, the great azure-headed dragon is said to descend upon this city, that it is believed to consume those who are steeped in the deepest sin, simultaneously purging the accumulated guilt of all. The dragon has a particular fondness for art that encapsulates the most intense human emotions. Thus, the violent denizens began to express their reverence for the dragon through their unique form of art, graffiti. This explains the prevalence of graffiti throughout the City of Chaos, as well as the roots of its artistic flourishing. Is all of this truly achievable by a novice player? Qinshi gazed upward at the sky. Although the sun had long since risen, a persistent gloom enveloped the skies of the City of Chaos. It was as if some colossal entity loomed above the city, casting its shadow downwards. According to intelligence from headquarters, the mysterious player emerged only in the 9th round of the game. This implies that this player managed to cover 70 of the city in graffiti within a mere 3 years. Moreover, the graffiti takes the form of transformative scripts, which is astonishing. Qinshi firmly believed that such a feat could not be accomplished by a single individual. However, what if countless others collaborated? That seems to be the only logical explanation. Yet this notion appears even more unbelievable, more improbable. How could a mere novice possibly manipulate all the inhabitants of the City of Chaos? Such a peculiar city, filled with strange individuals, that in a remote corner of the city. Jilu Square kicked a drunken man away, marking the 32nd unfortunate soul he had sent flying since his arrival. The people here were utterly lacking in courtesy, showing no fear and failing to yield to Jilu. The esteemed elder, damn that Nader Buffon, where on earth could he be hiding? As Jilu continued to grumble, he resumed his search that in his hand. He held a miniature biological radar, capable of detecting powerful life forms within 100 meters. This was a personal modification of his, albeit with reduced effectiveness. Yet it was convenient to carry as long as a player had not advanced to level 3, they could not conceal their life force. Beep, beep. The biological radar suddenly reacted, revealing 2 immense points of light ahead. Jilu was overjoyed. Could he have struck the jackpot? Unfortunately, upon glancing toward the source of the light, the joy on his face vanished in an instant. It turned out to be 2 fellow players locked in confrontation. How intriguing. How did you discover my presence? Colossus, Spade Jack smiled broadly at Qinshi, as if unexpectedly reuniting with an old friend. What bad luck. I merely came to this square to witness the dragon. Little did I expect to encounter a hunter. It seems you know who I am. Qinshi cast a knowing glance at Colossus, imprinting the appearance of this individual in his memory, that he would not reveal that the metallic bracelet coiled around his wrist was, in essence, a biological radar. Though it was not set to maximum power, it could still detect any formidable life forms within a 200-meter radius. As for why he did not activate maximum power, it was for ease of concealment and to minimize energy consumption, thus prolonging the duration of his skills. In this low-energy state, a single activation of the skill allowed the bracelet to last for 3 hours. Colossus, at a distance of 200 meters, had already been detected by Qinshi. Haha, of course I know you. Heart 7, the fortunate inheritor of Xiaomoya Chris, the Demon Slayer Society, sends its regards to you. Colossus still wore a broad smile, yet his gaze had shifted to Qinshi's right hand, more precisely, to the metallic bracelet around his wrist. Such sharp eyes. Qinshi sensed the unrestrained malice emanating from Colossus, which seemed quite normal given the opposing factions they belonged to. Alas, it was all the fault of Xiaomoya, that scoundrel. Now nearly all players were aware that Qinshi was Heart 7. Surely the Demon Slayer Society must know. Are we to engage in combat? We bear no deep enmity, so why such hostility? Qinshi slightly stretched his body, every one of his 639 muscles merging like finely tuned gears. Even without practicing Coyote Yank, his Red Hawk fist had already reached a master level. This fellow was only 35 meters away. A mere third of a second's distance. Perhaps another time. I do not enjoy being attacked from behind. If you are interested, you may duel with this newcomer. Kalas glanced in Jilu's direction, and in that instant, Chen-Chi realized this individual had also sensed the arrival of a third party, that it appeared that Kalas's awareness of Chen-Chi was not solely due to recognition. This individual could also detect players from a distance. Was it a skill or equipment? Before Chen-Chi could ascertain the details, Kalas promptly turned and left, resolutely and decisively. After Kalas's departure, the third party showed no intention of approaching Chen-Chi, opting to leave directly. The Dragon Square was instantly left with Chen-Chi as the sole player. Chapter 49, 10 Disasters. The Dragon Square does not boast a lengthy history that, if we trace its origins, it was constructed approximately 2 years ago, coinciding with the first peak of the azure-headed dragon legend. The square is located at the heart of the city, where the city government once resided. However, in pursuit of artistic expression, the artists of the City of Chaos collectively demolished this area. The entire square covers around 30,000 square meters, with the ground entirely paved in marble slabs. Similarly, both the marble flooring and the various sculptural columns are adorned with the graffiti of artists. Yet this time, it was not mere depiction but rather etching. Unfortunately, the tools employed by the artists were not chisels but rather cleavers, rendering the graffiti somewhat crude and frenzied. At the very center of the square stands a colossal jade disc. Chen-Chi, having collected various pieces of graffiti, ultimately found himself here. However, before he could appreciate the illustrations on the jade disc, the bracelet on his right hand vibrated, alerting him to the approach of a powerful life form. The newcomers were none other than Kalas and Jilu. At this moment, the two unwelcome guests wisely chose to depart, granting Chen-Chi the opportunity to thoroughly admire the dragon's tribute painting. This depiction seemed to illustrate a battle. Chen-Chi had initially assumed that the so-called tribute painting was akin to a religious ceremonial image of worship. After all, it was merely humans prostrating beneath the dragon, bowing in reverence. However, the illustrations on the jade disc clearly contradicted Chen-Chi's assumptions. Upon the jade disc, the azure-headed dragon stood tall, its 4 claws resembling towering pillars, its head akin to a hill, its obsidian body undulating like vast mountain ranges that coiled through the skies, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire continent. Yet upon this continent, there were no throngs of beings bowing in submission. Instead, a terrifying entity, towering thousands of feet high, with 3 heads and 6 arms, faced the azure-headed dragon, roaring defiantly. The tension between the two was palpable, the dreadful pressure even penetrating the jade disc and reaching Chen-Chi's heart. The artistic merit of this illustration surpassed that of the graffiti artist by 1,000-fold. However, this was not the entirety of the illustration. Upon the continent shrouded by the dragon stood numerous human cities. While the architectural styles of these cities appeared somewhat unfamiliar and antiquated, it was still evident that they were human constructions within the cities. Crowds surged like ants, countless individuals raising their fists and gazing skyward, seemingly rallying support for one of the confronting parties that in a city reminiscent of a royal capital. Chen-Chi spotted a grand altar. Countless high-ranking officials and dignitaries were engaged in some form of ritual atop the altar. This is the dragon's tribute painting, depicting the arrival of the azure-headed dragon in the Heavenly Empire 5,000 years ago during the 10 disasters. As Chen-Chi pondered the secrets concealed within this illustration, and whether it bore any profound connections to the external graffiti, an elderly man unexpectedly spoke up behind him. Chen-Chi was startled, instinctively glancing at the bracelet on his wrist, an unusual movement. He turned to face the old man, who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with a rather frail complexion that he held a small bucket. And although Chen-Chi could not discern its contents, he caught the scent of blood that seemed the old gentleman possessed a clear understanding of the origin of this illustration. The 10 disasters you speak of, are they the 10 terrifying entities said to have destroyed the previous human epoch? The data displayed on the bracelet was quite clear. This old man was merely an ordinary individual, even one on the brink of death. The life force field could essentially reflect a person's vitality. And this old man's life force was far below that of an ordinary human, like a candle flickering in the wind. The reason Chen-Chi had not detected his approach earlier was due to being captivated by the illustrations on the jade disc. Although he confirmed that the man's physique was merely at the level of an ordinary human, Chen-Chi did not entirely lower his guard. The Dragon Square could very well be the origin of it all. Thus, how could an ordinary passerby simply appear here? You actually know about the 10 disasters? I am uncertain whether the last epoch was destroyed by the 10 disasters, but I do know that the azure-headed dragon ranks ninth among them. What do you think of this illustration? The old man looked at Chun-Chi in astonishment, as knowledge of the 10 disasters was not recorded in the Blue Taro Kingdom. How could this individual before him possess such knowledge? Initially, he had merely spoken casually, yet now he found himself inclined to engage in conversation. However, the ensuing events did not unfold as he had anticipated. Chun-Chi suddenly felt as if he were facing a formidable foe. Swiftly distancing himself from the old man, the elder wore a look of astonishment. Unable to comprehend where he had revealed any vulnerabilities, if I am not mistaken, you are the player hidden within the City of Chaos. This dragon's tribute map was crafted by your hand. Chun-Chi spoke with unwavering certainty, as if he had seen through everything. He would not divulge to the old man that he had not detected any flaws. He merely found the old fellow suspicious and planned to test him using physical manipulation. However, at that very moment, his instinct suddenly alerted him, and it was a life-or-death warning. This revelation made Chun-Chi realize that if he were to act, it could very well be his own demise. Although he was unsure why the old man's health appeared so frail, he knew that the only beings capable of ending his life in this city were players. Given the old man's profound knowledge of the crowned dragon, the answer was not difficult to deduce. Alas, how unfortunate! I had intended to engage in a meaningful discourse on art. Red Heart 7, or rather Chiamoya Khalees. The City of Chaos does not welcome you. It is still not too late to leave. The old man dropped all pretense, and after uttering these words, a violet glow flickered around him, and a jade brush appeared in his hand. He plunged the jade brush into a small tube, and in an instant, the brush turned blood red. The moment the old man activated his ability, Chun-Chi had already fled from the Dragon Square at a speed of 100 meters per second. Chun-Chi's decision had exceeded the old man's expectations. The latter uttered several exclamations of regret, and then ceased to pay attention to Chun-Chi, instead moving to the jade wall to commence his drawing. This man's ability is wielded through a brush. Outside the square, Chun-Chi did not continue his flight, but instead paused to observe. The old man seemed indifferent to his presence, wholly absorbed in his creative endeavor. In front of the jade wall, the elder tirelessly colored the artwork, akin to the graffiti artists. Before long, the entire jade wall was adorned with crimson patterns. Even from outside the square, Chun-Chi was keenly aware of everything unfolding. Initially, he did not perceive anything amiss, but as time passed, the gradually illuminated crimson patterns began to evoke a sense of familiarity in him. Ultimately, Chun-Chi discerned the source of this familiarity. Damn, it was cleverly concealed. I almost fell for it. This so-called art is nonsense, fool. By this point, Chun-Chi had managed to glean some insights. Intriguing, truly intriguing. If this city is indeed as he speculated, it would be utterly astonishing. Such a feat could not possibly be accomplished by this self-proclaimed artist, who was merely a craftsman. That it was precisely for this reason that the city had become a treasure trove in Chun-Chi's eyes. Otherwise, having glimpsed a fragment of the truth, he would have long since fled. Yet, he remained perplexed about the old man's connection to nature, as he seemed unwilling to engage in a conflict of betrayal. Nevertheless, nature was of little concern now. What mattered was the entire city. Having regarded the city as a treasure trove, Chun-Chi began to intensify his treasure hunting. He traversed the streets and alleys, navigating every thoroughfare of the city, documenting all the graffiti he could see. Gradually, the puzzle pieces fell into place, and Chun-Chi grew increasingly confident in his conclusions. Why did I not eliminate Red Heart 7 earlier? Had this fellow perished, those bothersome individuals would not have pursued me so relentlessly. Within an art studio, Nature Buffon gazed at the easel before him. That it was a rudimentary map of the city, with 5 black dots incessantly moving. Particularly, that it representing Red Heart 7 flitted about like a headless fly. This individual, acting as a relay point, had informed everyone of his whereabouts. That Nature's inquiry was directed at the old man, who had just completed a replication of an artwork and returned to the studio. Chapter 50. Plum Blossom 3. What a fascinating young man. It would be a pity to kill him. Fey-like, Plum Blossom 3 maintained an air of nonchalance, embodying the demeanor of a despondent elderly artist. He had no intention of revealing the truth to Nature. Would he inform him that Red Heart 7 was too astute and fled too swiftly? Nevertheless, as long as I can complete the card fusion, the designation of King will vanish from my identity. Can you truly protect me during the fusion? There are 5 players outside, and no matter how well we hide, we will eventually be discovered. Though momentarily safe, Nager's sense of impending danger had never dissipated. Just yesterday, he had managed to find a glimmer of hope, only to discover upon arriving in this city that it was the city of chaos. As a guardian, he was well aware that a mysterious player lurked within this city, that he even possessed certain more clandestine information, such as the fact that 2 players had previously entered the city of chaos and had never emerged again. Nager hesitated for half an hour outside the city, but ultimately chose to trust his extraordinary ability and ventured inside. That it soon proved that his ability was indeed functioning as intended. For shortly after entering the city, he encountered Phalike. The latter offered him refuge but stipulated that after he completed the card fusion, he would need to meet a significant figure. With no alternatives available, Nager, feeling cornered, had no choice but to acquiesce. For Nager, surviving was more important than anything else. Since the other party permitted him to complete the card fusion, it indicated that they had no intention of killing him. In that case, what harm could come from a meeting? Rest assured, as long as you remain in the City of Chaos, even if a level 3 player were to come, I shall ensure your safety. These 5 little insects that have entered here should not entertain any thoughts of leaving alive. Phalike's confidence was so immense that it bordered on arrogance. However, Nager's ability to sense good and bad fortune clearly indicated that as long as one stayed in the City of Chaos, it was a fortuitous omen. What does Phalike rely on? Regrettably, this pertained to Phalike's most fundamental secret, which the latter would undoubtedly keep to himself. Such a grand scheme, fantastical and inconceivable. Yet he managed to pull it off. How on earth did he accomplish it? The more Chinchi learned, the more curious he became about the enigmatic figure lurking in the shadows. This individual was akin to digging a mouse hole in a cat's den. And remarkably, he succeeded in claiming territory. Truly, this Tulu city deserves its reputation as a rebellious land. Buzz buzz. Just as Chinchi finished documenting the graffiti on a street lamp, his wristband vibrated unexpectedly. Clearly, another powerful life form had entered within a 200-meter radius. Out of caution, although Chinchi had no intention of confronting it, he monitored its movements through the wristband. This player seemed to lack means for long-range reconnaissance, as Chinchi was certain that the other party had not detected him. The player appeared to be searching for something with purpose rather than aimlessly wandering. Soon he seemed to have found his target and remained stationary for a full 10 minutes. Whether he discovered anything there remained uncertain. But he quickly departed from Chinchi's sensing range. Chinchi had no intention of hunting other players and thus did not pursue further. Out of curiosity, he approached the stopover point to investigate. Perhaps other players had insights entirely different from his own. To his surprise, it was a tattoo parlor. The target was somewhat unexpected for Chinchi, who chose not to enter but instead observed quietly from a distance of several meters. Soon, Chinchi lost interest, as it was undeniably an ordinary tattoo shop, that if there was anything peculiar about it, it was perhaps its thriving business. Yet considering this was the City of Chaos, it seemed quite reasonable. I can roughly guess that fellow's thoughts. Does he believe that the mysterious player manipulates gang members through tattoos? The assault initiated by the gang members last night was clearly orchestrated by players from a distance. This individual should be one of the 2 players attacked last night, searching for the source of the gang members' control. Upon realizing this, Chinchi instantly lost interest. How naive to underestimate the master of this city. He controls not only the gang members but everyone within the entire city. To achieve such an extraordinary feat, mere tattoos could not suffice. As his thoughts expanded in this direction, Chinchi suddenly recognized a flaw in his previous approach. It seemed somewhat narrow-minded to fixate solely on graffiti. This was a genuine city, with its own architectural layout and complete planning. It appears that the celestial star feng shui I self-studied might actually find a suitable application here. With this thought in mind, Chinchi promptly headed to the tallest tower in the city to survey the entire metropolis. The moment he beheld the city in its entirety, he realized he had vastly underestimated the figure behind the scenes. The city's layout could not possibly have been established in just 3 years. After confirming the locations of several key nodes, Chinchi set off for the city planning office. After exerting some effort, he finally laid eyes on the construction records for Tulu City. The largest node, that of the Colosseum, was astonishingly built 12 years ago. The remaining 6 nodes had also been initiated over the years. If that were the case, had the newly birthed players of the 9th game merely taken over this place? considering the sudden emergence of graffiti culture and the legend of the dragon. Could it be that the old man's ability to take charge here was due to his powers being in harmony with it? Qin felt the truth becoming increasingly clear, yet his heart grew colder. All signs indicated that Tulu City had another master. Should he consider fleeing? After much contemplation, Qin ultimately decided against running away. It is not so much that he places great importance on the task at hand, but rather that he is wagering on the assumption that the true master has long since departed from this city, that at the very least, it should be impossible for them to intervene directly. As for the basis of his judgment, it is undoubtedly due to his interpretation of the entire layout, which he has already comprehended to 60, that a certain fool who fancies himself an artist has certainly engaged in no shortage of superfluous embellishments. To put it bluntly, when it comes to the city's secrets, Qin is the foremost authority. Given this, why would he hesitate? On the contrary, this presents a rare opportunity for Qin within the chaotic confines of Turin City. 7 players harbor their own thoughts. Time swiftly slips away. Day gives way to night once more. The search conducted by the 5 outsiders yields no results. Najer seems to have vanished without a trace, as no one has laid eyes upon him. Due to the peculiar nature of this chaotic city, there are no surveillance devices present. Thus, attempting to locate an individual amidst a populace of 2 million is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if the players possess detection methods, their range hardly exceeds a few hundred meters. This is akin to casting a net in a lake, with little increase in probability. 30 hours have elapsed, and the remaining time grows sparse. The 5 players evidently refuse to concede. The arrival of night is, in fact, beneficial for them, as the crowds have thinned. Their fervent efforts are not born out of concern for failing to locate nature, but rather to seize the advantage for themselves. As the final hours of fusion approach, both cards will awaken. At that moment, the fluctuations resulting from the card duel will be palpable to players throughout the city. Najer Buffon hiding here is tantamount to courting death. Chapter 51. The essence of spirit under the luminous moonlight. The chaotic city, though less populated in the night, becomes even more boisterous. This is a city dominated by gang members. And night is when they indulge in their revelry. In every street and alley, one can find thugs who have forsaken art to grasp weapons once more. They drink, cause disturbances, and engage in brawls, their passions ablaze and blood spattering. It is in this moment that the true visage of the chaotic city is revealed. To say, while it may be slightly more ferocious than the mindless throngs of other cities, it has yet to reach a life-threatening level. Where did the courage of last night come from? Strolling under the moonlight, Qin casually dealt with several thugs seeking trouble, who, after receiving a thorough beating, exhibited a surprising sense of discretion, refraining from uttering a single threat. This seems to align perfectly with their tendency to prey on the weak and fear the strong, yet in stark contrast to the raucousness of the previous night. It becomes all the more intriguing. Qin has an inkling that the scene from last night is likely to repeat itself soon. That old man certainly would not allow them to remain so leisurely. Tonight, will you once again employ those gang members to besiege them? This is utterly futile. The disparity is far too great. Within the art studio, Najer observed the old man, who was laboriously expending blood, and could not help but offer counsel. Each time this old fellow activated his abilities, he utilized his own blood as a die. Chapter 52. Exoskeleton armor. Slay the outsiders. Sacrifice for the great dragon. Kill, kill, kill. In the once silent and chaotic city, a singular frequency suddenly began to whisper. Though spoken by different individuals, their voices resonated in perfect unison. The whispers grew ever more fervent. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the chaotic city. The gang members, who had been frozen in a state of mental paralysis, abruptly awakened. They instinctively formed ranks, wielding their most formidable weapons, charging towards their adversaries under an unseen guidance. My goodness, is it truly necessary to be this exaggerated? Machine guns, rockets, armored vehicles, and attack helicopters aside, I am astonished to witness exoskeleton armor. This relic from a millennium ago, though relegated to the dominion of smaller nations, was traditionally confined to military use, was it not? The informed would recognize it as a gang's arsenal, while the uninformed might mistake it for a paramilitary force. Gazing at the approaching battalion, Qin could hardly suppress his urge to scoff. Having grown accustomed to the Firefox gang of Talon City, the sight of such a formidable force was somewhat disconcerting. Had he encountered these individuals initially, perhaps Xiaomoya Chris would have had successors, evolving into the fourth generation. Fortunately, it was merely this. They had not summoned a mech. Even the most rudimentary mech model towers at 100 meters, a steel behemoth. The legendary sight of a single mech squad flattening a small nation has played out numerous times. This is also the preferred method for medium-strength nations to oppress their smaller counterparts. The martial masters of Tianwu Nation, though powerful enough to dismantle armored vehicles with their bare hands, have also been reduced to mere pulp by mechs. In Yu Hongwu's accounts, the Xindao Palace was forcibly demolished by a mech squad. Naturally, he also boasted of the prowess of martial arts that a certain grandmaster from the Xindao Palace could indeed dismantle a mech with his bare hands. Alas, he too was ultimately crushed by a more powerful model. Kill them! Boom 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 bang bang bang. The treatment afforded to Qinshi was shared by the other four players that in the blink of an eye, the chaotic city reverted to its most favored state, replete with violence and bloodshed. Fortunately, Falik had yet to descend into madness by mobilizing all his forces. He had only deployed over 3,000 thugs that, of course, the primary reason might be his limitations, as he could only muster so many. Nonetheless, this was sufficient to pose a significant challenge to the five players, particularly as these individuals clung to them like stubborn adhesives. Weak, utterly weak, without resorting to supernatural abilities. Merely employing the master-level Red Falcon Fist was enough for Qinshi to dominate the ragtag assembly before him. He darted about at a speed of 100 meters per second, leaving a tempest in his wake. While their weapons possessed considerable firepower, their reaction times were woefully sluggish. Qinshi moved as though traversing among wooden dummies, and ironically, these dummies attempted to strike him at a snail's pace. Were he to be hit, he would surely find himself a hapless rabbit, crushed against a tree. Bang, bang, bang that as he strolled, Qinshi flicked his fingers that in an instant, the air at his fingertips detonated, giving rise to a small sonic boom cloud. He refrained from delivering a lethal blow to each of them. That would be excessively gruesome. Instead, he merely transmitted the force of the sonic explosion into their cochlear nerves. Though it was a casual flick, the resulting impact was akin to that of a stun grenade that in the blink of an eye, these bloodthirsty marauders toppled, disoriented. Perhaps the sound waves had affected their brains, for these individuals, now plunged into a profound stupor, finally regained their senses. They felt fear anew, yet no matter how hard they struggled, the world around them spun incessantly, preventing them from rising. Indeed, all our experts that it seems that ordinary probing will yield little effect. It is time to engage the professionals within the studio. Falik kept his eyes tightly shut. Yet upon his brow, an eye was drawn. This eye appeared remarkably lifelike, even exhibiting emotional blinks. Through this eye, Falik seemed capable of observing all that transpired within the city. Sharing this privilege was Najer, whose brow bore a similar eye. However, Najer's focus at this moment was not on the spectacle, but rather on deciphering and understanding Falik's ability. One must always remain vigilant. Incredible, based on my analysis, Falik's ability is not only weak, but also rather insignificant. His power relates to the pen, enhancing the vitality of what he depicts, while it may resonate with ordinary individuals. Even immersing them in the experience, it holds no sway over players. Yet, this seemingly inconsequential power enables him to command a city. Indeed, there are no trivial abilities. Their efficacy lies in their application to my future will undoubtedly eclipse that of this fellow. The more I analyze, the more I feel destiny in my grasp. Brimming with confidence regarding my future, the Falik's transformation must have been aided by that esteemed figure. And if that individual has summoned me, could it be that they recognize my potential? However, I remain in the dark regard after several tentative explorations. He roughly deduced the reason he could not escape the pursuit. Among those graffiti, countless minute-eye patterns were concealed. They replaced the surveillance cameras, overseeing the entire city, that if that is the case, then they must be destroyed. As a seasoned player, Hongtao 5 had long recognized the significance of the Magic Dragon Square. From the very beginning, his escape route had been directed towards the Magic Dragon Square. Falik seemed to have realized this as well, but unfortunately, the other hardliners were too ruthless, leaving his forces somewhat stretched. Shine forth, explode for me. Ultimately, Hongtao 5 reached the Magic Dragon Square that a fist-sized orb of light shot from his hand, crashing forcefully into the Dragon Jade. Boom! The power of the small magnetic bomb was 100 times greater than before, and the tremendous shockwave obliterated all structures in the square. After the colossal explosion, the jade disappeared, leaving behind a massive pit several meters deep. This tremendous blast instantly captured everyone's attention. Oh no, someone seems to have caused trouble. And someone is bound to be anxious. On a certain battlefield, Jilu watched the 3 exoskeleton-clad warriors abandon him. Filled with malicious glee, that a similar scene unfolded for Qin as well, that he, however, was more magnanimous. Closely trailing behind the 2 exoskeleton warriors. This was certainly not for mere amusement, but rather to scout the enemy's movements. How dare he desecrate art? What a perfect masterpiece. And yet it has been destroyed. Unforgivable. This scoundrel must perish, seething with rage. Phalike turned his gaze towards Najir, who shared the same righteous indignation, his stance unwavering. Your current abilities should be at your disposal. It is time for you to demonstrate your worth. Phalike's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and after a moment's hesitation, Najir ultimately nodded in agreement. The cost of utilizing his abilities now would merely delay the fusion process by a few hours. However, should he offend Phalike, once the latter turned hostile, there would be no future for him. Najir closed his eyes tightly, the eye on his forehead beginning to blink. Unknown to Hongtao 5, all his efforts were in vain. The destruction of the Dragon Jade indeed disrupted the surveillance of the square, but it was merely a fleeting blind spot that in a matter of minutes, everything would be restored. Phalike's abilities relied on Lingyun. The physical destruction only served to temporarily sever its anchor, that moment. If anyone were to scrutinize the magic dragon square closely, they would notice those crimson patterns beginning to re-emerge. I curse you. Misfortune shall befall you. An eye materialized on the forehead of the exoskeleton-clad warrior pursuing Hongtao 5. Through this eye, Najir completed the locking onto Hongtao 5, but he then opened his ravenous mouth and uttered a curse. After advancing to LV2, his abilities not only allowed him to temporarily enhance his own luck, but also to bring misfortune upon others. That MY power can only induce a single error in him during the upcoming battle. But that should suffice. Najir withdrew his power and began stabilizing the 2 swirling masses of purple light that were on the verge of spiraling out of control. Each action would disrupt the fusion process. And if repeated excessively, it could even lead to complete failure or a reversal of roles. Point 1 mistake. That will be enough. I shall cleave him apart and reduce him to fragments. Phalike was exceedingly pleased with Najir's performance. No wonder he had caught the eye of that esteemed individual. A minor blunder in battle was already sufficient to determine life and death. Thus, when Qin finally arrived at the square, he witnessed a certain unfortunate soul's electromagnetic skateboard suddenly go haywire, sending his head straight into the chainsaw's path. How tragic. It was too horrific to behold. Qin silently mourned for the unknown player. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, after the blood splattered, a playing card appeared in the Magic Dragon Square. That it was the Hongtao 5, quietly hovering in the air. Qin remained indifferent to all of this, not reacting in any way. Approximately 3 seconds later, the playing card flickered several times before vanishing. Another fortunate soul from the Blue Taro Kingdom had become a player. It turns out he is not a traitor. Could he be a free player who has not joined the order? Witnessing everything, Qin felt a tangle of emotions. Upon the death of a traitor, all fused cards would manifest. Thus Hongtao 5 could not possibly be a traitor. So, who were the remaining 3 players sent by, aside from Kolosu? Qin scanned his surroundings, realizing he was the only one watching the spectacle. Just moments ago, for reasons unknown, Najir's aura had suddenly become exposed. Though only for an instant, it indicated a general direction. Those 3 individuals were evidently heading to find Najir. Chapter 54, King of Games. How strange, the sensing has vanished. What exactly did Najir do in the chaotic city SXE district? Kolosu and the other 2 players stood at a distance, confronting each other. Just now, a peculiar wave had spread throughout the city. This wave could only be perceived by players. It was clearly the aftershock of 2 cards devouring one another. However, Najir's devouring progress could not possibly be this rapid. Typically, it was only at the final stage of devouring, when the consumed cards awakened, that the 2 cards would engage in their final struggle, creating an undeniable wave of conflict. Although they were unaware of what had transpired with Najir, it indeed provided them with an opportunity to lock onto him. Unfortunately, their speed was still somewhat lacking. They failed to ascertain his precise location before the sensing completely dissipated. The XE district was vast, making it challenging to locate him. Nevertheless, this did not deter the trio. It was certainly better than searching blindly. However, despite employing various methods, they searched all night without uncovering Najir's whereabouts. You can actually seal off my life magnetic field. Inside the art studio, Najir stood at the center of a ring, his face filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, due to the use of his abilities, the aftershocks of the two cards devouring each other had emanated outward. Though he quickly regained control, it nonetheless pointed the enemies in the right direction. Among those three individuals, some possessed the ability to detect life magnetic fields, causing Najir to feel a surge of anxiety that Phalik's life magnetic field was merely at a normal human level, but his own was far too conspicuous. With a stroke of bad luck, he could easily be discovered by the others. Yet, Phalik merely drew a circle on the ground and resolved everything. As long as you do not step outside the circle, they will not be able to detect you. I utilized Lingyun to conceal your life magnetic field. Given those fellows' capabilities, they will not be able to see through it. From beginning to end, Phalik remained remarkably composed. Through his earlier probing attack, he had already discerned the ability types of several players. The drama of the night could now come to a close. Is this where the curtain falls? In the Magic Dragon Square. Chun-Chi waited for quite some time, but did not see the exoskeleton-clad warriors re-emerge. The entire chaotic city returned to tranquility, as if the preceding battle had merely been a figment of the imagination. It seemed that tonight's conflict had indeed reached its conclusion. What a pity. Chun-Chi felt regret. He had intended to acquire more exoskeleton armor for disassembly. Now, only the one he had slain remained intact. As the moon continued its westward journey, Kalosu and his companions busied themselves with a thorough search, while Chun-Chi focused on dismantling the exoskeleton armor, each party respecting the other's space. This tranquility persisted until dawn, when the daylight of the chaotic city arrived. However, the clamor of the city did not disturb the four players' resolve. They remained steadfast in their tasks, awaiting the moment of reckoning at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The final deadline of 48 hours approached. Time ticked away, and the clock finally struck 3 during this interval. Everything remained calm. The anticipated devouring waves had not materialized at all. Chun-Chi remained composed, and so did Kalosu and his companions. They had already surmised everything. The death of Hong Tao 5 was certainly at Najir's hands. The cards devouring had been delayed, so there was no need for them to rush. 4 hours later, the sun set, and the moon rose. The atmosphere of the entire city suddenly shifted. Perhaps the residents of the chaotic city were oblivious to it, but the four players, Chun-Chi and others, felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Yet no matter how they probed, they could not pinpoint the source of this oppression. It felt omnipresent yet elusive that as time progressed. This sense of oppression intensified, almost coalescing into something tangible. Were it not for the four's unwavering confidence, they might have already retreated in despair. I feel utterly out of place in this city. The air in the city seemed to morph into a viscous substance, while others swam effortlessly. I felt as if I were being crushed like mere grit. Chun-Chi reflected on his sensations, confident that this was merely a change in the city and not a personal affront. Nevertheless, the suffocating pressure was all too real. Upon reaching a certain limit, Chun-Chi contemplated leaving the city. However, in the next instant, all the oppression vanished as if everything had been an illusion. Chun-Chi's smart communicator faced interference, and the signal suddenly dropped when he attempted to call Leitel and others outside the city. It displayed no signal. The city has been sealed off. No, it is the chaotic city's geomagnetic field that has undergone a shift, disrupting the electromagnetic waves. A layout of the entire city flashed through Chun-Chi's mind, confirming the second part of his speculation. That unseen puppet master had indeed tampered with the geomagnetic field of the chaotic city. The pressure he had sensed earlier must have stemmed from this alteration in the geomagnetic field. Players, with their potent life magnetic fields, felt this sensation acutely. Now, as the geomagnetic field resumed its operation, Chun-Chi found himself within its flow, rendering him oblivious to that oppressive force. Regrettably, Chun-Chi was only able to deduce these insights. He could ascertain that the geomagnetic field had undergone a transformation, possibly due to the malfunction of the biological radar on his wrist. Fortunately, as long as one's abilities remain intact, recovery is achievable. Truly astounding, it is nothing short of miraculous. The geomagnetic field of the entire city has formed a closed loop in its operation. More specifically, the geomagnetic field of the City of Chaos has been severed from the natural domain, establishing itself as an independent system. Such a grand undertaking has transpired without a whisper. How was this accomplished? Jilu's eyes glazed over as he murmured to himself. Although he was already aware that changes would occur in the City of Chaos on the night of the full moon, he never anticipated such a shocking revelation. His ability to detect these phenomena stemmed from a compass entrusted to him by a significant figure behind him, intended for the recording of certain data. Until now, there had been no changes. Who would have thought it would manifest at this moment? Had it not been for the forewarning that only LV2 level players would confront him, he would have fled long ago. A feat of unparalleled craftsmanship, a celestial creation, manipulating the life magnetic fields of millions to form an array, and then leveraging this colossal life magnetic field to influence the very fabric of nature. Is this the legendary Game King? Atop the tallest tower of the city, Koros kept his eyes tightly shut, yet it seemed as if he had completely pierced through the transformations occurring in the City of Chaos. This ability of his allowed him to directly perceive the life magnetic fields, which also enabled him to detect players from a distance. Within a radius of 150 meters, the life magnetic field of a player appeared to him as a blazing torch. It was this very ability that granted him a clearer view of the changes in the City of Chaos than anyone else. At the moment the moon appeared, everyone in the City of Chaos fell once again into a deep slumber. However, this time, the command bestowed upon them was not to engage in battle, but rather to take their positions. They merely followed an instinctual urge to congregate at a specific location. This may seem inconspicuous. Yet when the numbers swell to the millions, it becomes evident that someone has transformed the entire City of Chaos into a chessboard, with 1,000,000 pieces manipulated at will. The life magnetic field of any ordinary person is exceedingly feeble. Their interference with the surrounding natural domain is negligible. However, what if this minuscule interference could be ingeniously amplified? When the life magnetic fields of over 2,000,000 people converge, it manifests as an astonishingly formidable force. Their interference with the natural domain is potent enough to incite a supermagnetic storm. Yet if that were all, it would be too crude and would quickly be smoothed over by the vast natural domain. The architect of Turuan City has transformed each individual's life magnetic field into a component, crafting an extraordinarily intricate machine with 2,000,000 pieces. Koros was unaware of the purpose of this colossal contraption. It was beyond his comprehension that he merely sensed the fluctuations in the life magnetic fields arrayed before him and was left utterly awestruck. Had he not sought aid from within the association and received a hint of the underlying truth, he would have fled long ago. Even so, upon witnessing everything unfold, he nearly succumbed to despair that Tio manipulate an entire city, its residents, and a full moon with such ease. Was this the wisdom and power possessed by those at the pinnacle of the player hierarchy? The disparity was truly disheartening. Chapter 55. The Chain of Suspicion. It has finally begun. In the southern district of the City of Chaos, Feng Xingyun Square J, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them, that he was utterly unconcerned with the changes that had previously transpired in the city. He was simply fixated on awaiting the moment of initiation. Eventually, as the full moon shone overhead, a familiar oscillation re-emerged. This time, the oscillations grew increasingly potent, showing no signs of abating. That direction seemed to be the Dragon Demon Square. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Feng Xingyun's eyes, and he hastened toward the source of the disturbance. At the same moment, Qinqi and his companions also sensed the fluctuations. Except for Qinqi, who remained stationary, Koros and the others proceeded toward the city center, as if one were to observe from above. They would witness a peculiar phenomenon. The trajectories of the four individuals would inevitably intersect. Frake, can you truly hold back those four individuals? This little king card is rather unique. The ensuing battle may well persist for an extended duration. I cannot possibly intervene now. In the Dragon Demon Square, Nature wore an expression of profound anxiety. The pivotal moment had finally arrived. Hopefully, Frake isn't merely boasting. Otherwise, he would surely be the cause of his own downfall. Were it not for the current inability to utilize his abilities, he would have dearly liked to gauge the situation's fortune or misfortune. Rest assured, I will deliver on my promise. Who says 4 individuals will appear here? Ultimately, only one will stand before us. As Frake spoke, he marked a few strokes on the crimson patterns of the square. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that what had initially appeared to be chaotic graffiti had morphed into an expansive city map. The 4 luminous points representing the players were in motion across the map. The Frake strokes precisely marked the positions of the 4 players. Just as he completed his markings, a bizarre transformation unfolded in the field of vision of Chen Qi and his companions. What in the world is happening? Why have 4 pillars of light suddenly arisen in the city? The moment the oscillation was born, Chen Qi contemplated thoroughly and ultimately decided to play the role of the final opportunist. After all, his target was nature. The outcome was inconsequential, but he had initially thought he could quietly watch the spectacle unfold, only for an invisible force to descend abruptly, conveying a piece of information. Chen Qi felt a momentary daze. Nothing seemed to have changed around him. Yet in the night sky of the city, 4 towering pillars of light materialized. One of these pillars originated from Chen Qi himself, and even bore his name, Xiaomoya Khalees. The other 3 pillars were identical, each inscribed with the names Koros, Jilu, and Fengxingyan. Chen Qi noticed that the pillar representing Koros was advancing toward him, or rather, he found himself directly in its path. Damn that old scoundrel. He's revealed the positions of all the players. Without needing to guess, Chen Qi understood that it was the old man behind this. Only he could pinpoint the locations of all the players. Is he intending for us to turn against one another? Gazing at the pillar representing Xiaomoya Koros halted his advance. The 2 were separated by at least 2 kilometers, and he could easily circumvent it. Previous encounters had proven that the opponent was a clever individual who would not act foolishly. However, just as he turned away, the pillar representing Xiaomoya suddenly vanished. The Koros' expression darkened significantly, for his own pillar remained steadfast. This indicated that he had lost track of the opponent, while the opponent was fully aware of his movements. Under Frake's manipulation, the positional information of Koros and Chen Qi had become asymmetrical. This is troublesome. Almost simultaneously, the pillar of light representing Koros vanished from Chen Qi's field of vision, while his own pillar continued to shimmer brightly. Is he truly attempting to incite us to eliminate one another through information disparity? Very well, he has succeeded. With a sigh, Chen Qi moved toward the direction of Koros. Just as he began to move, the pillar representing Koros reappeared. It was evident that this was a blatant scheme. The reason Chen Qi felt compelled to act was that after the transformation of the city's magnetic field was completed, the detection range of the biological radar had diminished to a mere 10 meters, while the effective range of the LV-2 skill was 30 meters. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated by Frake, and even the choices of the combatants were within his calculations. This was a chain of suspicion. Yet no one dared to take the gamble. After all, they were already enemies. Initiating a cleanup was not an unwise course of action. Koros' choice mirrored that of Chen Qi. His perception of the life magnetic field had also been diminished to 10 meters. That fellow was a bothersome enforcer. If it came to it, he would simply eliminate him. That a similar scene unfolded with Jilu and Fengxing. The 2 likewise altered their trajectories, heading toward one another. 10 minutes later, the 4 met in pairs, and the battlefield was set. Koros, we meet again. Can we not engage in combat? Is there a possibility for us to join forces at a distance of 50 meters? Chen Qi and Koros found themselves face to face. This was his first confrontation with a player, and he had yet to enter kill mode. Hanavi, you have not truly joined the enforcers. Yet you still wish to collaborate with us. It is not entirely impossible, as our objectives do not fundamentally conflict. However, I am exceedingly intrigued by the capabilities of your card. I must also thank that old fellow Frake for providing me with such a splendid opportunity. Koros' eyes burned with intensity as he fixated on the wristband adorning Chen Qi's arm. He had long coveted the metallic manipulation abilities of Heart 7. Should he acquire this card, his power would ascend to new heights. As for whether he could eliminate this individual, do not be absurd. According to his intelligence, this fellow had only been a player for a little over 3 months, while he himself had painstakingly honed his skills for 3 years. Koros had refrained from striking earlier merely due to the presence of other players. He sought to avoid complications. Now, however, the situation was perfect. My abilities? Chen Qi glanced at the wristband, realizing that the true nature of this card had not yet been fully disclosed. I advise you not to covet my card. This is indeed a card of certain death. Whoever possesses it shall meet their demise. Why court disaster? Qin offered his sincere advice, believing he had been exceedingly candid. Unfortunately, Colossus, with his dogged demeanor, failed to recognize goodwill and instead grew increasingly arrogant, mistaking Qin caution for fear. What is this so-called card of certain death? I have navigated through 3 years without ever hearing of it. Fear not, I shall grant you a swift end. Colossus pressed forward, closing the distance to 45 meters, then 40, then 35. So, you are equally ignorant. In that case, you hold no value. With a casual flick of his wrist, Qin hurled an iron ball that soared like a cannonball, breaking the sound barrier as it hurtled toward Colossus' head. Who says one cannot attack from outside the range of skills? Chapter 56, Blood Manipulation. Bang! The air erupted, and the walnut-sized iron ball, enveloped in a sonic boom, raced forward. Qin strike was no less formidable than that of artillery, at a mere 35 meters, and it reached its target in an instant. Surely it cannot be so easy to be killed. This strike was merely a probe. At the moment of release, Qin activated dynamic vision. Every shift in Colossus would be meticulously recorded frame by frame. In player combat, intelligence is paramount. Once a flaw or weakness is exposed, it heralds the beginning of death. Boom. Blood splattered. Yet the iron ball did not shatter Colossus' skull, that a hand materialized out of thin air, blocking the high-speed projectile. Daha. You are not the only one with formidable physicality. Such petty tricks are rather dull. That in a critical moment, Colossus extended his left hand and caught the incoming iron ball. However, the clash of flesh and steel left a gaping hole in his palm. Yet he ultimately managed to halt the iron ball. That in the next instant, to Qin utter astonishment, the iron ball dissolved into a pool of blood and vanished. Colossus' left hand was enveloped in a thick layer of blood armor. The wound completely healed. That Colossus' ability turned out to be the manipulation of blood. His blood possessed a terrifying corrosive property, capable of devouring and assimilating metal. Qin witnessed the entire sequence unfold frame by frame, especially the process of blood consuming the iron ball, which he observed with clarity. That in that moment, he realized that what flowed within Colossus was no longer mere blood. It was a multitude of ravenous mouths. Never before had he been so acutely aware that every cell within his body was an independent life form. What is the most crucial element in the human circulatory system? The answer is blood. It delivers oxygen and nutrients throughout the body, serving as the essence of life. As long as one masters the power of blood, the body, under such robust sustenance, can grow ever stronger, transcending the limits of humanity without any need for training. Colossus mocked Qin, deriding him for neglecting the development of his superpowers in favor of physical training. This is the mark of a novice. Bang, bang, bang. Colossus' heart raced at an astonishing rate of 700 beats per minute. He began to swell with blood, his muscles expanding several-fold. That in the blink of an eye, a muscle-bound behemoth over 2 meters tall loomed before Qin. His skin glowed a deep crimson, steam emanating from his pores, exuding an explosive aura. Here's another for you. Colossus' left hand summoned countless blood tendrils from his pores, coalescing into another iron ball. In the next moment, the iron ball was hurled forward, slicing through the air, whistling towards Qin with terrifying force and speed, rivaling his own. Daha. I seem to have underestimated my opponent. Qin's dynamic capture was pushed to its limits. Within his vision, the iron ball advanced frame by frame. Yet, astonishingly, with each frame it progressed, it split apart. After 15 frames, the walnut-sized iron ball had transformed into 32,768 minuscule crimson beads, or rather, droplets of blood. The area around Qin, spanning 30 meters, was entirely enveloped. This was no longer an iron ball. It could easily be renamed the blood droplet, that in stark contrast to Qin's earlier feeble attack. Colossus' assault was akin to a localized weapon of mass destruction. Should an ordinary player face this onslaught, they would likely be reduced to a bloody pulp in an instantaneous movement. Crack, crack, crack. An unprecedented crisis descended as Qin's meticulously honed physique sprang into full operation. The efficiency of his muscles surged to 34, the pinnacle achievable without mastering. Chao Tianka .639 muscle fibers rippled like flowing water, transmitting layers of power to his legs, converging into a terrifying torrent. That in the next moment, the torrent erupted, and Qin vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already 40 meters away, just as he moved. The 32,768 blood droplets pierced through the afterimage, penetrating the thick earth. Impressive, truly impressive. Your speed exceeds my expectations by 0.03 seconds. Colossus let out a gasp of admiration, finally acknowledging Chen Qiu in terms of physical foundation. Chen Qi, an ordinary exerciser without any bodily enhancements, was vastly inferior to Colossus. Each cell within Colossus was not only better nourished and more vibrant, but had also undergone adjustments to the proportions of trace metallic elements. The resilience and weight of each of his cells were 1.3 times that of Chen Qi. The only advantage Chen Qi held was in reaction speed, a crucial factor in his survival. Of course, Colossus' muscle efficiency was also quite low, yet he could not be underestimated due to his superior muscular foundation. If Chen Qi's muscle fibers resembled rubber bands, then Colossus were akin to tire treads, capable of withstanding far greater forces. I can move even faster, idea you see where I am now. Before Colossus, Chen Qi's afterimage dissipated, and simultaneously, several gleaming blades struck Colossus with force. Chen Qi's true form, however, materialized 29 meters behind Colossus. Those glimmering blades were none other than razor-sharp metal strings. Yet the instant the metal strings pierced Colossus' skin, Chen Qi sensed something amiss. The fluid coursing through Colossus' veins was no longer blood. It had transformed into a viscous gel. The rapid slashing of the metal strings, akin to bullets striking a non-Newtonian fluid, was immediately halted. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, it was sufficient for Colossus to react. Bang! A blood-red tentacle shot forth from Colossus' wound, piercing through Chen Qi's afterimage. Chen Qi found himself reappearing several dozen meters away, and the two resumed their standoff. Can this still be considered human? The wound on Colossus, severed yet not bleeding, continued to ooze a copious amount of blood. The volume of blood loss would have left a normal human a desiccated corpse by now. Chen Qi suspected that what lay beneath Colossus' skin was not human at all, but rather a monstrous entity of blood. That my hematopoietic function has long been upgraded. The blood stored within my body is tenfold that of an average person. That my blood can coalesce in a blood armor, sufficient to withstand your metallic blades. What follows will be the true battle. The do not allow my blood-red tentacles to strike you, nor let me approach within 10 meters. Otherwise, all that you are will come to an end. Blood surged and coalesced, forming a ghastly blood armor that enveloped Colossus entirely. The blood armor was adorned with numerous blood-red tentacles, swaying menacingly in the air, showcasing their brutality. The significant loss of blood did not diminish Colossus' strength. Instead, it amplified his threat level. Boom. The blood shadow flickered, and the blood-colored monster launched its assault point. One must not be struck by the tentacles, nor allow them to come within 10 meters. Why? Is it because once struck or within a certain range, the blood within me would fall under his control? If this is true, why would Colossus divulge such information? Is he intentionally deceiving me, or perhaps he speaks thus to unsettle my mind, fueled by Colossus' taunts? Doubt seeped into Chen Qi's thoughts, rendering him hesitant and cautious. In that moment, faced with Colossus' relentless assault, he could only retreat. Indeed, a novice without combat experience. A cruel smile crept across Colossus' face. The Red Heart 7, do you dare to gamble? Chapter 57, Steps of Lethal Tactics. Boom! Amidst the urban structures, two afterimages raced through the air, engaged in a life-and-death struggle, though they were merely the size of average humans. Their impact was akin to a herd of mammoths trampling through. The ground, solid and the reinforced concrete, bore the brunt of their passage, torn asunder by enormous fissures. Thankfully, this area had long been cleared by Phylic, devoid of any human spectators. Otherwise, the collateral damage alone would have resulted in hundreds of casualties. Are you afraid? I shall drain every drop of your blood, allowing you to experience the most agonizing death imaginable. You should feel honored, for only a true rival is worthy of my full attention. Like a blood-jade spider, Colossus reveled in mocking Chen Qiu. At this point, he had relinquished the use of his limbs and resorted to maneuvering and attacking with 8 blood-red tentacles. He found that relying solely on his physical strength could not keep pace with Chen Qi, leaving him to suffer a relentless beating. The latter could seemingly teleport, his speed sometimes surpassing Colossus' visual reaction. Even more perplexing to Colossus was how, despite such a terrifying burst of speed, Chen Qi's relatively slender physique had not been torn apart. What Colossus was unaware of was that each time Chen-Chi employed the instant step, the muscle fibers within his body would be extensively torn apart. Yet in the very next moment, they would heal completely, only to be torn asunder once again. This cycle allowed Chen-Chi to utilize the forbidden technique with reckless abandon. The instant step, originally intended for evasion within the Red Falcon Fist, had never been consecutively executed more than 3 times by any of the past masters. However, Chen-Chi had transformed it into a regular maneuver. And it was precisely due to the terrifying speed unleashed by this technique that he could barely contend with Colossus. This battle had indeed imparted valuable lessons. Conflicts between players involved not only clashes of skill, but also exchanges of information. Regardless of the veracity of Colossus' words, Chen-Chi dared not gamble. The two figures wove through the arena, yet it was unmistakably evident that the crimson silhouette held the upper hand, even when occasionally struck by a cold glimmer. He would merely pause for a fleeting moment before continuing his assault with nonchalance that in contrast. Chen-Chi refrained from allowing his opponent's attacks to connect, but he maintained a combat distance of 15 meters from Colossus throughout the encounter. Even if his adversary were merely bluffing, no player would risk their life on such a gamble. Chen-Chi's strikes were not constrained by this distance, and thus he would not recklessly take risks. The only dilemma arose from the need to expend more energy to fend off the blood-red tentacles' assaults. However, the true reason for Chen-Chi's disadvantage lay in the fact that his attacks could not achieve a one-hit kill. Colossus was akin to a stubborn adhesive, making it exceedingly difficult for Chen-Chi's metallic strings to breach his defenses. Consequently, the initiative in the battle had shifted to Colossus' favor. It was not that Chen-Chi was unwilling to employ body manipulation, but rather that Colossus' physical form was too formidable. Correspondingly, his life magnetic field was undoubtedly powerful as well. The moment Chen-Chi's puppet strings attempted to invade, they would inevitably encounter resistance from this life magnetic field. Even a momentary stalemate would be sufficient for Colossus to detect and respond. The puppet strings were Chen-Chi's hidden lethal technique. Once unleashed, they must completely control the opponent. Therefore, until Colossus' life magnetic field weakened to a certain extent, Chen-Chi would not dare to strike recklessly. Fortunately, this wait would not be prolonged. Chen-Chi observed that as the battle wore on, the cells within the blood-colored tentacles were steadily dying. Clearly, even Colossus' blood could not survive for long once detached from the human body, especially as it was continuously depleted by the conflict. The strongest foundation of Colossus' physical prowess lay in his blood. The depletion of this blood would inevitably weaken his life magnetic field. Thus, the moment Chen-Chi awaited would inevitably arrive. The scene was indeed chaotic, but so what if he was at a disadvantage? The one who survives until the end is the true victor. How troublesome. What a cunning individual. In merely 3 months. This fellow had honed his combat skills to such a degree that I never expected martial arts could develop the physical form to such an extent. It seems that after completing this task, I must also take the time to learn. Chen-Chi's astonishing speed had truly struck a blow to Colossus' confidence. Although he had long known from intelligence reports that this individual had become entangled with the Red Falcon sect. The fact that martial arts could be cultivated to such a level was simply inconceivable, and if he were to practice as well, wouldn't he soar to new heights? In light of the facts, Colossus had no choice but to acknowledge the necessity of physical training. Time was running out. He could no longer afford to delay. It was time to ensnare his prey. Colossus was fully aware of his combat shortcomings. As time passed, his fighting capacity was gradually diminishing. Thus, he had long since laid out his trap, waiting for Chen-Chi to step into it. But if someone could discern the entirety of the battlefield, they would realize that Colossus was intentionally guiding Chen-Chi in a specific direction. No, this was a conspiracy. After retreating once more, Chen-Chi's instincts sensed impending danger. Yet, as he scanned his surroundings, he found nothing amiss. Though the area was filled with towering edifices, the terrain was not constricted enough to ensnare him. Suddenly, an army of stray dogs surged from all directions, their eyes glowing crimson, as they frantically charged at Chen-Chi. Were they being controlled? Blood. Colossus had infused his own blood into the brains of the dogs. This pack, numbering in the hundreds, could not have assembled in such a short time. Therefore, this fellow had established his battle layout long ago. This was troublesome. While hundreds of rabid dogs could not possibly kill Chen-Chi, Colossus was undoubtedly aware of this. However, since he employed them as a lethal tactic, there must be a grave danger hidden within. Damn it, I'm surrounded by dogs within a 100-meter radius. As the dogs drew closer, Chen-Chi was astonished to discover that the biological radar on his wrist had begun to react. The pack was still 20 meters away, clearly exceeding the 10-meter detection range. The old coot hiding in the shadows could not possibly have lifted the suppression, so there was only one conclusion. The life magnetic fields of these dogs must be highly problematic, their strength likely exceeding expectations. The Seven of Hearts, you truly have terrible luck, yet you are also fortunate. Originally, there was a chance to counter this move, but after observing the magnetic field changes in this city, I have perfected and upgraded it. The battle is already over. Colossus wore a self-satisfied expression, envisioning Chen-Chi's demise. Chen-Chi could not allow these dogs to approach. 10 Blades technique. His instincts informed him that these dogs were troublesome. The most probable scenario was that they would self-destruct, which of course would not harm him. But what of the splattered blood? Especially since Colossus' blood was concealed within. Chen-Chi extended his hands like wings and suddenly began to spin at high speed. As he twirled, 10 fingertips vibrated rapidly, slicing through the air with abandon. In the next instant, 10 streams of true air blades enveloped Chen-Chi, expanding outward like ripples. From above, one would see a red falcon flapping its wings through the fluid air, creating concentric waves. Wherever the waves passed, the dog pack was decapitated. The red falcon danced incessantly, its vibrations unending, while the pack surged forward relentlessly. 30 seconds later, the battlefield was still. The area surrounding Chen-Chi had transformed into a hell of blood and flesh. Yet Colossus remained confidently poised, quietly observing. Chapter 58. The Blood Blade Splendid. You have completed the final step of the ceremony. In just 3 months, your growth to this extent is commendable. Colossus regarded Chen-Chi with admiration, almost ready to applaud. Why? You should be capable of controlling these dogs to self-destruct. With such a multitude of bloody explosions, even I would have a significant chance of being affected, tainted by your blood. Chen-Chi cast a puzzled glance at Kay. This is not a matter of respect for you. Rather, it is because I can only flaunt my talents before the deceased. You will be the fourth to learn the answer. The first 3 have already met their end, and you are the weakest among the 4 I have slain. The confidence of Kolos seems to radiate like a beacon. In moments like these, he experiences the utmost joy of his life. Of course, this time is somewhat different. His lethal technique has evolved, becoming more intricate. One can only hope that this unfortunate soul, the Seven of Hearts, comprehends what is happening. Otherwise, dying in bewilderment would be utterly unamusing. Should I consider a strategic retreat? Kolos' brazen demeanor sends a chill down Chen-Chi's spine. Yet, regardless of the opponent's tactics, as long as he can distance himself beyond the range of their skills, Kolos will be left merely gaping. Just as Chen-Chi prepares to make a move, the mockery in Kolos' gaze instantly reveals that his plans have been perceived. There is no point in futility. If fleeing were of any use, the third unfortunate soul would not have perished 10 kilometers away. Kolos speaks with nonchalance, yet Chen-Chi cannot fully trust him, for this scoundrel has a history of deceit. Do you believe in ghosts? When you slaughter these hounds, your escape is sealed. The vengeful spirits of these dogs have locked onto you. Kolos' words are shrouded in mystery, yet Chen-Chi suddenly shudders. Connecting it to this fellow's self-disclosed abilities, he begins to understand why Kolos inquires about belief in the supernatural. Are you implying that the magnetic field of my life is now ensnared by these deceased hounds? Chen-Chi surveys his surroundings but senses no alteration in his life magnetic field. You are indeed astute. I cannot ascertain whether ghosts exist in this world. However, upon death, living beings instinctively harbor animosity and resentment toward their killers. The lingering essence, spirit, and life force that remains after death amalgamate into a peculiar existence, attaching themselves to your life magnetic field. Generally, this entity is quickly obliterated by the life magnetic field. Kolos remains unperturbed. For an overly clever opponent tends to diminish the enjoyment of the encounter. Do you intend to curse me with the souls of these hundreds of hounds? After Kolos finishes his exposition, Chen-Chi instinctively senses an unease. His life magnetic field has indeed been ensnared. Given this, he no longer intends to flee. Yet the notion that he could be cursed to death by the spirits of hundreds of hounds is something he utterly disbelieves. A curse? How could we insignificant beings possibly achieve such a feat? I merely harness this binding to seize your complete life magnetic field. Have you ever encountered the most primitive of cameras? Snap! At the moment Kolos concludes his statement, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashes around Chun-Chi. Everything transpires with such abruptness that Chun-Chi trembles as if electrocuted, yet remains unscathed. Damn, my life magnetic field was just disturbed. Chun-Chi's expression darkens. Though he cannot fathom Kolos' methods, this rascal truly may have acquired his life magnetic field. It is time to conclude this. A murderous intent returns to Kolos' visage. Yet his subsequent actions defy comprehension. With a thrust of his left hand, he pierces his own heart and, with great difficulty, extracts a short blade that glimmers with magnetic light from within. Are you not curious about how my blood manipulation ability has ascended to level 2? This is the trace metallic element I extracted from my cellular nucleus, possessing a unique rhythm, referred to as nuclear iron within the realm of life alchemy. Its sole purpose is to memorize the life magnetic field. Or rather, it is a miniature life magnetic field in itself. Currently, it records my life magnetic field, but under my other ability, it can masquerade as yours for a brief period. Kolos smirks cruelly as the magnetic light blade in his hand undergoes a transformation. Radiating with even more vibrant hues than in that instant, Chun-Chi instinctively perceives a connection, as if they share a common origin. To his horror, Chun-Chi realizes that his body yearns to consume and assimilate that magnetic light blade. The reason you can see its appearance now is that I have controlled the nuclear iron with my blood manipulation ability. Once I withdraw my power, it will revert to a beam of light, a stream of particles, returning to your body. The crux is that I have merely disguised it temporarily. Once it returns to your body and regains its original form, had I bestowed upon it a name, Blood Transformation Blade. Quite fitting, wouldn't you agree? With a victorious smile, Kolos releases the constraints on the nuclear iron, unleashing the magnetic light blade. The blood transformation blade pierces Chun-Chi's heart. Chapter 59. Turning the Tide, Am I to Perish? With no means of resistance, Chun-Chi confronts death for the first time. As the blood transformation blade enters his body, every cell within him seems to leap with joy. Yet in the next moment, the life magnetic field of the blade shifts, heralding a cataclysmic disruption. An unfamiliar life magnetic field erupts at the core of another life magnetic field. What a sight to behold! Perhaps it is a matter of life and death. Or perhaps a fleeting glimpse of illumination. For the first time, Chun-Chi's consciousness beholds his own life magnetic field. Centered around his heart, it radiates outward in rippling waves of blue energy that appears to be resisted by the natural realm or restrained by the consciousness of his body. With the entire field confined within a 2-meter radius around Chun-Chi, the center of this blue energy, a red blade pierces through, and the two forces clash, unleashing a terrifying life magnetic storm. Where the storm passes, cellular willpower is utterly annihilated. Stripped of the constraints of cellular will, the energy within the cells erupts uncontrollably, igniting into a conflagration. Heat, scorching heat. It feels as though a torrent of magma has surged into his heart. The searing agony yanks Chun-Chi's consciousness back to reality, and he sees a mass of crimson flames radiating from his heart, spreading ever outward. Haha, how does it feel to witness your own gradual descent into death? Futile, do not struggle. The blood flames, fueled by flesh and blood, will consume your heart, then your entire viscera, your thoracic cavity, until you are reduced to mere bones. Kolos watches this merciless scene with rapt excitement. The burning blood flames possess a peculiar beauty in his eyes. Everything unfolds precisely as he had foretold. Chun-Chi's heart turns to ash, followed by his spleen, lungs, kidneys. In but a second, everything below Chun-Chi's neck has been incinerated. Yet curiously, the spread of the blood flames is firmly restrained below his neck, never extending toward his head. How is this possible? What have you done? Kolos suddenly realizes that something is amiss, and he then displays the decisiveness characteristic of a seasoned combatant. Regardless of how the opponent suppresses the blood flames, the priority is to deliver the finishing blow. However, as he steps into a 30-meter range, he is abruptly struck by the realization that he has lost control of his body. A strange force invades him, seizing everything within, even interfering with his abilities. Kolos becomes as immobile as a statue, incredulously watching the blood flames at Chun-Chi's neck gradually extinguish, while he is powerless to intervene. Kolos, thank you for imparting this lesson to me. It is a pity that I have survived. At this moment, Chun-Chi is in an utterly wretched state. The only part of him that can move is his head. Fortunately, due to his formidable muscular control, he can still manage to vibrate his vocal cords that, oh, I almost forgot. To be on the safe side, I have even restricted your ability to move your eyeballs. Just listen. Having narrowly escaped death and turned the tables, Chen-Chi will leave Kolos with no opportunities. With Kolos' gaze firmly fixed on him, he is honored to witness the gruesome spectacle of flesh turning to bone. Suddenly, countless flesh buds sprout from Chen-Chi's neck, rapidly proliferating. Within a mere 30 seconds, a thick layer of flesh covers the skeletal remains of Chen-Chi's body. This layer of flesh resembles a woven blanket. Yet it provides Chen-Chi with a semblance of human form once again. The flesh fibers continue to spread and weave, and 10 seconds later, Chen-Chi's limbs become whole. At this point, Chen-Chi is transformed into a being woven from flesh fibers. A blood man. Thump, thump, thump. Incredibly, Kolos hears Chen-Chi's heartbeat once more. As he regains his composure from the shock, he sees Chen-Chi restored to his former self, standing vividly before him once again. Is it not astonishing? I find it quite marvelous. With a crunch, Chen-Chi chews on the military supplies like they are candy. The previous exertion was immense. He needs to replenish, although he appears whole on the outside. Many non-essential components within his body remain unformed. But that is of little consequence. What truly matters is avenging himself and dealing with Kolos. Kolos, are you perplexed as to how I, as an enforcer, possess two seemingly disparate abilities? Worry not, for I shall not reveal the answer. Chen-Chi stretches his body. The sensation of being alive is exhilarating. His survival is attributed to the fact that, relative to his vast life magnetic field, the blood transformation blade is ultimately too diminutive, its power limited. Had it not entered the interior of Chen-Chi's life magnetic field, it could not have inflicted such substantial damage. It would have been repelled, causing merely ripples. The blood transformation blade failed to completely obliterate Chen-Chi's life magnetic field in the first instance, granting him a moment to react. He summoned his LV2 ability, Metal Control, and directly devoured the nuclear iron. This was akin to Chen-Chi withdrawing the blood transformation blade that was embedded in his life magnetic field, thus quelling the ensuing magnetic storm. However, even so, Chen-Chi was left with nothing but his head. A result of his relentless efforts to proliferate flesh and blood around his neck to delay his demise, it is no wonder that Kolos possesses the confidence to eliminate any LV2 player. His arrogance is not unfounded. Even Chen-Chi, had he exhibited even the slightest hint of panic or delayed his reaction, would have lost his mind to the flames, perhaps due to the potency of Chen-Chi's mockery. Kolos's eyes bulged in disbelief, nearly popping out of his head. Chen-Chi, observing this, was not surprised. Kolos would not passively await his end. The man was currently wielding two abilities, attempting to expel the puppet threads controlling Chen-Chi. The battle had already commenced within Kolos's body. Yet this was precisely what Chen-Chi had anticipated. The ability puzzle Kolos sought was one he desired as well. You have concealed yourself so deeply. Kolos's struggle finally bore fruit. Although his words were hindered for 30 seconds, he had managed to regain some control over his speech. Kolos, I know you are unwilling to accept this. I admit, luck played a part in your failure. But my success is solely a result of my own efforts. You have not witnessed the toil I have endured behind the scenes. Kolos's defeat was indeed somewhat unjust. Had it not been for Chen-Chi, he could have triumphed over any adversary. Yet conversely, if not for Chen-Chi's silent diligence in continuously developing his body control skill and achieving immortality, he too would have faced death. The moment Kolos could not kill Chen-Chi had already sealed his own fate. The blood transformation blade is not easily fabricated. Kolos merely refined a small amount of nuclear iron, resulting in the obliteration of half his blood and, consequently, a catastrophic decline in his life magnetic field. Kolos's peak strength coincided with his most vulnerable moment, in the face of life and death. Chen-Chi astutely identified this flaw, allowing him to turn the tide against the odds. Shameless, Kolos's fingers twitched as he regained a modicum of control over his body. However, time was not on his side. A smile suddenly appeared on Chen-Chi's face, brimming with murderous intent. It is finally time to conclude this. A drop of blood emerged from Chen-Chi's fingertips, joyfully writhing and transforming in various forms. Kolos, in despair and disbelief, beheld the scene before him. Although that ability was still feeble, it was indeed blood control. that I do not wish to become a traitor. Yet I am equally fond of your two abilities. Alas, I have no choice but to teach myself. You don't genuinely believe I granted you so much time to struggle merely for conversation. Do you?" With a wave of his hand, countless glimmers of cold light sliced through Colossus' form, reducing him to a puddle of blood and mud. His idle chatter was merely an outlet for the emotions that surged after narrowly escaping death. His true focus had always been engaged in a contest of abilities with Colossus. Upon seizing control of Colossus' body, Qinchi acquired a wealth of corporeal data, continuously verifying it during his subsequent clashes with blood control. Ultimately, he successfully expanded the body control ability once more, gaining mastery over the power of blood. As for the life magnetic field ability, after devouring the nuclear iron, Qinchi's biological radar wristband evolved, enabling direct observation of the life magnetic field. Thus, upon Colossus' demise, Qinchi did not even glance at the two cards that fell. He had no intention of becoming a traitor, destined to meet a tragic end like Jemiah Christ. When it comes to certain death cards, Qinchi remained exceedingly cautious. Chapter 60. Wind and Cloud. Qinchi had always held a keen interest in death cards. After all, Jemiah Christ had set a precedent. Although Qinchi was unaware of the reasons behind the death cards, he had surmised several taboos associated with Heart 7. The reasons for Jemiah's demise could be attributed to three possibilities. First, his possession of Heart 7 was exposed. Second, the card's abilities were revealed. Or third, he fused with other cards, thus becoming a traitor. Analyzing Jemiah Chris in isolation yielded little insight, but when combined with Alun Zaf, it became intriguing that as he inherited the game character of Jemiah Chris, he must have also exposed the first 2 points. The only thing Alun Zaf did not do was fuse with other cards, which allowed him to survive for over half a year, ultimately falling to the Foxfire gang. Now that Qinchi had also inherited the character of Jemiah Chris, having not fused with any cards, he was still alive. This compelled Qinchi to suspect that the taboo surrounding Heart 7 was a prohibition against fusing with other cards. His intuition assured him that his deduction was sound. Of course, even if it were not due to the death card, Qinchi had no intention of fusing Colossus' cards. He was on the verge of becoming an arbiter, only to turn around and betray his enemies. What would the recently emerged traitor, Nagel, think? It would be a slap in the face. A warning must be issued to deter others. The Demon Extermination Society would not likely accept someone who had slain their own kind into their ranks. Regardless of how one calculated it, fusing cards was a path to certain death. Thus, Qinchi could only watch with regret as the 2 cards disappeared, and he merely gleaned a bit of insight from those cards. If fusion were possible, it would undoubtedly be immensely powerful. What, one wonders, constitutes the so-called apostle armament? The old man he encountered earlier was named Phylak. That scoundrel must be reveling in the spectacle now, thinking himself clever. Unbelievable that this fellow emerged victorious. Colossus, of all people, was slain by a novice player. Even while preoccupied with card fusion, Nagel learned of the final battle's outcome, leaving him in shock and disbelief. Struggling to regain his composure, Colossus was no ordinary individual. One could even argue he was the strongest player among LV2, just among the arbiters. He had eliminated 2. Thus, when faced with him, everyone resorted to gang assaults, never allowing him a chance for a 1v1 duel. Yet now, someone had single-handedly vanquished him, and it was a mere novice who had just become a player. This made Nagel feel as though his 3 years of gaming experience had been in vain. Intriguing, this young man indeed possesses merit. His abilities must be particularly effective against Colossus, and he certainly understands the value of subtlety. His cards must have undergone evolution, having fused with some kind of treasure. While Phylak merely raised an eyebrow at the abilities displayed by Qinchi, he did not perceive anything extraordinary. The act of allowing cards to consume a certain treasure, thereby gaining other powers, was no secret among the high players. He was fortunate to have gained the recognition of Game King, and his experience was not something an ordinary player could compare. Another battle was about to determine a victor. I must prepare some gifts for the 2 victors. Phylak wore a mischievous grin. How could he not wish to witness more of such splendid battles? Boom! In another corner of the city, accompanied by a tremendous roar, the battle reached its conclusion. Wind and Cloud gazed disdainfully at his opponent, who had been reduced to a mere pulp that on the formerly pristine road, a massive handprint, measuring several meters, now marred the surface to the center of the palm print. 3 cards floated quietly, remnants of Jiru's demise. Fool, true power lies in precision, not in quantity. What use is all that flashy nonsense? Wind and Cloud had no intention of becoming a traitor, allowing the 3 cards to vanish. However, he also refrained from joining the Arbiter faction. He detested constraints. Nonetheless, Wind and Cloud had indeed come at the behest of a certain player within the Arbiter ranks. As for Jiru's origins, he was likely a minion dispatched by a formidable player. That undamaged compass was not something such a fool could possess. Heart 7 emerged victorious. How amusing. I thought I would miss out on it. Wind and Cloud looked up, noticing the beam of light representing Colossus had vanished. Although difficult to believe, that rascal Phylic had no reason to fabricate such a tale. Should I rush over? A flicker of hesitation crossed Wind and Cloud's mind. He had heard of Colossus' reputation. To defeat Colossus could very well spell disaster for him. Just as he vacillated, the environment around him began to shift. The graffiti that had been marred by the fierce battle reemerged and reassembled, ultimately transforming into a curtain. The curtain displayed the combat scenes between Qinshi and Colossus, while simultaneously, it showed Wind and Cloud's battle with Jiru. Damn, that old rascal Phylic is quite considerate. Does he truly believe we are all fools? Qinshi nearly laughed in exasperation at Phylic's antics. Though he did not wish to clash with Wind and Cloud, he had no choice but to immediately begin restoring his body and adjusting his combat state. Throughout the ordeal, Qinshi had remained relatively still, unaffected by the fluctuations emanating from Nagel's location. His stillness was a statement of his stance. As long as Wind and Cloud was not a fool, he would surely understand. Yet 15 minutes later, Wind and Cloud still appeared. Why? You should know precisely what I mean. Qinshi casually discarded the mineral water bottle in his hand, having just replenished himself with the utmost hydration. Naturally, he had also consumed the 2 boxes of military rations he had brought with him. At this moment, feeling satiated, he had barely restored 70% of his physical condition, although he appeared to have fallen short of his peak. A comparison to Qinshi's previous dire state would reveal the terrifying extent of his body's recovery ability. That I am aware of your mission and understand that you do not intend to vie with me for the cards. Logically speaking, I should first eliminate Nager and Phylic. Yet, I fear that if I let this opportunity slip by, your condition will fully recover, and I shall no longer be able to defeat you. Now is the optimal moment to end your life. Feng Xingyun's serious expression clearly conveyed his true thoughts. Why are you so intent on killing me? Qinshi was utterly baffled by the intensity of the animosity directed at him. I do not wish to eliminate you, but rather, Xiaomoya Khalees. However, it seems there is little distinction, as you embody him now. That scoundrel murdered Meihua too, a close friend of mine. Feng Xingyun's words left Qinshi somewhat speechless. Was this truly an unwarranted disaster for him? Xiaomoya Khalees, you have prepared an abundance of misfortunes for me. Alan Zeph was not mistaken. Your death is utterly deserved. Chapter 61. The Scythe of Wind Weasel. Though I had anticipated that trouble would eventually come my way upon inheriting this game's role, I never expected it to manifest at this very moment. Feng Xingyun, your choice is truly unwise. It will only benefit Phylic and Nager. Qinshi genuinely did not wish to engage in combat with Feng Xingyun. If feasible, he intended to vacate the chaotic city immediately. However, the magnetic field of the chaotic city had formed a closed loop. Long before encountering Koros, Qinshi had attempted to leave, but was met with the legendary Wall of Ghosts. This marked the first time he had witnessed the terrifying nature of the geomagnetic field. That I certainly recognize that this is not the most prudent choice. However, as long as you exist, I cannot complete my task with peace of mind. Phylic, who imposes information suppression upon us, possesses numerous methods to sow discord between us. Even if I were to slay you and then be rendered incapable of further combat, it would matter not. With this compass, I can certainly escape the chaotic city. Thus, for me, eliminating you fulfills my desires and is exceedingly worthwhile. You have only yourself to blame for your greed in inheriting all that is Xiaomoya Khalees. Feng Xingyun's greatest gain from slaying Jilu was that compass.it recorded the complete information of the magnetic field's changes within the chaotic city and could even observe the continuously shifting magnetic field at this moment. By following the needle's direction, one could exit the chaotic city, or perhaps, it was precisely because Feng Xingyun intended to abandon his mission that he felt compelled to kill Qinshi. Otherwise, he would feel dissatisfied. It seems I am now regarded as mere prey on the chopping block. That I must say, you have made a grave error in judgment. Qin seized his words and directly activated his metal manipulation abilities. 7 metallic serpents shimmered with violet electricity, intertwining around him, that in an instant, Qin was enveloped in a suit of purple exoskeletal armor, an achievement from the spoils of his previous research on devouring. I never anticipated that you had previously concealed your true strength, but no matter how many tricks you possess, what purpose do they serve? Focusing on cultivating a single ability is the true path. Wind come, suddenly, countless dense, transparent scales materialized around Feng Xingyun. They assembled independently into a suit of armor, completely encasing him. Feng Xingyun had managed to condense the air into scales, crafting a suit of fish-scale armor. He could manipulate the air at will, even transforming it into a tangible form and shaping it as he pleased. This fellow's abilities were undoubtedly not those of a freshly ascended LV2. Rather, he had immersed himself in this stage for quite some time. As Qin adjusted and upgraded his exoskeletal armor, he analyzed Feng Xingyun's abilities. Feng Xingyun's subsequent actions fully confirmed his suspicions. The scythe of Wind Weasel, with a flourish of his left hand, a brilliant purple light erupted as he grasped the in the next instant. The air compressed and coalesced into a massive 30-meter-long scythe of wind. Appearing in his grasp, Feng Xingyun swung it a few times, the scythe's blade vibrating at a high frequency, directly severing a nearby streetlight. Indeed, he was a jack of diamonds. This fellow did not bother to conceal his strength. When Feng Xingyun unleashed his abilities, he did so without reservation, allowing Qin to see his trump card clearly. Generally, players would strive to obscure anomalies when activating their abilities, wishing not to reveal their cards to others. However, should a battle reach a fever pitch or a life-or-death juncture, the concept of concealment would become irrelevant. Thus, the best method of secrecy is to eliminate every opponent encountered. Ultra Giant Chainsaw, clad in exoskeletal armor. Qin likewise unleashed his abilities once more. A massive chainsaw, vibrating at a high frequency, gradually materialized from his left hand, also reaching 30 meters in length. Boom! Unintentionally, the giant chainsaw sliced through a bus, cleaving it in half. Very well, now this battle is becoming interesting. I hope you can keep up with my speed. Do not be like that previous fool. Had he not been so tough-skinned, I would have dispatched him long ago. Feng Xingyun's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit, and Qin defiance was precisely to his liking. In the next instant, the fish-scale armor opened and closed, and gusts of air erupted from the gaps. Like a swordfish, Feng Xingyun surged through the layers of air, launching an assault on Qin. His movement speed reached an astonishing 135 meters per second. Indeed, he was fast the moment Feng Xingyun moved. Specific data appeared on Qin's exoskeletal armor. Yet, this was merely the most basic combat assistance feature. Qin did not don the exoskeletal armor merely to engage in battle while encased in a metal shell. He had his own ideas and designs. First, Qin removed the power system of the exoskeletal armor. This contraption was not only outdated but also cumbersome and heavy, moving slower than Qin could run on his own. What he valued were its magnetic levitation capabilities and detection module. For these two aspects, Qin was still dissatisfied with the original version, opting instead for modifications and upgrades that he integrated the system from his magnetic levitation sports car into the exoskeletal armor. Having thoroughly researched the sports car over time, Qin was well-versed in its workings. As for the detection system, he loaded it with a biological radar, one that had been enhanced after devouring nuclear iron. In essence, Qin had tailored a battle armor specifically for himself. As for the results, they directly elevated Qin's speed to 150 meters per second, allowing him to traverse low altitudes with ease. Thus, the covertly observing Feilike bore witness to a combat scene unparalleled among LV2 players. 2 armored warriors wielding 30-meter weapons, tearing through the skies and earth, racing through the city. Boom, boom, boom. Whether it was Feng Xingyun or Qin, their mobility had initially liberated them from the constraints of the ground, transforming the 100-meter altitude into their new battlefield. The urban structures, however, were not so fortunate, whether struck by a chainsaw or slashed by a scythe. Their fate was to be cleaved in two, slowly collapsing. Fortunately, the battlefield had long been cleared, and both combatants were consciously avoiding an expansion of the conflict. Otherwise, the entire block would have been razed to the ground. Ha ha ha, splendid. Now this is exhilarating. Hurry, go even faster. As Feng Xingyan moved, he resembled a devil of the winds, sowing an eerie wail of the wind in his wake. But in stark contrast, Chen Qi remained silent, his presence akin to a bolt of purple lightning, constantly flickering. The two swirled through each other, the chainsaw and scythe clashing with a high frequency, igniting a multitude of sparks. Fortunately, both weapons could automatically restore themselves during the battle, or else the debris from their clashing would fill a football field. At this moment, their speed of engagement reached an astounding 35 exchanges per second. To the ordinary observer, it would appear as a series of frozen animations. 3 minutes. This high-frequency combat could only be sustained for 3 minutes. Time, I need time. After all, I had just emerged from a fierce battle, and my body had yet to fully recover. Chen Qi's movements relied solely on his physical strength, which could not endure indefinitely. In contrast, Feng Xingyan was growing more adept in battle, even increasing his speed. 200 seconds. I need just 200 seconds, and my speed will utterly overwhelm him. But that is still insufficient. I must strive for a swift resolution. Although I was oblivious to the means employed by the controller of Heart 7, his lack of action against me signified that conditions were not yet ripe, that I absolutely could not afford to grant him more time. Having made his decision, Feng Xingyan exerted himself even more fervently, pushing his abilities, even overloading them. Both had witnessed each other's combat styles, so they understood one another well enough to bypass the probing stage and launch into an all-out battle. The current stalemate was entirely a fade. Both were secretly preparing their ultimate moves, poised to determine the victor in an instant. Chapter 62. The Wind God Cannon Boom. Another skyscraper was cleaved in half. The fallen structure plummeting towards the two combatants, only to be shattered into smaller fragments. The howling winds erupted from the center of the battle, stirring up endless dust. You are too slow now. Ha ha, you truly have exhausted your strength. What a disappointment. Feng Xingyan's speed had soared to an impressive 175 meters per second, with even further potential for increase. Yet, no matter how hard Chen Qi strives, he can only reach this point. Had it not been for his slightly swifter reaction than Feng Xingyan, he would have likely failed to intercept all the attacks. How utterly disastrous that a maximum of 30 seconds. My stamina can only sustain for 30 seconds. I must resolve this battle within that time frame. Although this confrontation is not as perilous as the previous one, the relentless pace of the battle imposes an even greater test of endurance. Any slight oversight could lead to both combatants being torn asunder. Chen Qi is certain that Feng Xingyan will not afford him the opportunity to recover. Instead, he would swiftly sever his head into fragments. It is nearly time to conclude this conflict. Although prolonging the fight might increase his chances of victory, it would also grant his opponent the chance to turn the tables. Baichuan Gulu, with speed as his advantage. Feng Xingyan finally unleashed his ultimate technique. Suddenly, the battlefield was filled with the mournful howls of the wind. Chen Qi's instincts blared a warning, yet danger seemed omnipresent, emanating from the entire arena. Is he truly about to unleash his killing move? Alas, I have already calculated your flaw. I wager on my own victory. As the crisis loomed, Chen Qi remained unfazed, resolutely conducting his final calculations that moment. The battlefield transformed into a sea of wind that if one were to elevate their perspective, they would witness a marvelous spectacle. Thousands of translucent fish gliding through the wind within a radius of several thousand meters. Initially, they merely drifted with the breeze. Gradually, they became one with the wind, beginning to guide the trajectory and direction of the air currents. Under the influence of a certain force, these airflows began to coalesce and converge. Amplifying both the wind's strength and speed, the school of fish grew larger. The power of the gathered wind intensified. The entire battlefield had morphed into a tumultuous ocean. Haha, have you realized it? Unfortunately, it is too late. I am no mere LV2 waste like you. I am infinitely close to LV3 to feel the roar of the wind. With Feng Xingyan's call, a multitude of fish surged forth, accompanied by a tempest at his feet. Feng Xingyan seized the opportunity to harness this gale, propelling his speed to an astonishing 200 meters per second. Though this borrowed strength was temporary, even a fleeting second was sufficient for his plans. Wind God Cannon. In Feng Xingyan's grasp, the colossal wind weasel scythe transformed into an elongated cannon that in an instant. The countless translucent fish meandering across the battlefield dove into the cannon's barrel, swirling into a spherical formation as they coalesced with the raging hurricane. The terrifying wind sphere, once unleashed, could shred not only flesh and blood, but even armored tanks into mere fragments. It is finished. At this point, Feng Xinyan's speed utterly overwhelmed Qin Shi, leaving him incapable of evading the cannon's lock. From the moment Feng Xingyan initiated the Wind God Cannon, he maintained a distance of 40 meters from Qin Shi. Regardless of any remaining tactics at Qin Shi's disposal, the effective range of LV2 skills is merely 30 meters. Victory is assured. Boom! The rapidly spinning wind sphere was launched at 3 times the speed of sound, distorting the air along its path. A brilliant white light piercing through. Boom! 300 meters away, a building was instantly struck, leaving a massive void with a diameter of 20 meters. Yet this was not the end. Rather, it marked the onset of catastrophe. The high-velocity wind sphere detonated, generating a terrifying tornado within the structure. The entire building transformed into a cloud of smoke, billowing upward. However, in the face of such a remarkable result, Feng Xinyan's face was filled with astonishment, devoid of any exhilaration. Did I truly miss? Why did my hand tremble at such a critical moment? In a state of bewilderment, Feng Xingyan seemed to forget he was amidst battle, floating in the air in a daze. His opponent, the unscathed Qin Shi, exhibited a sense of chivalry, showing no inclination to seize the moment to strike. How spectacular! Is this the level of attack that has touched upon LV3? Gazing at the utterly destroyed building, Qin Shi was filled with awe. The destruction wrought by different abilities is truly worlds apart. What have you done to my body? What force is wreaking havoc within me? With a thud, Feng Xingyan crashed heavily to the ground at some point. A foreign entity had stealthily nested within him, disrupting his abilities. The culprit could only be Red Heart 7. Calm down, as long as I do not issue commands. The entity within you cannot kill you. Let us first discuss your earlier Wind God Cannon. If I am not mistaken, the transparent fish that guided the hurricane must have been formed from the scales shed from your scaly armor. It is not uncommon for scales to shatter during intense battles. Your technique is indeed subtle. However, the fact that they persist beyond a 30-meter range and still manipulate the wind piques my curiosity, that I wonder if you would be inclined to share with me. Instead of seizing the opportunity to eliminate Feng Xingyan, Qin Shi opted to engage him in a discussion about superpowers. This left Feng Xingyan both astonished and delighted. After all, any chance to prolong his life was a victory. Since the opponent was eager to know, what harm would there be in sharing? In truth, I had long since reached the threshold of LV3 in my abilities. However, when I attempted to awaken the card to enhance my powers, an unforeseen incident occurred. The card's corrosive power during the LV3 ascension was overwhelmingly potent, and I was unable to withstand it. Had it not been for someone suppressing the card, I would have perished during that ascension. Later, I learned that my failure to ascend was due to my insufficient spiritual strength. This is a challenge all players aiming for LV3 inevitably face. The vast majority of novice players find themselves stuck at this juncture. Though that ascension was interrupted and unsuccessful, it did grant my abilities a slight transformation, allowing them to persist for approximately 10 minutes once outside the skill's effective range. That MY journey to Chaos City was also to repay a previous debt. Feng Xingyan disclosed everything he knew without reservation. Qin Shi listened intently, realizing that the abilities of players at LV3 undergo a fundamental transformation, as for how he managed to control Feng Xingyan and induce him to misfire at a critical moment. The principle was not complex. Qin Shi had merely embedded 3 puppet threads deep within Feng Xingyan's body, akin to his earlier strategy against flight. Even as his speed was surpassed, Qin Shi recognized his passive ability. He had affixed the 3 puppet threads to Feng Xingyan's garments. Coincidentally, Qin Shi's success came without alerting Feng Xingyan, due to the shedding scales of the scaly armor. Had it not been for that, any contact between the puppet threads and the scales would have resulted in a clash of abilities, naturally revealing his plan that as long as the puppet threads did not invade the body, they would not trigger Feng Xingyan's life magnetic field. Thus, prior to the reversal of the battle, Qin Shi had already prepared a contingency, merely awaiting the opportune moment. The true challenge lay in how to silently initiate this contingency, circumventing Feng Xingyan's life magnetic field for a successful invasion. This step proved to be the most arduous. Chapter 63. Magnetic Field Vulnerability. Impossible. I have observed your previous battle footage. The ability to control others must have prerequisites to activate. Based on my deductions, It must be related to the strength of the life magnetic field that I was unharmed. The life magnetic field displayed no violent fluctuations. How could I possibly fall prey? Feng Xingyan could not fathom Chen Qi's explanation. Harboring 100 doubts, his proud nature made it impossible for him to admit he had fallen into another's trap, but he was already well aware of Chen Qi's abilities, having taken precautions. Yet, to be ensnared now would only serve to prove his own foolishness. Truly, there was no need to deceive you. Furthermore, the evidence speaks for itself. Chen Qi casually manipulated the 3 puppet threads within Feng Xingyan's body, and the latter was instantly convinced that he had no choice but to believe. His left hand was uncontrollably raising itself to slap his own face. Feng Xingyan finally realized that his life was utterly under Chen Qi's control, that it was indeed self-inflicted humiliation. Had I encountered you before dealing with Colossus, I would have truly struggled against you, perhaps even being obliterated by your cannon. Yet the unfortunate Colossus did not kill me. Instead, he made me even stronger. You believed yourself to be throwing stones at me, unaware that you were merely striking iron. Chen Qi's ability to silently breach Feng Xingyan's life magnetic field was entirely due to Colossus' selfless sacrifice. Before absorbing the core iron, Chen Qi's biological radar was incapable of intuitively detecting the life magnetic field. It merely sensed the field's disruption of the surrounding natural domain. However, everything changed after consuming the core iron. Although Feng Xingyan's life magnetic field was not visibly clear, it presented a rough outline. Given sufficient time and observational data, combined with some imaging algorithms, it ultimately became possible to sketch a rudimentary map of the life magnetic field. From the moment they met, Chen Qi had already launched his attack on Feng Xingyan. Yet Chen Qi's preparations had begun even before their encounter. After concluding his battle with Carlos, Chen Qi busily endeavored to restore his physical state while simultaneously gathering data on the life magnetic fields of ordinary humans. Feilike had relocated the ordinary humans away from the battlefield, concentrating them in a specific area. This, in turn, facilitated Chen Qi's data collection. Perhaps in Feilike's eyes, Chen Qi merely ventured into the residential zone to replenish his food and water supplies. However, Chen Qi's biological radar was feverishly collecting data. Ultimately, after spending 10 minutes to amass the life magnetic field data of 10,000 individuals, Chen Qi arrived at a rather peculiar conclusion. The intensity of the life magnetic fields of ordinary humans predominantly fluctuated between levels 2 and 3, which was entirely normal. Yet their life magnetic fields were not flawless. Rather, they exhibited varying quantities of vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities, though minuscule, were hidden within the fluctuations of the life magnetic fields. Chen Qi did not directly observe these so-called vulnerabilities. Instead, he discerned abnormal fluctuations present within the life magnetic fields. The vulnerabilities were conclusions derived from his data calculations and simulations that if one were to liken the life magnetic field to a harmonious rhythm, those abnormal fluctuations would represent mere dissonance within it. They disrupted the stability and perfection of the life magnetic field, thus justifiably considered as vulnerabilities. The peculiar conclusion that Chen Qi discovered was directly related to the quantity of vulnerabilities. More precisely, the number of vulnerabilities was equal to the age of the individual. For instance, if a person were 27 years old, then their life magnetic field would contain 27-minute vulnerabilities. The younger the individual, the fewer the vulnerabilities. Conversely, the older they were, the more riddled their life magnetic field became. Indeed, the 1,000 samples Chen Qi analyzed perfectly aligned with this pattern. The entity with the fewest vulnerabilities he identified was a newborn baby, possessing only one. Conversely, the individual with the most vulnerabilities was a 99-year-old man, whose life magnetic field resembled a wooden house ravaged by termites. Any slight fluctuation could lead to its collapse. Thanks to these preliminary preparations, Chen Qi was able to accurately identify the vulnerabilities within the life magnetic field of Feng Xingyan during the brief skirmish. In fact, had it not been for the overwhelming strength of the player's life magnetic fields, which obscured the abnormal fluctuations emitted by the vulnerabilities, they might have been even easier for Chen Qi to detect than ordinary individuals. This was because Chen Qi observed a startling phenomenon within his own and Feng Xingyan's life magnetic fields. The number of vulnerabilities was greater. For example, at the age of 23, Chen Qi would typically possess 23 vulnerabilities according to his earlier findings. However, in his life magnetic field, there were actually 2 significant vulnerabilities. The abnormal fluctuations they emitted were tens of times stronger than those of ordinary vulnerabilities. Such terrifyingly large vulnerabilities, if present in an ordinary individual, would be as obvious as bites taken out of an apple. Yet, due to the player's robust life magnetic fields, they were less conspicuous. Nevertheless, compared to the ordinary vulnerabilities caused by age, they remained alarmingly prominent. Chen-Chi suspected that these two vulnerabilities stemmed from the two upgrades of his skills, more precisely from the two instances of card absorption. This hypothesis was confirmed in Feng Xingyun's case. Initially perplexed by the presence of three significant vulnerabilities in this individual, it became reasonable upon learning that he had previously achieved LV3 status. It seemed that even if the ascension was interrupted, the body still paid the price. That it was precisely because this individual harbored three significant vulnerabilities that Chen-Chi's data calculations were considerably alleviated, allowing him to secure victory before the tide of battle fundamentally shifted. Thus unfolded the story of Chen-Chi's triumph. Red Heart 7. I have shared with you what you wish to know. What, pray tell, do you desire? Though reluctant, Feng Xingyun was compelled to resign himself to fate. At this moment, Chen-Chi wielded the knife, and he was the meat. His life or death lay entirely in the hands of the other, but he sensed that Chen-Chi did not seem inclined to kill him outright, which offered a glimmer of hope that, wouldn't it be a waste to simply kill you? Of course, sparing you is entirely out of the question. How about we join forces and probe into Feilike's true intentions? If that fellow is scheming in the shadows, this compass alone might not suffice to escape the chaotic city. The victor. The compass naturally fell into Chen-Chi's hands early on. This object could observe fluctuations in the magnetic field. What a treasure! With it in his possession, Chen-Chi's chances of survival, once a mere 40%, had now escalated to 70%. Coupled with Feng Xingyun as a disposable pawn, their odds of success increased further. Given this, it was only fitting to repay enmity with enmity. That old scoundrel Feilike truly believed he could remain comfortably seated while manipulating everyone as he pleased, that he was but a second-rate artist. Utterly clueless about the game, Chen-Chi resolved to act recklessly. Chapter 64, Ascension in the Game. Feng Xingyun, what have you decided? My patience is limited. Chen-Chi fixed his gaze upon Feng Xingyun as the fluctuations from nature began to diminish. Clearly, the fusion was nearing completion. There was no longer much time for Feng Xingyun to dally. Very well, I shall cooperate with you. Faced with Chen-Chi's icy stare, Feng Xingyun made a decisive choice without voicing any demands. He understood all too well that he lacked the standing to negotiate at this juncture. Merely surviving presented an opportunity. To confront Feilike could very well be his chance at salvation. Chen-Chi was pleased with Feng Xingyun's understanding. Given the profound connection between the card and its wielder, had Feng Xingyun refused to utilize his powers, Chen-Chi would have merely been left with a lifeless vessel. Now that this individual was cooperating willingly, there was more potential to be harnessed. Without further ado, the newly allied duo hastened toward the Dragon Demon Square. Damn it, these two have actually joined forces. Feilike, I require time. We are almost there. Feilike had been live-streaming the battle between Chen-Chi and Feng Xingyun, and Nader's initial hopes for a mutual demise were dashed when the two unexpectedly banded together to assault them. But do not worry. I shall handle these two. That you focus on the fusion. The time is drawing near. Once the fusion is complete, I shall send you to meet the Game King. Despite the unforeseen circumstances, Feilike remained remarkably composed. After all, they were merely two fish rushing to their own demise. As long as he remained within the chaotic city, especially on a full moon night, he was invincible, even against LV3 challengers. The Game King, that influential figure behind you, is the Game King, the player whose existence cannot even be confirmed. Nader finally gleaned the information he sought from Feilike. However, the revelation was staggering. Had it not been for the impending completion of the card fusion, the astonished Nader would have found himself in dire straits. It was no wonder Nader was so shaken. The Game King was shrouded in mystery. According to the records in the Order Keeper's archives, it was stated, from the 6th round of the game onward, there is always one player absent during each king's judgment. Sometimes he is the King of Spades, sometimes the Ace of Hearts. He seems to be any card owner except for the Joker. All those who have encountered him refer to him as the Game King. Rumors suggest he is the premier virtual game player beyond the borders of the Blue Taro Kingdom, who ventured to Blue Taro to experience the thrill of real gaming. This encapsulated all the information regarding the Game King. and various indicators suggested he was entirely unlike ordinary players. Nager had not anticipated that it was the Game King who sought to meet him, leaving him somewhat flabbergasted. It seems you are not entirely uninformed. However, I must inform you that the existence of the Game King far surpasses your imagination. Now, hurry and complete the fusion. I have preparations to make as well. Phalike concluded his conversation with Nager. A significant smile gracing his face, he summoned a jade brush and began to paint once more. Soon, a vividly depicted azure-headed dragon emerged from his hand. Strangely, however, this azure-headed dragon was devoid of eyes. It was painted without any semblance of vision. Let the beginning commence. Go. Phalike spat out a mouthful of blood, and the azure-headed dragon surged forth as if infused with initial vigor, merging into the graffiti surrounding the square. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the azure-headed dragon weaving through the graffiti. Wherever it passed, the vibrancy of the graffiti dimmed slightly, while the dragon itself grew larger, adorned with additional patterns that as its range of movement expanded. Its body swelled, and the markings upon it became increasingly intricate and enigmatic. Gradually, a colossal dragon spanning miles traversed the chaotic city, exhaling and inhaling certain elements. Terrifying. What could it possibly be? I sensed something dreadful awakening. I believe we are courting our own demise. Perhaps we should not advance any further. As Qin and his companion drew closer to the Dragon Demon Square, they encountered the passage of the azure-headed dragon. Its grand form, even if merely a spectral existence, bore down upon their spirits like a crushing weight. Feng Xingyan nearly lost his wits, trembling uncontrollably. In stark contrast, Qin appeared unfazed, as though he had not perceived the terrifying might at all. Retreating was no longer an option. When that entity passed, the compass had already malfunctioned. The reason you feel such dread is that you have yet to see its full form. You do not know what it is. Qin fiddled with the compass, marveling at the experience of witnessing a living magnetic field coursing through the earth. It was truly enlightening. What exactly was the entity that just passed by? Observing that Qin remained unfazed, Feng Xingyan could only press on with determination. A game dragon. Qin responded nonchalantly, leaving Feng Xingyan utterly bewildered. The demon dragon descends, passing judgment on humanity. The magnificent azure-headed demon dragon once again arrives on the night of the full moon. Let us rejoice. The appearance of the azure-headed demon dragon seemed to lift the slumbering curse that had enshrouded the inhabitants of the chaotic city, awakening them completely. Millions took to the streets, singing and dancing, continually worshipping the full moon. Strangely, however, they kept their eyes tightly shut, never truly opening them. Even though the azure-headed demon dragon was roaming within the city, they remained blissfully unaware, continuing to cheer for the dragon's arrival. Such a scene was undeniably eerie. Have these people gone mad? There is clearly nothing in the sky. As Feng Xingyan passed through the crowd, he was captivated by this bizarre atmosphere, feeling for the first time how chilling the wind could be. Perhaps there truly was something up there. We simply cannot see it, perhaps because it does not belong to this city. Paint the dragon. One must first at its eyes, while the ritual has not yet reached its conclusion. Let us swiftly eliminate Phalike. Qin gazed skyward, deep in thought. Full moon, geomagnetism, the human heart. All elements were in place. The machine was about to commence its operation. What Kolos had once failed to comprehend. Qin, now possessing a compass and nuclear iron, saw through its true nature at a glance. Grateful to Yudongsheng and the dream-making studio, that Game King had actually used the chaotic city as material to forge an immensely grand virtual game login device. Yet, knowing its true form, the splendor and magnificence, the wonder and incredibility that Qin felt was 100-fold greater than Kolos's experience. Among the players, such a terrifying figure existed. Qin harbored a vague suspicion regarding the function of this login device. But it was too audacious. If the opponent truly played the game to ascend, then the King's game would certainly become a spectacle. The title of Game King was indeed well-deserved. Chapter 65. The Arrival of the Demon Moon. At the Demon Dragon Square, Nagier's fusion was approaching its final countdown. 10, 9, 8. As time drew nearer, the two purple orbs enveloping him merged completely. I have finally succeeded. Fortune smiles upon me. Before Nagier could celebrate his monumental achievement, the newly birthed card suddenly alerted him to impending doom. Then Nagier witnessed a terrifying wind orb piercing through a vacuum channel, hurtling toward him. Was this Feng Xingyun's wind god cannon? Finally caught up. Feng Xingyun, greet those two sneaky fellows. At the moment Nagier completed his fusion, Qinchi and Feng Xingyun arrived late at the Demon Dragon Square. Their tardiness was due to the azure-headed demon dragon's wandering, which had transformed the chaotic city into a labyrinth. Were it not for Qinchi's extraordinary understanding of this city, they could have wandered for 3 days and nights and still not reached the Demon Dragon Square. Though slightly delayed, they ultimately arrived in time. The Wind God Cannon, already charged and ready, received Qinchi's command and unleashed a projectile. Boom! Perhaps due to the prolonged buildup, this Wind God Cannon was far more powerful than before. Where the wind orb passed, the Demon Dragon Square was carved with a straight chasm, 7 to 8 meters wide and hundreds of meters long. At the end of the chasm stood a shocked and despairing Nagier. Am I to perish? How unfair. My life was just beginning to turn around and I end the final moments of his life. Nagier felt time stretch painfully long. The chaotic city had indeed enabled him to complete the card fusion, aligning perfectly with his previous prediction of great fortune. Yet now, with the emergence of great disaster, did that not mean his end was nigh? However, 3 seconds passed, and Nagier realized he was still alive. That terrifying wind orb had vanished without a trace. What was happening? My attack was actually deflected. Feng Xingyun, who believed he could strike with a single blow, stared blankly at the sky at that moment. A fearsome wind orb was wreaking havoc above, creating a colossal whirlwind. The atmosphere above the square was filled with howling winds, showcasing the terror of this strike. Yet Feng Xingyun had locked onto Nagier, who remained utterly unharmed. It was fairly cool. He manipulated the azure-headed demon dragon's magnetic field, distorting your attack. Qinchi observed everything that had transpired with clarity. Just as the wind orb was about to descend, the massive body of the azure-headed demon dragon fortuitously passed by. Upon contact with the dragon's form, the wind orb was deflected skyward. Think one could distort an attack using the magnetic field. Does that mean unless we eliminate that dragon, we cannot strike either of them? It seems we are in for a rough time ahead. Feng Xingyun, somewhat gleeful in misfortune, thought that even if he were to perish, he would have company. Indeed, we could only sit back and await our fate. Though somewhat anxious, I find myself rather anticipating what is to come. I bet I have seen through it all. Qinchi remained composed and serene, his eyes seemingly aglow. Feng Xingyun, however, felt not a shred of belief. This had to be an act. Were it not for the constraints placed upon him, he would have slapped Qinchi's face hard. Ha ha, welcome to both of you. Mr. Nagier is about to meet the esteemed Game King. I am honored to invite you both to witness the Ascension ceremony, though the two of you are destined never to meet the Game King. I have arranged a lavish reception for you both. Falika finally displayed the demeanor of a city lord, standing solemnly before all. His words left Feng Xingyun and Nagier puzzled, yet Qinchi appeared contemplative. A glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes, it seemed that the misfortune was not limited to just him and Feng Xingyun. What Ascension ceremony? Nagier's expression turned icy and grim as he realized he still bore the mark of great disaster. It was evident that the earlier wind orb attack was not the source of the great disaster. Nagier, did we not agree long ago? I would assist you in completing the card fusion, and then you would go to meet the Game King. Now is the time for you to fulfill your promise. Falika cast a pitying glance at Nagier, hoping for a pleasant journey for him. In the next moment, with a wave of his jade brush, he completed the final step of the ritual, dotting the dragon's eyes. With a thunderous boom, just as he finished his stroke, the entire chaotic city seemed to turn on its head. The magnificent azure-headed demon dragon has finally arrived. Judgment, judgment. The millions in the chaotic city suddenly opened their eyes. In their pupils appeared a vast, terrifying, and grotesque dragon. An incredibly eerie and unbelievable spectacle unfolded. The sky above the chaotic city, which had previously been empty, now bore the manifestation of the azure-headed demon dragon. The instant everyone opened their eyes, it was as if all had projected the dragon from their pupils into the sky, thereby truly creating the azure-headed demon dragon. How? How is this possible? Feng Xingyun gazed incredulously at the dragon above. Although he wished to dismiss it as an illusion, it was not. For even if he closed his eyes, he could still sense the terrifying dragon. It not astonishing. In truth, we did not perceive it through our senses. Rather, some information had radiated directly into our spirituality. Although it appeared immensely real, I cannot declare it false. Yet it is certainly not a living entity, for it lacks spirituality. Having read a third of the Spirit World Declaration, Qinshi confidently rendered his judgment. The timing was rather unfortunate. Had he completed the entire Spirit World Declaration and achieved Awakener, he might have seen through all aspects of the dragon. The demon dragon descends, judgment. Fei Li Ke raised his hands high and knelt down. With this gesture, the azure-headed demon dragon coiled in the sky directed its gaze toward the chaotic city. In the perception of countless individuals, the dragon's terrifying eyes began to eclipse the full moon, steadily descending toward the earth. The moon has descended, so vast, so beautiful, purifying all. Amidst the cheers of millions, the two demon moons gradually drew closer to the mortal realm. Everyone was eager to merge with the demon moon. According to ancient legends, the left eye of the demon dragon signifies judgment, while the right eye represents redemption. The vast majority of humanity would merge with the right eye, cleansing their sins. Only the most heinous of individuals would merge with the left eye, disappearing entirely from existence. That it is the left eye. I seek to enter the demon dragon's left eye. The demon moon descends. Is this some form of illusion? No, this is definitely not a hallucination. Even if it were an illusion, it would be of the highest caliber. My spirituality has been stirred. This is not good, as long as one resides within the chaotic city. Even if hidden 100 meters underground, they cannot escape the azure-headed demon dragon's gaze. Qinshi and Feng Xingyun, without any means of resistance, were engulfed by the left eye of the dragon. Accompanying them was Fei Li Ke, only Nagier, alongside the over 100,000 residents of the city in need of redemption, entered the right eye of the dragon. Chapter 66. Dream Arena. Welcome to the Dream Arena. The game will commence in 30 seconds. Players are advised to prepare themselves. A crisp electronic synthesized voice jolted Qinshi from his daze. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he was suspended high above the ground, with a chaotic city sprawling beneath him. Not far away, Fei Li Ke gazed at him with a hint of surprise, astonished at how quickly he had awakened. What had just transpired? The Dream Duel Arena. What sort of place was this? Nearby, Feng Xingyun also regained consciousness, feeling a wave of anxiety as everything that had just occurred far exceeded his comprehension. Feng Xingyun, you insignificant creature, you should feel immensely honored to arrive here. The Dream Duel Arena is a combat game established by the Lord of Games, serving but one purpose: to initiate a fair duel where the victor claims all, as long as you can slay your opponent in the duel. You will be able to devour and merge their essence. That if I can eliminate both of you, I shall accumulate sufficient essence to ascend to LV3. Fei Li Ke was decidedly displeased with Feng Xingyun's terminology regarding the Dream Duel Arena, deeming it an affront to the Lord of Games. This fellow must atone with his life. What? Killing another player grants one their essence. Feng Xingyun, deprived of enough essence, felt a surge of fury. This was not a perilous situation. It was, in fact, a tremendous opportunity. More importantly, he discerned that what appeared in the Dream Duel Arena was merely his essence and primary consciousness. This meant that the Red Heart 7 had lost control over him. Indeed, you are free. This game space has severed my control over you. Observing Feng Xingyun's unfriendly gaze, Qinshi confidently affirmed this. His response left Feng Xingyun in a state of uncertainty. Yet Qinshi spoke no falsehood. The puppet threads had parasitized Feng Xingyun's body, serving as a form of remote command, far less intimate than before. The Dream Duel Arena had effectively cut off Qinshi's connection to those three puppet threads. Without Qinshi's directives, they would lie dormant within Feng Xingyun. 20, 19, 18. The countdown in the Dream Duel Arena flashed continuously, and a sudden influx of information filled Qinshi's mind. These were the rules of the game. However, before he could analyze them in detail, an incredible transformation occurred beside him with Fei Li Ke. Haha, I finally feel the essence of youth once more. Each time is so nostalgic. In the astonished gazes of Qinshi and Feng Xingyun, Fei Li Ke instantly rejuvenated, transforming from a frail, dying old man into a vibrant young man. This metamorphosis was indeed astonishing. The Dream Duel Arena, a dream, a dream. So it is, witnessing Fei Li Ke's rejuvenation. Feng Xingyun was greatly inspired, as if he had grasped some profound truth. Meanwhile, Qinshi remained unfazed, diligently analyzing the game rules. The rules of the Dream Duel Arena were straightforward. Within the city, beneath their feet, lay 1,000 dream gems. These gems possessed an intricate function within this space, allowing players to enhance their abilities upon absorption and fusion. Once the game commenced, the three of them would be randomly dispersed throughout the city, initiating a cycle of bloodshed until the final victor emerged. 3, 2, 1. Before Chen-Chi could further interpret the rules, the game officially began. A colossal force abruptly descended, crashing the three of them into the city below. Boom! They plummeted like meteors. Yet thanks to the protective mechanisms of the game, they emerged unscathed. This appeared to be the South District. Chen-Chi surveyed his surroundings, finding it identical to the real, chaotic city. However, this offered no assistance in achieving victory, that he did not even know what the dream gems looked like, let alone their specific locations. Based on game experience, Fei Li Ku, the old fellow, was undoubtedly ahead. He certainly knew what the dream gems resembled. Yet throughout, Chen-Chi remained supremely confident, almost excessively composed, as if he could not possibly lose this game. Go forth. Seek out those with unique resonances surrounding Chen-Chi. A purplish glow enveloped him as he summoned 10 metallic serpents, each shimmering with purple lightning. Each serpent measured 2 meters in diameter and 30 meters in length, truly colossal creatures. Indeed, this was a dream game. Fascinating, truly fascinating. I had underestimated the Lord of Games. Who would have thought he could harness the powers of the King's Game? This is not merely a dream duel arena. It is evidently a private server of the King's Game. The Lord of Games has either stolen or borrowed a fragment of the King's Game power. Due to the division of 3 puppet threads, Chen-Chi's abilities were not in their complete form. However, within the dream, he once again possessed his full capabilities. This was not a result of the dream duel arena completing his powers. Rather, it was the arena that re-granted him the abilities of the Red Heart 7. His original powers, however, remained suppressed. Chen-Chi could sense the existence of the cards, but could not utilize their abilities. Whenever he attempted to employ their powers, it felt as if a mountain pressed down upon him. Chen-Chi's abilities originated from the Red Heart 7, which in turn derived from the King's Game. Within the realm of Lanyu country, if anything could impose restrictions upon the cards, it would undoubtedly be the King's Game itself. Thus, Chen-Chi arrived at an astonishing conclusion. The Lord of Games could indeed summon or pilfer a portion of the King's Game abilities. The Dream Duel Arena was undoubtedly infused with a fragment of the King's Game power. Otherwise, it could not have re-granted Chen-Chi his abilities, even if those abilities were mere copies. This was truly an incredible revelation. Haha, so it is within the Dream Duel Arena, our original powers have been sealed. In other words, what the Red Heart 7 claimed was indeed the truth. He truly lost control over me. A fortuitous opportunity. The momentum is in my favor. What nonsense dream gems. How could I locate them when I don't even know what they look like? Instead, it is far easier to target the Red Heart 7. I now know his lethal secrets, and a rematch would undoubtedly end with his demise. According to the rules of the Dream Duel Arena, slaying him would allow me to devour his essence. Thus, my deficiency in essence would be remedied, and I could ascend to LV3. Once I reach LV3, even if Fei Li could find some dream gems, he would undoubtedly be no match for me. I end this way. Victory in this game is assured. Quickly, I must act. Chaos City, District XE. After a thorough analysis, Fengxing Yun felt invigorated once more upon his descent. He had clearly observed the fall trajectories of the other two, that having made his decision, he wasted no time, soaring toward the South District of Chaos City. Chapter 67. Indestructible. Did I ask this the dream gem? I initially thought it would be well hidden, yet it turned out to be surprisingly easy to locate. With a thunderous roar, 10 metallic serpents wreak havoc, collapsing buildings and tearing apart roads in their wake. After all, this city was merely an illusion. Chen-Chi felt no need to hold back. Within a demolished small shop, a tetrahedral gem radiating a spectrum of colors floated serenely. The moment he laid eyes upon it, Chen-Chi recognized it as the dream gem he sought, for his own powers stirred restlessly, eager to consume it. The dream gem can resonate with a player's abilities. No wonder the Dream Duel Arena had no fear of players failing to find them. Go, lock onto this fluctuation and continue the search. Chen-Chi grasped the tetrahedral gem in his hand, examining it closely. Under his command, the 10 metallic serpents resumed their search for prey, with a clear objective. their subsequent gains multiplied, in merely 3 minutes. Chen-Chi had collected 10 dream gems at this moment. He cautiously fused one, thoroughly analyzing its function. It could directly enhance a player's abilities without concern for backlash. Indeed, only the essence and consciousness of players existed here. The abilities possessed were merely replicas, thus eliminating the worry of the card's awakening. In this way, could one not infinitely enhance their abilities and conduct various experiments and simulations? Chen-Chi began to perceive the Dream Duel arena's purpose in a different light. Its existence might not solely be to address the player's deficiency in essence required for ascending to LV3. Its more critical function could be to assist players in experimenting with and developing their abilities, deepening their understanding of the cards. Thus, Chen-Chi found himself hoping that this game would not conclude swiftly. 10 dream gems would suffice for my ascension to LV3. After all, everything occurring here was merely a simulation and reference, having no impact on reality. If that is the case, I can afford to be somewhat reckless. A rainbow of colors erupted, as Chen-Chi recalled the 10 metallic serpents and proceeded to merge the dream gems. Everything unfolded as if fast-forwarded. Chen-Chi bypassed the backlash phase of ability enhancement and entered the era of LV3. In this ascension, he seamlessly fused physical manipulation with mental control, ultimately giving birth to a new ability. Since it was an experiment, one must embrace trial and error. Just as Chen-Chi completed his ability enhancement, Feng Xingyun finally pinpointed his location. Ha ha ha! Is this the true power of dreams? Not only can one freely unleash their abilities without concern for the limitations of spiritual energy points, but one can also rely on their own imagination to further refine and experiment with those powers. Dreams are already within the realm of fantasy. Thus, there is no need to be as restrained as in reality. Indeed, one can accomplish what seems impossible. Much like Fei-like, who returns to his youth, that if an individual with physical impairments were to appear in the Dream Duel arena, it stands to reason that they could fully restore their bodies. The wind swirls, carrying with it a tremendous hurricane. As he rides the wind, he discovers that even without merging with the Dream Gem, his abilities have received a terrifying enhancement here. Through the power of imagination, he envisions himself as the Lord of the Winds. Remarkably, his connection with the wind has grown even closer. The winds in the duel arena seem far more obedient to his command than those in reality. Thus, he advances with the arrogance of a mythical creature, commanding a level 10 Tempest. Wind God's Ruin. The moment he spots Chen-Chi, Feng Xinyan unleashes a long-prepared attack without hesitation. A terrifying wind orb, 100 meters in diameter, is hurled towards Chen-Chi at 10 times the speed of sound. This wind orb, crafted from the level 10 hurricane he commands, contains unfathomable destructive power, although it seems unbelievable. Within the dream, he can indeed achieve this. Perish. Not only do I intend to kill you here, but I shall also return to reality to slay you once more. This is the price you pay for daring to insult me. A gleam of overwhelming satisfaction sparkles in Feng Xingyun's eyes, that he envisions Chen-Chi being torn apart into countless bloody cells by the rapidly spinning wind orbit. Oh no, it is as if the cells themselves are to be dismembered. Such a daunting attack could not possibly escape Chen-Chi's notice. He furrows his brow, gazing at Feng Xingyun as one might regard an irksome fly. How utterly vexatious. In the next moment, a resplendent golden light emanates from Chen-Chi's flesh. Every cell within his body undergoes a complete transformation, becoming a hybrid of flesh and metallic substrate. This is the ability birthed from Chen-Chi's fusion of two skills. Metallic life, perhaps in reality. Chen-Chi would need to consider the numerous complications that flesh entails. Yet, within the Dream Duel arena, he effortlessly realizes this ambition. In other words, if one disregards various real-world factors, his ability could indeed transform him into a metallic life form. Of course, it merely endows his corporeal form with the properties of activated metal. The distance to a true metallic life form remains vast. Nevertheless, even so, it is sufficient to free Chen-Chi from the myriad shackles of human flesh, granting him formidable defensive capabilities and even greater strength. Boom! Chen-Chi's body expands, swiftly transforming into a 12-meter-tall metallic giant. In the next moment, he strikes at the fearsome wind orb with a single punch. This blow is so powerful that it punctures through a vacuum channel. With a thunderous roar, the collision resonates throughout half the city, producing a terrifying sonic boom. Foolish to withstand my assault head-on. Then let your lamentations echo in my hurricane's grasp. Even upon witnessing his opponent transform into a metallic giant, Feng Xingyun remains confident of his victory. For in the dream, his control over his skills has reached an extraordinary level. Following the cataclysmic explosion, the violent wind orb morphs into a tornado, encircling the metallic giant, that if one were to magnify the tornado by several hundred times, they would find that all the air currents comprising it have transformed into wind strings as resilient as hair. Countless cruel wind strings mercilessly constrict the metallic giant, creating sparks that glitter like fireworks in the night sky. It matters not that Qinshi is merely half flesh and half metal. Even if he were solidly forged from metal, he would still be ground to dust. This is the source of Feng Xingyun's inflated confidence. However, Feng Xingyun's triumph lasts but a second before he is struck with astonishment. His mouth agape, buzzing, within a few kilometers, countless metallic objects begin to resonate and vibrate. The metallic particles drifting through the air, like fledglings returning to their nests, merge into Chun-Chi's form in the blink of an eye. Chun-Chi's body swells 20-fold, a 300-meter-tall metallic giant emerges at the center of the battlefield. With a casual wave of his hand, he tears apart the fearsome tornado. The metallic giant's gaze, filled with impatience, is directed towards the incredulous Feng Xingyun. In the next moment, the metallic giant slowly extends his hand, reaching towards Feng Xingyun. That motion is leisurely and nonchalant. However, Feng Xingyun soon discovers, with growing terror, that he is utterly unable to resist. A terrifying magnetic force locks onto every cell in his body, compelling him to fly towards the giant hand. To be honest, had you not sought your own demise, I truly had no intention of crushing you just yet. For me, the later this game concludes, the better. But since you have so eagerly presented yourself, I can only experiment with the mysteries of spiritual devouring. By the way, based on my research, dying here certainly means death in reality as well. The metallic giant offers this explanation with a semblance of kindness before closing his massive hand. Feng Xingyun meets his end. Chapter 68. Surge of Spirituality. Bang. Contrary to expectations, there is no splatter of flesh. As Feng Xingyun falls, he transforms into a dazzling burst of fireworks. However, Qinshi is not deceived by this spectacle. Instead, he heightens his vigilance like never before. According to his research, the spirituality and consciousness of players entering the Dream Duel arena are not entirely present. This implies that even if a player is slain here, they will not immediately die. The most likely outcome is that they become a vegetative state. Yet for players, this merely delays their death by a second. With a significant loss of spirituality, a player in a vegetative state will inevitably lose control over their cards, leading to the revival of the cards. Thus, it is not Qinshi who kills Feng Xingyun, but rather his card, Square J, that brings about his demise. Should it truly unfold as Fei-like suggested, the next phase will involve spiritual devouring, and Qinshi will likely encounter the most terrifying existence that mere mortals can imagine, ghosts. In the teachings of the life sect, those endowed with spirituality are undoubtedly a form of life, and spirituality is inherently possessed by life. Based on this logic, Qinshi arrives at a conclusion. Spirituality exists only while life endures. Once life ceases, spirituality will also vanish. Qinshi does not believe that the Dream Duel arena can alter this fundamental essence of spirituality. Therefore, to facilitate the initiation of spiritual devouring upon a player's death, there exists but one possibility. The player transforms into another form of existence after death. That is to say, the legendary ghost. The so-called spiritual devouring is essentially humans consuming ghosts, although Qinshi finds it quite incredible. This is the truth he deduces. The King's Game, as unlikely as it seems, does suggest that players may become ghosts upon death, which is not entirely implausible. However, after the fireworks fade, what appears before Qinshi is not a ghastly specter, but rather a tetrahedral gem radiating with a spectrum of colors. Were it not for its size being twice that of the Dream Gem, Qinshi might have believed he had obtained yet another Dream Gem out of thin air. This gem possesses some mysterious fluctuations, yet it is vastly different from spirituality. The wave it emits resembles the doodles of the outside world, but is of a higher caliber, based on Qinshi's conjecture. It seems to be the residue left after the dissolution of spirituality. Damn it, Fei-like, this illiterate nonsense about spiritual devouring. This thing possesses no spirituality whatsoever. I cannot believe I was misled by an illiterate. It is utterly impossible to describe Chun Chi's feelings at this moment. Had Feilike dared to appear before him now, he would surely meet a grim fate. Chun Chi is now utterly convinced that Feilike has never read the declaration of the spirit world. This old fool's understanding and definition of spirituality starkly contrasts with Chun Chi's, who has been educated and influenced by the world government. However, this seems to be the norm. Small nations rarely have access to such knowledge. Had it not been for the emergence of the King's Game, the country of Lanyu would not have even given birth to superpowers. Even now, decades after the game's inception, most players remain oblivious to the true nature of their powers. Unless some among them, like Xiaomoya Chris, hail from prestigious academies in the outside world. The latter, even if merely a talentless individual without spiritual awakening, possesses knowledge and insight that far surpass the provincial Lanyu players. Tracing back to the roots, Chun Chi himself only gained the right to disdain Feilike because he inherited Kayamoya's magical textbooks. It can only be said that Chun Chi overestimated Feilike's cultural literacy or underestimated the legacy of Xiaomoya. A systematic body of extraordinary knowledge, even if it consists merely of the most basic parts, is far from the mundane he had initially perceived. What a pity! I had hoped to witness the birth of a ghost. What on earth is this gem? Since experiencing the Bloodblade lock, Chun Chi has developed some speculation regarding the essence of the Crimson Skull within the chip. That entity is certainly not alive, but perhaps it could be perceived as a ghostly figure from folklore. Ultimately, Chun Chi's understanding and definition of ghosts stem entirely from the tales of mortals. Various folk stories depict ghosts in markedly different ways, making it impossible to establish a single standard in any case, that blood-colored skull is certainly not a living ghost. Chun Chi had anticipated that Feng Xingyin could transform into a living ghost and surprise him. But instead, he is left with mere disappointment. At its core, the issue lies in his insufficient acquisition of extraordinary knowledge. Otherwise, he would not be unable to discern the essence of this gem. Although this gem has not yet transformed into a dreamstone, I can sense its gradual metamorphosis into one. Once it becomes a dreamstone, it will undoubtedly hinder my spiritual growth. Therefore, I must make a decision swiftly. After pondering for a moment, Chun Chi grasped the gem firmly in his hand. If it truly posed a threat to him, Chun Chi might have harbored some reservations. However, since this object is lifeless, a remnant of his own slaughter, it would be utterly ludicrous to fear it as if it were a tiger. The instant Chun Chi made contact with the gem, it radiated a brilliant light. After the brilliance faded, the gem vanished. Yet Chun Chi felt no significant change, that he had anticipated gaining fragments of memories from Feng Xingyun or knowledge he had previously acquired. Yet, none of that came to pass. However, to assert that there was no change at all would be misleading. Chun Chi felt an uncanny familiarity with the wind and the currents of air, as if they were long-lost friends he had known for centuries. Chun Chi was convinced that upon returning to reality, he would undoubtedly reign supreme in the weather forecasting realm of Lanyu Kingdom. Were it not for his firm belief that he had not gained the ability to manipulate the wind, he might have thought he had acquired Feng Xingyun's supernatural powers. What I have obtained, in essence, is Feng Xingyun's understanding of the wind, or rather, his comprehension of the supernatural abilities he possesses. The essence of spirituality lies in cognition. Chun Chi's understanding of the wind has surged 100-fold, naturally elevating his spirituality in the hazy depths of his being. Chun Chi could already sense his physical body. Yet, to shatter the dreamlike arena and return directly to reality still seemed a distant goal. Perhaps only upon achieving awakening would that become possible. Unexpectedly, this dream dual arena possesses a third function, to acquire information on the abilities of other cards. The genius behind all of this. The Game King is truly remarkable. Regrettably, it has now fallen into the hands of Feilike, a tragic waste indeed. If possible, Chun Chi would dearly wish to seize everything and reclaim it, but the original owner would hardly consent. Nevertheless, after obtaining such an abundance of information, Chun Chi is resolute in one thing, that as long as the City of Chaos remains intact, even if he were to dismember Feilike, the Game King would not spare him a glance. After all, this individual has drawn the ire of the ancient Tafu far too fiercely, that he dares to covet the power of the King's Game, and still live is already a source of incredulity for Chun Chi. Chen Shi suspects that the reason the City of Chaos has not been forcibly dismantled by Lanyu Kingdom is due to the protection afforded by all the high-level players. This is a precarious balance. A veritable volcano that will inevitably erupt one day. Having come to this realization, Chen Shi has lost all desire for this place. Since that is the case, it is time to repay grievances with vengeance. Chapter 69. A homage to all beings. Moments ago, Feilike plummeted heavily into the Northern District, and as a seasoned player of the Dream Duel Arena, he is well aware of what a Dreamstone truly is. Haha, I have finally waited long enough. Today marks my ascension to LV3. Though the Tsongsho Demon Dragon descends every full moon, players do not appear every month. After 3 years of waiting, Feilike has only managed to slay 4 game players. His abilities are confined to the City of Chaos and the Dream Duel Arena. Outside of this realm, he is hardly superior to Nagier. Feilike has been stuck at LV2 for an entire year, and finally has the opportunity to break through today, filling him with uncontainable joy. Thank you, Nagier Buffon. I imagine he has already met the Game King by now. Feilike knows little about the right eye of the Demon Dragon, as he has never ventured inside. What ordinary people refer to as merging with the Demon Dragon's right eye is merely providing energy to the Tsongsho Demon Dragon. Before Nagier, Feilike had only witnessed one player enter the Demon Dragon's right eye. That player subsequently perished, and his cards vanished without a trace. Though it is astonishing, Feilike witnessed his demise, yet did not see the emergence of any cards that he vaguely suspects that the player's cards were appropriated by the Game King. Nagier's ominous predictions were rather accurate. Go! Retrieve the gem for me. Rejuvenated, Feilike exudes the vigor of a youthful artist. With a flourish, he scatters hundreds of blood-red ink droplets onto the ground. The blood ink rise and transforms, ultimately taking the shape of numerous crimson rats. The Dream Duel Arena, saturated with dreamlike energy, is the most conducive environment for artists to flourish. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The blood-red rats come to life, transitioning from flat to three-dimensional, ultimately becoming indistinguishable from real mice. The rats scatter, scurrying to gather dreamstones for their master. Surely those two fools have yet to discover the peculiarities of this place. With the constraints of reality lifted, the scope of players' abilities is no longer limited. Feilike revels in his own cleverness, unaware that both Qin Shi and Feng Xingyun will soon catch on. Qin Shi is alerted by the rampaging 10 massive pythons, while Feng Xingyun, having proclaimed himself the Lord of Winds, suddenly realizes he can manipulate the air currents of half a city block. Squeak, squeak. Truly a seasoned player. In a mere minute, Feilike has collected 30 dreamstones. He fuses them immediately, and his level rises to LV3. Ha! What a powerful sensation! Soon, I will possess such power in reality as well. The brush in Feilike's hand transforms into an oversized implement, nearly as thick as his arm. With another sweeping motion, he releases hundreds of blood-red ink droplets once more. However, this time, the creatures that emerge are fist-sized blood-colored aviates. Compared to the rodents scurrying on the ground, these aerial beings pack a much greater punch. Caw, 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 the blood-colored birds scatter, and Feilike does not linger idly, but begins his artistic endeavors. For a player unskilled in combat, opportunities to bully other players are rare. Who wouldn't want to land a heavy blow or strike fear from the shadows? Hiding away is cowardly, lacking that thrill. Rejuvenated, Feilike feels a long-lost surge of passion. He prepares to toy with those 2 hapless fish on the chopping board that in just 30 seconds. Feilike completes his creation. Gurgle, gurgle. A colossal thunderbird, boasting a wingspan of 10 meters, bursts forth from the blood-red canvas, soaring toward the southern district. Among ordinary birds, the thunderbird is renowned for its speed, second only to a few species revered by indigenous peoples as divine. The most remarkable aspect of the Thunderbird is that it must endure 3 lightning strikes throughout its life that if it survives, it can grow and mature. Initially, a Thunderbird is not much larger than a rooster. But after 3 lightning strikes, it can reach 10 meters in size. Alas, no Thunderbird has ever been known to survive a 4th strike. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly reign as the fastest among ordinary birds. Have they already begun to fight? Goodness! Is that fool Feng Xingyun rushing to deliver himself? In mere seconds, the Thunderbird reaches the southern district. Its eyes gleam with a human-like light as Feilike links his vision with it. Fei-like witnesses Feng Xingyun's reckless actions and Chun Qi's absorption of spirituality. This sight nearly drives him to madness. Had he not known that the Thunderbird embodied within could not contend with Chun Qi, Fei-like would have rushed in to snatch it away. But there's no need to rush. After all, the meat is already stewing in the pot that it will eventually be mine. This bird is quite substantial. Just lacks a brain. Chun Qi had already noticed the Thunderbird's appearance. However, since it posed no threat earlier, he had little motivation to deal with it. Now, seeking vengeance, he decides to unleash his frustrations on it. Clack, clack, clack. The left hand of the metallic giant crackles with electricity, countless gears whirring and rearranging, transforming into an electromagnetic cannon in the blink of an EYE.IN. The next moment, a projectile is launched at 10 times the speed of sound. Fei-like scarcely has time to react before the bird is obliterated. Damn it, how infuriating! That scoundrel has also ascended to LV3 and fused with Feng Xingyun's spirituality. I endure. Once I have thoroughly looted the Dreamstones, I will show you what the true gap in power looks like. Though his anger flares, Fei-like's youthful body is ultimately governed by an aging mind. Engaging in a head-on clash would merely slow his progress. The one who laughs last is the true victor. With his spirituality surging, the opponent's mastery of skills will undoubtedly become more refined, at equal levels. He may not even be a match. Fei-like adheres to the path of kingship, thriving on overwhelming superiority that he has countless subordinates searching, ensuring his victory. Fei-like thrives here like a fish in water. Just as well, I wish to experiment with my new abilities, so let us play along. The emergence of the great bird has alerted Chun Qi to the qualitative change in Fei-like's abilities in this realm. This fellow can actually paint and create creatures. Yet, even so, what does it matter? Golden light flickers as Chun Qi relinquishes the form of the metallic giant, reverting to his human form. The previous fusion of body manipulation and metal control largely favor the latter, resulting in the metal life form. What Chun Qi aims to do now is embark on a new endeavor. Radiant colors shimmer as 10 Dreamstones are expelled from Chun Qi's body, that he has long since realized that these Dreamstones belong to the Dream Duel Arena. The so-called fusion is merely a form of enhancement. Before Ruofeng and Xingyun fuse the Dream Gem, even upon death, it would still emerge, which truly aligns with the game's design. This mechanism was originally intended to encourage players to kill and plunder one another. Yet Chun Qi discovered another application, that is, to revert to LV2 and then ascend once more. However, this time, the newly birthed ability would not be metallic life. Arise, praise of all beings. A pair of blazing golden wings slowly sprouted from Chun Qi's back. With a powerful flap, in the next instant, Chun Qi found himself soaring high above, gazing down upon the entirety of South District. Chapter 70, Mechanical Warrior, Praise of All Beings. This ability was born from Chun Qi's foundation of body control fused with metal control. The emergence of this ability marked the zenith of Chun Qi's current knowledge and imagination that he had to admit. After witnessing the dramatic entrance of the azure-headed demon dragon, he felt a twinge of envy. Fei-like, you must hold on. I hope you can assist me in testing the limits of this ability. Awaken my soldiers. In the sky, Chun Qi's wings trembled, and streams of golden light cascaded down like tassels upon the streets below. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that those golden rays were clusters of particle flows. The golden light penetrated multiple barriers, merging into countless small machines that in the next moment, thousands of small machines revealed a pattern of golden eyes. The single eye of each golden eye remained tightly shut, seemingly in slumber. Yet, as the golden tassels continued to fall from the heavens, they began to struggle, attempting to open their eyes to truly observe this world. Ultimately, only over 700 golden eyes unveiled their pupils, which evidently indicated the current limits of Chun Qi's abilities. Boom, boom, boom. The power device is activated, and these machines, originally floor-cleaning robots, smart home devices, and lawn mowers, began to writhe, growing metallic tendrils as they abandoned their original posts. Those golden particle flows were essentially activated metallic atoms, and once infused into the machines, they cause a phenomenon of activation pollution. However, that alone would not set them into motion. Yet it was the puppet threads that wielded control over the particle flows, infused with my will. Driven by my intent, they would naturally become my most qualified soldiers. Standing in the sky, Chun Qi resembled a legendary angel. lavishly showering his brilliance upon the world. However, the essence of this brilliance was an endless stream of puppet threads. Upon closer examination, one would find that Chun-Chi's golden wings were woven from strands of metallic thread. Infinite particle flows surged and collided within these threads at high speeds, giving rise to the searing golden flames. Yet this was merely Chun-Chi's initial form. As his puppet army took shape, Chun-Chi once again acquired dream gems. 10, 20, 30, the entirety of South District was rapidly scoured, and upon gathering 100 gems, Chun-Chi underwent another fusion enhancement. Boom! An even more dazzling golden flame ignited upon his wings, and the surface of the metallic threads that wove his golden wings became adorned with intricate patterns. These patterns continuously collided and combined, ultimately transforming into swirling cloud motifs. At this moment, Chun-Chi's golden wings extended to 20 meters, accentuating his majesty and mystery. Awaken, awaken, I declare, under the radiance. All metal shall surely be activated. Boom! Chun-Chi's wings vibrated, unleashing an even more intense and resplendent golden particle flow in a sudden explosion that if the previous outpouring resembled a fisherman casting a net, now it was akin to high-frequency radiation, with activated metallic particles frantically bombarding the metallic entities below. This was a collision and infusion at the atomic level, birthing an endless array of fireworks from the colliding metallic particles that are in the microscopic realm. The sparks splattered and resonated, interconnecting into a web, reminiscent of countless luminous neural nodes that I in one fleeting moment. A minuscule golden spark was born that I in the next instant. All sparks were devoured by the golden spark, igniting a blazing golden flame within the struck metals. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The burning golden flames possessed a more potent activation force, causing what were once ordinary metals to evolve into machines. Ultimately, as the golden flames dissipated, all that remained were rows of mechanical warriors. Their size was merely 1/10 that of an exoskeletal armor, yet they possessed terrifying lethality. Search, kill. With the command issued, the mechanical warriors advanced towards the outskirts of South District. There, numerous traces of the Crimson Rodents had already appeared. Clearly, Phalike had finished plundering the North District and was beginning to expand. The mechanical warriors also possessed magnetic levitation flight capabilities, and soon, they engaged in close combat with the Crimson Rodents. It was, of course, a one-sided massacre. Alas, it ultimately could not reach the extent I envisioned. The core spark of the mechanical warriors was, in fact, a tiny chip. However, its creation required my will to catalyze it. Or rather, my will to carry the particles for bombardment and printing. At its core, it was merely activated metals under my control, no different from those machines from before, save for being more convenient for my manipulation. Let alone souls. I had yet to fully comprehend even the essence of sentience. So how could I create activated life? Chun-Chi chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet this smile appeared to Phalike as mockery of his ineptitude. At that moment, Phalike, possessing the form of a crimson rodent, witnessed Chun-Chi's ostentation firsthand, that he was both astonished and enraged. Just moments ago, this fellow was a massive iron block. How did he sprout wings in the blink of an eye? No, I cannot delay any longer. It is time to deploy my forces. Arise, my salamander legion. Beneath Phalike's feet lay an immense depiction of a volcanic lava landscape. This was a colossal active volcano, with blood-red magma continuously surging. Within the magma, countless creatures frolicked. They were magma salamanders, known for their insatiable appetite for the metallic substances within the lava. Phalike summons, numerous 30-meter-long, entirely crimson magma salamanders leaped forth from the painting. Appearing in the Dream Duel arena, the moment they emerged, the surrounding air was scorched and warped to go forth, consumed those metallic shells. Clearly, Phalike had made ample preparations to present Chun-Chi with a grand gift. These magma salamanders could not possibly kill Chun-Chi, but they were more than sufficient to clear away his minions. Phalike had not anticipated that Chun-Chi could also summon such a multitude of subordinates. I have already fused over 300 dream gems. That fellow has at most 200. How infuriating that his abilities are so unique. No, I must continue to widen the gap. Resolute in his decision, Phalike immediately summoned more avian creatures to sweep through the other two districts. However, unbeknownst to him, a drone hovered high above, capturing everything in its view. Phalike was indeed quite cautious. although Qin reveled in the extended duration of the game and had no intention of executing a beheading. He would not mind frightening Fei-like if an opportunity presented itself. Unfortunately, as an experienced player, Fei-like was quite competent, but he had long summoned a terrifying giant ape towering over 100 meters to fortify his defenses. Though Qin was indifferent to the outcome of the game, the more dream gems he could gather for further ability development, the better. Observing Fei-like's military expansion, he naturally had to keep pace. Thus, with a flap of his wings, it was as if a small golden sun appeared in the sky, then on the ground. An increasing number of metals ignited, transforming into mechanical warriors. Chapter 71. Steel Might. Kill, search. Thousands of mechanical warriors surged forth, flying towards the eastern and western districts. Although they were outnumbered compared to the Crimson Avians, they possessed superior artificial intelligence. Consequently, in the pursuit of dream gems, they were not entirely at a disadvantage. Particularly, they could also play the role of robbers, looting those Crimson Avians carrying dream gems. Qin and Fei-like managed to maintain a precarious balance on this front that is in stark contrast to the smoothness here. The situation on the other front was less than optimistic. The 30-meter-long magma salamanders were truly overpowered, devouring mechanical warriors as if they were mere morsels, especially as these creatures could spew magma. And even their wounds oozed not blood, but similarly scalding crimson lava. Their bellies resembled vast furnaces, and as mechanical warriors entered, they began to melt instantly. Most of the self-destruct commands issued by Qin became ineffective. Merge, reassemble. When size was insufficient, they would band together. Qin would not idly watch his soldiers being devoured. With new commands issued, dozens of mechanical warriors merged and reconfigured, resulting in a 30-meter-sized small mech. Though it was merely an enlarged version of exoskeletal armor, at least it could retaliate against the magma salamanders. For a moment, Qin not only stabilized this front, but even pushed back. Before the chainsaw blades measuring several meters, the magma salamanders, despite their blood being like lava, would cool down. Haha, finally 500 gems. Arise, Dark Giant. This game is as good as won. Even while under Qin's assault, Fei-like once again gathered over 200 dream gems, raising his total fusion count above 500. But this marked a significant threshold of power, as it indicated that a player's abilities had now entered the LV4 era. To ascend to LV5, however, would require 1,000 dream gems, a feat that was practically impossible to achieve as the final adversary was vanquished. The game reached its conclusion with a thunderous roar. Beneath Fei-like's feet lay an expanse of seemingly endless darkness. To the untrained eye, it appeared merely as a chaotic mass of crimson ink. Yet, to the discerning gaze of an abstract artist, it represented a cacophony of suppressed turmoil and rage, with a mighty roar. A colossal hand tore through the darkness, thrusting a head of monstrous proportions into the realm of the dream arena. This head was so grotesquely immense that its nostrils resembled a miniature wind tunnel. Howling with the ferocity of a tempest that as the giant hand exerted its strength, the vast dark titan finally emerged from the abyss, stepping into this new world. However, upon its arrival in the dream arena, it did not heed Fei-like's command to attack Qin. Instead, it seized the 100-meter giant ape beside Fei-like and unceremoniously devoured it. The poor giant ape, in the jaws of the dark titan, was no more than a mere chick. Crunch, I command you to eliminate the enemy. Go forth, you fool, Fei-like bellowed, his voice hoarse as he relentlessly imposed his will upon the towering dark titan, which stood 1,000 meters tall. Ultimately, the dark titan began to move, making its way toward the southern district. With each thunderous step, half the district trembled beneath its weight. Damn it, my current mastery of level 4 skills is indeed too taxing. Yet, in the end, victory was mine. Crush that birdman underfoot. Does he truly believe himself to be an angel of the ancient angel empire? Rejuvenated, Fei-like found himself consumed by a spirit of competition. Who wouldn't he feel irked upon witnessing their opponent flaunting such ostentation? His gaze fixated upon a diminutive avian, trailing swiftly in the wake of the dark titan's strides. Soon enough, they arrived in the southern district, where the battle was nearing its climax, with mechanical warriors and magma salamanders on the brink of mutual destruction. Incredible! Is this the power of level 4? No, I sense the absurdity and irrationality of the dream. Just before the arrival of the dark titan, Qin had once again fused 200 dream gems. He felt his abilities surge to a transformative leap, as if ascending to an entirely new echelon. Level 4, had Phalike witnessed this, he would surely have been incensed to the point of retreat. Why must I require over 500 dream gems to achieve level 4? Yet upon his ascension, Chen-Chi's countenance bore no trace of joy. Rather, it was steeped in profound disappointment, for he sensed the illusion. In the realm of level 4, the essence of the game diminished, leaning further into the realm of dreams. And while dreams may fulfill desires more readily, they are rife with absurdity and irrationality. Perhaps it is precisely because of this absurdity that a novice of level 2 like him could elevate his skills to level 4, that this was no different from dreaming. Only this dream was more detailed, more easily controlled, that it seemed the hierarchy of the game king was not so incomprehensible after all. This dream arena appeared best suited for the extrapolation of abilities at level 3. At this stage, the private server game established by the game king still retained a semblance of reality. Perhaps it was directly pilfered from the King's game. Upon reaching level 4 due to a significant lack of data, Ascension relied entirely upon the peculiarities of dreams and the player's imaginations. If a player believed their developmental path could lead to level 4, then with the aid of dream gems, their desires could indeed manifest. The greater the player's confidence and the more resolute their beliefs, the fewer dream gems they would require. Thus, this so-called level 4 became nothing more than a dream, devoid of substantial data to support it, rendering it quite hollow in the realm of reality. Yet indulging in the dream was a form of delight. With penetrating insight, Chen-Chi cast a disdainful glance at the mountain-like Dark Titan, and it was merely a fabrication of imagination. Phalike had never laid eyes on the true Dark Titan. This imitation bore little resemblance beyond superficial appearances that in terms of imagination and experience, Phalike was outmatched. Come forth, Steel Titan. At this moment, Chen-Chi's golden wings had expanded to 100 meters. Enveloped in blazing golden flames, he resembled a sun-born sun emerging from the heart of the sun. The golden flames radiating outward were no longer mere particles. They manifested as intricate codes interwoven with cloud patterns and slumbering scripts. Should there still be humanity within the chaotic city below, they would undoubtedly be enraptured by the dream, venerating Chen-Chi as a sun god. Chen-Chi was adept in both brain jailbreak technology and virtual game construction. However, the ability he wielded now was not the infinite hypnosis he had envisioned. This power was ineffective against the illusory Dark Titan. Instead, Chen-Chi exploited the unique dream characteristics of the Dream Arena to conjure a toy figurine from his childhood, the Steel Titan. Though Steel Titan was merely the most basic model in the Titan series of the Sky Empire, it sufficed to vanquish this hollow Dark Titan. Boom! As the Steel Titan collided with the Dark Giant, the latter was sent flying through half a city block. This was no mere adult beating a child. It was akin to an elephant squashing a whack-a-mole. Fortunately, both were creations of level 4, and the disparity was not so vast as to evoke despair. With a renewed fury, the Dark Titan, now with an even larger head, let out a furious roar and charged again. Bang! It was sent reeling once more. This time, the Steel Titan denied it the opportunity to rise, pinning it down with a barrage of punishing blows. The entire dream arena trembled and shook, while the chaotic city saw buildings collapse and the ground fissure. At this rate, the Dark Titan would not withstand for long. How is this even possible? I cannot believe it. It must all be an illusion. There is no way that the Seven of Hearts could possibly gather 500 dream gems. How could he ascend to level 4? The earth trembles, and Phalike is shaken to the core, questioning the very essence of his existence, that he cannot fathom how his opponent could have grown so formidable. Could it be that he is cheating? Damn it, if this continues, I shall surely lose. Seven of Hearts, you have pushed me to this point. Even if I cannot devour your essence, I will ensure your demise. In this life and death moment, the frantic Phalike resolves to break the rules of the game and cheat as well. Previously, he abstained from such actions solely to consume his opponent's essence. Once he employs special means, the essence of the fallen player will be devoured by the dual arena, leaving Phalike powerless to act. However, he can no longer afford to hesitate. In the next instant, Phalike makes a grand gesture and inscribes a series of codes upon the ground. At the very moment the last character is written, a plethora of radiant gems materializes beneath his feet. A full 500 additional dream gems. There's no way you can survive this time. I must make you experience the most brutal death this world has to offer. Philique does not consume these dream gems. It is not that he does not wish to, but rather that the rules do not permit it. The entire Dream amusement park simply cannot withstand the power of level 5, yet the inability to merge his own essence does not imply that his creations are similarly limited. The Dark Giant is a lost cause. But Philique has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. With renewed confidence, Philique makes another grand gesture, creating the eerie and bloody feast of the mountain spirits. Every nation, no matter how insignificant, possesses its own myths and legends if it endures long enough. The Blue Taro Kingdom, thousands of years ago, was merely a savage island. More accurately, it was a land steeped in bloodshed and cruelty, a domain of the mountain spirits. The indigenous people residing there were required, at specific times each year, to offer sacrifices to the mountain spirits. The offerings consisted of various human organs and flesh that a complete human being was meticulously dissected into hundreds of parts to be consumed by the mountain deity and its legion of spirits. The Feast of the Mountain Spirits depicts the scene of the mountain spirits and their minions partaking in these human offerings. Within the scroll, the spirits are shrouded in mist, yet their seating arrangements and the organs they consume reveal their identities. The mountain spirit occupies the central position, feasting solely upon the human brain, while the 10 chief spirits consume the internal organs, limbs, and eyes. The remaining trivial organs are devoured by the lesser spirits. This artwork truly encapsulates the mountain spirit's brutality and coldness, as though the artist had borne witness to such a grotesque spectacle. Philique could never have traversed back thousands of years to observe the mountain spirit's banquet. While appearing to be mere apparitions, the mountain spirits are, in legends, the very spirits of earth and mountains that on a fateful day millennia ago, a meteorite fell, obliterating the largest mountain on the island. The mountain spirits and their followers were reduced to ash long ago. The meteorite's impact point was precisely at the ruined Star Rock. It was only after the disappearance of the mountain spirits that the magnetic mist enveloping the island dissipated, allowing humanity to enter in droves. Otherwise, under the influence of the mist, any human venturing there would become lost. Unable to find their way out, in his youth, Philique traveled to the ruined Star Rock and stumbled upon carvings on the rock face, depicting the sacrificial rites of the mountain spirits. In his later years, upon returning, he gleaned inspiration in a dream, creating the Feast of the Mountain Spirits. Had he remained merely a mediocre painter, this artwork would have held little value. However, after becoming a player, particularly with his acquired supernatural abilities, this piece became Philique's trump card. What does it matter if I can manipulate metal? Once I summon the mountain spirit, I shall devour you whole. Without hesitation, Philique cast the 500 dream gems into the Feast of the Mountain Spirits. Chapter 73. The World of Code, Endless and Savage Mountain Spirit. Arise. Philique's eyes burned with eagerness as he gazed upon the Feast of the Mountain Spirits. His heart filled with curiosity for the legendary beings. Before becoming a player, he had merely considered the tales of the mountain spirits to be folklore. Yet, after entering the realm of players, especially upon uncovering certain secrets, his perception shifted. According to some clandestine information he had acquired, there existed players capable of summoning spirits. This was the very inspiration behind his utilization of the Feast of the Mountain Spirits. Buzz, the Feast of the Mountain Spirits, originally a splash ink landscape painting, suddenly surged with energy the moment the 500 dream gems were infused, rippling with waves of power. Within the painting, the mist that had enveloped the mountain spirits began to dissipate, and the terrifying beings seemed poised to reveal their true forms. Philique gazed in anticipation, only to find himself confronted by a bizarre and distorted world that was as if the Feast of the Mountain Spirits had formed its own space, blurring and warping his vision. Buzz, buzz, buzz. What should be a two-dimensional plane, the Feast of the Mountain Spirits was continuously twisting and struggling, as if the mountain spirits were striving to break through some unseen barrier and rise from the canvas. Ultimately, the ink that composed the Feast of the Mountain Spirits disintegrated and reformed, leaving behind only a single, massive, claw-like appendage of a ghastly spirit. Pop! Philique thought he heard a sound akin to shattering, as the fingertip of the mountain spirit pierced through the planar confines, manifesting with disquieting realism before him. Gradually, the claw became more three-dimensional and tangible, and an inexplicable sense of dread began to envelop Philique's heart. Unbeknownst to Phyleek, at the very moment he commenced the summoning of the mountain spirit, the entire dream duel arena began to tremble. More accurately, the feast of the mountain spirits transmitted its tremors to the dream duel arena, causing a discord between the two. However, this discord was not sharp. Under the mediation of a certain medium, they were striving to reach a consensus. As the fingertip of the mountain spirit materialized, the vibration frequency of the dream duel arena synchronized with that of the feast of the mountain spirits, as if two distinct planes had successfully connected. Qin, witnessing the entire event unfold, even perceived the specific details of the frequency alignment. That it was not due to any prying into Phyleek's actions, but rather because the dream duel arena had become his domain. Say, my dear Phyleek, your actions are rather unscrupulous. Even with my poor mathematical skills, I could hardly miscalculate simple addition within 1,000. You are indeed cheating. Originally, Qin had been engrossed in the sight of the steel warrior battering the dark giant, a scene that had existed solely within the realm of his childhood imagination. At that moment, his dream had been realized, and he was utterly captivated. Unfortunately, Phyleek's actions severely disrupted the order of the game. If that is the case, it is time to put an end to this. Though Qin was unaware of the nature of the spirit Phyleek was summoning, he sensed an inherent danger in it. Should it be fully summoned, while it might not lead to disaster, it would certainly prove troublesome. It must end here. Freeze! With a flutter of his golden wings, Qin unleashed a torrent of endless slumbering code, illuminating the entirety of the dream duel arena. The golden light was so radiant that the arena began to fade, revealing the reality concealed within the dreamlike hues. Beneath the shimmering purple light, countless slumbering codes emerged, and the very framework of the dream duel arena was constructed entirely from game data. Essentially, this arena was a dream bound by the rules of the game. Yet, this dream was vast and intricate, woven from the dreams of millions within the chaotic city. While Qin could not seize the dreams of millions, he could infiltrate the game program and gain partial dominion over this dream. The primary contributor to this was Phyleek. The artist's thought process was undeniably convoluted. What should have been a simple string of code was transformed into a work of art by Phyleek. While this in itself posed no significant issue, perhaps due to an artist's aesthetic sensibilities, Phyleek had audaciously refined dozens of code segments, compared to the hundreds of millions of codes enveloping the entirety of Chaotic City. This seemed trivial. Yet a 1,000-mile dam can collapse due to an anthole, and what's worse, he had personally excavated dozens of large holes. When Qin was gathering the graffiti, he noticed this issue. At first, he assumed it was a trap. How could someone capable of designing such a colossal game make such a rudimentary mistake? However, after encountering Phyleek, Qin quickly confirmed a singular truth. This fellow was a complete fool, utterly ignorant of virtual gaming, that he couldn't even mimic effectively, insisting on embellishing it further in the world of flickering code. Qin advanced with measured steps that if one were to shift their perspective to the entirety of the dream duel arena, they would discover that everything inside had been pressed to the pause button. Whether it was the mechanical warriors still scavenging dream gems or the dark giant being pummeled mercilessly, their movements were frozen in time. The flow of time within the dream game arena had come to a complete standstill. Qin was able to move normally precisely because the existence of players was unique. They entered with their essence and consciousness, fundamentally belonging to a realm outside the dream duel arena. What is happening? What on earth occurred? Why has the game paused? As an independent player, Phyleek naturally sensed the anomaly within the dream arena. He understood the truth of the dream duel arena, knowing it to be merely a game world constructed of code. Yet aside from the game master, who else could manipulate the game? Even he himself only possessed a modicum of authority and special codes. To directly halt the game was beyond Phyleek's capabilities. As the game came to a halt, a mysterious connection was severed, and the ghostly claws that once emerged in the arena vanished without a trace. The Feast of the Mountain Ghost reverted to its original state, seemingly just an unremarkable painting. Was this a depiction of the legend of the mountain ghost devouring humans? At some point, Qin had already appeared beside Phyleek, curiously admiring the Feast of the Mountain Ghost. Growing up in the land of Lanyu, Qin was well aware of the mountain ghost lore. Previously, he had merely regarded it as a folk tale. But today, Phyleek's grand performance seemed to validate the truth behind the legend. How did you accomplish this? A blend of terror and hatred crossed Phyleek's face, but more prominently was disbelief and resentment. He had come to realize his inevitable fate, one that was wholly unalterable, that I think it would be better for you not to know the answer. Otherwise, I fear you would die with regrets. Chen Qi's tone was calm, despite his desire for vengeance. But who says that revenge must lack grace? You. Fei Lik was both furious and trembling, nearly emitting smoke from his head. Fine, just give me a swift end. The Game King will avenge me. Ultimately, Fei Lik transformed his fear into hatred, glaring at Chen Qi with venomous intensity. Chen Qi maintained a friendly demeanor, unperturbed by such offenses. Allow me to ask you one final question. Answer it, and I shall grant you a passage. The Game King you speak of, has he truly uploaded himself into the King's game? Although he had already surmised the truth, Chen Qi still sought confirmation from Fei Lik. All the players had ever encountered were cards, but what of the essence of the game? What indeed was it? The vast majority of players never contemplated this, or perhaps they lacked the qualifications to do so. Yet, Chen Qi felt he could ponder further, preparing for potential calamities. You actually guessed the true identity of the Game King. It seems I have lost without grievance. However, do not take pride in it. The game is about to enter the shuffling phase, and you shall not survive much longer. Realizing he was merely destined to die before Chen Qi, Fei Lik felt a sense of equilibrium. In the next instant, he was torn apart, transforming into a burst of fireworks. Chen Qi's spiritual essence surged once more, now imbued with a touch of artistic talent. Chapter 74. Card Replacement at Long Last. He had returned, as if awakening from a dream. In the Dragon King's plaza, Chen Qi, who had stood immobile like a statue, slowly opened his eyes. After vanquishing Fei Lik, Chen Qi achieved ultimate victory, only to be ejected from the Dream Duel arena. To his dismay, there were no rewards. This game deserved a poor rating. Indeed, they were all dead. Chen Qi surveyed his surroundings. Both Fei Lik and Na Jie had lost their life forces. Yet their post-mortem appearances were strikingly different. Fei Lik's corpse bore a visage of grotesque rage and distortion, while Na Jie appeared serene, as if he had truly ascended to a realm of bliss. Oddly enough, the cards had not vanished. Whether it was Fei Lik or Feng Xingyun, a card floated above each of their corpses. Chen Qi was not particularly interested, so he paid them little heed that he had assumed they would disappear within seconds. Seeking new players. Yet 10 seconds passed, and the two cards remained suspended, showing no signs of vanishing. Were they locked, or perhaps confined within the City of Chaos? Chen Qi waited a full 5 minutes. But the two cards still did not disappear. From this, he deduced that once a player perished in the Dream Duel arena, their cards would be captured by the Game King. These two cards might remain in the City of Chaos, awaiting new players to inherit them. After careful consideration, Chen Qi ultimately refrained from recklessly engaging with the cards. This was largely due to the unsettling manner in which Na Jie's card had vanished. Throughout the ordeal, Chen Qi had only seen Na Jie's corpse, never encountering his card, including the Little King card that if it had vanished earlier, it could have been because Na Jie died before Chen Qi exited the Dream Duel arena, causing the card to choose a new master. However, given the dragons left I could restrain cards, it was illogical for the right eye to be incapable. The most plausible scenario was that Na Jie's two cards had already fallen into the hands of the Game King. The dragon's right eye connected to the essence of the King's game. It had uploaded Na Jie as well. Perhaps the Game King was currently surveying the City of Chaos, while he was indifferent to Fei Lik's demise. It was best not to linger here. What manner of world, or rather, what kind of place was this small land of Lanyu? Chen Qi gazed upward at the firmament, now devoid of the dragon. The City of Chaos returned to its usual clamor, just like every other day. Yet perhaps due to the knowledge he had gained, Chen Qi felt an underlying mystery concealed above, shrouding the skies of Lanyu. Having made the decision to leave, he had no reason to hesitate. Throughout it all, he had only taken Na Jie's corpse with him. Shortly after Chen Qi exited the city, Feng Xingyun's card flickered briefly before vanishing. All that remained in the Dragon King's plaza was Fei Lik's Club 3, awaiting its successor. Clearly, the Game King had relinquished his hold over Feng Xingyun's card, allowing it to seek a new master on its own. As for Club 3, its abilities were well suited for maintaining the City of Chaos, and the Game King would undoubtedly not let it go. What is this place? Is anyone here? The moment Na Jie emerged with the dragon's right eye, he completely lost consciousness, When he awoke again, he found himself within a grand hall that was an ancient-looking structure, with dozens of stone columns serving as its foundation, supporting a vast dome above that an air attempted to move his body, only to discover, to his horror, that he was bound in place, utterly immobile. Have I become a stone pillar? At that moment, Nagier realized he was no longer human, but had transformed into a pillar supporting the massive edifice. Ah, should I inform you of the truth? What a bother! Suddenly, a human face resembling that of a card materialized on a nearby stone column. More precisely, it was a human visage that appeared to be crafted from card-like features. In the next instant, the card fell from the stone column, morphing into a young man. This is the palace of King Gudafu, though not the one from reality. Deep within the hall, the throne represented the king, while the steps below it symbolized the little king, that as for these 52 stone columns, they represented ordinary players. Generally, only those who have achieved the status of apostle could enter this place. You are both fortunate and unfortunate to witness this ahead of time. The young man approached Najier's stone column as he spoke, leaving the latter powerless to resist. Are you the legendary Game King? Nagier sensed the dire implications. It seemed his premature arrival here was far from fortuitous. Indeed, I am the Game King. In truth, Game King is merely an idea of mine. I am merely an unremarkable enthusiast of games. Thank you for the little king card you provided. As a reward, I shall ensure your demise is not shrouded in mystery. With a wave of his hand, Nagier felt as though he had lost something. Within the hall, a flash of brilliance illuminated the space as the little king card appeared. Quietly hovering without hesitation, the young man passed through the little king card, and an astonishing scene unfolded. The little king card vanished instantly, leaving only a heart 4 in its wake. It was evident that the Game King had discarded his previous card, taking control of the little king. How could you possibly change your core card? Nagier stood agape, even neglecting the peculiarities of his own body. The Game King's maneuver completely shattered his past understanding. Within the king's game, there was an ironclad rule. No matter how many cards a player fused, the core card remained the original. He had never heard of anyone being able to change their own card, let alone the core card. My situation is rather unique. In truth, like you, I illegally entered this place without achieving the status of apostle. Were those apostles to arrive here, they would also be unable to change their cards. Nor would they need to, as that is the foundation of their abilities. The Game King adjusted to his new form, seemingly pleased, and continued conversing with Nagier. How long can I exist? Nagier finally voiced the question that filled him with dread. Once detached from his physical body, could he still survive? Well, I would like to say it depends on your will. That is regrettably not the truth. You must have sensed it as well. The cards are stirring, preparing to consume you. There is only one way to survive. You must completely control the cards and escape this stone pillar. Unfortunately, your chances of success are 0.10, 9, 8, 7. The Game King turned to face Nagier, initiating a countdown. First, Nagier was still dazed, but he quickly regained his senses, just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses. The countdown reached 0 in the next instant. Spade 3 revived, and Nagier was utterly consumed. The moment of Nagier's demise. Spade 3 broke free from the stone pillar, soaring toward the hall's exit. However, the Game King extended his hand and caught it effortlessly. The ability to predict fortunes is quite intriguing. I shall keep it for now. Upon acquisition, Spade 3 offered no resistance, thanks to the influence of the little king. Yet the actions of the King of Games showed no signs of abating. The 4 of Hearts, which had remained stationary, was now firmly grasped in his hand. In this reincarnation, I shall center my endeavors around Little King, constructing a regal armament that belongs solely to me. Gustav, you, a mere wretched human, are utterly unworthy of eternal life. The longevity you envision is nothing but a grotesque farce. Only I am deserving of possessing it all. Unleashing the true power of this game. The King of Games cast a scornful glance towards the throne at the heart of the hall before departing without a backward glance, vanishing into the void. Throughout it all, the throne remained desolate, with only the ethereal shadow of a card lingering. Chapter 75. Childhood Treasures. Lord Jayamoya, you have finally emerged. Our previous communications were severed. We intended to enter the city for rescue, yet found ourselves ensnared in stagnation, Unable to proceed, as Qin stepped out of the chaotic city, he encountered Retlai and his companions. Their anxious expressions revealed their unwavering dedication. Moments ago, the magnetic field of the city had experienced some disturbances, but it had now nearly returned to normal. You have arrived just in time. Deliver this corpse to the royal capital. This is the precise delivery location. Chun-Chi refrained from elaborating on the intricacies of the chaotic city. Casually tossing Najer's corpse to Retlai, he issued new orders. Just prior, he had provided a succinct report of the mission's details to Meihua 10 in Chun-Chi's account. He had played a passive role, ultimately benefiting as an opportunist by acquiring Najer's body. As for who ultimately seized the Little King card, he had not witnessed it, only stating that it had mysteriously vanished. Those privy to the truth of the chaotic city would likely deduce the final victor with ease. Perhaps when Najer resolved to enter the chaotic city, the fate of the Little King card was already sealed in the hands of the King of Games. Meihua 10 had little to say in response to Chun-Chi's report, merely instructing him to expedite the delivery of Najer's corpse to headquarters. Once the task was confirmed complete, he could proceed to headquarters to finalize the signing ceremony at his convenience. However, prior to achieving spiritual awakening, Chun-Chi had no desire to visit the Order Keeper headquarters. Through this mission, he had come to understand that, at this juncture of the game, strength was paramount. All else was mere illusion. His spiritual energy was surging, making it the perfect moment to accomplish his awakening. Rest assured, my lord, we shall deliver the corpse to the designated location with utmost speed. The members of the Hummingbird Squad wisely refrained from questioning Chun-Chi about the body in his possession. Their sole responsibility was to execute their employer's directives. Before long, Chun-Chi piloted his magnetic levitation supercar, vanishing into the moonlit night. Meanwhile, Retlai and his companions sped towards the royal capital, striving to deliver the body before dawn. Under the bright moon, a silver flash darted through the low sky. Although the preceding battle had not endured for long, failing to reach the hundreds of rounds typical of novels, Chun-Chi had navigated the entire ordeal as if walking a tightrope. His victory had relied solely on quick thinking. Now that the battle had concluded, a profound weariness enveloped him. Fortunately, Chun-Chi need not fret over collisions. The automatic driving system operated flawlessly. The car surged ahead, reaching speeds of 200 kilometers per hour that if all went smoothly, he would return to Talon City within 2 hours. However, as he passed a small town, the speeding lightning suddenly stalled. Chun-Chi sat quietly in the car, gazing at the small town in contemplative silence. Lost in thought for half an hour that SY City, or rather the welfare institution in SY City, was where Chun-Chi had grown up. He had spent his rather unpleasant childhood and adolescence there, only departing entirely upon entering high school. Had it not been for the memories stirred by Steel Warrior, he would have preferred not to revisit that place at all. Had he not engaged with the King's game, perhaps he would have indeed returned in a grand display of wealth, flaunting his success. Yet now, such thoughts were entirely absent from his mind. Chun-Chi's Steel Warrior and several special items were hidden in a secret spot within the welfare institution. He had initially thought those belongings would be buried alongside his memories, but now it seemed they possessed renewed significance. Those items were not treasures per se, but rather the rudimentary educational materials Chun-Chi had encountered in his youth. Back then, he had shown little interest in them. Compared to the incomprehensible stellar, he perceived the sun merely as a large fireball. His father had not forced any teachings upon him. Perhaps those materials were intended for his future use. Regrettably, fate took a sudden turn, plunging Chun-Chi's life into turmoil, rendering those items obsolete. Upon maturing, Chun-Chi came to recognize the value of those books. They were likely foundational astronomical and physical knowledge from the Deep Space Cult or the Extraterrestrial Civilization Exploration Society. Alas, this knowledge had not aided him in securing a job with a monthly salary exceeding 5,000 in the Blue Taro Kingdom. Thus, he cast them aside from his thoughts. However, the situation was different now. Since the Spiritual Realm Declaration had mentioned the Deep Space Cult, it implied that their knowledge was not as simplistic as he had presumed. Given Chun-Chi's current thirst for extraordinary knowledge, he would undoubtedly not forsake the opportunity to unearth his hidden treasures. Once his mind settled, he maximized the detection range of his biological radar and stealthily entered SY City. This was not an act of pretentiousness or excessive caution. After his experience in the chaotic city, Chun-Chi had evolved into a competent player. For a player to survive long-term, it was crucial to ensure they did not unwittingly step into the range of others' attacks. Everything proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. Upon returning to his former haunts, he successfully located his concealed treasures as he once again touched Steel Warrior. With his own hands, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Without lingering further, Qinshi departed SY City, racing back to Talon City just before sunrise, blissfully sinking into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to Qinshi, while he slept soundly, the news of Nader's demise had already spread. The first to react was the Kingdom's television station, which informed the populace of the assassin's capture. Unfortunately, the internal strife within the Prime Minister's party was too intense, delaying the appointment of a new Prime Minister. According to analyses from major television experts, there was a strong likelihood that the elections would be expedited. What? The Little King card had fallen into the hands of the King of Games? That individual is too enigmatic. It is nearly impossible to seize it from him. This was the response of players still clinging to fantasies regarding the Little King card. Indeed, the Little King card ultimately fell into the possession of the King of Games. This was the reaction of players who understood the truths of the chaotic city. Yet, regardless, everyone recognized the futility of attempting to reclaim the card from the King of Games. Thus, the turmoil sparked by the assassination of the Prime Minister swiftly subsided within the player community. For a moment, the player base seemed to return to a semblance of tranquility. However, all were aware that this was merely a facade. Beneath the calm lay surging undercurrents. Qinshi, deeply immersed in sleep, would not awaken until a day later. Throughout his journey, particularly since joining the King's game, he had worked tirelessly. This was a rare opportunity for respite. After refreshing himself and savoring breakfast, Qinshi began to review the work reports sent by Teleno. The Fadial mine is tranquil. No new observers have been detected. Excellent, this is quite satisfactory. The Dream Creation Studio's development progress is promising, with no interactions with the outside world. Very good. Wang Dongcheng is indeed a commendable individual. The intelligence network continues to expand into surrounding cities, and the framework of the Dark Web's intelligence network has been established. Teleno truly proves himself worthy. He possesses an exceptional eye for talent. Suspicious traces of the Death Hound have emerged in Jiyuan City, 400 kilometers away. This dog is indeed obedient. It is keeping its distance from me. The master of the Red Falcon sect, Yu Hongwu, has mysteriously disappeared, causing unrest within the sect. This piece of intelligence left Qin momentarily stunned. He had only departed for 2 or 3 days, yet Yu Hongwu had vanished. Chapter 76. Demigod Teleno. What is the situation regarding Yu Hongwu's disappearance? Out of curiosity, Qinshi called Teleno to inquire for more details. Boss, I have been meaning to report this matter to you why Yu Hongwu mysteriously vanished the day after your departure. Not only are the ordinary disciples of the martial arts school unaware of his whereabouts, but even his most trusted disciple, Mu Wanqing, is in the dark that I bribed a key disciple within the school and learned a confidential piece of information. Yu Hongwu has recently been secretly plotting to break through to the Grandmaster level, and his disappearance is likely related to this. Teleno had truly invested effort into this matter. He meticulously marked Yu Hongwu's movements on a map. By compiling the trajectory, it became evident that Yu Hongwu had recently been heading towards a remote mountain. According to Teleno's investigation, this location was highly likely to be where Yu Hongwu sought seclusion for his breakthrough. However, it was unclear why he felt the need to retreat to such a desolate area. Teleno had discovered traces of Yu Hongwu's presence there, but found no signs of conflict. His disappearance was likely due to his own quiet departure, rather than an attack from an enemy. How intriguing! Teleno's conclusion surprised Qinshi. He had initially assumed Yu Hongwu had been eliminated by an adversary. During their previous conversation, that individual had concealed many secrets. This matter does not concern us. If the martial arts school seeks assistance, we can simply provide a perfunctory response. Exercise caution near the Hong Sun Gate, ensuring that the clandestine arrangements are meticulously organized to prevent any unforeseen chaos that might ensnare us. Qinshi's interactions with Hong Sun Gate are merely transactional. He would not engage in unnecessary displays of affability. As for that wily old fox, Yu Hongwu's demise would be most welcome. Presently, all of Qinshi's thoughts are devoted to the awakening of his spiritual essence, with everything else taking a backseat. After imparting several matters to Teleno, Qinshi entered a state of seclusion that he reopened the tome titled Comprehensive Knowledge of Ancient Civilizations, flipping to the final page. After a few days' absence, the text appeared to radiate even greater enthusiasm. becoming more accessible and comprehensible. Qinshi understood that this was the benefit of his burgeoning spiritual growth. Revisiting research and argumentation on the nature of spirituality, he began anew. However, this reading experience was strikingly different from before. Content that had previously been deleted and obscured now astonishingly re-emerged. Could it be that my previous comprehension was limited to a mere third of the material due to my insufficient spiritual intensity? I suspect that the two-thirds I failed to grasp were not merely absent content, but rather a truncated version of what I had read. Qinshi had not anticipated that the remaining two-thirds contained the very sections that had been excised. His earlier scorn for the individual responsible for the omissions now seemed somewhat unjust. That it was not a matter of censorship, but rather a reflection of one's spiritual inadequacy in understanding the material. Mastering 15 forms of ancient script merely signifies an ability to interpret those symbols. It does not guarantee comprehension, as the diary makes no mention of this aspect. The present, Qinshi has far surpassed Xiaomoya Chris. What he does not realize is that within the Tomoya Academy of Magic, apprentices, even upon mastering 15 ancient scripts, require 3 years of refinement to achieve full awakening. The continuous reading of these symbols is, in itself, a method of honing one's spiritual essence. Although Qinshi's approach may not be deemed conventional, it ultimately lacks formal training. This is the drawback of self-directed study, as the materials often do not encompass the entirety of knowledge. Much of what is taught at the Tomoya Academy is transmitted orally. As for the inquiry regarding the genesis of spirituality and whether it is bestowed by external forces, this was the first point of deletion Qinshi encountered previously, now accompanied by new content. Concerning the emergence of spirituality and its potential external origins, I have explored and analyzed the doctrines of numerous schools that to a certain extent, spirituality is synonymous with life. The two are inextricably linked. Thus, addressing this inquiry essentially equates to explaining how life itself originates. Is it the product of natural evolution or a divine bestowal? The prevailing view on this matter is represented by the life sect and their creator theory. They reject the notion that life arises from natural evolution, asserting instead that a creator fashioned life. Their most compelling argument rests on the mother of all, an artifact capable of engendering life. Of course, there are numerous sects that contest this viewpoint. Dating back billions of years, the oldest known life fossils have been discovered, while the mother of all could not have emerged more than 1 million years ago. I cannot articulate my stance on this issue, as I have only just begun my journey within the holy domain, a far cry from being recognized as a perfect being akin to the deity. Perhaps only they possess the answer. Qinshi rubbed his temples, the impact of this content overwhelming. Fortunately, his spiritual essence was sufficiently robust to assimilate and comprehend it. Qinshi was indifferent to the origins of life and spirituality, finding such questions distant and irrelevant. His curiosity lay instead with the mother of all, the holy domain, and the deities. His interest in the former stemmed from his mastery of the Dummu script, an exclusive language of the life sect. The creation of the Dummu script is likely intertwined with the mother of all. Qinshi is inclined towards this perspective due to his first-hand experience of the power of ancient scripts in the City of Chaos. Compared to the mundane human fingerprint, the artifact's origin of the mother of all offers a far more compelling explanation for the extraordinary capabilities of ancient writings. Meanwhile, the notions of the holy domain and deities evoke in Qinshi an insatiable yearning for power. What it would mean to be considered a perfect being remains a tantalizing mystery. After taking a brief respite to calm his surging spiritual essence, Qinshi resumed his reading, following the comprehension and absorption of the preceding knowledge. His spiritual essence surged once more. It is only those apprentices lacking in power who painstakingly dissect each word. Qinshi, with his ample spiritual prowess, devours knowledge with fervor. When spiritual essence reaches a certain threshold, can it give rise to wisdom? And what is the ratio of self-awareness to external awareness? This marked the second point of deletion, and as Qinshi encountered it again, the symbols warmly greeted him. Imparting the answer to resolve this inquiry, it is necessary to introduce the element of soul. As I hail from the wisdom sect, I firmly believe that just as life is bound to spirituality, wisdom is equally tied to the soul. No matter how intelligent my dog may be, I do not consider it wise, as it lacks a soul. Upon reaching this juncture, Qinshi's interest peaked. He had always been curious about the author of the paper. Being selected by the V5-led world government as foundational reading for apprentices, this individual is destined to be remembered for generations, a paragon of wisdom. Alas, the so-called wisdom sect was entirely unfamiliar to Qin. It seems his recent entry into this realm has left him woefully uninformed. Chapter 77. The scale of the soul, as previously mentioned, the essence of spirituality lies in cognition, that is, life evolved from single-celled organisms to multicellular forms and beyond. Their methods of perceiving the world transformed from mere tactile sensations to a rich tapestry of auditory, visual, and gustatory experiences. This diversification in cognition has led to an exponential increase in spirituality. Thus, when spirituality reaches a certain level, can wisdom, or in other words, the soul emerge? I believe this to be entirely impossible, for the soul originates from a fall in higher dimensions, and it is inconceivable that it could arise from the three-dimensional reality. The three-dimensional space cannot give birth to the soul. Rather, the soul is the result of a collapse from higher dimensional space that at a certain point of this collapse, a descent into lower dimensions occurs. And this state of descent becomes the very origin of the soul's emergence. The unique imagination and abstract spatial awareness possessed by wise beings stem from the fact that their souls do not belong to this world. They yearn to return to higher dimensions. This ability endowed by the soul is something my dog could never possess. After digesting this passage, Qin found himself momentarily speechless, feeling the profound impact emanating from the depths of his soul. Eagerly, or perhaps instinctively driven by his soul, he yearned to know more. What he failed to notice was the brilliance emanating from his mind, dazzling enough to blind the unprepared. Yet he felt no discomfort. Instead, an indescribable joy welled up within him, as if he had embarked on a new phase of evolution. The question of how higher dimensional souls connect with three-dimensional life forms, such as humans, to bestow wisdom is a matter rife with contention. In this debate, the wisdom sect represents the truth, while the heavenly human society stands as heretical. That we in the wisdom sect assert that when a living being's spirituality becomes sufficiently intricate and potent, a moment of profound thought triggers a consciousness explosion, giving rise to a spark of wisdom. Though this spark is fleeting and soon extinguished, it may re-emerge in the next consciousness explosion. This infinite cycle continues until a spark from one such explosion resonates with the point of descent in higher dimensions, thus birthing the human soul. The heavenly human society, those heretics, deny the possibility of the emergence of the wisdom spark. They argue that humanity's connection to a point of descent in higher dimensions arises from a certain human spirituality that aligns with this point's projection in the three-dimensional world. As long as this point has not descended into three-dimensional space, it must have a projection in reality. The emergence of humanity is merely a stroke of luck. Once the first human possessed a soul and birthed wisdom, their descendants automatically gain the ability to link with the high-dimensional point, thus explaining the truth behind the emergence of wisdom in the human race, that is this not reminiscent of the birth process of the ancestral enlightenment. This was the first thought that crossed Qin's mind after finishing this segment, that it bears an uncanny resemblance and perfectly elucidates why one lineage among ancient apes evolved into intelligent beings while others did not. It stands to reason that the Empire of Enlightenment would wholeheartedly support the Wisdom Sect's perspective, that is for the rift between the Wisdom Sect and the heavenly human society. Qin remained indifferent. Whether through effort or luck, humanity has successfully evolved. However, this was not the entirety of the passage. What truly captivated Qin's attention was the elucidation of the scale of the soul. The Wisdom Sect categorizes the process of a point descending from higher dimensions into three-dimensional existence into 20 distinct scales. According to their research, once a descending point transforms into a soul, it ceases to descend and remains at a specific scale. For instance, the soul of an ordinary human halts at the 6th scale. Qin has always felt that the division of the soul scale holds profound significance, that at a scale of 0, when the soul descends into the three-dimensional world, it faces annihilation. But what if the soul scale were to rise? If it were to transcend the threshold of 20, would it not achieve dimension elevation and return to a higher dimensional space-time? Regrettably, the individual in question seems indifferent to such conjectures and has not elaborated on them. As for the specific ratio of self-awareness and spirituality to external perception, he provided a ratio of 3:7, yet he did not delve further into this matter. It appears that, in his mind, The origin of the soul is paramount, while other inquiries are of little consequence. This viewpoint represents the high-dimensional sect within the innate school, which posits that the soul exists innately, born from a higher-dimensional space-time. In contrast, there exists another perspective on the origin of the soul, known as the multidimensional sect within the acquired school. Astonishingly, after this passage, Chen-Chi encountered a comment that evidently did not belong to the original manuscript. The multidimensional sect denies the existence of higher-dimensional space-time, asserting that the soul is birthed within the three-dimensional realm. All perceptions of life, whether derived from touch, smell, hearing, or sight, are, in comparison to the three-dimensional world, fundamentally partial and two-dimensional. In essence, life can never truly comprehend the authentic three-dimensional world. A multitude of two-dimensional worlds amalgamated remains merely two-dimensional. The multidimensional sect posits that the emergence of wisdom, or the soul, is a natural evolutionary outcome. Just as life evolved to possess tactile, auditory, visual, olfactory, and gustatory senses, given the right conditions, it will naturally evolve to attain spiritual perception, or the soul. They contend that the soul is merely a somewhat unique two-dimensional plane within the three-dimensional world, fundamentally no different from the cognitive realms constituted by taste and smell. Hence, they are frequently referred to as the dimensional reductionists. Whether from the high-dimensional or multidimensional perspective, their theories on the soul remain unfalsifiable. Thus, their viewpoints serve merely as reference. From a certain angle, I find myself more inclined to appreciate the multidimensional sect, as they reject the notion of omniscience and omnipotence. The comment ends here, leaving Chen-Chi somewhat bewildered. Whom should I believe? After 3 seconds, Chen-Chi arrived at a conclusion. This question bears no relevance to his current self. To ponder it further would only invite unnecessary worry. Perhaps the complexity of the topic concerning the origin of the soul has rendered it difficult to digest. Chen-Chi paused for a full 3 hours before continuing his reading, that he felt he was nearing a certain threshold of oblivion. Spirituality, as cognition, ought to be a form of idealistic existence, yet it possesses the capacity to alter the material realm, transforming it into another form of existence, which evidently contradicts the definition of idealism. I must have overlooked something. Perhaps this marks the third omission, and Chen-Chi had initially anticipated acquiring new knowledge, only to be met once more with a familiar comment. This answer pertains to the Chaos School, and is not displayed. Well, it seems this time it has truly been deleted. Chen-Chi instantaneously felt that his past grievances held some value. However, what exactly is this Chaos School, and what doctrines do they uphold? That even V5 forbids mention of it, shrouded in secrecy. Before the emergence of V5, with so many sect leaders dominating the human world, it is hard to fathom what that spectacle entailed. With anticipation for the forthcoming content, Chen-Chi continued his reading. His previous reading had halted at this juncture, and he was oblivious to the astonishing revelations that awaited him. Yet, Chen-Chi nearly choked with rage. Fortunately, after bypassing a lengthy string of ellipses, there remained a brief passage. Suddenly, an inspiration struck him. He resolved to design a new awakening ritual. He believed it could change the world. Perhaps this is why V5 chose this paper. P.S. The new book period is nearing its end. The coming days of reading are quite important. Everyone, please lend your support. To be honest, I'm unaware of how many are following this, but I hope this book can reach a wider audience. Chapter 78. Scale 0. Who am I? Where is this? Why am I here? It dawned on me. I am Chen-Chi, and I have witnessed that awakening ritual in the infinite void and darkness. Chen-Chi slowly opened his eyes. His current state was quite remarkable, enveloped in a layer of white radiance, ever shifting. Beneath his feet lay a magical array of 3 intersecting rings. Chen-Chi found himself at the center of these 3 overlapping circles. Casually glancing at one of the rings, he beheld his life within it. The ring portrayed a film starring himself, showcasing the various stages of his life: childhood, adolescence, and youth, each version of Chen-Chi taking the stage in succession, recounting his life experiences and psychological transformations that in his early years, he yearned to slay monsters alongside Steel Titan. In childhood, he experienced the collapse of his world. In adolescence, he felt profound loneliness and rebellion. And in youth, he was stripped of all until he became a player in the King's game. This ring represents my worldview, my self-perception that a realization arose within Chen-Chi. Yet what intrigued him was that there existed no bronze dice within the life depicted in the ring. His encounter with Xiao Moya Chris was merely a whimsical impulse. Chen Qi turned his gaze to the next ring, where the myriad facets of life and the vicissitudes of the world were portrayed. This signifies values, embodying my understanding of human society and others. Chen Qi comprehended this and proceeded to observe the final ring. In that ring, the sun rises and sets, storms rage, and the magnetic fields shift, all while time and space transform. This is the worldview, representing Chen Qi's comprehension of the universe. These three perspectives intertwine, collectively shaping Chen Qi's spirituality. Thus, this layer of white radiance embodies my spirituality. Present here is a confluence of my spirituality and consciousness. Standing at the center of the ritual array, Chen Qi contemplated his existence with great deliberation. The experiment designed by that wise sex founder was termed the spiritual elevation experiment. It is, in essence, rather straightforward. It seeks to utilize the higher dimensional characteristics of the soul to draw forth spirituality, enabling it to infinitely align with the world, drawing ever closer to scale zero. In the definition of the wisdom sect, scale zero is a most wondrous existence that it is regarded as a superposition of higher and three-dimensional states where countless higher dimensional points annihilate, releasing boundless energy. This energy differs fundamentally from that of the three-dimensional world, yet possesses the capability to interfere with it in certain sects. This energy is even considered the primordial impetus for the emergence of life. They assert that life arises because this energy permeates the three-dimensional realm, exerting radiative influence on certain microscopic particles. Should one be able to directly harness this energy, they would be capable of wielding it at will, rendering them omnipotent. However, accomplishing this is nearly impossible, whether in consciousness or spirituality. Both originate within the three-dimensional world, capable only of approaching scale zero, but never truly grasping it. Humanity can only capture this energy when it leaks into the three-dimensional realm, yet the moment it manifests, it begins to decay. Or rather, it is precisely due to this decay that it appears within the three-dimensional world. The energy, post-decay, is significantly diminished in potency compared to its prior state, rendering it incapable of altering the three-dimensional realm, only able to exert minimal influence. This post-decay energy is referred to as spiritual energy, that it can be integrated and manipulated by human spirituality, serving as the foundation for the extraordinary, for humanity to master spiritual energy. The first challenge lies in the ability to manipulate one's own spirituality at will. This is the essence of spiritual awakening, the complete mastery of one's spirituality by human consciousness. For Chen Qi, his task is to achieve the total integration of the three rings at this moment. The segments of the rings that remain unintegrated represent those aspects of his spirituality that he cannot control at will. This portion is overwhelmingly significant. Relying solely on willpower, it is arduous to achieve complete integration of the three rings. This presents a challenge faced by all apprentices prior to the enactment of the Human Spiritual Awakening Act. Various extraordinary systems may have possessed their own secret techniques. However, now, all apprentices can only opt for the Spirit Realm Declaration. Situated within the ritual, Chen Qi finally glimpsed the true content of the Spirit Realm Declaration. In O1, the spiritual frequency ranging from -110 to 1700 constitutes human territory. That in O2, this realm serves as the center of the universe. That in O3, there exist no additional spatial dimensions, parallel worlds. Number for the spirit realm does not exist. That in O5, never betray human civilization. That in O6, abide by all acts promulgated by the world government. That in O7, acknowledge the world government's definitions and classifications of humanity. Number 8, establish 3 binding vows, never to violate them. In O9, never trust outsiders. And O10, never engage with the ancient 10. And note, those who violate their promises shall remain forever mundane. Is this the Spirit Realm Declaration? If I merely select 2 of these, I can successfully awaken. There seems to be significant depth to this. Before commencing the ritual, Chen Qi already knew he must make a choice. Yet he could never have anticipated that the options would be so peculiar. Fortunately, his luck held. It was merely a dual selection. Had it been a compulsory choice, that would have been unfortunate. That it remains unclear how many commitments other apprentices must fulfill. The first 3 options aside, the fourth is indeed quite strange. The Spirit Realm Declaration even contains a clause stating that the Spirit Realm does not exist. What precisely does this so-called Spirit Realm refer to? Could this be a mistake? Should it not be the Zero Realm Declaration? Chen-Chi had assumed that the target of the spiritual elevation experiment was Scale Zero, which is synonymous with the Spirit Realm. However, it now appears that the spiritual realm does not refer to Scale Zero. Upon reflection, it is indeed reasonable. How could mere ordinary humans make promises to such an existence, to which they cannot possibly have access? The subject pointed to by the spiritual elevation experiment can only be this spiritual realm. The existence of the spiritual realm must be infinitely close to Scale Zero, yet it remains within the confines of the three-dimensional world. Only in this way could Chen-Chi hope to make contact. What exactly is the spiritual realm? The answer surely lies hidden within the thesis, most likely involving the Chaos School, not to be disclosed. Chen-Chi pondered, and this was the only conclusion he could draw. Fortunately, he had never intended to choose NO.4, and thus he need not delve deeper into it. Options that may prove unattainable must not be selected. For instance, the several choices related to the world government. Those lacking clarity should also be avoided, such as number 9 and NO.10. There is no need to impose shackles upon oneself. Similarly, choosing number 8 would be foolish. I have no desire to impose restrictions upon myself. Thus, selecting number 1 and number 5 would be most suitable for me. As a human, I shall think of humanity, and from a human perspective, this should not lead to any issues. I declare that the realm of spiritual frequencies ranging from -110 to 1700 shall be considered human territory. I vow to never betray human civilization, positioned at the intersection of 3 rings. Chen-Chi let out his C-R-Y-I-N the next moment. He felt a connection with some grand existence. Thunderous rumbling centered around Chen-Chi. 3 rings began to rotate slowly, overlapping with one another. And at the moment of their convergence, the reality of Chen-Chi suddenly snapped open, extricating him from that endless darkness and void. Chapter 79. The Resentment of Cells. Have I successfully awakened? As Chen-Chi's consciousness returned to reality, he experienced a refreshing transformation. With a mere thought, a white radiance emanated from him, continuously shifting in alignment with his will. This was his spirituality, now entirely under the dominion of his consciousness. Perhaps due to this complete mastery of consciousness, or perhaps a transformation that occurred during the ritual, his spirituality was no longer elusive, but had taken on a tangible existence. However, its influence over the material world remained confined to the life magnetic field. Where the white radiance spread, the dust in the air showed not the slightest change, as if both existed on entirely different planes. Yet in the next moment, crackling sounds erupted. A blue life magnetic field suddenly manifested, violently disturbing the surrounding natural realm, unleashing a series of electric sparks. Chen-Chi's life magnetic field had expanded to a radius of 5 meters. From a distance, he appeared to be enveloped in a deep blue foam. The surface of the blue foam rippled with countless vibrant waves, occasionally sparking with flashes of light. This was the true manifestation of the interplay between the life magnetic field and the natural realm. Generally speaking, the life magnetic field of a living organism achieves a harmonious relationship with the surrounding natural realm, remaining unobservable, even to the naked eye. However, this time, Chen-Chi had completely integrated his spirituality into the life magnetic field. Thus, the life magnetic field underwent a transformation, re-engaging in vigorous interaction with the surrounding natural realm. So this is the true nature of the life magnetic field. Every cell within the human body possesses its own life magnetic field. Billions of minuscule life magnetic fields coalesce to form the vast human magnetic field that I feel as though I have glimpsed the essence of life's evolution. The reason single-celled organisms evolve into multicellular beings is that their individual life magnetic fields are too minuscule, easily assimilated and extinguished by the surrounding natural realm, compelling them to band together in resistance against nature. The profound malice of nature towards life has given rise to the emergence of more complex forms of existence. Chen-Chi was uncertain whether his conjecture was correct, but this thought naturally surfaced the moment his spirituality fully merged with the life magnetic field. That it was as if the diminutive cells were directly imparting the answer to him. Although it seemed incredible, Chen-Chi firmly believed this to be the truth. The essence of the extraordinary is to directly perceive and transform the world through spirituality. This was a message that accompanied the awakening ritual. the source of which was uncertain, whether from a revered ancestor or that annotating enthusiast. Chenchi had initially felt little impact from this phrase, yet now he found a glimmer of insight. After the awakening of spirituality, it seemed to have transformed into a unique organ capable of receiving information that was previously imperceptible. For instance, the sudden epiphany Chenchi experienced moments ago. Yet this was not the entirety of Chenchi's gains. Following the complete fusion of spirituality with the life magnetic field, he suddenly discovered he could manipulate the life magnetic field at will. Perhaps I can entirely retract the life magnetic field. For a long time, Chenchi had been troubled by how to control and retract the life magnetic field, even going so far as to spend lavishly in the dark web in search of secret techniques. Yet to no avail. However, after the awakening of spirituality, everything fell into place seamlessly. 0.5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Under Chenchi's command, the range of the life magnetic field continually shrank, ultimately retracting entirely within his body. Should any attacks akin to the Bloodblade occur, they would undoubtedly be unable to affect Chenchi. Yet, it was only after gaining complete mastery over the life magnetic field that Chenchi realized the erosion caused by Red Heart 7 was far more severe than he had initially imagined. The blue realm formed by the life magnetic field re-emerged. This time, Chenchi exerted himself to suppress the fluctuation frequency of the life magnetic field. Under the wondrous effect of spirituality, everything within the life magnetic field achieved a state of deceleration. The life magnetic field comprises billions of tiny magnetic field fluctuations, and spirituality's suppressive effect on these minute fluctuations was particularly pronounced. Thus, those incongruous elements became evident. 23 minor flaws, 2 major flaws, laid bare before him, especially the 2 major flaws caused by card erosion, which stood out conspicuously. How intriguing! I believe I have discerned the nature of these 23 minor flaws arising from age changes. Chenchi's spirituality immersed itself within the 23 anomalous fluctuations, instantly unveiling their true nature. Kolos once asserted that after death, life gives rise to resentment. The 23 anomalous fluctuations within Chenchi's life magnetic field were fundamentally no different. For a long time, especially after the puppet threads penetrated the cellular level, Chenchi had harbored a lingering question. Is a single human cell considered a complete life? This query had troubled him for quite some time, until the recent flash of insight. The cells within him directly revealed the answer. The evolution of life has never been about optimality or perfection, but rather a compelled choice. Once single-celled life evolved into multicellular beings. It enhanced its ability to resist the surrounding natural realm, but at the cost of spiritual commonality. Perhaps it initially began as a fusion and universality of spirituality, yet as life grew increasingly complex, fundamental changes inevitably ensued. Upon reaching a certain stage, the spiritual forms of complex life could even be likened to nations, though they transcend that notion. The spirituality of individual cells has completely lost the majority of its autonomy, serving entirely for the whole. The spirituality of these cells is even weaker than that of the most primitive single-celled organisms. Should they detach from the whole, they would undoubtedly be extinguished by the natural realm. Thus, they can no longer exist as independent lives. Yet, the existence of cancer cells proves that even if their spirituality is minuscule, it still persists. They can still be regarded as insignificant forms of life. At least, this is how Chenchi perceives them at present. Therefore, the death of a cell can essentially be viewed as the demise of a minuscule life, the extinguished spirituality, the despairing will of the cells, combined with the shattered life magnetic field, may give rise to a hint of resentment. Normally, this resentment would be obliterated by the natural realm at the moment of its birth. However, the environment of their origin was too peculiar. They manifested within the human life magnetic field and had once been part of this vast life magnetic field. While the vast majority of cellular resentment would still be obliterated, human cells die constantly. And this base number is far too significant. There will inevitably be some fortunate souls that linger within the life magnetic field, persisting for a long time. Over time, even if these resentments are minuscule, when accumulated together, they will form a considerable wave. The alternation of human ages provides them with the opportunity to coalesce. As for why this is linked to age, Chenchi suspects it is connected to human cognition, or rather a shared consensus. The passage of time, in the subconscious of humanity, signifies the transition from one year to the next, the old fading away, the new being born. The emergence of resentment flaws can entirely be viewed as an extraordinary phenomenon inadvertently created by ordinary individuals. The essence of the extraordinary is to directly perceive and transform the world through spirituality. This means that as long as one possesses spirituality, even an ordinary person could potentially create extraordinary phenomena. While the spirituality of any single human may be weak, the consensus of millions of human spirits should not be underestimated. These 23 flaws, though an extraordinary phenomenon, are fundamentally equivalent to the human life magnetic field inadvertently collecting 23 specks of dust. If they had gone unnoticed, it would have been one thing, but since they have been revealed, with Qin-Shi's current control over the life magnetic field, he could easily extinguish them. However, after much contemplation, Qin-Shi ultimately decided to show mercy. Simply extinguishing them would be a waste. Perhaps they would be useful for subsequent experiments. Now that Qin-Shi had completely mastered the life magnetic field, they could no longer be considered flaws. The truly troublesome ones were still the two caused by the erosion of Red Heart 7. Those were the genuine flaws. Chapter 80. The core iron experiment within the azure realm of life. Two peculiar fluctuations stood out conspicuously. Not only were they completely discordant with Qin-Shi's life magnetic field, but they also starkly contrasted with the other 23 minor breaches that it was truly unimaginable that a traitor lurked within my own body. I had previously been woefully ignorant of the nuances of spiritual devouring and manifestation, a grave oversight indeed. Qin-Shi's expression was decidedly displeased, even though the betrayers were merely some cells within him. Such treachery was all the more unforgivable. He had not anticipated that the Seven of Hearts had not only consumed some of his spiritual essence, but had also inadvertently tainted certain cells within his body. Some cells within Qin-Shi had defected spiritually, emitting a life magnetic field that was naturally at odds with his original essence. These entities, lurking within Qin-Shi's life magnetic field, were akin to a cadre of internal spies. It was no wonder that his previous encounter with the deathly winds had gone so smoothly. These breaches had severed their ties with their host, hence evading detection that it seemed necessary for me to reevaluate the clashes between spiritual entities. What exactly does spiritual devouring entail? Although the definition provided by the venerable ancestor posits that the essence of spirituality lies in cognition, spirituality encompasses more than mere understanding, as it possesses the ability to influence the tangible world, the life magnetic field. Qin-Shi believed that what Seven of Hearts devoured was the power inherent in spirituality that could manipulate reality. Pure cognition is akin to knowledge. How could a being like Seven of Hearts, which operates almost solely on biological instinct, possess the capacity for such consumption? After two encounters with spiritual confrontations, Qin-Shi had gained considerable insight into Seven of Hearts. This entity's spirituality was remarkably simplistic, akin to that of a unicellular organism. Yet such a rudimentary spirituality could contend with and even gain the upper hand over that of a human to this moment. Qin-Shi began to suspect that the essence of the cards might be a fragment of cells that had shed from some existence. For a being driven predominantly by instinct, survival would be paramount, and the mysterious power embedded in its spirituality could very well serve as sustenance in any case. Qin-Shi had not previously detected any deficiencies in his own cognition while assessing his worldview. The players he encountered did not exhibit any signs of intellectual shortcomings of course. A critical criterion for evaluation lay in the fact that skill advancement necessitated player initiative that if the cards could indeed consume cognition, then they should be able to directly absorb Qin-Shi's designs and autonomously achieve advancement, rather than relying on player guidance. Should cognition be devoured, players would find themselves utterly unfamiliar with the skills post-advancement, rendering them incomprehensible. Yet, reality was far from this. Thus, Qin-Shi concluded that what the cards absorbed was the power of interference, and his instincts affirmed that this was indeed the correct interpretation. Following the awakening of his spirituality, his innate talent seemed to have intensified. For spiritual manifestation, that was relatively straightforward to comprehend, that merely entailed the assimilation of weaker spirituality by stronger forces, which was precisely how the traitorous cells within Qin-Shi had come into being. Even if Seven of Hearts harbored no ambitions of recruiting underlings, its formidable spirituality acted like a magnet, assimilating the weaker. However, akin to painting on a blank canvas, while darkening it is easy, Restoring the purity of those internal traders is an arduous task fraught with challenges. A moment's carelessness could lead to the annihilation of those minuscule spiritual entities that if it were merely a matter of this, Qin could, with some sacrifice, still eradicate these traitors within his body. However, when he attempted to harness the powers of Seven of Hearts, he encountered a chilling truth. The ability of Seven of Hearts proved ineffective against those traitors. Had these cells within him already been regarded as part of Seven of Hearts? Thus, two conclusions emerged. Either Seven of Hearts lacked the capacity to inflict harm upon itself, or it outright refused to wield its abilities against its own kind. Qin intuition led him to assert that the latter was the answer. Naturally, the relationship between players and cards was not one of hierarchy. Players had never possessed the ability to control the cards. They merely borrowed their powers due to the mechanisms of the game. The instinct of life is to seek benefit and avoid harm. How could one permit another to utilize their abilities to inflict damage upon themselves? The self-destruction of a card through its own powers would render such a flaw untenable. And the King's game would not have been able to operate for 43 years under such circumstances. Consequently, if players lacked alternative means as skills advanced, the breaches within their bodies would only proliferate. No wonder players faced increasingly perilous skill advancements. With these realizations, Qin regarded those two breaches as thorns in his side, wishing to eradicate them with haste. Qin was not one of those apathetic players. Having awakened his spirituality, he possessed ample means to obliterate those traitors. The simplest approach was to continually purify those traitors with his own spirituality. According to Qin's calculations, the probability of these traitors redeeming themselves was virtually zero. The inevitable outcome would be the extinction of their spirituality. This method was brutally straightforward, yet offered no residual value to extract. Inflicting harm upon oneself without any gain was simply unacceptable. Fortunately, Qin still had another avenue that would allow these traitors to expend their final energies before their demise. Thanks to the blood control ability sponsored by Kolos, even though Qin had only grasped its superficial aspects, it proved useful. With a flick of his fingertips, a glimmer of white light sparkled, and a droplet of blood seeped forth from his pores, joyfully beginning to undulate and transform, that if Kolos were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "This is my blood control." Yet astonishingly, Qin's current application of blood control did not utilize the powers of Seven of Hearts. He had achieved this solely through his own spirituality. The reason for this was that Qin had deciphered the secrets of blood manipulation, while he was unaware of the complete principles behind Kolos's abilities. He discerned that the power of blood control was intricately linked to the life magnetic field of cells, that at the very least, he could manipulate blood cells through his mastery over their life magnetic fields. Previously, Qin had relied on puppet threads. Now, he employed spirituality to command the life magnetic field that in fact, the latter seemed to be a more fitting approach, allowing for a deeper control over blood. Previously, Qin could only awkwardly manipulate the transitions of blood, rendering it ineffective for combat. Now, however, he was ambitious, already planning to refine core iron. Indeed, this represented the final value of those traitors. Even if the refinement were unsuccessful, it would still contribute to the advancement of scientific inquiry. As for the method of refining core iron, Qin was, of course, unaware. Nevertheless, he could make educated guesses. Considering Kolos's abilities and the myriad properties of core iron, Qin formed a bold hypothesis. At the moment of cellular death, alongside the phenomena of spiritual extinction, collapse of the life magnetic field, and annihilation of will, there would also be a disintegration of hereditary material. This process primarily occurs within the cell nucleus and, as a chemical change, would inevitably lag behind the other three phenomena. The emergence of core iron must accompany the death of cells, a fact Kolos had already demonstrated to Qin. Thus, Qin contemplated sealing the cells thoroughly with spirituality, compressing the energies released from the other three phenomena into the cell nucleus at the moment of their demise. This was the only plausible concept he could devise. After all, in experimentation, one must boldly hypothesize and cautiously verify that at worst, he could refine the cells one by one. The number of traitors was certainly sufficient that if Kolos could explore such unorthodox methods, there was no reason Qin could not succeed. Let the endeavor commence. Chapter 81. The high-pressure spirit furnace. I am a cell on the brink of death. My name is XXX, though it's rather lengthy. Throughout my protracted existence, I have served two masters. Perhaps due to my insignificance, even after becoming a traitor, my original master continued to provide for my needs. Alas, I remain but a pitiful little cell. Despite following my new master, my lifespan has merely increased several-fold, ultimately leading me to the inevitable decay and demise that, in the twilight of my life, I cannot help but reflect, in betraying my friends and family for the sake of a longer existence. Have I erred, whether it is an illusion or not? I sense the gaze of my original master upon me. It is not an illusion. I seem to have been exposed and am now completely surrounded. A singular pupil, encompassing the entirety of my world, glares fiercely at me. Within Qinshi, a dying cell is entirely enveloped by his spirituality. His consciousness adheres to the spirituality, observing the demise of this cell. It is a platelet, which typically possesses a lifespan of only 8 to 11 days. Yet this one has astonishingly survived for over a month. No wonder it chose to betray its core. Qinshi suspected that the life form of the cards must be significantly advanced, perhaps even beyond what he had initially imagined. Only in this way could a platelet's lifespan inadvertently quintuple. Could this be a manifestation of higher life radiating upon lower life? The reason Qinshi focused on a dying cell was to minimize his interference and garner more data. After all, cells were perpetually dying within his body, including the traitorous ones. However, relying on the body's metabolism to exhaust all traitors was not a viable strategy. Take, for instance, the most common red blood cells. Their typical lifespan is 120 days. In post-betrayal, they could survive for over a year. Enduring for over a year without skill advancement was something players could barely tolerate. But what are those cells with longer lifespans? Liver cells can endure for 3 months, while neurons may persist for several decades. The game undergoes a significant upheaval every 5 years. The vast majority of players, even if they become aware of internal issues within their bodies, will merely resort to desperate measures. For players, longevity is of little consequence. What truly matters is the act of living. Oh, I'm about to perish. Yet, I harbor no regrets. This is the final consciousness of a platelet, encapsulated in the moment of its demise. As the white radiance enveloping it undergoes a frenzied compression, with a snap, the cell succumbs entirely, its spiritual luminescence exerting no influence whatsoever. Qinshi's first experiment culminated in failure. Unmoved, he pinpointed the second cell on the verge of death and initiated the experiment anew. Once again, the outcome was failure. Undeterred, Qinshi persevered with a third attempt that a full day elapsed, and Qinshi faced a staggering 3,000 failures. Yet he remained spirited. Such repeated failures were not without merit. My mastery over my own spirituality has become increasingly refined. Previously, I could only vaguely sense the annihilation of cell spirituality and the collapse of the life magnetic field. But now, I can capture it with precision, minimizing the temporal discrepancies. Alas, the response of spirituality to the obliteration of will is somewhat lacking. It is simply too swift. Yet, this is an insurmountable challenge, and I cannot even conceive of a solution. My will commanding spirituality to capture the demise of another will is akin to a beam of light guiding a medium to pursue another beam of light. Achieving such a feat would indeed be miraculous. My reasoning seems sound, yet it lies beyond my current capabilities. The method of manipulating spirituality to capture is too primitive and outdated. To simultaneously lock on 3 distinct phenomena, one must devise a ritual. However, I am incapable of such an endeavor. Perhaps the alchemical sect mentioned by Kolos possesses this technology. After much contemplation, Qinshi resolved to adopt an alternative approach. What he cannot achieve, Kolos undoubtedly cannot either. Qinshi even questioned whether this individual could perceive the occurrence of the 3 phenomena at all. So, what could Kolos possibly capture? The answer lies in the resentment of the cells, since simultaneous capture is unattainable. He would seize the moment when they began to merge. With this new perspective, Qinchi's experiments bore fruit. This is a realm shrouded in white radiance, where yet another traitor meets the end of its existence. In its final moments, it truly yearns for an additional 500 years of life. Survival, an indelible mission imprinted within the very genes of life, represents, to some extent, the essence of existence itself. Even the tiniest of lives resist the notion of extinction. Driven by this unwillingness, The fragmented will of the cell leaps forth, transmitting itself into the remnants left after the obliteration of spirituality. With this brief anchorage, the residual will temporarily halt its disintegration. Though this can only endure for mere microseconds, it suffices that at this juncture, the life magnetic field is collapsing, and the cells will propel the spiritual embers directly into the crumbling field, preparing to seize life from the jaws of death. This encapsulates the entire process of resentment's birth, as the pupil hidden within the white radiance bears witness to all that transpires. Thus, it becomes clear, the annihilation of spirituality symbolizes the death of life. Yet life is ultimately complex, and destruction necessitates a process. The obliteration of spirituality occurs almost instantaneously, constrained minimally by the tangible world. Although the life magnetic field is a mutated material realm, it remains subject to the material plane, and its destruction persists the longest. Consciousness, meanwhile, disintegrates more slowly than spirituality, yet swifter than the life magnetic field. Existing in a state between the two, that most remarkably, it possesses a certain degree of agency. It is through its efforts that the birth of resentment is facilitated. As Chun-Chi's understanding deepens, the white radiance begins to compress infinitely. He channels all the power released at the moment of cellular death back into the nucleus. Boom! Chun-Chi, bound to the spirituality, witnesses the birth of a sun, an overwhelming surge of light and heat erupting from the nucleus. His consciousness is immediately dispersed by the sun's brilliance, losing its grasp on the entire process. By the time Chun-Chi regains his awareness, everything is settled that a minuscule, grayish material appears within the spiritual high-pressure furnace. Regrettably, this material exists for but an instant before vanishing. Did I succeed? Is the instability of that gray material due to its minuscule mass? Everything unfolded so abruptly that Chun-Chi cannot ascertain whether he has indeed produced core iron. Fortunately, the path has been established. The ensuing matter is merely a question of repeated experimentation. Future experiments will not involve cells one by one. Chun-Chi's objective is to address potential hazards, not to devote his entire life to the craft of iron refining. In the next moment, millions of traders are targeted by Chun-Chi, ushering in a great extinction. At this juncture, Chun-Chi is utterly ruthless, an absolute harbinger of annihilation. Yet this time, the furnace has exploded. Chun-Chi is compelled to consider the differences between laboratory preparation and large-scale industrial production at the very least. The design of the spiritual high-pressure furnace cannot resemble a bubble. Optimization is essential. After 2 full days, Chun-Chi finally resolves the large-scale production process to fortify the spiritual high-pressure furnace. Chun-Chi must integrate his own life magnetic field into it. In this way, Chun-Chi expends all his strength to eradicate the traitors that honor the contributions of all his cells. He intends to name this technique the Life Magnetic Field Iron Refining Art. Led by Spirituality. Chapter 82. The marvelous attribute within the laboratory, Chun-Chi stands in quiet contemplation. Though he appears utterly unremarkable, a violent reaction is transpiring within his body that if one were to draw near to Chun-Chi's skin, they would observe that every crevice of his texture flickers with white radiance. Utilizing the life magnetic field as a mold and spirituality as the filling, he seals his body entirely. Crackle, crackle, as spirituality compresses continuously. The white radiance penetrates deeper from the outside in. Wherever the light travels, all traitors are ensnared and concentrated in Chun-Chi's left hand. This is no easy feat. On the contrary, the difficulty of this operation is exceedingly high. Had Chun-Chi not already mastered cellular manipulation, particularly having played with the dead and their remains, possessing intimate knowledge of various cell compositions, he would not dare to ensure that not a single one escapes. Especially with those obstinate and troublesome nerve cells, Chun-Chi can genuinely be regarded as a micromanipulation expert in this realm. And just as all the traitor cells congregate in Chun-Chi's left hand, an astonishing phenomenon occurs. These cells, belonging to various tissues within the body and serving distinctly different functions, inexplicably resonate, coalescing into a complete life form. This is akin to countless scattered single-celled organisms evolving into a multicellular entity in an instant. This is not merely an accumulation of cells. Rather, life has completed an evolution spanning over 1 billion years in a mere moment. Such a remarkable turn of events would surely leave anyone unaccustomed to grand spectacles utterly astounded. Indeed, they have been thoroughly assimilated. Could this be the true nature of the card? Within the palm of Chun-Chi's left hand, a purple maw manifests that it writhes and struggles frantically, instinctively craving sustenance. Were it not for Chun-Chi's high-pressure furnace firmly restraining it, this entity would likely attempt to take a bite out of him. Time is of the essence. I sense the card stirring. Without my spiritual confinement, the moment the purple maw takes shape, the card would awaken instinctively. The Seven of Hearts would instinctively reclaim this spirituality. Chun-Chi makes a precise judgment. In the next instant, he activates the high-pressure iron refining furnace. Boom! Chun-Chi's entire left hand cradles an ancient-looking alchemical furnace. The very high-pressure furnace he has meticulously crafted, with the purple maw imprisoned within. The furnace, forged from spirituality and the life magnetic field, gleams with white light, yet its interior is infused with countless exquisite blue patterns. Anyone who gazes upon it would perceive an aura of profound mystery emanating from the furnace. The design of this furnace was carefully selected by Chun-Chi from the internet. It originates from the mythos of a certain overseas superpower, rumored to possess the capability of concocting elixirs of immortality. Chun-Chi has always held deep trust in the products of great powers. Thus, he replicated this alchemical furnace with proportions of spirituality. Even replicating the intricate patterns with exactitude, to his surprise, it proves to be quite effective. At the very least, his previous experiments did not result in any explosions that in an instant, the alchemical furnace shrinks 100-fold. Utterly annihilating the traitors within. It is worth noting that these individuals sought their own demise. Had they not merged into a multicellular organism, Chun-Chi would not have been confident in exterminating all the traitorous cells simultaneously. And just as the purple maw perishes, the alchemical furnace compresses once more, ultimately reducing to the size of half a peanut, which is already Chun-Chi's limit. What he compresses now is not solely spirituality, but also the life magnetic field. Will it succeed? Chun-Chi's gaze remains fixed on the alchemical furnace, wary of using his consciousness to probe. The reactions occurring within the furnace are undoubtedly terrifying. The brilliance emitted by a single cell could disperse his consciousness. If he foolishly approaches, he might very well become a fool. Light, blinding, and resplendent. Within the diminutive alchemical furnace, a minuscule point of light materializes. It radiates boundless illumination. Though tiny, it still pierces through the furnace and projects into Chun-Chi's eyes. Fortunately, the vast majority of the light remains locked within the furnace. The moment the light blooms, a wondrous spectacle unfolds within the laboratory. The alchemical furnace in Chun-Chi's hands suddenly expands to monumental proportions, as if it seeks to envelop the entirety of the external world within its grasp. Although this phenomenon is merely a projection created by the excessively brilliant internal light, it still left Chun-Chi profoundly astonished that in that fleeting moment, he almost believed that the blueprints he had extracted from the internet were genuine. Have I succeeded? After the radiance subsided, Chun-Chi dismissed the alchemical furnace, and a small, ashen substance enveloped in spiritual energy appeared before him. That was no larger than a sesame seed, yet this was the culmination of Chun-Chi's endeavors. The necessity of encasing it in spiritual energy, isolating it from all else, stemmed from the properties of nuclear iron. The series of experiments he had conducted were not solely for the creation of the alchemical furnace. He was simultaneously validating the various attributes of nuclear iron. Nuclear iron was thus far the most extraordinary material Chun-Chi had encountered that if not for the protective spiritual energy, it would instantaneously be assimilated by the surrounding natural fields, transforming into ordinary metal. Furthermore, once it came into contact with a life magnetic field, it would be transmuted into a life magnetic field itself. The duration of existence of this life magnetic field is contingent upon the quality of the nuclear iron. The sesame-sized piece in Chun-Chi's possession could sustain a life magnetic field for at least 10 minutes. What, then, is its purpose? For a moment, Chun-Chi truly could not fathom its utility. Was he to follow in the footsteps of his brother, Colossus, and use it for nefarious deeds? Chun-Chi did not consider this to be the true value or application of nuclear iron. Merely extracting this minuscule amount had already taken a toll on his vitality. The most immediate manifestation of this was the reduction of his life magnetic field from 5 meters to 2. Chun-Chi estimated that it would take at least a week for him to fully recuperate. Colossus' methods were undoubtedly wasteful. Moreover, the nuclear iron he had produced was of such poor quality that it could not be compared to what Chun-Chi held. This was corroborated by the activated metal giant python, which had previously consumed Colossus' nuclear iron and was thus the most authoritative voice on the matter. The moment Chen-Chi summoned this entity, he nearly lost control. Fortunately, times had changed. He educated it thoroughly with spiritual energy. Based on its reactions, Chen-Chi concluded that what he had refined was a qualified product, while Colossus was merely refuse that asked for why it was not a superior or perfect quality. Chen-Chi had an inkling. The path he had taken was one of necessity, and simply achieving success was commendable. That higher quality nuclear iron could likely only be produced by the alchemical school. Chen-Chi even doubted his judgment of the quality of his qualified product, suspecting he might be overestimating his own skills. The nuclear iron he created could not exist stably. With a moment's inattention, it would vanish. Well, he might as well keep it for now. Chen-Chi wrapped it in spiritual energy and concealed it within his flesh. It was a necessary precaution, given its diminutive size. If kept close to his body, he might not even notice if it fell out. In the next instant, the life magnetic field, now reduced to 2 meters, re-emerged. Chen-Chi nodded in satisfaction, noting that the 2 gaps had indeed vanished. This was what he truly cared about. Chen-Chi calculated his time. It had already been 4 days since he entered seclusion, and he wondered if the world continued to turn in his absence. Chapter 83. Paid video. After leaving the laboratory and indulging in a sumptuous meal, Chen-Chi once again re-established contact with the outside world. Everything in the Blue Taro Kingdom remained harmonious, with the Prime Minister still in labor. There were no surprises, nor any disappointments. The only piece of news that piqued Chen-Chi's interest was that of his good brother, Weston Kuta, that he was already on his way back, and if all went smoothly, he would surely arrive within 2 months. It was commendable of Weston to be so loyal. Had it not been for the pursuit of a higher model of life radar, he would not have needed to venture out to sea at all. Weston had also mysteriously sent a message, hinting that he had secured a significant surprise, leaving Chen-Chi eagerly anticipating. He could only hope it wasn't something bizarre. Having mingled with the wealthy, Chen-Chi had already experienced quite an expansion of his horizons. Over the following week, Chen-Chi planned to rest and recuperate thoroughly, until his life magnetic field was restored. He felt quite fragile. What if he inadvertently overexerted himself and caught a cold? Reading books and watching paid videos seemed like an exquisite way to spend his time. After awakening his spiritual energy, Chen-Chi revisited the 15 ancient scripts. It felt like reuniting with old friends, deepening their bond significantly. Particularly the Oracle Bone script, Comma Chord Marking, and Demu Spiral script were endlessly fascinating, growing more profound with each glance. Alas, the Tadpole script turned its back on him. After his spiritual awakening, he could no longer comprehend these characters. In Chen-Chi's eyes, they had lost all mystique and were now merely a jumble of inkstains. The grand door that had once opened to him had once again closed. This left Chen-Chi feeling quite disheartened, as his path of learning had come to a complete halt. Chiaomoya Chris. S materials only covered practices prior to spiritual awakening, neglecting any mention of cultivation for those who had become awakened. Chen-Chi was aware that he needed to enter into a contract with the Four Symbols book to gain magical powers. However, not only was there no mention of the signing ritual in the materials, but even if there were, the source or had been consumed down to a mere half. Where was he to find the other half? After witnessing the wonders of the Spirit World Declaration, Chen-Chi now felt particularly resistant to signing any agreements. The ancient paths of transcendence had been suppressed by V5 and the world government. And it could not be for no reason. There might be some significant pitfalls hidden within. Chen-Chi found himself in an awkward predicament. He possessed spiritual energy, but lacked spiritual power. His spiritual energy could sense the presence of something in the space around him that attracted him, yet he could not perceive or capture it more clearly. Chen-Chi firmly believed that these things were undoubtedly spiritual energies. In truth, strictly speaking, Chen-Chi still possessed spiritual energy, specifically the energy points within the King's game. Unfortunately, whenever he attempted to extract the energy points from the cards, the Seven of Hearts was quite unwilling, being very protective. Chen-Chi suspected that if he were to force the issue, the cards would immediately revive and engage him in a battle of 300 rounds. He had only just managed to clear the 2 gaps, and with his current vitality not yet restored, there was no way he would risk a confrontation with the cards over a few energy points. Chen-Chi's original plan had been to promptly complete his skill upgrade after awakening, but that too had been delayed. In the Chris Group's presidential office, Chen-Chi sat composed, his gaze vacant, wherever his eyes wandered. Reality was devoid of substance. However, on another plane, the bronze die was playing a short video that IT was amusing. For after Chenchi eliminated the two gaps, he summoned the bronze die to see if any changes had occurred. Unfortunately, it was rather uncooperative, as the blurry patterns on the die remained indistinct. Chenchi had initially believed that his heightened spiritual energy would enable him to decipher the messages on the die's surface. But reality proved him mistaken, that he still could not comprehend those messages and could only stare in bewilderment. Out of curiosity and a sense of resentment, Chenchi infused his spiritual energy into the bronze die. He had thought he would be unable to reach it at all, yet surprisingly, the die consumed his spiritual energy. After devouring half of his spiritual energy, the bronze die finally relented. Then it began to spin once more. In that moment, Chenchi's heart nearly leapt from his chest, had he inadvertently triggered another mechanism for wish fulfillment. Chenchi's gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on the spinning die, silently urging it for a 20, that when the die finally came to a halt, Number 4 greeted him once again with a friendly glow. Chenchi felt as if his heart had shattered. Fortunately, he did not fall into the abyss of despair. The surface of Number 4 flickered with light, and a short video began to play. It turned out this was not wish fulfillment. After the emotional roller coaster, Chenchi regained his composure and curiously watched the video. That on screen, a parched desert stretched out. That a humanoid creature with a lizard's head knelt in the sand, repeatedly bowing. That it appeared to utter some words. But alas, the video had no audio. That in the next instant, a torrential downpour descended from the heavens. That in the blink of an eye, a small lake emerged in the desert. That in the final scene, Chenchi could only see the lizard-headed figure bubbling in the lake, unsure if it had drowned. Initially, Chenchi felt somewhat bewildered and at a loss. However, he quickly realized that this was a wish scene from a previous wisher. The wish made by the individual was undoubtedly also for points. That lizard-headed creature was astonishingly a form of intelligent life. This world was truly remarkable. Of course, even more astonishing was the bronze die. Who would have thought that such an ancient artifact would possess a paid viewing feature? Although his heart burned with eagerness to see another segment, Chenchi, ever prudent, restrained himself. Depleting all his spiritual energy would be irresponsible concerning his life. What if an unexpected event occurred? As for the spiritual energy consumed, essentially, it was the loss of the mysterious power within it. That as long as his awareness remained, recovery would be swift. Chenchi calculated the time. He estimated that he would need about 3 hours to regain half of his spiritual energy. In other words, 3 hours later, he would be able to enjoy another viewing. That in the days of rest and recuperation ahead, this would be his greatest source of amusement. Not to mention, it would surely broaden his horizons. Just considering the various peculiar forms of intelligent life, Chenchi had already encountered 5. That based on his viewing experience, the extraction of videos appeared to be random, yet all the wisher's wishes were set at 4 points. Or perhaps, Chenchi's viewing privileges were limited to 4 points, which must be related to the number he had rolled during his last wish. Perhaps after his next wish, the viewing privileges would change. Chenchi felt that he was managing quite well in life recently, with room for self-improvement, so he would not trouble the bronze die just yet. While watching others' wishes was indeed fascinating, should his own wish ever be viewed by others, it would surely be mortifying. Chenchi recalled the scene of his initial wish, and it seemed he had nothing to be embarrassed about. That it appeared that he would need to pay attention to his appearance and attire during his next wish. If only the wishful scene could be erased, but if that were to consume the last wish, Chenchi would undoubtedly refuse. "Boss, there's a lady outside looking for you." Secretary Sam appeared at the door, bringing a piece of unwelcome news to the leisurely Chenqiu. No need to guess. This lady is most likely Mu Wanqing. Yu Hongwu has vanished without a trace, and the disciples of the Red Falcon sect can no longer remain idle. Chapter 84. The Great Disintegration Blade. Mu Wanqing. It seems we meet again. That I believe there was no need for you to come in person. My position has already been made abundantly clear. I have no interest in the disappearance of Yu Hongwu. In the office, Chenchi once again encountered Mu Wanqing. Compared to the initial impression she left of delicacy and tranquility, Mu Wanqing now bore a trace of indelible sorrow upon her brow. It was evident that the Red Falcon sect was on the brink of disintegration. Without Yu Hongwu, the sect had entirely lost its backbone, and disunity among its members was inevitable. That if you assist us in locating the sect master, even if it is merely his whereabouts, I can promise you the original manuscript of Kodiak. Mu Wanqing awkwardly revealed her final bargaining chip. Perhaps she was aware that her request was somewhat unscrupulous. Hence, she only sought specific information from Qin Shi. The original manuscript of Kodiak? Unfortunately, you arrived too late. I have found a better alternative that if there are no other chips to play, Miss Mu may take her leave. In my view, Sect Master Yu is cautious and formidable. He is not so easily dispatched. Qin Shi's expression was amiable. He genuinely had no interest in the original manuscript of Kodiak. Moreover, he was not deceiving Mu Wanqing. He truly had discovered a superior method for cultivating Kodiak. The divine essence missing from the handwritten copy was merely the life magnetic field of the Red Falcon, although he was uncertain how the original fighters achieved this. Their so-called martial will was simply the manipulation of their own life magnetic field to simulate that of other beings that are in this world. Rocks, soil, flora, and even the elements of wind, rain, and thunder may possess spiritual essence. Even the martial will that simulates various celestial phenomena can trace its origins. Now that he understood the essence of what was termed divine essence, why would Qin Shi bother with the life magnetic fields recorded by others? As a wealthy billionaire, could he not afford a bird? 3 days prior, Qin Shi had dispatched the Hummingbird Squad to the Tianwu Kingdom, determined to capture a Red Falcon King for himself. You truly do not require assistance. Mu Wanqing's expression was one of disbelief. However, Qin Shi's demeanor did not suggest deceit. After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately decided to depart, for the Red Falcon sect truly possessed no bargaining chips left. Had it been the previous iteration of Xiaomoya Khalees, she could have showcased her charm to entice that infatuated fool. Yet, in the eyes of the current Xiaomoya Khalees, there was no hint of tenderness. She was a clever woman, naturally unwilling to humiliate herself. As Mu Wanqing left, she encountered the hurriedly approaching Teleno. Who would have thought that this sought-after figure in the underworld of Talon City was merely a lackey of Xiaomoya Khalees? Teleno was not surprised by Mu Wanqing's presence. Half of the Red Falcon sect was now composed of traitors. Had it not been for the secret techniques safeguarded by Mu Wanqing, he would have long since acquired them for his boss. The two passed by each other without a word of exchange. Boss, good news! Previously, we sought various extraordinary relics on the dark web, and today we finally received a response. Someone is selling a blueprint for equipment manufacturing. I noticed the price was quite reasonable, so I took the liberty of acquiring it. As a competent subordinate, Teleno had no interest in the particulars of the conversation between his boss and Mu Wanqing. He was merely there to report his work, that a blueprint for equipment. Qin Shi was unfazed by Teleno's unilateral decision. He had long instructed him to err on the side of acquisition rather than neglect. Money had ceased to hold much significance for him, that if he could acquire extraordinary knowledge, it would be a tremendous gain. That it is an original manuscript, but the characters used made my head spin at first glance. Boss, I have brought the blueprint. Teleno carefully extracted a roll of paper from his briefcase and spread it out on the desk. At first glance, Qin Shi recognized that this could not have been crafted by an ordinary individual. The characters on the blueprint were none other than inscription, one of the 15 ancient scripts. This ancient writing typically appears on ceremonial vessels and standardized equipment from ancient civilizations and is rumored to endow objects with superior performance. Indeed, this is exceptionally well done. Should similar items arise in the future, ensure you acquire them at the very first opportunity. Regardless of whether the blueprint before him was genuine or not, Qin Shi found it immensely intriguing. For him, anything related to the extraordinary was of great research value. After discussing the latest intelligence with Teleno, Qin Shi dismissed him that he now possessed a new toy. Teleno departed, puzzled that his boss had not inquired about any information regarding the Red Falcon sect. Could it be that the rumors were false and that his boss had lost interest in that Miss Mu? If Qin Shi were aware of the musings occupying Teleno's mind, he would surely prompt him to reflect on the folly of presuming to interpret his superior's thoughts. The Great Disintegration Blade is quite an impressive name for a weapon, though its effects are somewhat brutal. After dedicating a full hour, Qin Shi finally completed his preliminary interpretation of the blueprint. To be honest, he felt a twinge of disappointment that it was not that the weapon lacked power. On the contrary, the lethality of the Great Disintegration Blade was indisputable. What disappointed Qin Shi was the manufacturing method, which was steeped in malevolence and traditional craftsmanship. That it was wholly unlike the high-precision, extraordinary weapons he had envisioned. In other words, the knowledge he gleaned from this blueprint was somewhat scant. The crafting of the disintegration blade begins with a piece of source ore, which the craftsman must soak in their own blood and essence for 49 days to nurture the blade's core. Following this, it must be forged in fierce flames and pounded, during which the craftsman continuously inscribes inscription with their own blood. The frequency of hammering and the timing of inscribing are crucial. Otherwise, the inscription will struggle to permeate the blade, forming distinctive patterns. Once the blade has been successfully forged, a blood sacrifice is required, claiming the heads of 10 individuals to imbue it with vengeful energy. Thus concludes the first round of the disintegration blade's crafting. According to the blueprint, at this stage, the blade can cut through gold and jade, cleaving iron as if it were mud, and emit a soul-chilling sound. Qin translated this with his understanding. The first iteration of the disintegration blade could produce high-frequency vibrations, generate infrasound, and likely emit a wave that affects the human brain. To be candid, if one disregards the value of the source, or the first iteration of the disintegration blade is barely acceptable. However, when considering the rarity of the source, or it would be a gross misuse. Fortunately, the disintegration blade has a second round of crafting. Nurturing the blade with the heart's blood for a year completes a spiritual connection. Then, once more, it undergoes forging, during which the blade must be infused with objects it craves. And while the blade integrates with other substances, the craftsman must again inscribe inscription with their blood. After the second round of forging, 100 lives must be taken in a blood sacrifice. The completed second iteration of the disintegration blade is even more resilient and sharper, its sound capable of snatching souls, and its wounds remain unhealed. That in Qin's view, this signifies that the blade becomes sturdier and sharper, with its high-frequency vibrations increasing exponentially. The impact on the brain when the blade is unleashed becomes even more pronounced. That if that were all, the second round of crafting would hardly be worthwhile. Fortunately, it adds a unique effect where wounds cannot heal, which is marginally sufficient. The true great disintegration blade requires a third round of crafting. Upon completion of this round, it reveals its true ferocity. Chapter 85. The labor of the third round of crafting also begins with nurturing the blade point. One must nurture it with their body for several years until it reaches a certain threshold, at which point they may commence taking lives. After slaying 100 individuals, the blade is reforged, consuming the bones inscribed with blood. Following this, the blade is nurtured with the body for 100 days. When the nurturing is nearly complete, another round of killing is required, claiming another 100 lives, thus entering a cycle until 3,000 lives have been taken. The day the great disintegration blade is completed, 100 demons shall retreat, and the Arhut shall disintegrate. The third round of crafting for the great disintegration blade is clearly a lengthy endeavor. Initially, it requires years of nurturing with one's own body. And when ready, one must kill. After slaying 100 individuals, it is reforged, this time consuming bones inscribed with blood. Once this process is completed, the blade is nurtured with the body for 100 days. When the nurturing is sufficiently complete, another round of killing is required, again taking 100 lives, and thus the cycle continues to achieve a fully realized great disintegration blade. One must claim the lives of 3,000 individuals, with 100 lives per round, necessitating nearly 8 years of time. According to Qin's calculations, if some deranged individual truly intended to forge this blade, the entire process would take at least 15 years. He certainly had no intention of engaging in such laborious work. This crafting technique, steeped in the craftsmanship of ancient times, is anything but progressive. Qin regarded it with disdain. Yet, it must be said that Qin still found the great disintegration blade quite fascinating. Once the third round of crafting is completed, it can sever resentments and disintegrate the flesh, and no matter how powerful the body may be, as long as it is made of flesh and blood. A single slash will reduce it to a pool of blood and gore. According to Qin's understanding, this attack penetrates at the cellular level. Should one be struck by the blade, the trace metals within the cells at the wound site would be entirely depleted by the blade's magnetic field. With a few more strikes, the bones would inevitably become brittle, lacking calcium, iron, zinc, selenium, and vitamins. Well, in truth, with a single thrust, the individual would be no more. As for severing resentments, it perhaps relates to the so-called blade intent. Regardless, according to the blueprint, once the blade is successfully forged, the blade intent shall manifest on its OW and in general. The inventor of the Great Cleaving Blade is certainly not a benevolent individual. It is highly probable that it originates from some ancient and extraordinary path. Although the process is time-consuming, apart from the rarity of the source, or both the casting techniques and subsequent resource demands are relatively minimal. This truly lowers the threshold for the ruthless successors, opening the floodgates to convenience. While Qinshi holds a dismissive view of its craftsmanship, other players may not share the same sentiment. Aside from the limitation posed by the source, or if other players manage to survive a few more rounds, they might indeed forge the great cleaving blade. That I tee this thought, Qinshi's heart suddenly jolted. Could it be that someone has set their sights on my source, or if there is any place in the Blue Yam Kingdom likely to harbor source, or it would certainly be in his possession. The previous probing in the Fadial mining area had already sufficiently indicated the exposure of the source or its existence. That am I being targeted again? The more Qinshi pondered, the more convinced he became, his intuition subtly hinting at this possibility that I as someone attempting to lure me into extracting the source or using this blueprint, only to execute a snatch. Truly, what a fanciful dream. Let them wait patiently. Not to mention that Qinshi has already seen through the opponent's scheme. Even if he had not, he had no intention of forging the blade at this moment. In a maximum of 2 days, his body would be fully restored. And then Qinshi planned to head to the headquarters for a contract and some training. That the largest extraordinary force in the Blue Yam Kingdom. The Order Keepers certainly possess some depth. Qinshi did not seek to acquire any unparalleled secret techniques. Merely gaining further insight into the information about Awakeners from there would be a boon. He had procrastinated for far too long. It was time to become an ally of the kingdom. Otherwise, he feared being labeled as a factionless element. Coincidentally, on the very day Qinshi's health was restored, he received a call from Mei Hua-Ten. Qinshi initially assumed she was urging him to hasten his arrival at the headquarters. However, unexpectedly, she was inquiring about a certain individual. How much do you know about Yu Hongwu, the master of the Red Falcon sect? The moment Mei Hua-Ten spoke, Qinshi felt a bit bewildered. What on earth had transpired? Had that old fellow Yu Hongwu gotten himself into trouble? Qinshi truly wanted to reply that he was not familiar with that old fox. But considering the existence of the kingdom's intelligence organization, he decided to respond truthfully that I have had a transaction with the Red Falcon sect, but it only involved the study of martial arts. I do not know much about other internal matters. From my perspective, Yu Hongwu is quite formidable, and to prevent him from causing disruption to the kingdom's order, I have consistently dispatched individuals to monitor him discreetly. Yet, just as I was leaving Talon City, this fellow mysteriously vanished. Qinshi's statements were logical and well-founded, devoid of any embellishments that he indeed had little connection with Yu Hongwu. Merely 2 days prior, 2 members of our Order Keepers were murdered. The identity of the assailant remains unclear, but Yu Hongwu was present at the scene of the crime. Rest assured, we are fully aware that this matter does not concern you, that we merely require you to provide detailed intelligence about the Red Falcon sect. Mei Hua-Ten's tone was somewhat despondent. In just half a month, 4 members of the Order Keepers had perished, which greatly impacted her. 2 more members had met with misfortune. Fear not, I assure you that I will investigate the Red Falcon sect thoroughly and deliver the intelligence immediately. I will personally head to the headquarters. It is difficult to articulate Qinshi's current emotions. He was not at all surprised by the deaths of players. What caught him off guard was the involvement of Yu Hongwu, especially with 2 Order Keepers dying together. Had this fellow already advanced to the Grandmaster level? Otherwise, an ordinary master-level fighter would hardly be capable of killing 2 players, even against those with slightly unique abilities. They could easily be countered. Of course, the most likely scenario is that the killer is someone else, and Yu Hongwu merely happened to be present. The headquarters should also lean towards this conclusion. Otherwise, the Red Falcon sect would have long been eradicated. However, the implications of this incident reveal that Yu Hongwu's disappearance is undoubtedly far from simple. You intend to come to the headquarters. That is indeed favorable. The headquarters is currently short on personnel and is facing a significant dilemma that I have only just learned that the situation outside the kingdom is not so optimistic. Upon hearing that Qinshi is finally willing to start working, Mei Hua-Ten's tone immediately brightened. Although the nature of this significant dilemma remains unclear, Qinshi instantly sensed the impending trouble. He was being conscripted, and in a rather voluntary manner at that. But what does the less than optimistic situation outside the kingdom imply? Could it be that the 8-nation alliance intends to invade the Blue Yam Kingdom? Based on Qinshi's understanding, ever since the Blue Yam Kingdom transitioned from a presidential system to a monarchy, Its relations with several neighboring small countries have deteriorated sharply. Were it not for various treaty restrictions, they would have likely intervened militarily by now. Even so, the Blue Yam Kingdom has endured economic sanctions for over a decade. Even now, diplomatic relations remain exceedingly frigid, with the Blue Yam Kingdom distinctly isolated among a circle of small nations. The significant dilemma Meiwa 10 refers to may very well be related to this. Unfortunately, no matter how much Chunchi inquired, Meiwa 10 insisted on discussing the details only upon his arrival, seemingly fearful that Chunchi might bolt. With no other option, Chunchi could only embark on the path of labor, driving towards the royal capital. However, he had already resolved that if the treatment and benefits were not satisfactory, he would not hesitate to indulge in idleness at work. The so-called dilemma might not necessarily be devoid of opportunity. After all, murky waters provide ample cover for fishing. Author's note: the initial period for the new book concludes, and it will officially launch tomorrow at noon. While there are some regrets regarding this book, it has not fallen short of expectations. The birth of this book was rather unexpected. I initially intended to write a fantasy and Xinxia novel, but alas, I could not secure a contract that I suppose I am not adept at beginnings. As my internal submissions were rejected, I tried 2 different openings, both of which were passed over. This is the second version, and I felt it was acceptable enough to publish. Therefore, my initial expectation was merely to secure a contract. And I would like to express my gratitude to my editor, Shi Guang, for the excitement I felt upon receiving the notice. This book began with the inspiration of rolling dice, which subsequently led to the construction of the entire worldview. The worldview is rather expansive, and I have made efforts to compress it. Otherwise, I would not have chosen an indigenous protagonist. The opening arc involving the king was a reluctant choice, as previous versions were deemed rather bland. At least I felt this approach was more engaging. Crafting an interesting story that deviates from conventional tropes has always been my writing philosophy, yet this inevitably means that the audience will not be overly large. Particularly with my writing style, which excessively pursues logical coherence, I sometimes fear that I may become increasingly niche and ultimately be eliminated, that as long as this book does not perform poorly enough to lead to financial ruin. I will definitely complete it, serving as a means to reconcile with the past. Regarding updates, there will be 5 updates of 10,000 words tomorrow, and after the launch, a minimum of 6,000 words daily. I am not a fast writer, regardless of the writing style or the content involved. I always require extensive contemplation, and my brain cells have suffered greatly. That if you enjoy this book, please support it with a subscription tomorrow. Thank you. Chapter 86. Paperman on the highway heading to the royal capital, Chunchi drove his maglev sports car at breakneck speed. His attire was light, and he did not carry many belongings. The only relatively valuable item was the compass he obtained from the City of Chaos. It is said that the royal capital is a place of geomantic significance, and Chunchi intends to study and appreciate it. He had hastily researched this compass before. It is undoubtedly an extraordinary item. However, its function lies not in combat, but in observing various magnetic fields, whether it be the life magnetic fields of living beings or the ubiquitous natural domains. It can accurately probe them. The compass features 2 pointers of varying lengths, and its usage is quite simple. When Chunchi infuses his essence into the long pointer, his perception can extend outward with the movement of the pointer. Chunchi had conducted an experiment. If he invested half of his essence into the compass, the various magnetic fields within a radius of 1,000 meters would be clearly visible. Conversely, if he infused his essence into the shorter pointer, it could lock onto the location within a 3-kilometer radius where the magnetic field response is strongest, following the pointer's movement. The marvel of this item genuinely ignited Chunchi's enthusiasm. Were it not for its intricate and complicated structure, he would have already disassembled it into a pile of parts. Given its unique function, Chunchi decided that upon entering the royal capital, he would immediately put it to use, should the royal capital also prove to be a den of danger. At least having it would prevent him from losing his way while fleeing to ensure the success of this venture. Chunchi made more than just this preparation. Although his body had fully recovered, and his life magnetic field had expanded back to 5 meters, he still chose to restrain it within a 2-meter range using his essence, in order to conceal his true capabilities. Even if the royal capital is equipped with life radar, it would only detect his life level as 5. Chunchi intended to conceal his spiritual awakening for as long as possible. This is not merely a tactic of disguising oneself as a harmless creature. It is simply a player's instinct for survival that AT present. He is just an ordinary LV2 novice player that I in an effort to appear as unremarkable as possible. Chen Qi even postponed his skill advancements. With great power comes great responsibility, and the understanding of this principle is something the former laborer Chen Qi truly comprehends that if Mei Hua Tan were to learn of his actions, she would surely mock him for being overly cautious and paranoid. He was merely heading to the headquarters for an assignment, not attending a solo meeting, and he was indeed being excessively cautious. Yet, Chen Qi firmly believes that all of this is necessary. One only has one life, and one must be responsible for their own existence, that if one were to lose their life due to a moment of carelessness, there would be no remedy for regret. 3 hours later, the royal capital was faintly visible on the horizon. A rare sense of tension arose in Chen Qi's heart. Having heard so many legends about demons, it was difficult to regard them as ordinary, although it was nearly impossible for him to encounter that individual. What if? The speed of the vehicle gradually decreased as Chen Qi joined the flow of traffic into the royal capital. Time rewinds back to a fortnight ago when Chen Qi had just departed from Talon City to pursue Major Buffon. Cursed be it, yet again I have failed. Why? Oh why? Why am I perpetually unable to become a grandmaster, always falling just short? In a remote, desolate mountain outside of Talon City, Yu Hongwu's eyes glowed crimson. His demeanor frantic, exuding an aura of madness. Around him, the earth cracked inch by inch, as if it had just been trampled by a colossal beast. Before him lay a stone page, stained with blood, its myriad lines contorted and twisted in a grotesque manner. This marked the third day since Yu Hongwu had resumed his cultivation of the primordial martial classic after his recovery, that he had clearly sensed a faint connection. Yet it remained tantalizingly out of reach. The despair and impotence of seeing hope but never being able to grasp it drove him to the brink of madness. Why? Why? I have wagered everything, and at long last obtained a page of the primordial martial classic. If I succeed in my cultivation, I shall become the 4th Grandmaster of the Red Falcon sect in a millennium, and the most formidable one at that. My breakthrough to Grandmaster status relies solely on the primordial martial classic. After experiencing the backlash of my previous failure, Yu Hongwu believed he had grasped that slender opportunity. Yet now, it seemed all was but an illusion. Must I, like the ancestors of old, toil for decades in search of spiritual artifacts, hoping for a stroke of luck to break through? But such artifacts are not easily found in the inner ring world. The Red Falcon sect has produced countless masters over the past 1,000 years, yet only 3 grandmasters. There is a reason for this that as for venturing into the outer ring world, that is even less feasible. The channels to the outer ring world are firmly controlled by great powers and mid-tier nations that we, the ordinary folk from small nations, have no means to access them. And as for smuggling, I would rather perish in Tianwu country. At least I could find peace in death. Being bound by the search for spiritual artifacts and unable to break through is nearly the fate of all masters in Tianwu country. Yet there exists a group untroubled by such worries. The Divine Path Palace. The primordial martial classic is the most powerful spiritual artifact. By merely communicating with it, one can break through to Grandmaster. How could this not incite envy and resentment in other masters? Even though the Divine Path Palace wields immense strength, suppressing Tianwu country for millennia, there have been no shortage of masters uniting to rebel throughout the ages. All in pursuit of the primordial martial classic, that Yu Hongwu and his companions colluded with the Black Blood Federation, merely learning from the old predecessors. The only difference is that they were fortunate enough to succeed. Yet it is precisely at this last step that he has repeatedly failed, finding himself stuck. Tianjiao, I can sense that the entity connected to this page of the primordial martial classic is a terrifying being known as Tianjiao. It has already seen me. I am but a hair's breadth away from seeing it. It is laughing, mocking my presumption that no, absolutely not, I shall succeed. Yu Hongwu's mental state grew increasingly unstable as he fixed his gaze upon the stone page, his eyes beginning to bleed. Perhaps this was the price of his hubris, attempting to glimpse a powerful existence that if all went as expected, the best outcome awaiting Yu Hongwu would merely be to gouge out his own eyes. Becoming a madman obsessed with martial arts. Yet a more likely result would be another backlash, leading to his untimely demise. At this crucial moment, a gust of wind swept by, and a paper figure landed upon the blood-stained stone page. perfectly obscuring Yu Hongwu's line of sight. To why Yu Hongwu suddenly awakened from his stupor, his heart racing as he scanned his surroundings. "Who? Show yourself." As a weary old fox, once his wits were about him, Yu Hongwu instantly realized that someone else was involved. This page of the primordial martial classic was a treasure he had risked his life to obtain. He would not allow anyone, not even his own disciple, to pry into it. They say, "Are you looking for me? I came to Talon City to check on the Red 7, to see if this new arrival has met their demise, that I did not expect to encounter such an intriguing human instead of the main subject." You fool! How could you possibly think of breaking through in the Blue Taro Kingdom, not knowing that even if you succeed by luck, you will be devoured in the next moment? The paper figure, stained with a hint of blood, suddenly spoke. Chapter 87. The Shadow Pact. "Who exactly are you to dare to play tricks before me? To spy on my treasure? Damn it!" Yu Hongwu extended his left hand, reaching for the paper figure, clearly intending to repay kindness with malice. Yet strangely, when his fingertips were mere inches away from the paper figure, they halted. The wind generated by his fingertips caused the paper figure to sway back and forth, as if mocking Yu Hongwu's impotence. "You fool! Not even having stepped into the awakened tier to become an extraordinary being, you dare to show off before me. Were it not for the peculiar nature of your body, which I find necessary to take back from my master to study, I would have devoured you long ago. It is quite amusing, truly. You mistake a shadow pact for an unparalleled secret tome. How utterly delightful." The paper figure exaggeratedly rolled about on the primordial martial classic, its once white body now covered in various blood-red patterns. It is blood. This paper figure has used my lifeblood to bind me. Though I do not fully understand what this strange paper figure is, the battle-hardened Yu Hongwu has nonetheless deduced its means. However, this knowledge is of little use in his current predicament. Had he been at his peak, he could have summoned his martial will to forcefully break free from the binding. But now he was utterly exhausted, his energy nearly depleted, unable to muster even a hint of struggle. Of course, this was also because Yu Hongwu recognized that the other party bore no intent to kill him. Otherwise, he would have fought tooth and nail, determined to spill blood. Most importantly, this paper figure seemed to possess knowledge of the primordial martial classic and was aware of the reasons behind his inability to break through. This inevitably sparked other thoughts within Yu Hongwu's mind. "Indeed, you are quite the clever one. Old fellow, I am merely curious as to how you are able to resonate with the Shadow Pact. My master is a benevolent individual and would not necessarily kill you." Sensing that Yu Hongwu had ceased his struggles, the paper figure grew even more delighted. The original target had unexpectedly wandered into the chaotic city, which vexed the paper figure greatly, for it dared not venture there. Fortunately, based on the information it had received, the Red 7 had infiltrated the Order Keeper. In this case, the other party would certainly not have committed the grave mistake of merging with other cards. All players holding the number 7 are lambs raised by the master. Should they stray from the correct path, the paper figure is responsible for correcting them. The original Red 7, Xiaomoya Chris, was killed by it. The subsequent heir was quite honest, yet regrettably met his end as well. This new heir appears to be an honest person as well. After confirming that the Red 7 had not met their demise, it intended to inspect the next target. Unexpectedly, while passing this desolate mountain, it encountered such a pleasant surprise. Truly remarkable. A shadow pact has appeared in this impoverished corner of the Blue Taro Kingdom. Since it arrived here with the master, this is the first time it has seen such a phenomenon. Moreover, according to its sensing, the existence connected to the shadow pact is terrifyingly powerful. This must be an opportunity for my master. Why can I not break through successfully, and why would I be devoured? If you tell me everything about the Shadow Pact, I will certainly cooperate with you to the best of my ability. Though Yu Hongwu did not know what quality the other party saw in him, this was his bargaining chip. Having faced numerous risks throughout his life, the current predicament did not plunge him into despair. Dealing with intelligent beings is indeed a pleasure. I can answer the first 2 questions for the Shadow Pact that can only be revealed after you meet my master. The paper figure lowered its head, walking back and forth on the primordial martial classic, that if one looked closely, they would notice it trembling slightly. Clearly, it could perceive far more than Yu Hongwu. Did I truly wonder what you were thinking when you decided to come to this Devil's Island? Judging by your strength, you must not be ignorant of the inner world. This Devil's Island is infamous within the inner circles of the dozens of nations surrounding it. Everyone who comes here has their own motives. Yet among all those who venture to Devil's Island, none are awakened beings. For if such an existence were to set foot on the island, it would trigger the game's defense mechanism, resulting in instant consumption. The paper figure spoke eloquently, and in an instant, Yu Hongwu realized that the other party could not possibly be a native of the Blue Taro Kingdom. However, he said nothing more, continuing to listen patiently. Ordinary individuals who remain here for too long will experience cognitive dissonance, even becoming assimilated by the Blue Taro Kingdom. The apprentices fare far worse. Compared to ordinary people, their spiritual essence is overwhelmingly potent. Even if it does not trigger the game's defense mechanism, they will still be relentlessly exploited by the game. The reason you cannot break through is that your spiritual essence has been overflowing, much like a pot of boiling water. Even if you possess secret methods to seal your being, becoming what you refer to as a grandmaster, all that awaits you is a more tragic despair. The moment you break through, the game's defense mechanism will be triggered. I need not elaborate on the outcome that I end Devil's Island. If you wish to successfully break through, you must become a player. Only by possessing the identity of a player can you avoid triggering the game's defense mechanism. The paper figure's words sent a chill down Yu Hongwu's spine. The other party had no reason to deceive him. Thus, if he were to fail in his breakthrough, it would indeed be a stroke of extraordinary misfortune. Had Qinshi been present, he too would likely have been taken aback. How fortunate that he was a player. Otherwise, he would have perished the moment he awakened. Must I become a player? I truly underestimated the king's game that Yu Hongwu had long been aware of the legends surrounding Devil Island. His presence there was merely to seek refuge. However, it was only at this moment that he comprehended the reluctance of those from the inner world to set foot on such a place. His ignorance was indeed astonishing. Enough of these fanciful dreams. Your life now belongs to my master. So obediently accompany me that if you exhibit exemplary behavior, there may yet be an opportunity for you to become a player. Without a hint of hesitation, the paper figure retracted the initial martial scripture, and in the next instant, it materialized upon Yu Hongwu's shoulder. Instinctively, he yearned to react, but ultimately restrained himself. Patience was paramount. He had to endure. The paper figure was exceedingly pleased with Yu Hongwu's conduct and promptly commanded him to depart from Talon City. It had other tasks to attend to. Throughout the ordeal, Yu Hongwu refrained from any rebellious actions or cries for help. This was the truth behind his mysterious disappearance. The ensuing days would mark the greatest humiliation of Yu Hongwu's life. He had been reduced to a mere mount for a paper figure. Fortunately, his thick skin allowed him to endure the indignity. There were several instances when he could have escaped or launched a surprise attack. But out of caution, Yu Hongwu opted to continue bearing it. The subsequent events would affirm the correctness of his choice. After expending considerable effort, the paper figure finally located the Seven of Diamonds. However, to its fury, this individual had devolved into a traitor, merging with other cards. Enraged, the paper figure crushed the player's heart without a moment's hesitation, that Yu Hongwu watched helplessly as two cards soared away before his eyes. Paralyzed into inaction, the paper figure moved with such speed, it seemed impervious to air resistance. Perhaps due to its loquacious nature, the paper figure even revealed the reason for the player's demise at the moment of killing. Upon realizing he had been raised as prey by another, the player's final despair and resentment oozed from him in that instant. Yu Hongwu understood that the paper figure was not merely a harbinger of death, but thrived on the despair and bitterness of others. Perhaps due to its prior ease, the paper figure could not locate the Seven of Spades, as the individual known as Qi Tenming had mysteriously vanished. After several fruitless searches, the increasingly agitated paper figure spiraled out of control, rampaging through a mountain village for amusement. Coincidentally, it encountered two players from the Order faction that a disagreement sparked a fierce confrontation. It was then that Yu Hongwu truly witnessed the terror of the paper figure. It was no mere puppet but a dreadful malevolence. The true form it revealed was a centipede of human heads, stretching over 100 meters. The two players from the Order faction met their demise. Chapter 88. The exiled lands. As Qinshi entered the royal capital, the sun was setting. In the golden glow of dusk, he encountered the Ten of Diamonds for the first time. She appeared to be of similar age. A girl who should have radiated cuteness, yet her smiling face bore traces of sorrow. Should I address you as Xiaomoya Chris or the Seven of Hearts? Or perhaps something else? My name is Lin Biyun. You may forego calling me the Ten of Diamonds in the future. Lin Biyun's tone carried a hint of anger. This fellow was certainly no simple character. Had anyone else been able to join the order, they would have jubilantly reported to headquarters by now. Yet this individual delayed repeatedly that A.S. Chen-Chi's recommender. Lin Biyun felt a loss of face. The only reason she showed Chen-Chi any semblance of kindness was due to the fact that he had not caused any major disasters. At the very least, he had returned Nagel's body. Just call me the Seven of Hearts. Xiaomoya Chris is merely a game character. Chen-Chi was not foolish enough to reveal his true name. The world of the extraordinary was fraught with peril, and who knew if there were players who would curse him? Lin Biyun's nonchalance stemmed from her lack of options. She had become a player at the onset of the 9th game, receiving a blank card after reshuffling. You are indeed cautious. Perhaps you might actually survive until Judgment Day. Come, the 3rd captain is already awaiting your arrival. Lin Biyun took her seat in the passenger position without preamble, guiding Chen-Chi towards a manor in the royal capital. There were only a handful of members in the order, so there were no overly bureaucratic titles. Teams were formed based on ability, with the most powerful players serving as captains. The 3rd team was the one Lin Biyun belonged to, and since she had recommended Chen-Chi, they had the right of first choice. How many members does the order still have? Out of curiosity, Chen-Chi posed the question. Upon hearing it, Lin Biyun's eyes dimmed slightly. Including you, only 12 remained at MY. Next task is to continue recruiting newcomers. For us, players never diminish. They merely transition from familiar faces to strangers. Lin Biyun's words startled Chen-Chi. The rate of attrition was rather alarming, although replenishing newcomers was relatively straightforward. After all, the order surely possessed means to detect life signatures. Newcomers were unable to conceal their life signatures, making them easy to find. The primary reason newcomers exposed themselves was their tendency to draw attention. For the vast majority of ordinary individuals, gaining superpowers often led to arrogance, resulting in reckless actions. Take for instance the previous Elon D. Zoff. However, newly minted players were usually far too weak. Not everyone could undergo a transformation like Chen-Chi, astonishing all within a few months. Most possessed abilities merely sufficient to bully ordinary people. Relying on them to combat traitors was akin to sending them to their doom. Seemingly sensing the doubt in Chen-Chi's gaze, Lin Biyun hesitated before offering an explanation. Who do you think is the greatest enemy of the order? Is it truly the traitors? Lin Biyun's inquiry caught Chen-Chi off guard. Was it not so? If he remembered correctly, she had personally provided him with the answer. I have only recently begun to delve into this aspect. Ultimately, the conflicts among players are merely internal disputes. The traitors seek to grow stronger. While a minority may harbor ulterior motives, the vast majority do not wish to disrupt the game. Thus, it is nearly a consensus among players to avoid provoking large-scale disturbances in the Blue Yam Kingdom. Lin Biyun's words prompted Chen-Chi to ponder. The Order and the traitors were indeed at odds, yet that did not imply they lacked shared interests. The King's game was, at its core, a mutual benefit for all players. Essentially, they were all beneficiaries of this game, from ordinary individuals to superpowered beings. Despite the considerable risks involved, Chen-Chi believed that most players would not harbor regrets. Just like the holders of the Seven of Hearts, whether it be Xiaomoya Chris or Elon D. Zoff, neither had ever regretted their choices. They merely felt unwillingness. The order was established to uphold the kingdom's order. So those who posed the greatest threat to that order were the primary enemies. Are you suggesting that external forces intend to intrude and incite chaos, and that the newly recruited players are to serve as a precaution against them? Reflecting on previous discussions, Chen-Chi began to form a hypothesis. Precisely, during the last 2 years of each game, whenever we players engage in large-scale slaughter, the surrounding small nations of the Blue Yam Kingdom begin to stir. In recent years, they have essentially treated the Blue Yam Kingdom as a place of exile for death row inmates. You must believe that these nations, if united, possess the capability to send thousands of death row inmates here. I cannot fathom why they would do such a thing. At most, it would merely cause us some trouble, yet they seem to revel in it. Lin Biyun furrowed her brow. This was a matter she would need to address. When she first received this task, she thought her captain was joking. Can nations truly be so shameless? Even the most heinous criminals are still merely ordinary people, that at worst, they would incite some unrest. But that could easily be quelled. What purpose does this serve beyond annoying the king of Gutaf and increasing the workload for players? How is it that our Blue Yam Kingdom has become a place of exile for death row inmates? This reputation is rather disheartening. Upon hearing this revelation, Qinshi found it difficult to suppress his incredulity. The impact of this news was staggering. Having grown up in the Blue Yam Kingdom, he held a certain fondness for it. Yet he had never anticipated that it was so reviled by neighboring nations that in truth, he should have made such connections sooner upon learning of the King's game. However, he had consciously avoided such conjectures. Now it was merely confirmed. The entire nation had been crafted into a game by a demon. It was no wonder that neighboring countries targeted it, and it would not be surprising if they were to launch nuclear strikes as well. Upon further reflection, the response from surrounding nations was surprisingly lenient. Economically, culturally, and diplomatically, there was no severance of communication whatsoever that if one were unaware of the underlying circumstances, they would hardly perceive any targeting. When Qinshi was still an ordinary person, he never sensed any issues with the international environment surrounding him in fact, that was the greatest concern. The reactions of neighboring countries were utterly irrational. How could they sleep soundly with a monstrosity? A demon. In their midst, smaller nations might be excused, but as the sovereign power of this maritime region, the Nullus Federation, which had already crossed into the ranks of middle-tier nations, had not launched any incursions either. That was hardly a case of the weak preying on the strong. Lin Bian likely did not anticipate that her offhand comment would lead him to consider international relations. However, if it were merely 1,000 death row inmates, it hardly seemed a significant trouble, did it? What was the significant trouble that Lin Bian mentioned earlier? Chapter 89. Zhong Xingxian. The great trouble you referred to could not merely entail these death row inmates. Could it? Qinshi directly broached the subject, as he was likely to deal with this considerable issue soon. You are indeed quite astute that if it were merely a handful of death row prisoners, it would only be a slight nuisance, hardly qualifying as a significant trouble. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that numerous offenders from the inner world have also been exiled. Although they are primarily low-tier apprentices, their numbers are at least in the hundreds. Moreover, this is not the entirety of it. During the reshuffling period, many apprentices from the outside world who have severed their paths to the extraordinary will also seize the opportunity to infiltrate here. For instance, Xiaomoya Chris, the upcoming period is one of their easiest phases to acquire cards. Even if they are merely ordinary apprentices, the potential harm they can inflict far exceeds that of the 1,000 death row prisoners. While I do not fully comprehend why the captain has entrusted you with suppressing them, I believe they will certainly give you a headache for a while. Should you let your guard down even slightly, you might find yourself in a precarious situation. After Lin Bian finished speaking, she fixed her gaze on Qinshi's face, curious about his reaction. Such a considerable burden suddenly thrust upon him should be quite unpleasant. Should it not? Yet, to her astonishment, he was smiling. That unmistakable feeling of a mouse falling into a rice jar was undoubtedly palpable. Could it be that he has become overconfident? Originally, she intended to assign the task of capturing the death row prisoners to the Seven of Hearts, while she personally managed the suppression of all external apprentices. However, the captain disagreed, insisting that the Seven of Hearts was more suited for the task, that is it possible that he truly possesses strength that surpasses her own. As the captain claims? This is indeed a daunting task, one that pertains to the stability of the entire Blue Taro Kingdom. Thus, I require more support. With a heart secretly elated, Qinshi's expression turned grave, as though he had taken on a hot potato. The influx of external apprentices is truly fortuitous. If only all apprentices could be like Xiaomoya Chris, who enjoys journaling and brings along teaching materials. Qinshi has a fondness for these academically inclined peers. Their arrival injects new vitality into the subdued and repressed King's game. Although he is uncertain how many players hail from the outside world, their proportion is undoubtedly significant. For a long time, Qinshi has been perplexed by the rumors surrounding the King's game, who has disseminated the information regarding the demons, creating an extraordinary game throughout the inner world. Initially, he assumed it was merely a leak. After all, the King's game has been operational for so many years, it could hardly remain concealed. Yet now, he harbors a different belief, whether it is the dispatch of death row prisoners or the expulsion of apprentices. The positions and actions of surrounding nations are remarkably unified. There must be a formidable force orchestrating their movements from afar. Only this could elucidate why the reactions of neighboring countries have been so mild. Someone must have instructed them to act in this manner, prohibiting them from completely isolating and besieging the Blue Taro Kingdom. With a backing, these small nations can rest easy. Could the support behind them be the Nullus Federation? Although this is merely speculation, Chen Qi is confident that the large-scale influx of external individuals will eventually confirm it, while the apprentices arriving on his doorstep present a sumptuous feast for Chen Qi. This does not preclude him from seizing the opportunity to portray himself as a victim to garner greater benefits. Bargaining is a matter you should discuss with the captain. I cannot make decisions on that front. The captain has already undergone 3 rounds of the game, and I trust you two will have a fruitful discussion. Lin Biyun has grown accustomed to Chen Qi's reality. This fellow possesses no aspirations for the kingdom's advancement. Well, hers is also waning. The current atmosphere among the Order Keepers is entirely different from before. Everyone is solely concerned with their own interests. Without the constraints of contracts, chaos would have long ensued. 30 minutes later, in an opulent parlor, Chen Qi met the captain of the 3rd team alone, that he was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with dark hair and a demeanor that matched his age, calm and capable. Let us first sign this contract. Otherwise, we cannot discuss the forthcoming topics. Zhong Xingchen placed a contract on the table, and as Chen Qi took it in hand, he discovered it contained only 2 brief lines. Number 1, Order Keepers must not attack one another. The N.O.2 no information regarding companions is to be disclosed to traitors. The contract consisted of only 2 stipulations, precisely mirroring what the 10 of Diamonds had previously articulated. What surprised Chen Qi was that the text employed in the contract was cuneiform. This was one of the 15 ancient civilizational scripts, originating from an ancient stone tablet, allegedly a human legal code from times long past. The application of cuneiform in contracts was indeed fitting. That it was unexpected that a player possessing the ability to form contracts was also a learned individual. You truly can comprehend this. That it appears you have indeed inherited the knowledge of Qiaomoya Chris, which reassures me regarding your ability to handle those apprentices. Zhong Xingchen's gaze was piercing, exuding an intangible pressure. However, Chen Qi met his scrutiny with calmness, showing no signs of being flustered. Chen Qi's concealment of his abilities was merely a precaution. He did not regard everyone as fools. His acquisition of magical knowledge was not something he could easily hide, nor was it something he wished to conceal, unless he intended to present himself as an illiterate among players, feigning ignorance of any ancient script. Nevertheless, his primary purpose in coming to headquarters was to acquire various forms of knowledge. All knowledge pertaining to the extraordinary was recorded in ancient scripts for him. An illiterate, to seek such knowledge would be a profound insult to the intelligence of other players. Thus, Chen Qi did not shy away from revealing his understanding of the contract's contents, responding to Zhong Xingchen's scrutiny with equanimity. I have merely acquired a modicum of knowledge as a magical apprentice. My perspective may be somewhat limited, to prevent any errors in the forthcoming tasks. I wish to review the apprentice data collected by headquarters over the years. I trust that those outsiders are not first-timers. They must have left some traces behind. Chen Qi summoned a card and imprinted it upon the contract document. The contract then revealed a 7 of hearts. And in the next moment, the entire contract was consumed by flames. Chen Qi sensed a fluctuation in his card, indicating that the contract had been established. Should he violate the contract, his skill level would diminish. This capacity to bind card skills through a contract was indeed remarkable. You are indeed a clever individual. I can acquiesce to your request, but do not harbor excessively high expectations. The truly valuable resources at headquarters have long been depleted. What remains are merely replicable bits of knowledge. Zhong Xingchen held Chen Qi's actions in high regard. The signing of the contract was executed with no hesitation, as it pertained to their respective positions. Subsequently, any demands for compensation would be regarded as a matter of professional remuneration, naturally open to negotiation. Should Chen Qi have exhibited hesitation in signing, Zhong Xingchen would certainly have lowered his assessment of him. In the King's game, the clever do not always survive to the end, but the foolish cannot endure for long. With his opinion of Chen Qi elevated, Zhong Xingchen resolved to divulge more insider information. If this fellow could survive this round of the game, it would be worthwhile to recruit him. The conflicts within the game are not solely about cards. Chapter 90, Divine Talisman. Has all the good fortune truly been exhausted? This is indeed as expected. Chen Qi found Zhong Xingchen's response satisfactory. Players toil incessantly. If there were truly items capable of directly enhancing strength, would they be so foolish as to leave them for others? If headquarters truly possess such resources, Chen Qi would be reluctant to utilize them. Instead, items related to knowledge can easily be replicated and may indeed endure. And this is precisely Chen Qi's aim. Learning through association, Acquiring more knowledge is always beneficial, as it can enhance one's intellect. The only method Chun-Chi knows to augment his intellect is to gain various forms of knowledge. This is the most expedient and least problematic approach. It is good to know you are satisfied. Alas, among the new players, those like you who are willing to dedicate effort to learning extraordinary knowledge are becoming increasingly rare. Everyone is engrossed in mastering and developing skills. Yet this is an inevitable circumstance. Compared to the immediate effects of skill enhancement, attempting to grasp extraordinary power proceeds at a painfully slow pace, often leading to stagnation. The vast majority of external apprentices arriving on Demon Island do so because they have severed their paths to the extraordinary. Hoping to ascend here in one fell swoop, that a hint of self-mockery crossed Zhong Xingqian's visage, clearly indicating that he, too, was among those external apprentices that in contrast to the ignorant masses, those apprentices who possess cards are more likely to survive. Chun-Chi is an exception in Zhong Xingqian's eyes. Chun-Chi belongs to a class of extraordinary talent. To independently decipher ancient scripts places him among the top talents even in the outside world. This is also the reason Zhong Xingqian wishes to recruit Chun-Chi. He is bound to perish in the next round of the game, and certain matters necessitate careful consideration. His interests extend beyond just the Blue Taro Kingdom. Demon Island? Is this the term used by the outer world to refer to the Blue Taro Kingdom? Do demons truly exist? Although he does not know why, Chun-Chi's intuition tells him that Zhong Xingqian is quite pleased with him. Half out of curiosity and half as a test, Chun-Chi voiced his greatest inquiry: Do demons truly exist? Haha, amusing indeed. Other players may not possess the same level of contemplation as you imagine. Should individuals like you manage to survive the first round, it is inevitable that you will ascend to a position of great prominence. In response to Chun-Chi's inquiry, Zhong Xingqian exhibited no sign of displeasure. Rather, he appeared even more elated. This serves as testament to the correctness of his judgment. The term Demon Island is indeed an external moniker for the Blue Yam Nation, a designation that first emerged 30 years ago. Accompanied by various legends surrounding the King's game, that I once conducted an investigation, and this time frame roughly aligns with the aftermath of the bloody coup, marking the onset of transformations within the game. More precisely, it was during this period that the cards began to undergo a metamorphosis, giving rise to an array of super abilities. This transformation reached its zenith in the fourth round, when the game's format irrevocably shifted to a combat-centric model. The earliest external players made their appearance in the third round, and by the fourth round, the proportion of external players was likely at its peak, with the possibility that aside from the two jokers, all other participants were outsiders. I suspect that it was the collective effort of these external players that overthrew the original game structure, giving rise to the current iteration of the King's game. The factions among early players were not merely divided into orderlies and betrayers. There were also outsiders and natives. Naturally, with each successive purge by His Majesty the King, control over the game has grown increasingly formidable. The outsider faction has long since crumbled, resulting in the present state of affairs. However, the game has not severed its ties with the outside world. The continuous influx of apprentices serves as compelling evidence. Individuals like myself, as outsiders, still retain the opportunity to become players. Zhong Xingqian regarded Chun-Chi with a sense of sincerity, or at least he believed so. Yet, throughout their discourse, he refrained from mentioning the topic of demons. Was Chun-Chi contemplative, afraid to speak, or simply unable to do so? Yet when Chun-Chi broached the subject himself, why did Zhong Xingqian not immediately intervene? There are certain topics permissible to discuss within the royal capital that I must eschew. Should I dare to speak, I would inevitably rouse certain entities. Having endured 3 judgment days, survival invariably exacts a toll. Observing Chun-Chi's evident perplexity, Zhong Xingqian candidly elucidated his concerns. The apprehension within Zhong Xingqian was unmistakable, causing Chun-Chi to feel a sudden jolt of alarm. It seems that within the royal capital, one must exercise caution in their words and actions. There is no need for excessive anxiety. In truth, even if we were to speak, the likelihood of repercussions is minimal, that we are not betrayers. Regarding your previous inquiry, they hold the greatest authority. Yet if one were to ascertain who possesses the ultimate answer, it would undoubtedly be Yu Wen-Yong. Yu Wen-Yong is the president of the Demon Extermination Society, a name that Chun-Chi first heard from Zhong Xingqian. Based on Zhong Xingqian's vague insinuations, Chun-Chi gleaned a most intriguing revelation. Demons have little to no direct influence on ordinary individuals. For orderly players, Their impact is also quite limited, as they have never encountered them and thus cannot confirm their existence. Conversely, betrayers are easily swayed by the allure of demons, holding steadfast belief in their reality. All information regarding demons within the player community originates from the betrayers, more accurately from the Demon Extermination Society. According to Zhong Xingchen's hints, it is advisable for ordinary players to remain skeptical of their existence. Following this discussion, due to certain reservations, the two lost their enthusiasm for further conversation. Subsequently, the matters Qinqi sought would be arranged by Lin Biyun. Qinqi, displaying a commendable sense of propriety, prepared to take his leave. However, just as he was about to depart, Zhong Xingchen casually mentioned another matter. In addition to ordinary apprentices, there exists another, rather unique group seeking entry. Our Blue Yam Nation has long been renowned within the surrounding world. 2 legends, even predating the demon game, have circulated in the vicinity. Thus, the current Demon Island is steeped in 3 significant legends: the Divine Artifact, the Immortal Cell, and the Demon Game, with the former 2 having existed for millennia. Those who enter in search of the Divine Artifact and Immortal Cell are best ignored, for they are no ordinary apprentices. While the game's defensive mechanisms annihilate any extraordinary beings daring to tread upon the Blue Yam Nation, there are always flaws within the game. After imparting this information, Zhong Xingchen departed as if nothing had transpired. Qinqi was not convinced that this individual was merely idly chatting. It is no wonder that he had previously exhibited such friendliness. The crux of the matter lies here. How absurd that in such a small place there exists such a multitude of peculiarities. The Divine Artifact and Immortal Cell. What on earth are those? The concept of the Divine Artifact far exceeds Qinqi's knowledge, yet he harbored a vague suspicion regarding the Immortal Cell. Having recently witnessed the lifespans of certain individuals multiply several-fold, it was difficult not to draw parallels. Nevertheless, the most crucial information revealed by Zhong Xingchen pertained to the game's defensive mechanisms. Qinqi had not anticipated that the King's game could devour awakened extraordinary beings. Fortunately, as a player, he had narrowly escaped this fate. Yet could those from the outside world also circumvent this mechanism? Presumably, there must be restrictions. Otherwise, the Blue Yam Nation would have long been overrun. Even if one has successfully awakened and become an extraordinary being, Qinqi remained wary of those described by Zhong Xingchen. And no matter how confident he may be, he had only just begun to emerge from illiteracy, possessing little understanding of the capabilities held by extraordinary beings from the outside world. Unless absolutely necessary, Qinqi intended to proceed with caution, refraining from targeting those ripe for the picking. One must consume food bite by bite. The immediate priority is to thoroughly explore the headquarters treasury and secure the promised benefits.